Desert bandits. Renault's abduction. Africa. I salute you, O enigmatic land. Allow me to traverse your boundless grasslands upon a noble steed. Let me journey across your scorching, stone-laden deserts atop a vigorous camel. Grant me the pleasure of strolling beneath your palm trees. Beholding the enchanting mirages, permit me to reminisce about your past, marvel at your present, and dream of your future. Amidst your vibrant oases, I pay homage to you, O sun-drenched earth, pulsating with tropical rhythms, vast and limitless expanse. In the frigid north, I have felt your warmth, heard your enchanting melodies reminiscent of fairy tales, and the jubilant songs of nature soaring skyward. Here, herds of antelope leap across the plains, hippos frolic in the waters, the colossal feet of elephants and rhinoceroses crush, the forest crocodiles roll in the muddy waters. Lumbering lions emit soft snores beneath the thorny mimosa. Though my physical movements are restrained, my spirit soars towards you. The crack of boar rifles resounds here or there. The spears of the Hottentots and Kaffirs fly through the air. Shadows of men engage in combat. Chains clank with a mournful sound. Slaves cry out. Caravans laden with goods venture eastward through the desert, while merchant ships sail in from the west. In the solitary tent village, the resounding chorus of musicians fills the air. The towering minarets of Islamic temples call the faithful to prayer. Desert dwellers gaze in the direction of the rising sun, while pilgrims fervently sing, O Allah, here I am. I extend my greetings to you, O land that inspires my soul. At last, I behold your shores beckoning, inhaling your pristine air and savoring your fragrant essence. Your language is familiar to me, yet I have not encountered the welcoming smiles, nor the outstretched hands. However, the palm trees along the verdant beach bow in reverence, and he peaks shimmer with a friendly glow, proclaiming, We welcome you, stranger. In the distant west, I met a man who, like me, was purely driven by a thirst for adventure. He had once traversed the blood-soaked lands of the Native Americans, solitary and undaunted, and he became my steadfast companion in trials. Sir Emery Boswell is a rare breed of man proud, noble, composed, taciturn, daring yet somewhat rash, resolute, a robust wrestler, a quick-witted fencer, and an impeccable marksman. When the tides of friendship surge within him, he embodies a spirit of selflessness. Kind Sir Emery possesses numerous virtues, yet he harbors certain peculiarities, traits that unmistakably mark him as an Anglo-Saxon and may, perhaps, displease a stranger. Nevertheless, his character poses no hindrance to me. We often exchanged meaningful yet innocuous jests, and ultimately parted ways in New Orleans as the best of friends. We pledged to meet again, with our rendezvous set in Africa. Our choice of Algiers was not without reason. The honest and upright Boswell, much like myself, is a man of the people. He is habitually referred to as the wanderer of the world. He has left his footprints in nearly every corner of the globe. Yet in Africa, he has traversed only as far south as Cape Town and as far north as what the Arabs call Garb, the birthplace of Morocco. He has a relative, his uncle, who resides in Algiers, where he spent a considerable amount of time studying Arabic. His name is Latram, a Frenchman and a merchant with exceedingly close ties to the Sultan. We shall meet at his establishment. As for myself, I have also delved into the study of Arabic out of a particular passion in my early years. Our gathering on the plains will afford us an excellent opportunity to practice the language together. For this purpose, I embarked on the vessel Vulcan, belonging to the Imperial Transport Company, departing from Marseille with a tranquil heart. I am confident that conversing with the inhabitants of the Sahara in their native tongue will not pose a challenge. Africa, to us, is much like it is to anyone else, a continent shrouded in a multitude of enigmas yet to be unveiled, promising ample peculiarities, and perhaps even peril. However, there is one aspiration we are particularly eager to fulfill. Just as we have hunted grizzly bears and bison, we aim to direct our rifles towards leopards and lions. Emery, with a tinge of envy, has perused accounts of the valiant lion hunter, Gerard, and has resolutely determined to procure some hyena pelts, come what may. 3 months have elapsed since we parted ways, yet he is aware of my approximate arrival time. Moreover, he knows that I am here. I shall embark on a French vessel, and thus, upon the ship's arrival at the dock, I felt a twinge of disappointment when I did not see him amidst the chaotic throng of disembarking passengers and small boats arriving to collect friends. Algiers is situated on the western edge of a crescent-shaped bay. The city presents itself in full view to the ships, imparting a unique, almost ethereal spectacle. The snow-white buildings, seamlessly extending towards the verdant mountains, largely remain unblemished. Chapter 2. The roof and windows silently gaze upon the harbor, which, under the sunlight, resembles limestone. A magnificent ensemble of plaster sculptures stands like a glacier. Towering atop the mountain is the emperor's fortress, while at its foot, a diverse array of fortifications lines the landscape, apart from the Aduban port stronghold. Groups of people move about the docks, including those clad in white Arab cloaks, men and women in brilliantly colored robes, women enveloped in white veils from head to toe. Moors and Jews dressed in Turkish attire, individuals of mixed heritage with various skin tones, and gentlemen and ladies in European attire, alongside soldiers adorned with an array of military insignias from different regiments. I arranged for my luggage to be sent to the Paris Hotel on Babot Street. After replenishing my strength with a light meal at the hotel, I proceeded to Babazon Street, where the residence of Latrom was located. Upon presenting my business card, the host promptly appeared at the door of his studio. "Welcome, Your Excellency," he greeted in French, "but not here. Please, follow me. I wish to introduce you to Madame and Mademoiselle. We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival for quite some time." This unexpected reception astonished me. Why were they anxiously awaiting a stranger such as myself? Latrom, small and agile, ascended the broad marble staircase just as I had traversed half the way. This house was formerly a lavish palace, rich in Muslim architectural style, where the fusion of Arabic artistry with French decor created a uniquely enchanting effect. I traversed the resplendent reception room and was ushered into the living room, a further act of hospitality intertwined with the anxious anticipation I felt. Seated upon a low chair was a lady engrossed in a novel, clad in a black silk garment tailored in the European fashion. A young woman reclined on a velvet sofa, adorned in comfortable Eastern attire. Loose silk trousers extended gracefully from her waist to her ankles, her bare feet adorned with blue slippers intricately embroidered with golden thread. Her neck and chest were embellished with exquisite jewelry interwoven with gold and silver, while her upper body was draped in a Turkish-style velvet short jacket, embellished with precious floral designs and adorned with a row of valuable buttons. Her long black hair was intricately braided with golden and pearl threads, secured with blue and rose-hued Indian silk. Upon our entrance, both women rose, their astonishment at the social faux pas committed by their host, allowing an unfamiliar guest to enter unannounced, was palpable. Yet, as soon as they heard my name, their surprise swiftly transformed into unabashed delight. The lady hastened towards me, grasping my hand tightly. "My dear sir, you have finally arrived. How joyous we are. Our longing for you has been boundless. Now we can rest easy, for you shall undoubtedly pursue the capable Boswell and assist him in locating Raynaud." "Of course, madam. If it is your wish, I shall endeavor to do so. However, might you enlighten me as to who Raynaud is and what connection he bears to the emery I hope to encounter here? You truly do not know? You are quite unaware? My God, the entire city has long been aware of this matter." "However, Bronsky," Latrom interjected, "have you considered that this gentleman has just arrived by boat?" "Indeed, that is true. You are yet unaware. Please, take a seat. C.L. Ron, greet our esteemed guest." The young lady curtsied to me, while her mother guided me to a chair. The reception was imbued with an air of mystery, and I anxiously awaited to uncover the circumstances at hand. You would sense that we find ourselves in a situation that demands we eschew conventional considerations. Latrom spoke first. "Emmerly has shared many tales regarding your personage, and due to his naturally reticent disposition, this has solidified our complete trust in you. Yes, we hold you in the highest regard, sir." The lady, adhering to the polite customs of the southern regions, replaced the simple title of Sir with your grace, emphasizing that you have endured so many perils alongside our nephew, and thus, you might not refuse our request. I found it somewhat amusing how these affable individuals insisted on my prompt compliance, although I remained unaware of the reasons. The lady's words suggested that the matter was evidently tied to some form of danger concerning me. "Ladies, your grace, please permit me to fulfill whatever you wish of me." "Ah, splendid. After hearing the introduction regarding your situation, we can only hold expectations for you, although I must candidly inform you that our request was prompted by Boswell. As long as it is within my means, I shall undoubtedly fulfill this request." "Thank you, my lord." Latrom expressed that we have suffered immense loss, a dreadful misfortune. Indeed, a chilling misfortune, my lord. The lady interjected, tears streaming down her face. Her daughter, C.L. Ron, was similarly affected, pulling out her handkerchief to cover her face and weep. Please, speak, madam. No, I cannot articulate it. My distress renders me speechless. This petite, frail woman was suddenly engulfed in profound sorrow, which even instilled a sense of dread within me. My lord, please tell me. I implored Latrom. Are you familiar with the Amosar people? He inquired, but quickly added, with the cunning of a southern European, you probably do not know them, as you have only just arrived here. However, I must tell you that these Amosar or Tuareg people are a fearsome band of desert marauders. The caravan route from Ain Sulla to Kenafra, passing through Ar and Sokoto, runs directly through their territory. The goods I dispatched to Sudan traverse this path. My trading house is the only one in Algiers that maintains direct connections with Yanbaktu, Hausa, Bornu, and Wadai. However, as we are situated far from any major routes, only at Ain Sulla or Ghadames and Ghek can one find way stations. Thus, sustaining such precarious commercial relations often results in severe sacrifices and losses. Yet, the gravest was the recent experience of the caravan. Were they attacked by the Tuareg people? Indeed, Your Excellency, your guess is astute. The desert bandits captured them and slaughtered everyone. Only one managed to escape. He pretended to be dead at the onset of the battle and brought me this dreadful news. Your enterprise shall recover, indeed. My business, yes. But my family shall never be the same. The loss of goods is bearable, yet, at this moment, the ladies could no longer suppress their tears, and Latrom could not contain his sorrow. Have you received precise information regarding your son's fate? The desert marauders are known for leaving no survivors. He is still alive. If this is not a grave error, one must regard it as a miracle. He is undoubtedly alive, for we received a message from him. Through whom? Through a Tuareg sent by the desert bandits, who demanded a ransom. Have you paid him? I had no choice but to comply. I had no alternative. What did you offer as ransom? Goods. I dispatched the cargo to Ghadames. And what of your son? Did you satisfy their demands? Yes. So, does that lead to the same outcome? It is too early to ascertain. When the second messenger arrived, Boswell had just come. This occurred 8 weeks ago. His timing was fortuitous. He continued with concern, I worry about what will happen next, Your Excellency. Possessing valor, one must handle the matter independently. Indeed, I inquired further about the measures he had undertaken. He arranged for the requested goods to be transported while covertly monitoring the situation. A bold endeavor. Who financed his journey? Only a guide and a remarkable Arab servant accompanied him. Which route did they traverse? This cargo was undoubtedly destined for Ain Sulla. What items were requested? Well-crafted Arab cloaks with hoods and headscarves, long rifles, knives, blankets, and the wide-open shoes commonly worn by Arabs, along with numerous items for tents that hold little value for us. I perceive that the desert bandits seek to extort a complete set of equipment while still refusing to release your son. To capture them, one must exploit their vulnerabilities. However, Your Excellency, did Amerly mark all the goods? How do you know this? He asked in astonishment. No one has mentioned it to me. He approached the matter here as a Westerner would, and in this regard, we have a profound understanding of one another. Those who have spent years among the savage tribes of the western frontier, constantly facing the peril of death, become accustomed to a shrewdness that would also prove useful in the Sahara Desert. What is the nature of the mark? It consists of the initials of my name, Ender Latrom, specifically A.L. I branded it onto the stock of my rifle and the handle of my knife, and embroidered it onto the decorative trim of my cloak, the headscarf, and the corners of the blanket. Emery can identify the robbers by these marks. Do you have any news regarding him? There is indeed a very precise piece of information. I received this news 2 weeks ago, and have since yearned for your arrival, as it pertains largely to you. My lord, should I pursue him? Certainly. These are the few lines he sent. This paper lies upon the table, serving as a signal. Throughout these 14 days, the eyes of these 3 individuals have been fixed upon this scrap of paper for an extended period. Boswell wrote only a few words. Although he is yet to achieve success, he implores that we do not lose hope, and has pinned a request for me to chase after him immediately upon my arrival. Who delivered this letter? I inquired. An Arab from the Kababish tribe, tasked with awaiting your arrival and acting as your guide. Where is he? He is in this very building. Shall I summon him, my lord? Yes, please. I could not help but consider myself fortunate, as my feet have scarcely touched African soil before being drawn into a matter that may grant me many extraordinary experiences. Luttrell rang for the Arab, while the ladies, in anticipation of the forthcoming negotiations, temporarily set aside their sorrow. The man from the Kababish tribe entered. Arabs are seldom taller than average. Most are small and slender. Yet this individual could almost be deemed a giant. His height and broad shoulders took me aback, nearly causing me to exclaim in astonishment. His long and thick beard, coupled with the fact that he was armed to the teeth with an array of potential weapons, bestowed upon him an exceedingly belligerent appearance. Nonetheless, he was a companion I could hardly wish for more, as his mere presence would instill fear in our adversaries. With his arms crossed over his chest, he bowed deeply and, in a resonant baritone, proclaimed, "May peace be upon you." His ebony eyes cast a proud glance in my direction. "Esteemed sir, the Kababish are renowned descendants of the great Abu Zaid. Their lineage encompasses over 20 branches, the most valiant of which is the Innu Rab, to which I belong." "And what is your name?" "My name is quite challenging for the English to pronounce. It is Hassan bin Abufada ibn Hawker al-Wadi Yusuf ibn Abu Faslan bin Ishaq al-Duli." I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Before me stood one of those Arabs who incorporated simplicity into the entirety of their genealogy, partly in reverence to their ancestors, but mostly to leave an impression on the listener. Hassan bin Abufada ibn Hawker al-Wadi Yusuf ibn Abu Faslan bin Ishaq al-Duli. A German tongue could articulate the name that stretches from Benghazi to Kazina if it were inscribed. However, I shall only refer to you as Hassan. For the Prophet Muhammad once stated, "If a single word suffices, do not utter 10. My lord, should you call me Hassan, my ears shall remain deaf to it." Those who know me refer to me as the towering Hassan. You ought to be aware that I am the infamous assassin, Jessabay. God is great. Everyone is acquainted with him. Yet, I have not heard a single whisper regarding the assassin Jessabay. Who has bestowed such a name upon you? Everyone who knows me. My lord, then how many lives have you taken? He awkwardly cast his gaze downward. My lord, when Jessabay emerges, the very plains tremble and the flat deserts quake. Yet his heart is brimming with compassion, tolerance, and mercy. For the faithful adhere to the pious teachings of Abu Hanifa. Your hand should be as fierce as a leopard's claw, yet as gentle as the blades of grass in the fields. Then you are but a name without substance. I shall only employ it when you have proven worthy of such an appellation. I began to sense that this gentle giant, Hassan, despite his imposing stature and being equipped like an armory, was an exceedingly mild-mannered individual. The desert, akin to a tavern or salon, is not devoid of braggarts. They boast. Behold these rifles, these pistols, these knives, these double-edged swords, and these spears. Even the audacious Velid Sliman would flee at the sight of them. Yet you refuse to acknowledge me by this name? Even Lord Emir calls me thus. Lord Emir? Perhaps he transformed the English name Amory into the Eastern Emil? Who is Lord Emil? I inquired. May the Almighty bless you, my lord, and your understanding. Are you truly unaware of the name of the one I was sent to you by? Indeed, he referred to our Amory as Emil. His astonishment, expressed with friendly intent, amused me, yet I adopted a serious tone to temper his exuberance. Tell me about Lord Amory. I lead a desert caravan from Bilma to Sindel. My lord, you ought to know that Hassan is a renowned guide for desert caravans, intimately familiar with every path of the Sahara, where even the faintest traces and footprints do not escape his keen observation. If that is indeed the case, then having him escort me certainly presents a significant advantage. I resolved to test him immediately. Are you speaking the truth, Hassan? He assumed the proudest demeanor he could muster. My lord, do you know what a Hafiz is? It is one who can recite the Quran by heart. Although you hail from Germany, you are quite astute. Very well, my lord. Hassan bin Abufada ibn Haqal al-Wadi Yusuf ibn Abu Faslan ibn Ishaq al-Duli, are you a heathen, daring to question the words of a true Muslim? I advise you to be wary of your words, Hassan, for I am not accustomed to being insulted, especially by those who incessantly claim that they, like you, adhere to a certain scripture. From the first Emir of the faithful to your devout Abu Hanifa, all wise mentors have imparted such teachings. You are well versed in the Quran. However, do you comprehend the interpretations of the Quran? The exegeses assert that only fire worshippers and idolaters are considered infidels. You possess the intellect of a theological student, my lord. If you believe all that I have conveyed, your wisdom shall be further elevated. If you were to enlighten me regarding which oases serve as gateways to the North African coast, I would be inclined to trust you. Ansala, Gadames, Gat, Merzuk, Ajala, and Suet. And what of Sudan? Agadez, Bilma, Belgel, Khartoum, and Tungula. How does one traverse from Kordofan to Cairo? From Abaid to Khartoum via Corsi. The journey takes 10 days. Alternatively, from Abaid to Debith, one must pass through Bara, Kagmer, the Harash Mountains, and Imbelrila. This route will require an additional 8 days. Yet it is somewhat more navigable than the former. How long does it take to travel from Swakin to Berber? This path crosses the renowned Lawai Well and traverses the regions inhabited by the Amlars, Adindoas, and Omarab, all of whom are Nubian pastoralists. This journey will take you 12 days, my lord. I place my trust in you, Hassan. I have made a simple judgment. Now, please continue. You once led a caravan to Sindel. From Bilma to Sindel, I encountered Lord Emil there. He provided me with all that I required and instructed me to come here, to find a gentleman from Germany and escort him to him. Where shall I meet this gentleman? At the Dune Gate, where one may traverse the shifting sands to reach the stony wasteland. Have you heard of the dreaded desert specters, my lord? I am aware. Do you fear them, Hassan? Fear? Hassan fears neither demons nor the loathsome specters. He knows that as long as he prays the verses of the Quran, the malevolent entities will flee. But you, being a Christian, possess no Quranic prayers to invoke. Consequently, when you venture into the rocky wasteland you inhabit, the demons will consume you. Why then do you allow Lord Emil to proceed to Babgut? Before we catch up to him, the demons will have devoured him. This unexpected retort left him somewhat abashed. Yet he knew how to justify himself. I shall pray for him. For one who does not believe in the Almighty? Very well, Hassan. I see that you are a devout son of the Prophet Muhammad. Do pray for me as well. Pray for him with the An-Nas supplication, and for me with the Al-Falaq supplication, so that we need not fear the desert specters. I shall embark on my journey at dawn tomorrow. God is great, my lord. He can accomplish all things and permits all. Yet, humanity must heed his will and refrain from commencing a voyage at sunrise. The departure should be scheduled for 3 in the afternoon, or 2 hours prior to the evening prayer. You seem to have forgotten, Hassan, that these timings are solely applicable to desert caravans, while solitary travelers may set forth at their preferred hour. My lord, you are indeed a learned and law-abiding individual. Whereas I lament the time dedicated to the Holy Father by a German and to the Holy Mother by a Christian, I perceive you as a Hafiz, capable not only of reciting the Quran but also its interpretations. I place my trust in you, follow your guidance, and will lead you to your destination. What manner of mounts do you possess? None, my lord. I departed from Sindel on 2 camels. One collapsed in the flat desert, and the other, when I arrived here, was driven to exhaustion, hence I sold it. Therefore, we shall take the prairie mail coach to Batna, and from there, the desert mail coach to the 18th oasis of Sibin, where we can procure excellent riding camels. Very well, prepare to set forth at sunrise tomorrow. For if you can guide me directly to Babgud, we shall all commend your bravery, and I shall not hesitate to regard you as a formidable and valiant Hassan. My lord, do you imply that I am a coward? I harbor no fear of lions nor the fierce winds of the desert. I am adept at capturing snakes and ostriches, skilled in hunting antelopes and wildebeests, and capable of vanquishing leopards and scorpions. When my voice resonates, tremors of trepidation course through all, and you shall not deny me the rightful title I deserve. Wishing you all peace. After a profound bow, he exited the chamber. Madame Ratleman approached me once more, grasping my hands. So it is true, my lord, that you have acquiesced to our request, albeit it was both excessive and audacious? Yet you have not partaken of our hospitality, and you intend to depart tomorrow? Certainly, there is no issue, my lord. I shall dispatch someone to the ship forthwith to retrieve your belongings. I beg your pardon, madam. I have already taken residence at the Grand Hotel in Paris. Have you truly done so? You must understand, my lord, this causes us great distress. When my designated chamber was assigned, a servant mentioned that an Arab wished to speak with the master. The master received this individual in my presence. He possessed a lean and sturdy physique, adorned in a tattered cloak. The fabric of his hood had frayed into strands of camel hair, and he unmistakably bore the appearance of a true denizen of the desert, undaunted by peril and resilient in hardship. Greetings. He haughtily abbreviated his salutation, not even shifting his posture. He struck the marble floor with a long spear, his dark eyes shifting from one person to another, exuding an air of superiority and self-importance. Speak with him, my lord. Latrellum whispered to me. He is the Tuareg who had visited me regarding the matter of Renault. This man has just arrived today, which is fortuitous for me. The degree of respect one accords to others is paramount. What is it that you seek? You are not the individual I wish to converse with. You may speak only with me and no one else. I did not come in search of you. Then you may take your leave. I turned away, and the others also shifted towards the door. Sir, he exclaimed. I continued to walk forward. Sir, he called out urgently. I merely turned my head. What more do you want? I wish to speak with you. Then you ought to exercise a modicum of politeness, lest I send you back to the street once more. What is your name? My name is Mahmud bin Mustafa Abdu Ibrahim Jacoba ibn Bashar. Your name exceeds even your greeting in length. Your prophet, the esteemed Muhammad ibn Abdullah al-Hashimi, stated, one must also be courteous to infidels and adversaries, so they may come to respect your faith and the Kaaba. Remember this. You are a Tuareg and an Mosular. Which tribe do you belong to? Hanjan Bey, the notorious killer of desert caravans, whose warriors are forbidden from disclosing their tribal name to the Germans. I was nearly taken aback. So, Renault has become a captive of the infamous killer of desert caravans. This is the most dire predicament I could have encountered. I had long heard of and was aware of this both brutal and audacious desert bandit from afar. All desert caravans tremble at his name. No one can ascertain to which tribe he belongs. The vast expanse of the desert serves as his hunting ground. His name is renowned from the plains of Algeria to Sudan, from the oases of Egypt to the Wadden and Walata of the Western Sahara. One moment he is here. The next he materializes elsewhere, often vanishing as swiftly as he arrived. Yet, wherever he goes, goods and lives must be sacrificed. He surely possesses secret hideouts scattered throughout the Sahara, and undoubtedly has accomplices who relay information regarding every valuable caravan and assist in finding buyers for the plundered goods. However, his personnel and movements remain shrouded in a profound mystery, rendering any clear understanding elusive to this day. Nevertheless, I believe it prudent to approach his envoy as if I have heard nothing about him. Hanjiang Bey, who is he? Are you not aware of the desert marauder? Have you been rendered deaf, so that you have not yet heard of him? He is the master of the desert. When enraged, he instills fear. When angered, he evokes terror. When filled with hatred, he astonishes. And in battle, he is invincible. That young heathen is but his captive. I chuckled. Invincible in combat? Surely. He must be contending only with feeble Asian jackals and timid hyenas. No German would ever fear him and his band of desert brigands. Why does he not release the captives? Has he not received ransom twice? The desert is vast, and Hanjiang Bey commands a multitude. They require clothing, weapons, and tents. The desert caravan killer is a deceitful liar, devoid of truth within his heart. His tongue speaks only falsehoods, forked like that of a serpent. And the people shall crush its head. What news does he bring you? Provide us with cloaks and shoes, weapons and ammunition, the tips for our spears, and the fabric for our tents. You have already obtained what you desired twice. You shall not acquire another scrap of cloth or a single round of ammunition, for the captives would perish. Even if Hanjiang Bey were to receive what he demands from us, he would not free the captives. He would grant them liberty. The desert caravan killer shall be merciful only upon receiving his price. How much does he demand? As much as he has already received. That is indeed considerable. Do you intend to take the goods? No. You must send the goods as you did the previous 2 times. To where shall they be sent? To Babgut. Is that not the same destination that Amelie designated for me? Does he know that the bandits will halt there? Shall we encounter the captives and ransom them there? Yes. You have affirmed it twice, yet both times were lies. Swear to me. I swear. On your father's soul, do you guarantee it? I guarantee it on my father's soul. He hesitated as he spoke. Moreover, by the beard of the prophet, he clumsily evaded me. I have sworn, this is enough. You have sworn an oath upon your father's soul, which holds no more value than swearing upon your own. Would you swear by the prophet's beard? No. Then your words are once again deceitful, and you shall never behold the stars of the desert again. His eyes suddenly flashed. Listen, disbeliever in the Almighty. If I do not arrive at the abode of Hanjian Bey on time, the captive's soul shall descend into hell. This I can, without doubt, swear to you by the prophet's beard, for the prophet knows how to protect those who believe in him. Your soul shall lead the way. And the bones of the desert marauders and their brigands shall turn white beneath the scorching sun. This I now swear to you. Furthermore, you can be assured that the Germans will undoubtedly honor their oath. He lifted his head, inserting the fingers of his outstretched right hand beneath his beard, adopting the disdainful posture of an Arab. You shall bring forth everything we demand. I have visited your place twice, and you did not dare risk the death of Hanjian Bey's envoy. This time you shall not do so either. 100 men like you could not defeat him, nor could 1,000 men like you overpower his desert cavalry, for you are a heathen. I raised my fist and approached him. Is your head empty and your spirit withered? How dare you take such risks in speaking to me? You are even less than a hyena that can be easily driven away with a mere kick. He immediately slid his shotgun to the ground and raised his arms high. Each Arab had a blade hanging from their wrist, a sharp dagger measuring a good 20 centimeters in length. Generally, one would carry just one such knife. Yet the desert marauders bore 2. This was typically employed in a manner where one would first embrace the enemy, then plunge both blades into their back. The Tuareg before me had assumed this rather charming posture. I shall say it once more, you infidel. Then fall before the infidel. Before he could make a move, my fist had already struck his temple. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. It is for such a decisive blow in hunting that I am known as Old Iron Hand on the North American plains. Oh my heavens! The lady shrieked. You have killed this man. He is dead. The young lady leaned half-consciously against the long sofa beside her, while the expression on the Trom's face was as if lightning had just struck before him. I am well acquainted with my own fists. Had my intention been to kill him, I would have swung with greater distance. These words allowed the startled Frenchman to regain some composure. But you are indeed a giant, a man of great strength, sir. If it were me, it would take at least hundreds of strikes to effectively bring this fellow down. The diminutive gentleman, whose height scarcely reaches my shoulder and possesses the hands of a child, spoke words that undoubtedly held truth. Perhaps, indeed, striking the head of a Tuareg for several hours would hardly evoke any sensation of pain in him. Leave it to the police. Although their authority does not extend into the desert, they are more than willing to serve you here. He gazed at me in astonishment. Good heavens! We cannot engage in such perilous endeavors, for in this scenario, the fearsome Hanjian Bey would surely bring ruin upon our poor Renaud. More precisely, I believe that this dreadful blow has already constituted a reckless act. I shall elucidate my motives to you, however. I fervently implore you to adhere to my request before I do so. Did you not recently assert that I had earned your complete trust? Indeed, my lord. I was just about to summon the servants. He hastily approached the bell pull, and at the shrill sound it emitted, all available servants rushed forth in haste. Bind this man and confine him to a secure cellar until the police arrive to take him away. The master issued this command with an expression as if he himself had delivered that terrible blow. The people, with the fervent enthusiasm characteristic of true Southerners, surged towards the unconscious figure, and within moments, he was bound so tightly with all available makeshift restraints that upon awakening, he would surely be unable to move. Then, 8 diligent hands seized the prisoner and dragged him away. The only servant standing at the door did not engage in the actions of the other attendants. This individual was stout and broad-shouldered. To my eyes, his face was incongruous with his Eastern attire. Upon witnessing the exertions of the other 4 as they struggled to drag the Tuareg towards the door, he approached and pushed them aside. My heavens, what a ridiculous sight! Must it be such a cumbersome affair? Get lost, you incompetent fools. I alone can accomplish this task. With a vigorous heave and a decisive swing, he had the Tuareg hoisted upon his shoulder. The unexpected sound of his German voice left me momentarily speechless, nearly allowing him to escape the room. As he opened the door, I called out, "Halt! Are you a German?" Despite the burden he bore, he immediately turned to face me. His broad, earnest face radiated warmth from one ear to the other. "I am indeed German, sir. Are you as well?" "Yes. Where is your home?" "My home is in Karldenbraun, Staffelstein." "Ah, that is in Bavaria. However, your accent does not resemble that of Staffelstein. I have savored the exquisite beer from that region." "Indeed, sir. But I have this fellow to attend to. For my sake, please take him to the place you intend." He interrupted his speech, simultaneously allowing the Tuareg to slump to the ground. The bound man was carried away, and my compatriot turned once more towards me, extending his hand earnestly in greeting. "Well, my hands are free again. Greetings, sir. I wish you a splendid time in Africa. Indeed, I find myself in Staffelstein, where the beer flows smoothly down the throat, a truly delightful experience." "So, you have been there? That is marvelous, absolutely splendid. As for my accent, I bear no responsibility. It is entirely the fault of those who come from Baden and Rhineland-Palatinate, for they have nearly ruined my Staffelstein dialect. Are there many from southern Germany here?" "Quite a few, sir. They reside outside, in the village of Deli Ibrahim, where there is a Trappist monastery." "Where do you hail from?" "I am from Saxony." "Good heavens! How delightful it is to encounter a neighbor from my homeland. May I inquire how long you intend to stay here?" "I shall depart tomorrow morning." "Already leaving? If you don't mind my asking, where are you headed?" "Into the Sahara Desert. I have long wished to venture there once more." "Oh, sir, may I accompany you?" "That question strikes a chord with me. I always require a servant, and having another German by my side is certainly preferable to anyone else. Do you truly wish to join me?" "I am ready to leave at once, and would be most delighted." "Can you ride?" "Ride. I can gallop swiftly, sir. I arrived here with the Foreign Legion and subsequently served in the African Light Cavalry." "Do you speak Arabic?" "Yes, I am proficient." "What were you engaged in previously?" "Carpentry." "Indeed. I have acquired some solid skills, particularly in hardwood work. Subsequently, I wandered aimlessly and joined the Legion. May the Legion be damned. Then I began working at Delhi Ibrahim until I found my position here. You may inquire with this gentleman. He is quite satisfied with my performance. You should accompany me. I shall persuade him to grant you leave. Good heavens, it feels like receiving 1,000 gifts from Santa Claus today. Is that tall fellow, Hassan, with the lengthy name, joining as well? Yes, he shall be our guide. Oh, how delightful. As long as he is present, our interactions will consist solely of jesting and playful banter. I am determined to go. You may rest assured of that, sir. Oh my, he clicked his tongue, making all 10 fingers crackle, before striding out the door. The Beast Slayer, Assad Bey. The vast plain stretched south of the Atlas, Garian, and Durna Mountains. Frelicrad has so aptly described it. It extends from ocean to ocean. Anyone who rides through feels a sense of dread. It lies in the wilderness before God, akin to the empty hands of a beggar. Its rivers flow slowly and continuously, leaving traces in the water carved by the heavens themselves, the creases of this enormous palm. From the Mediterranean to the Sahara Desert, a series of plateaus and exposed mountains emerge between the emblem of fertile civilization and the symbol of barren savagery. The stark, naked peaks resemble the sighs of a disheartened soul in prayer, emanating from the mournful and desolate plains, devoid of trees and dwellings. At best, a solitary, lifeless caravan may offer a fleeting moment of solace to the eye. It is only in the summer, when the feeble flora blankets the arid ground, that some indigenous tribes ascend slowly with their tents and herds, in search of meager pastures for their emaciated livestock. However, in winter, the steppes lie completely abandoned beneath a shroud of snow. Despite the proximity to the sweltering Sahara, heavy snowstorms sweep across this lifeless wilderness. Aside from sand, stones, and bare rock, nothing else is visible. The ground is strewn with pebbles and sharp debris, or is gradually consumed by shifting dunes that encroach upon the hapless plain. Occasionally, a stagnant body of water may appear, yet it is merely a lifeless salt lake, where water lies inert, having lost its vibrant blue, revealing only a rigid, lifeless, and soiled gray. These salt lakes dry up under the scorching summer sun, leaving behind a riverbed encrusted with salt, its blinding glare unbearable. Once, forests thrived here, but they have since vanished, depriving the land of this essential medium for precipitation. The riverbeds, referred to as dry rivers, extend down from the highlands. Their sharp fractures and desolate, rocky ravines starkly visible during the summer, while even the heavy snows of winter fail to completely veil their terrifying barrenness. Yet, upon the sudden arrival of the 99th bead on the string of his prayer beads, he thanked the Almighty for sparing him from the deluge, calling out loudly, "Everyone, flee! The flood is upon us!" To warn those in peril. The transient floods, coupled with the stagnant waters of the Salt Lake, give rise to thorny thickets and sensitive plants along the banks of the lake and the dry river. Camels can gnaw at these resilient plants with their tough lips, while lions and leopards find refuge among the trees, resting after their nocturnal hunts. As preordained, I set off at dawn the next day with Hassan from Kababish and Joseph Konderfell from Stafelstein, departing from Algiers. We indeed took the prairie mail coach to Batna. However, our journey was soon impeded by unforeseen obstacles. I recalled a perilous expedition with an Italian carter from the Alps to Italy. Each time I implored him to drive more slowly and cautiously, he would respond with a chilling shout at the precipice, as if my sole purpose for this journey was to meet a fatal end in some abyss. When I finally reached the plains unscathed, I felt as though I had escaped an inevitable and insurmountable peril. In the context of traveling by the swift postal carriage across the vast steppes, what significance does this rapid pace truly hold? The carriage, comprised of an inner compartment, an exterior box, and a protective canopy, is drawn by a team of 8 horses, 2 at the front and 3 aligned on each side. With no discernible road to follow, the carriage frequently navigates through rugged terrain, traverses perilous riverbeds, enters steep gorges, and descends sharply inclined hills. At every moment, we are compelled to disembark, uniting our strength with that of the beleaguered horses in a shared endurance, endeavoring to extricate the vehicle from the pits or to pull it up a slope, an endeavor that proves exhausting even for those on foot. After the first hour, I found myself utterly fatigued, while Cohen Defile incessantly cursed, and the towering Hassan expended all his energy in combating a relentless wave of distraction, typically associated with seasickness. This good man, hailing from the esteemed Kababish and Nulab tribes, had never before experienced the discomfort of carriage travel. I could not help but recall his boastful assurances, "When Jezebel appears, the plains tremble, and the flat desert quakes." Yet now, his limbs quivered and shook in disarray. His resentment towards this humiliating predicament only surfaced upon reaching Batna. Praise be to the Almighty for allowing my body to endure this ordeal. Is Hassan bin Abufada bin Hawker al-Wadi Yusuf bin Abu Fuslan bin Ishaq al-Dali to be likened to a leech, regurgitating what he has consumed? I swear by the beard of the Prophet that I, Hassan, shall no longer ascend the wheeled cabin. The hometown of the assassin, Jessabay, lies upon the saddle. My lord, if you permit, let him ride solely to Bab el-Gud. Hassan spoke wisely, agreed the Staffelshine man, for heaven's sake. This rickety carriage ought to be struck 1,000 times. It creaks incessantly, truly a curse upon this stagecoach. I am a rider of 8 splendid steeds. Yet I find myself ensnared in this wretched vehicle. Let whoever desires to endure such a fate persist in doing so. I am but a light cavalryman from Africa. I would rather mount the fiercest of beasts than remain seated in this dilapidated carriage. I must concede that the words of these 2 tormented passengers ring true. Especially since I had resolved to forsake the postal coach altogether. It was not permissible to linger in Batna. Thus I engaged an Arab to convey me and my 2 companions to Biskra, where I could procure camels for the continuation of our journey. However, he advised against this course, suggesting instead that we traverse the Ors Mountains to the Arab tent village, where I would discover camels both superior and more economical than those in Biskra. I heeded his counsel, yet retained the notion of venturing through the desert's mouth into the mountains, in order to maintain proximity to the customary travel routes for as long as possible. I certainly considered that I would acquire healthier, more vigorous livestock in the tent village than within the city, where I might only find beasts overworked and in desperate need of nourishment. Moreover, there exists another reason compelling me to heed the insights of the guide. Within the desolate valleys of the Ors Mountains, lions are not an uncommon sight, although, due to the pressing circumstances, I do not yearn for a personal encounter with the king of beasts. There remains a possibility of witnessing its tracks, or perhaps even hearing its roar. Furthermore, since my last hunting expedition, the opportunity to pursue game in the mountains is ever present. Thus, I took out my hunting knife and short rifle. We had long surpassed the mail coach, rendering it incapable of catching up with us again. The diminutive Berber horses we rode, though modest in stature, were remarkably robust. We had been seated in our saddles for 12 hours, yet they continued to gallop tirelessly toward a destination that would require us an additional 4 hours to reach. Even the grayish colt, with the towering legs of the large Hassan seemingly dangling from its low back, appeared unfazed by its burden, maintaining a pace that matched ours. Surrounding us was a savanna bathed in a golden hue. The horizon, visible to the naked eye, was stark and barren, yet today, this region unveiled a vibrant tableau. The desert's mouth had opened, revealing a multitude of Arab shepherds driving their flocks toward dry riverbeds and shallow salt lakes, where they grazed upon the sparse vegetation. The herdsmen ride swiftly on their horses, cloaked in flowing capes that flutter in the wind, brandishing glimmering spears as they encircle their camels and sheep. Meanwhile, their wives and children are perched atop vibrantly adorned dromedaries, trailing closely behind. They graze across the plains, evoking in strangers an illusion of being spectral beings, half awake and half asleep. As they venture into the mountains, they reach the terminus of the expansive plains. Several mountains draw near to one another, gradually converging into an ever-narrowing rocky gorge. An infinite vista seems to stretch before them, abruptly obstructed by the stark, bare slopes that rise almost vertically from the valley floor. We traverse the terrain between cliffs and abysses, where at the gorge Es Nadir, the tumultuous, gray-yellow waters of a mountain stream are visible. After a swift descent, we finally arrive at the riverbank, where we must cross the river 4 times. This is the Cantillon River. It was here that the brave lion hunter, Jules Girard, was discovered lifeless amidst its floods. At the site of his crossing, a passing French regiment erected a simple grave for him using stones. I request everyone to halt. Have you heard of the lion hunter Girard, Joseph? I inquired of the Staffelstein man. Do you know Emile Areta, the master of the lion, Hassan? I turned to question the Kababish man. Alone in the night, he sought the king of the oasis with the intent to slay it. Yet, the king of the oasis tore him apart and devoured him, for he was not a follower of Islam, but rather a man from a non-Islamic nation. You are mistaken, Hassan. Emile Areta was not torn asunder by lions. He perished here amidst the floods of the Canberra River. His brethren erected this monument in his honor. Men, take up your arms. Let the sound of weaponry proclaim to his deity that the wanderers of this realm shall never forget the king of the oasis. My lord, should my shotgun be discharged towards one who does not recognize the gaze of the Almighty? Hassan retorted. Hassan, Every soul lives under the gaze of the Almighty after death. For he is omnipresent, residing among the stars and in every paradise. Peruse the Quran and witness how the wise interpreters of the Prophet's words have imparted their teachings. In time, you shall judge with greater pragmatism and accuracy. My lord, why are you not a descendant of Hassan and Hussein? Your familiarity with the Quran is akin to that of a scholar. Your voice resonates like that of a muezzin in the mosque, a speaker of unvarnished truth. I shall comply with all that you ask of me. This tribute is also for the other departed souls. We then continued our journey towards the mouth of Cantalara. Here, from the riverbank to the stone walls, the passage was suffocated by sheer cliffs. We were compelled to ride through the frothy waves for nearly a quarter of an hour before reaching a basin characterized by its evident wilderness. It rose steeply on all sides, and to the south, a colossal rock wall formed a profound canyon, akin to a gaping wound upon the mountain's crown. This is the mouth of the desert. It descends towards the oasis of Sibin, with the steep cliffs on the left belonging to the Aureus mountain range, while the dark slate walls on the right mark the beginning of the Sudan Mountains. Nestled between them is the caravanserai in which we are to spend the night. The proprietor prepared for us a genuine Turkish coffee, and after partaking in our modest supper, we lit our pipes. I reclined backward, eager to listen to the conversations among the travelers present, aside from ourselves and 2 Jews from Torga. The company consisted entirely of Arabs encountered on the journey through the mouth of the desert. The speaker was my amiable giant, Hassan, who endeavored earnestly to ensure that his audience remembered to refer to him as the killer Jessa. In contrast, Cohen Defile sat beside me listlessly with his eyes closed. Occasionally, he would open them, and I would either hear a weary sigh or a scathing remark about the chattering of the Kababish people. The conversation shifted to a topic that piqued my interest. The proprietor owned a small flock of castrated sheep, and despite his nightly efforts to secure them within a pen near his dwelling, a leopard had been stealing one each night for several consecutive evenings. Master, I exclaimed, are you certain it is a leopard? Indeed, sir. I have seen its tracks large and sharp. It is a female. May the true Lord condemn her to hell. I am but a poor CAF owner with only 23 sheep. Must this female murderer not seek a wealthy victim? Males do not prey upon the herds of the impoverished. The irate Muslim appears to hold little regard for the noble sentiments and sense of justice exhibited by this female creature. Why do you not slay it? I inquired. To kill the Black Panther's mate, my lord? Are you not aware that beneath its fur resides a devil that would rend apart anyone seeking to harm it? Yet, do you not realize that within your own skin dwells the fear of that very devil, consuming your heart and drinking your blood? You are a man of stature, yet you tremble at the presence of a female? May the Almighty safeguard your abode. Otherwise, the panther's mate would invade your inn, reclining upon your settee, sipping coffee from your skull. It would devour my livestock, yet would keep its distance from my dwelling, my lord. Are you unaware that he who prays the Ayat al-Kursi thrice daily, as prescribed in the Quran, is shielded from all beasts? The Ayat al-Kursi is effective for you, for the Prophet imparted it unto you, and you have prayed it thrice a day for so long that the Black Panther has yet to feast upon you. However, I possess a prayer more potent than all the supplications within your scriptures, capable of vanquishing any foe. Then do enlighten me, that I may learn this prayer, my lord. There is nothing to convey, yet I shall illustrate it for you. With that, I drew forth my shotgun and aimed it at him. This is my prayer against all adversaries. He startled and leapt aside. Oh heavens! Take cover. The gentleman has gone mad. He brandishes his shotgun as if it were an invocation to Isenrus, intent on harming us. I have set the shotgun aside once more. Remain calm. My sanity has not abandoned me, for I do not perceive the leopard's mate as a fiend, but rather as a mere feline, which I shall vanquish with my incantation. I rose to add, Sir, direct me to the pasture where you let your sheep graze. My lord, have you lost your wits? Are you suggesting I accompany you to the sheepfold? The night is shrouded in darkness, and this leopard's mate does not approach like other meat-thieving creatures at dawn. It often draws near the sheepfold at midnight, seeking my sheep, yet it does not desire to rend me apart. You shall find it 100 paces directly north of the house, where stones lie scattered. I slung the shotgun over my shoulder and grasped the short rifle. The knife was secured in my belt, though the short rifle cannot shoot as far or as accurately as the bear gun. It remains essential should the 2 shotgun rounds fail to swiftly dispatch the beast. Before I could lift my foot, Hassan sprang to his feet. God is great, my lord. He can slay lions and annihilate leopards. Yet you are but a man, and human flesh is also to a cat's liking. Stay here, lest it devour you. And come morning, all we shall find of you will be your souls. What you see in the morning will not only be shoes, but also an unscathed person wearing them. Take your weapons and follow me. Praise be to the Almighty. I am alive. I shall never relinquish my life to the beasts. Does the great Hassan fear a mere hunt? I am Jezebel the assassin. Yet not the leopard hunter Hassan, my lord. Should I be called to confront 100 foes, I would vanquish them all. However, a devotee of the Almighty does not deign to encounter a female in the darkness, especially when she is but the mate of a wild creature. Let her remain here. I merely wished to test him, thus I proceeded towards the exit. At that moment, I sensed someone trailing behind me. It was the man from Stafelshine. May I accompany you, sir? Why? Why? Good heavens, I ought to sound 1,000 alarms. Do you expect me to witness you being torn apart by a cat? Why should I carry a hunting rifle and a knife? Where my master goes, there I too shall be. This is self-evident. I am grateful to you, Joseph. Yet I require no assistance. Why not? Allow me to ask you. Because you are not a hunter. In peril, you would be of no use, at best. You would merely scare the beast away. I indeed devoted considerable thought to altering my loyal and brave friend's intentions. I then ventured into the dark to seek out the sheepfold. There were stakes set at 3 corners, connected by ropes woven from palm fibers. The flock lay peacefully within this simple enclosure, and they remained undisturbed as I approached. The night was resplendent with stars, and I could clearly discern the outlines of the rocks. Between 2 rocks lies a fissure, its upper portion sealed, wide enough to accommodate a rather frail individual. This is precisely the vantage point I have chosen to await the beast. It offers me protection from 3 sides while allowing an unobstructed view of the sheepfold from the 4th. Should the leopard indeed approach, I can calmly take aim without undue concern for my own safety. Slaying it, after all, is not an act of heroism. I settled into the narrow crevice, making myself as comfortable as possible. With a rifle in hand and a handgun resting on my lap, I awaited the inevitable, listening intently to every sound that pierced the silence of the savannah. Midnight had long passed. If the creature were to arrive tonight, its appearance was imminent. At that moment, I sensed the flock stirring, their heads huddled together in palpable fear as they scrambled towards the rocky edge. I strained my face in an effort to discern the cause, yet observed nothing amiss. Suddenly, however, I heard a faint sound of something stealthily crawling above. The beast was upon the hill, poised to leap down upon its prey. I then heard the ominous sound of its fangs scraping against the stones, followed by a sudden bound. A dark form swiftly descended into the midst of the flock. Amidst a brief chorus of terrified bleats, the leopard stood tall in the center of the sheepfold, a lifeless sheep lying beneath its right paw. It was an extraordinary creature, both large and robust, and indeed, a female. The formidable beast raised its head high and suddenly emitted a triumphant roar, a sound both terrifying and resonant, composed of a cacophony of growls and howls, typically culminating in a profound, rumbling bellow. Yet, before the echoes of its roar could dissipate, the crack of my rifle reverberated through the air. Its vast eyes, rolling in the emerald light, presented me with a precise target. The growling ceased abruptly with the gunfire. The creature leapt towards the mountainside and collapsed at my feet. Moments later, I discerned that my bullet had struck its eye. This shot could have yielded a different outcome. In the distance, a hoarse, primal call resonated, shortly followed by a brief, intermittent growl from a closer vicinity. A male emerged, drawn by the sound of my rifle. I swiftly readied my weapon for another shot. A slender, agile body bounded forth, standing just outside the sheepfold, directly facing me and the fallen female. Although the starlight was dim, the leopard sensed our presence, lowering its head in a menacing huff, poised to retreat slightly before launching itself into the air. I could still see its crimson eyes, and in an instant, it would leap. I squeezed the trigger. The animal sprang forward, illuminated by the flash of gunfire, collapsing near the mountainside. Yet, I had already gripped my sidearm tightly. I aimed directly at the leopard's head and fired 3 consecutive shots. A single shot was sufficient to bring it to its demise. The creature's body convulsed and trembled for a moment before lying motionless at my feet. I reloaded my weapon and stepped outside. The 2 beasts lay apart, particularly the female, large and heavy, requiring considerable effort on my part to shift her. Not far away, a jackal howled, emitting a mournful cry. It was aware of the leopard's proximity and harbored hopes of scavenging the remains. The jackal, a loyal yet timid companion in the animal kingdom, relished the scraps left behind on the tables of the affluent. Upon reaching the caravanserai, I found all the travelers still awake. It seemed inconceivable to them that one could dare to confront a leopard alone in the dim light of night, a creature nearly as fearsome as a lion. Their curiosity, intertwined with fear, kept them from slumber, yet they must have heard the sound of my gun. which indicated that I had at least defended myself and prevented the dreadful female leopard from devouring me. As I entered, they gazed at me as if I were a specter. Good heavens, it cannot be. He looks just like himself. Cohen de Fer exclaimed, joyfully approaching me. Welcome, my lord. The burly Hassan said, you acted quite astutely. We heard your gunshot, and the leopard's mate will surely keep her distance from the sheepfold tonight. I am grateful to you. My lord, the innkeeper concurred, you have safeguarded my flock. The ferocious beast will not come tonight. For you dared to confront them in the shadows and warn them with the sound of your weapon. Those individuals believed my gunfire was intended to scare the beasts away. Let them feast, for God has blessed me before I step into the realm of torn mortality. You shall not be torn asunder, for the Black Panther's mate has perished, and her lord lies beside her, his skull shattered. God is merciful. Is what you say true, my lord? My words ring true. Behold these shoes, Hassan, they remain unscathed, and not a single hair of mine has been harmed. Yet my prayers resounded, and now the leopard lies vanquished by the iron fist of death. Come, comrades, assist in bringing them forth. Such words stirred great commotion among the crowd. They were reluctant to believe me, and I toiled to persuade them to accompany me. The people ignited torches made of palm fibers and followed my lead. As we approached the sheepfold, the flock, terrified of the blazing torches, huddled together in fear. And what transpired next is beyond description. The Arabs, scarcely able to discern the two slain creatures, rushed towards them, striking them with fists, trampling them with heels, and hurling every conceivable curse. The towering Hassan was the loudest among them. Finally, he turned to me. My lord, you are the greatest hunter I have ever witnessed. You surpass Amir Alerta, the lord of lions, in greatness. Should I extol the valiant deeds of warriors and recount the narratives of heroes, I shall never forget your name. But rather, I shall sing your praises to the faithful. This Arab is inclined to express emotions in an exaggerated manner, relishing the use of the most elevated language to convey his sentiments. Even the Staffelsteiner cannot conceal his astonishment. Oh, how wondrous it would be to strike 1,000 resounding blows. What marksmanship this is. One bullet struck the eye of a quarry, and another was equally impressive. I have never before encountered such a creature, nor have I ever laid eyes upon a leopard. Had I been present at that moment, my hunting rifle would surely have trembled in my grasp. The lifeless beast was dragged into the dwelling amidst triumphant cheers, where I proceeded to skin it. Following this, everyone took a respite. The following morning, just before dawn, a heated argument erupted between the towering Hassan and the Staffelsteiner. I hastened outside to quell the dispute. Without the consent of the Kababish, Kinfel had laid the pelt of the female leopard beneath my saddle, while placing the male's pelt under his own. You, a German who has never set foot in a mosque, dare to attempt to wrest the rights of the faithful from me? He exclaimed in anger. When have you ever seen a non-believer seated upon a leopard's pelt while riding? Did you slay it, Jessabay, you murderer? Chuckled the former African cavalryman. It belongs to the master, for the beast quaked before the imposing Hassan beside him. For should be placed beneath my saddle. Why do you oppose Kabash Nurab? Have I not served at the esteemed Al-Azhar University in Cairo? I have witnessed numerous wise individuals entering and exiting its halls. Yet, whom have you encountered? Which institution have you attended? I have seen our master, whose intellect surpasses that of the collective wisdom residing within the entire Al-Azhar University of Cairo. I attended the esteemed Carltonbrunnen School in Stafferstad, where your scholars can only occupy the rear seats. This Bavarian man defends himself amidst unceasing laughter. Very well. You know my name, do you not? I am Hassan ibn Abu Fida ibn Hawker al-Wadi Yusuf ibn Abu Fuslan ibn Ishaq al-Dali. What is your name? Mine flows like a river rushing through the mountains. Yours is as diminutive as a drop of murky water falling from a leaf. Do not tarnish my name, for it is akin to yours. I, like you, am also called Yusuf. You know, only a true believer in God is permitted to bear the name Yusuf. Do you not? You are German. You should be called Yusuf, remember. That is your sole name. Alas, did you not hear? I am also known as Kindeful. But where is your father's name? He is also called Kindeful. And his father? He too is Kindeful. What of his father? All are named Kindeful. Where does he reside? In Kaltenbronn. In Kahir el-Bron. Then you shall be called Yusuf Ql Darb bin Ql Darb ibn Ql Darb Abu Ql Darb el Kahir el-Bron. Do you not find amusement in your own name? Yet you refuse to grant me the pelt? Bring it forth. Listen, Hassan. Yusuf Ql Darb bin Ibn and Abu Ql Darb from Kahir el-Bron are to retain this pelt. The master approaches from that direction. You may present your case to him. The Kababish indeed did so. This towering Hassan wishes to flaunt that saddle cover in front of those we encounter. which presents me with an opportunity to chastise him for his cowardice yesterday. I rendered my judgment, intentionally substituting Yusef for Yusef. For Yusef had wished to accompany me in the hunt for leopards, while you quaked before the leopard. The pelt rightly belongs to him, not you. He mumbled his discontent in compliance with this decision and continued to murmur as we departed the inn. We swiftly traversed the canyons and crevices of the Ors Mountains, destined to follow them until dusk. Then we shall descend across its ridges into the Sahara. At the foot of the mountains lies our destination for today, a tent village. We were graciously received by the locals, and before nightfall, I had acquired 3 riding camels and numerous pack camels, along with all the necessary provisions and supplies to journey to Babgoud, or at least to Ain Sulla. The following morning, we set off along the base of the mountains, aiming to circumvent Biskra and seek the caravan route from there to Ain Sulla. It was an exceedingly hot day. As noon approached, the sun's scorching rays compelled me to deviate from my usual habits and decide to take a brief respite. We sought a suitable spot for shade. At that moment, Hassan, who was still irked by Joseph over the leopard skin, halted and pointed below, exclaiming, "Look, my lord, a pond." We continued along the foothills of the mountain range. Beneath one of these spurs, a shimmering expanse of water came into view, and I noticed sparse clusters of frankincense trees along its shore. "That is not a pond, Hassan," I replied, "but rather a salt marsh or a lake, situated behind a small hill, of which we can only glimpse its bay from here. I shall promptly reveal its name to you." I unfolded the map I often carried and located the marked lake. It was the kind of lifeless water body devoid of fish or amphibians, where the most one might observe were countless hideous worms, known to the Arabs as soud. "This is a dead lake. Let us descend and ride towards it." "This is an order, my lord. Such a command is worth more than the price of 10 camels. My saddle, which you refer to as a saddle, has ignited beneath me, as though I am perched on the very brink of hell. I long to strip off my garments and indulge in a refreshing bath to rejuvenate my spirit." We approached the water's edge and reached it in a quarter of an hour. Hassan led the way, his impatience palpable as he yearned for a wash. "My lord, this is not the kind of water suited for bathing. It is a sea of wriggling worms. Look yonder, there lies a tent village with over 20 tents, offering us a shade to respite under." At first glance, I discerned a row of tents nestled between the lakes upstream and gentle hills, surrounded by numerous horses and camels. 5 camels grazed nearby, devouring the succulent leaves of the saltbush, the barren land yielding such greenery due to the presence of water. Instantly, I recognized that these were not the ordinary pack camels that could be acquired for a mere 400 piastres. Rather, they were genuine riding camels, demanding several thousand piastres without exception. Perhaps these are the Bikaline camels, suited for journeys of 16 days' travel. Indeed, among the Tuareg, one may encounter camels capable of bearing even larger loads. I identified this breed by its diminutive stature, thoughtful eyes, broad forehead, pendulous lower lip, small ears, short sleek fur, and their coat colors, either white or light gray, sometimes even pale yellow, occasionally adorned with spots akin to those of a giraffe. These precious creatures certainly do not belong to the impoverished tent village, but rather are the possessions of visiting Arab traders residing within the village. We hastened towards that direction. If we were to ride past the first tent and seek hospitality at any of the subsequent ones, it would constitute an unforgivable affront to the proprietor of the initial tent. The inhabitants of the steppe regard the right to host guests as both noble and sacred, akin to the reverence bestowed upon the ancestors in the scriptures, from whom these nomads trace their lineage. Upon our halt, a tattered piece of cloth that covered the entrance was pushed aside, revealing a girl who stepped forth to greet us. She was not veiled. The women of the desert face fewer tribulations than the wives and daughters of those residing in urban Islamic communities. Her hair was intricately braided and interwoven with strands of red and blue. Around her waist, she wore a slender belt, from which numerous leather thongs cascaded down to her knees, forming a skirt adorned with coral, crescent moons, and chowrish shells. Her neck was adorned with multiple strands of glass beads and an assortment of coins. Draped over her shoulders was a light cloak. Her petite ears were embellished with unusually large gold earrings. On her feet, silver buckles shimmered at her ankles. The nails of her slender fingers were stained a vibrant red with the juice of the henna plant, and she wore substantial ivory rings that glimmered beautifully against her warm brown skin, which rivaled the finest Florentine bronze in its allure. "Sir, welcome, welcome," she exclaimed, immediately grasping a generous handful of dates to nourish my camel and restore its strength. Behind her appeared an elderly man, who regarded us with a gaze imbued with curiosity and astonishment. His sun-kissed face was a tapestry of wrinkles, and his frail, stooped body suggested he was around 90 years of age. Greetings. I raised my hand to my chest in salutation. Do you have a room where we might rest for a while? Welcome, sir, he replied. Our humble tent already hosts 3 guests, yet there remains space for you. Please, dismount, and allow me the honor of offering you a sheep. Your heart overflows with kindness, and your tent stands open to travelers. You are a worthy son of a prophet and a favorite of the Almighty. May he grant you longevity. However, your current guests are already basking in your generosity. Permit me to venture to another tent. Sir, would you insult me? What have I done to earn your disdain for my tent? Dismount from your beast. You are now a guest of my granddaughter. You shall rest here. He grasped the reins of the camel and commanded it to kneel with a familiar grunt. I descended and was ushered into the tent, with Joseph and Hassan following promptly behind. Around the perimeter of the tent, a circle of sand and stones lay, with a few wooden, grid-like supports protruding from the ground, adorned with mats and sheep wool. This served as the long couch and beds prepared for the family and occasional guests. Behind the tent were stored saddles and shields. Upon the tent poles hung an array of weapons, hoses, leather pails, and various everyday items, while the walls were adorned with artistically crafted rings, the hide of a giraffe, and clusters of ostrich feathers, particularly embellished with small rings and bells. These small rings are exceedingly common in Arab tents, however, on blustery nights. They produce an unwelcome symphony for weary travelers. The wind swayed the entire tent, causing the metallic rings to jingle, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder. The groans of camels, the bleating of sheep, the barking of dogs, and the roars of wild beasts. I settled onto the mat. The elder had already spotted the leopard skin. The code of hospitality forbade him from inquiring about my name and lineage. Yet he could ascertain how I acquired such a valuable trophy. With his distinctive astuteness, he knew how to steer the conversation towards this prized possession. Rest well, sir, until the meat and couscous are ready. Couscous, a beloved dish among Arabs made from coarse flour. Couscous, please provide me and my servants with water and bussa. The girl handed me the bussa. The water from the lake is quite poor, sir. Would you not prefer a glass of camel milk or date juice? She inquired. Please give me date juice. You are the darling among girls. She presented me with a leather cup brimming with this invigorating beverage. The elder waited patiently until I finished, then asked, will you be staying in your friend's hut for many days? Once I have rested, I shall take my leave. So, are you to ride out into the night, amidst the cries of wild beasts and the savage attacks of leopards upon men and camels? Stay with us, sir, for your demise would weigh heavily upon my heart. I wish to facilitate the tedious inquiries of this kind old man. The leopard shall not rend me. Did you not see its garments upon my steed? I beheld the attire of the leopard and its mate. Very well. I have slain them beneath the starlit skies at the mouth of the desert. That dreadful leopard, the most fearsome of all that roam the plains? Sir, you are a hero, a great warrior. How many companions accompanied you? None. I faced the leopard and its mate alone. Entirely by yourself? Allah is great. And you are the brother of the illustrious Emil Areta, who perished in the waters of the Campila River. I am a German, like him, possessing a rifle akin to his. You are a German and a hunter, just like Emil Areta? Then I must impart some tidings that may bring you joy. Suddenly, he grew serious, approaching me with an enigmatic expression, cupping his hands by my ears to form a makeshift hearing aid, whispering softly, do you know Assad, the instigator of chaos? I nodded, filled with hope as I gazed at him. Do you know Assad Bey, the butcher of herds? He reiterated. I nodded once more. It has long been tracking our livestock and has plundered our finest cattle. Just last night, it dragged away a cow for itself and its mate. Such disgrace. This whispering tone is not entirely incomprehensible to me. The Arabs harbor an extraordinary reverence for lions. As long as that formidable beast remains alive, people refer to it with exaggerated and most respectful titles, lest they provoke it and incur its wrath. However, should it be slain, the most unspeakable curses are hurled at it, accompanied by every conceivable insult. They fear the might and resilience of the king of beasts, enduring its depredations for an extended period until they resolve to launch an assault against it, which typically exacts a heavy toll in human lives. Those desert dwellers, who are inherently clever and fearless, do not approach the task with the audacity of their European counterparts, who might confront a lion alone. Instead, they gather all capable men from their tents or villages, seeking the beast's lair, coaxing it out with raucous shouts, roars, whistles, gunfire, and applause. When the creature emerges, they unleash as many shots as their somewhat imprecise long rifles can muster. Even when gravely wounded, it retains enough vitality and strength to lunge at one or more individuals, enacting a bloody reprisal before succumbing to its fate. The fear that people harbor has reached such a degree that they can only whisper when deciding and preparing for an attack. They believe that the lion might overhear their discussions and thwart their efforts. Hence, the elder spoke in such mysterious tones, otherwise Assad Bey, that instigator of chaos and slayer of livestock, might catch wind of his words. I too find it peculiar that I have not seen a single man of fighting capability in the tent village, only the curious heads of women peeking between the canvas. Have your men ventured out to confront it? All our men and youths, along with our guest, the valiant warriors of the Suleiman tribe, have gone. Upon hearing this, all feelings of fatigue evaporated from me. Then I shall also go, in search of the tremor, as they refer to it, due to the lion's formidable roar. For heaven's sake, speak softly. The elder implored me in fear. If it hears you, you are doomed. It will come here and rend you to pieces. Are you mad? Old man, the towering Hassan complained. Do you wish for that big-headed gentleman to tear your flesh and grind your bones? Its strength surpasses that of 10 devils combined. You may have slain the leopard and its mate, but Assad Bey will scoff at your bullets and mock your sharp blades. Hassan, what pours forth from your lips is fear, and your words are steeped in trepidation. Allah created a woman and bestowed upon her your very form. My lord, had it been another who uttered such words to me, I would have promptly dispatched him. Hassan ibn Abu Fida ibn Hawker al-Wadi, Yusuf ibn Abu Fazlan ibn Ishaq al-Dali. Devoid of fear or trepidation, for he was the assassin Jessa Bey. Yet, he is no longer youthful, nor sufficiently corpulent. The lion has no appetite for him. It shall not consume you. You and Joseph shall remain here with our livestock. I reassured him. He appeared quite pleased with this command. Although the Staffelshine individual remained unconvinced, my lord, such a course of action cannot be permitted henceforth. He contested my decision, and I resolved to accompany him. I was not granted permission to confront the leopard, thus at the very least today, I shall test my shotgun. Should the lion fail to feast upon you, let it savor my essence instead. I am your servant, and thus where you go, I must follow. Then I shall accompany you, I declared, feeling a sense of pride in this courageous display. Hassan continually urged me to remain, ardently depicting the peril that awaited us. His efforts bore no fruit. Praise be to God, for our Lord's opinion stands in stark contrast. God is merciful and forgiving. He has sent you to us, and thus shall bless your weapons, enabling you to rescue our men from the claws of the creature known as the Lord of Earthquakes. The Easterners regard every armed German as an exceptionally skilled marksman, and the old man's joy undoubtedly stems from an inexplicable hope that the lion will rend asunder either myself or Joseph to take the place of one of their own. Where's the lion? I inquired. Sir, step outside the tent. I shall reveal it to you. I seized my weapon and followed him. From the lake, a gradually widening riverbed ascended into the mountains. It was now a dry river. The old man continued to murmur as he pointed out the scattered rocks in the dry creek. Within the mountain's rocky belly lay the cave of Assad Bey. The men had already ventured up, eager to drive it out. Hurry, sir, lest you arrive too late to send it to hell. Come on, Joseph. I held great confidence in my shotgun. It had never failed me, and each conical bullet it had discharged thus far had fulfilled its duty. I was certain it would not disappoint me today. In my haste to reach the upper part of the deep valley, I avoided its meandering path and ascended the mountain directly after exiting the tent. Upon reaching the upstream of the dry river, I heard a terrifying commotion emanating from deep within the canyon. I hurried towards the valley before me, from where I could gain a comprehensive understanding of the situation. On the steep slope directly opposite me, a thicket of prickly juniper and thorny mimosa stretched upwards, surrounded by Arabs. The thicket likely concealed the lion, for the men were rolling large stones into the underbrush to drive the beast out. The indigenous people waved their firearms, their excitement palpable as they gesticulated fervently, uttering high-pitched calls to bolster their spirits. From this seemingly chaotic approach, I garnered a peculiar impression. Hunting beasts is best accomplished in the quietude of night, face to face, striking them down silently. At that moment, I discerned a faint rustling in the depths of the jungle. The sound intensified, and soon it emerged, stepping forth with a confident and regal gait. Its dense, dark mane hung in disarray around its head and forequarters. A robust tail, adorned with a tuft of fur, trailed behind. It was indeed a breathtaking spectacle to witness such a magnificent creature standing self-assuredly amidst the weapons aimed at its form. I could almost perceive a glimmer of disdain in its rolling, large eyes. I had heard and read much about this king of beasts. Yet I had only encountered a few in pet stores and zoos, none of which could compare to this majestic sovereign of the earth. Its impressive, broad forehead slowly swayed, seemingly a symbol of astonishment at the audacity of the Arabs. Its unyielding neck, short and broad back, and powerful loins, along with its formidable claws, made it evident that a single blow from it could fell a bull. Its menacing maw gaped wide. Here, nature had amalgamated all elements to showcase its unparalleled wild strength. Now it raised its head and emitted a terrifying roar. Thus, the poet referred to the king of the desert as Mr. Earthquake. Composing the following lines: beneath the palm trees reclined the Moor, summoned by the scorching sun. The dromedary savored the grass stalks untouched by the parching wind, while cool, life-giving springs beckoned. The wildebeest drank eagerly, parched, drawing near to the antelope, exhausted by the wild chase. At that moment, the lion approached its prey. The valiant king of beasts, roaring forth the majesty of its dominion across the endless horizon. Men and beasts, wildebeest and antelope, trembled in the primal roar, driven by fear, fleeing swiftly in all directions. It was as if the earth began with a gentle touch, only to transform into an indescribable force, ultimately trembling in the resounding roar of violent upheaval. The Arabs aptly described it as thunder. All the barrels flashed with bright light, the lion struck by many bullets, yet only slightly. It swiftly crouched down and, with a singular leap, launched itself into the midst of its assailants. 2 men fell beneath its lethal claws. I could hesitate no longer. I swiftly slid rather than walked down the steep bank of the dry riverbed, followed closely by Condeful. The deafening cries of the Arabs remained oblivious to my arrival. Among them, one man had yet to fire his musket, displaying a bravery surpassing the others. Most had already fled after the volley, yet he remained, aiming and firing. The bullet struck, yet it was not a fatal blow. The beast, startled, leaped up and knocked the shooter to the ground. It placed its forepaws upon the shooter's chest and sat back, unleashing a second roar that sent shivers down the spine. In the next instant, it was poised to rend the shooter apart. I hastened toward the scene, kneeling just a few paces from the lion. It sensed my presence, its body taut with fear, every hair on its form standing on end. The lion's rolling eyes seemed to glare at me with a desire to obliterate, its tail coiling menacingly, and its powerful forelimbs tensed for a leap, while its body quivered in anticipation. At that moment, I pulled the trigger and swiftly leaped aside, drawing my knife from its sheath. Then I lay still, my bullet finding its mark in the lion's eye, and it lay dead. Praise be to God, God is great, echoed from every throat. It was a divine gift. It fell in disgrace and perished, to be consumed by jackals and hyenas. The immense vultures would shred its cowardly heart, while the gazelles would scold it and its ancestors for departing the living earth without a fight or defense. It, which could be deemed the cruel and merciless one, must be forced from its pelt. Summon the musicians, let them strike its dishonor on the Nogara drums, and play its shame on the rabat flute. Thus, cheers and jeers arose from all directions. People trampled the lifeless body beneath their feet. With a clenched fist, I struck it, and with the butt of my gun, I hammered upon it, casting a contemptuous spit in its direction. Yet, I found myself devoid of any such fervor. To me, it felt akin to having narrowly escaped an inevitable peril of existence. Inhaling deeply as I observed the impassioned sons of this vibrant earth passionately venting their emotions, eagerly confronting the fallen beasts, entirely disregarding my presence. Oh, how I longed to deliver 1,000 resounding blows. Staffelstein remarked, "What a spectacle of revelry and uproar this is." I was eager to witness whether they would still feel inclined to express their gratitude. How fortunate it is that you could arrive at such an opportune moment. At this juncture, a voice emerged beside me. It belonged to the very man who lay beneath the lion. He possessed a lean yet muscular physique, and his visage was nearly blackened by the sun's relentless rays. His sharp, dark eyes radiated a unique brilliance. A mere glimpse from those eyes, filled with ire, could unsettle even the bravest of souls. "Do not attribute honor to me. It is the Almighty who spared your life," I retorted, perhaps a tad unfriendly, for I held no desire to place my trust in this individual. "Indeed, honor belongs to the Almighty, but gratitude is due to you," he acquiesced, his gaze now keen and inquisitive as it scrutinized me. "Are you a stranger among the sons of the desert?" "I hail from Germany, come to vanquish the beasts of prey. You have slain it. The Almighty has granted you safety and mercy." He then turned his attention back to the Arabs, who continued to shout and cheer. "Silence that man with the large head," He has endured enough humiliation, and his spirit shall swiftly transfer to the skin of a flea. Arise, noble men, let us give thanks to the Almighty, who has delivered us. Kneel down and join me in prayer to the divine prologue. All men, facing the east, knelt and prayed in unison. Praise and exaltation to the Lord of the worlds, the merciful Almighty, ruler of the day of judgment. We serve and beseech you alone, imploring you to guide us along the straight path, the path of those blessed by your mercy, not the path that incites your wrath or leads astray. As the prayer concluded, they now turned their attention to me. The incessant questions and praises continued until one among them grasped my hand and drew me closer. You wish to rest beneath the Arab rooftops, yet you must remain with us for a while longer. I am the chief of this encampment. You may reside in my tent for as long as you desire. I am grateful to you, friend of wanderers, yet my journey is long, and my destination still distant. I shall take the lion's pelt and then depart. What is the name of your destination? Asked the one who first spoke to me. Timbuktu, I replied, for I deemed it unwise to reveal the gate of the dunes. Then you may travel with me, for I belong to the warriors residing near Mitag. However, I must remain here to await one of our companions, who has ridden to the town of the Germans bearing important news. The final remark captured my attention. He is one of the guests mentioned by the elder. I cannot wait for you, yet your camel is superior to mine, and you shall catch up to me. How many accompany you? 2. Are you not apprehensive about entering the desert with such a small entourage? I have never known fear. Are you not also wary of the desert bandit, Hanjiang Bey? You may easily encounter his marauding band. He will allow me to pass unscathed. Otherwise, he will meet a fate akin to that of the livestock killers. As I uttered these words, his piercing eyes gleamed with a distinctive intensity. You have slain the livestock killers, foreigner, yet Hanjiang Bey will crush you. He is even more fearsome than the thunderous Areta. Do you know him? I am acquainted with every Tuareg in Tebu. Why should I not know him? Is he not the subject of every conversation? Then you must also be familiar with Mahamud ben Mustafa Abda Ibrahim Yaqub ibn Bashir, that impertinent Imasharo? I inquired, striving to conceal my keen scrutiny of his countenance. Though his skin was of a dark hue, he paled noticeably. Who is he? He seems less a man and more a woman, his tongue unaccustomed to silence. I encountered him, and he revealed that he was an envoy of Hanjiang Bey, sent to demand a ransom from a German. The Arab's brows furrowed ominously. May God curse that dog. So, you are the one sent to caution him? Why me? That Amashir had already spoken with him. Sir, you have handled this matter with great wisdom, for while speech is silver, silence is golden. I know enough. This Arab, in any case, is one of Hanjiang Bey's subordinates, awaiting the messenger detained in Algiers. Perhaps the leader of that encampment is the secret liaison of the caravan's assassin. I cannot partake in the hospitality of these individuals. I must remain vigilant towards them, hence I resolved to depart immediately. With Joseph's assistance, I swiftly skinned the lion's pelt. And soon, amidst the cheers of all the men, the towering figure of Hassan approached me with joy. You are alive, my lord, and back here again. Did you slay that big-headed gentleman? Praise and honor be to God, for he has protected you. I trembled for your sake, like the grass stems swaying beneath the scorching winds across the oasis. By heavens, 1,000 lashes would be warranted. What a stark contrast. Grass stems and the assassin of Jessabay. Joseph mounted his camel, for the journey must continue. As I was about to bid farewell, the man from Suleiman pulled me towards his camel. Sir, you do not possess a camel needed for the desert. Your hands have saved me from death. Behold this magnificent creature. This is a Bactrian camel, a rare sight in the entire Sahel region. It is now yours. Such a precious gift indeed. Does this individual possess the means to acquire it? I wish to decline, for I ought to regard him as my adversary. Yet he implies my silence with an imperious demeanor and presents me with a uniquely shaped piece of coral. You have learned the art of discretion. Hold this a lamb, and when you encounter the desert bandits of Hanjiang Bey, show it to them. It shall offer you protection. For you have rescued a believer from the clutches of the Mr. Earthquake. Mount this noble beast and proceed fearlessly onward. To avoid inciting his ire, I must accept this creature. At the corner of the saddle cover, I noticed an ornament adorned with the initials A.L., the initials of André Latmont. I expressed my gratitude to the elder and his granddaughter, who graciously welcomed me into their tent. Then, esteemed caravan leader, you are indeed a valiant warrior. However, Hanjiang Bey is a mightier foe. Yet I perceive you have secured his lamb. Wherever you traverse in the desert, you shall find peace. May tranquility and happiness accompany you. The caravan marauder Hanjiang Bey, the desert, From the northwest African coast, a series of desolate wastelands stretches toward Asia, with only brief interruptions, reaching the ridges of the Altai Mountains, each more formidable than the last. The vast desert of the African continent traverses the Suez Bay, entering the desolate plains of Arabia. Adjacent to the barren and arid lands of Persia and Afghanistan, it ascends over the Pamirs and Mongolia, where it culminates in the intimidating Gobi. Stretching from the Cape of Good Hope to the precipitous cliffs of the Nile Valley, from the rocky shores to the humid forests of Sudan, the Sahara Desert encompasses an area exceeding 120,000 square miles. Its divisions are manifold. The Libyan Desert, bordering the Nile Basin nations, extends westward into the true Sahara, which the poet vividly describes as reaching the land of scorching sunlight, the desolate Hama Desert, where not even a single green blade of grass can be found amidst the fiery sands. From this point, the flat desert stretches towards the Atlantic coast. The Arabs categorize these expanses into inhabited and uninhabited deserts, deserts adorned with shrubs, those cloaked in forests, rocky deserts, those strewn with boulders, and deserts with shifting dunes. The notion that the Sahara Desert is a plain below sea level is utterly erroneous. Rather, the desert predominantly consists of plateaus rising between 200 to 700 meters, with its surface far from the previously held belief of monotony. This assertion particularly applies to the Eastern Sahara, which reveals a landscape far more enchanting to travelers than the rocky deserts of the West. This place is the haunting realm of desert horrors and the terrifying phenomenon of quicksand, where the winds sculpt shifting waves of sand that gradually traverse the desert, thus earning the name Sahel, meaning the moving sea of sand. The inherent mobility of this sandy terrain is decidedly detrimental to the growth of vegetation, compounded by the severe scarcity of springs and wells. Without a water source, the formation of oases is an impossibility. The barren sands can scarcely sustain a few worthless halophytic plants, perhaps a meager scattering of slender musk grasses, a handful of thistles, and some thorny mimosa. Although poets proclaim the lion as the king of the desert, the lion does not roam across the searing sands. Only snakes, scorpions, and countless fleas perish along this fiery path. Yet, humankind dares to venture into the blistering sunlight, confronting the myriad dangers that threaten from all sides. Undoubtedly, their accounts are often exaggerated, yet there remain sufficiently numerous perils to tarnish the allure of a journey through the desert, with far more lives claimed by the shifting sands than in the truly affluent waters of the Sahara. There, in a repugnant manner, lay the cadavers of both humans and beasts, either side by side or stacked upon one another. One individual still clutched an empty water pipe in his fleshless hand. Another appeared to be frantically digging into the ground beneath him in search of some semblance of relief. A third, a desiccated corpse, sat atop the remains of his bleached camel, a headscarf still adorning his bare skull, while a fourth knelt on the earth, facing east towards Mecca, arms crossed over his chest. His final thoughts, as befitting a devout Muslim, were devoted to seeking his Lord and his Prophet. Yet the desert relentlessly pursued its purpose within the grand tapestry of nature. It formed a searing furnace, causing the heated air to rise, drifting northward and subsequently descending to the ground, bestowing upon those regions the essential warmth and vitality at midnight. The Creator's wisdom precluded excess from the very outset. It sought to harmonize all contradictions into a beneficial equilibrium. The infamous Bab el-Gad, located at 21 degrees north latitude, stands on the border of the Sahara and Sahel, a region fraught with conflict between the Tuareg or Imashak and the Tebu or Tada peoples. This proximity ensures that the area and its inhabitants remain in a perpetual state of readiness for battle. The shifting sand dunes of the Sahel are continually driven eastward by persistent westerly winds, and at Bab el-Gad, they encounter the rocky formations of Sarir, accumulating upward, thereby filling valleys, ravines, and other low-lying areas to the brim, creating a repository of sand. There, moisture is scarce, rendering it impossible for the particles to coalesce into solid form. Should a traveler find himself ensnared within this unfathomable sea of sand, misfortune undoubtedly awaits him. Just moments prior, his camel felt secure upon the solid rock beneath its feet, only to become increasingly ensnared in the searing, fine grains of sand. The rider cannot dismount, otherwise he would succumb to the engulfing depths. He grapples desperately against the encroaching sands. The camel sinks ever deeper, until it is ultimately swallowed whole. The dunes rise higher, clutching at the rider's calves, hips, and shoulders, rendering him immobile. He turns his head toward the sacred Kaaba, surrendering to the will of the Almighty, merciful God. His once rosy, plump lips now withered and pale, mumble softly, yet the grains of sand have sealed his mouth. The dunes constrict his chest, his eyelids close. The angel of death whispers past him, while above, a vulture circles in the vast sky. It observes the traveler's final struggles, yet it flaps its powerful wings slowly, eventually soaring away, for it knows the dunes shall entirely consume their prey, leaving not a trace behind. This is the gate of the Bab el Gad. Those daring enough to traverse the treacherous rocks and waves of sand are undoubtedly propelled by motives of profound significance. Nevertheless, there exist those untamed souls. Undeterred by such perilous ventures, they draw courage from that terrifying realm, where blood is repaid with blood and life for life. Apart from hospitality, blood feud constitutes the foremost law of the desert. If even a murder occurring among members of neighboring tribes demands reparation in blood, it is needless to say that the consequences are far more severe when the crime is committed by an outsider or a member of an adversarial tribe. The demand for blood vengeance proliferates, escalating until it overwhelms the entire tribe, resulting in both overt and covert massacres. The slaughter between the Tuareg and the Tebu finds its battleground at Bab Gouda. Here, the principle of blood is far more potent than the threats posed by natural forces that separate the warring factions. Indeed, it is this very intimidation that renders their hostility all the more terrifying, surpassing even the savage conflicts among the Native American tribes. Many weeks have passed since our last expedition, during which I have come to recognize Hassan as an exceptional guide, a realization that has allowed me to overlook his lack of courage. He not only possesses an acute ability to discern the paths, but also comprehends how to implement all necessary precautions, ensuring that we have yet to suffer even the slightest deprivation. His loyalty towards me has gradually evolved into a delightfully profound bond, and I am inclined to place my complete trust in him, were it not for the unusual behavior he exhibited that very morning. He remained seated on his mat, refusing to budge, laughing incessantly and exclaiming in jubilation. At times, he declared himself a hero, while at others, he deemed himself a coward. One moment he was a devout Muslim, and the next, he was a rebellious soul destined for damnation. He appeared to be afflicted by a peculiar form of madness. As a guide for a man beset by mental turmoil, I must tread with utmost caution. His previous reliability evokes a profound sense of sorrow within me due to his affliction. Our expedition consists of merely 3 companions, now augmented by several camels to facilitate the transport of our burdens. Consequently, our pace exceeds that of the typical desert caravan by a factor of 2, instilling us with the confidence that we shall reach Bab Ghaud in 3 days' time. The camel I ride possesses superior stamina compared to the others, allowing me to set off earlier in the morning than Joseph and Hassan, whether indulging in my cheroot or enriching my collection of natural curiosities. At this moment, I find myself entirely alone, traversing the dunes. Occasionally, I halt my mount to listen intently to the unique sounds of the sand, a near silent whisper perceptible only to the keenest of ears. Individual grains collide and hasten forth, ascending the western slopes of the dune only to cascade down the other side, producing a rare sound reminiscent of song, a soft, metallic tone akin to countless delicate throats murmuring in unison. Countless fine particles shift in motion, yet I remain oblivious to any wind. Once stirred, the fine sand flows perpetually. At this juncture, I discern a small dune nestled between 2 larger mounds, appearing not to have formed through natural means. After dismounting my kneeling camel for closer inspection, I find my suspicions validated. Here lies the body of an Arab, along with that of his beast, entombed beneath the shifting sands. The creature before me was a genuine Bactrian camel, and indeed, just as I now behold it, a bullet had struck its forehead. Could it be that a blood feud once transpired here? I brushed away the sand to observe the rider more closely and discovered that his attire and equipment were impeccably refined. Embroidered on the hood of his cloak were the letters A, L, and I noted that the same initials were stamped on the handle of his firearm and the hilt of his knife, just an inch above the bridge of his nose. I discerned a distinct, circular hole, a testament to the bullet that had entered through the front of his head and exited from the rear. Emery Boswell, I exclaimed in astonishment. I was well acquainted with such precise shooting. I had witnessed similar punctures on the foreheads of some Native Americans, inflicted by the accurate rifles of my British companions at close range. Thus, I could confidently surmise that his firearm had spoken here as well. It appeared that at least 3 weeks had elapsed since this shooting, a conclusion I drew from the sand's elevation and other markers. I admonished myself that this was likely not the sole victim. The remains of this individual having succumbed to the secret Avenger's bullet, had turned white in the desert. Such a catastrophic mark would herald death for this man. Indeed, not far off, I discovered a second corpse, followed by a third, each one struck in the forehead, precisely an inch above the boundary line. The individual, Han Jiang, has encountered a formidable and merciless adversary, and it is certain that he will not cease his pursuit until he has either confronted Renaud L'Etalment or exacted his vengeance. The origins of this creature stem from solitary livestock, and its diminutive stature leads me to surmise that this camel is a Bactrian variety, or at the very least a breed akin to the exceptional Mahara camels found among the Tuareg. Such camels, particularly the females, command exceptionally high prices. This creature is indeed a female, as evidenced by the greater width of its hind footprints compared to the fore. The imprints, while not deep, cannot be described as shallow either. Thus, this camel bears a moderate load. Apart from the rider, there is nothing else aboard. Consequently, this person could either be a pursuer or a brigand, or perhaps a courier in urgent haste, as they are known to traverse swiftly upon their agile mounts in all traversable directions. The latter conjecture seems rather improbable, for this individual lingers deep within a stony desert, where a courier would find little to seek. What purpose could a brigand have in such a desolate location? It is inconceivable that there would be any spoils to claim. Therefore, it is plausible that he is a fugitive in search of concealment, or perhaps a blood avenger who has discovered a solitary well and embarked upon a disastrous expedition from there. The tracks remain utterly pristine, devoid of any indications of a trailing mark, as is inevitably the case when one is in flight. It is evident that this individual rides at a leisurely pace, and it would take no more than 5 minutes for him to pass by here. This solitary rider is, in any case, an uncommon phenomenon, capturing my full attention. I marked my tracks to ensure that my two companions could effortlessly maintain their course, and then I proceeded along the discovered path. Hey, hey! With this exclamation, my steed tossed its head back and surged forward like a gust of wind amidst the dunes. Had this area been flat terrain, I would undoubtedly have caught sight of the person I was pursuing within 10 minutes. However, as the dunes obstructed every line of sight, I found myself at his side by the time he entered my view. Hey, stop! I called out to him. Upon hearing my shout, he immediately reined in his horse and skillfully maneuvered his splendid marauding camel closer. As he saw me, he swiftly drew a long lance from the saddle strap. May peace prevail between you and me. I greeted him, refraining from drawing my weapon. Place your weapon upon the saddle, for I permit you to speak with me amicably. He gazed at me with wide, astonished eyes. You permit me? How do you know whether I permit you? There is no need for your permission, my friend, for I have already received it. What is your name, and what does your tribe call itself? My appearance and entire ensemble indeed gave him reason to perceive me as an Arab. As I discerned at first glance, he belonged to the Tebu tribe. His dark, nearly black skin, short curly hair, full and thick lips, and slightly protruding cheekbones distinctly set him apart from the Arabs and Tuaregs. Could it be that he ventured into the sea of dunes seeking vengeance? I find it hard to fathom that amidst the undulating sand dunes, there could exist a source of water, and yet he possesses no substantial water container, merely a small flask made of antelope skin hanging from a saddle strap. Aside from his long spear, he is equipped with a complete set of warrior-esque gear, his body encased in a fitted leather tunic beneath a flowing white cloak. The snug leather attire serves as armor against slashing and thrown weapons. I have journeyed from the distant land of Germany, a place devoid of tribes and Africans. Are you a Tuareg? He seemed not to hear the question, but exclaimed, From Germany? Do you know the esteemed Emir? I am acquainted with him, I replied. Have you seen him? Indeed, I have. Are you the chieftain from Germany whom he awaits? I am. Welcome, sir. I was sent by him to await your arrival. Where is he? In the expansive Babgao dunes, you will find his mark, which will guide you to his location. Thanks be to God. I have seen the footprints and followed them. You almost passed by without finding me. I was close to discovering you, sir. I intended to venture into Cyril to water my Mehari camel and inquire if you were the one I awaited. Do you recognize a spring in this desert? I am familiar with many springs, my lord. Only my eyes can perceive them. Are you a Tebu? You are correct. I am a Tebu of the Amali tribe. What is your name? I have no name, my lord. My name lies buried beneath the roof of my tent until my oath is fulfilled. I swear by the prophet's beard and the eternal court. Call me Abu Bila, the father of the sunless. Has someone slain your son? 3 sons, my lord. 3 sons who were my joy, my pride, and my hope. They stood tall and slender like palms, wise as Abu Bakr, brave as Ali, strong as Salih, and obedient as Sadiq, the righteous. They tended my herds on the far side of Bur. I found their lifeless bodies, yet my livestock was gone. Who killed them? The caravan killer, Hanjan Bey. He seized my Mahali camels for his brigands to ride, and my cattle and sheep for his ruthless men to consume. I abandoned my tent village, my tribe, my women, and my daughters, pursuing him from one oasis to another. I have struck down 3 of his men with my rifle, pierced 4 with my arrows, and stabbed 6 of his companions with my knife. Yet he himself remains shielded by the devil, unseen by my eyes and untouched by my hand. Yet he shall undoubtedly descend into the depths of hell, for if my reach is insufficient, you will seize him alongside Lord Emil, the so-called supreme hero of bandit slayers. Where did you encounter him? In Hohokel, where his bullets felled 3 camels marked by death. Who accompanied him? 2 individuals, his servant and his guide. Did you not observe the lifeless bodies of the rider and livestock shot through the forehead along the way? Indeed, I did. These are the marks of Lord Emil. His bullets, like the wrath of the Almighty, never miss their mark. Hanjiang and his desert brigands are aware of the Avenger's rifle. They curse him, yet the peace-loving shepherds speak of him with reverence. The Avenger rides in the wake of the outlaws. They yearn to capture and kill him. But his God, as formidable as the Almighty, renders him invisible and shields him in perilous circumstances. Each oasis resounds with his praises, and every lakeside reverberates with tales of his honor. The desert takes pride in his name, and songs of his deeds echo through the air. He is the judge of sinners, a guardian of justice. He comes and goes, with no one knowing whence he hails or whither he departs. But I shall bring you to him, to elevate your name to the same greatness as his. Truly, this is a hymn celebrating the valor of my brave Emily Boswell. This Tebu possesses a heart far bolder than that of the towering Hassan, and I can trust him implicitly to guide me. How far is it to Bab Gaud? One day after another. When your silhouette stretches thrice longer than your legs towards the east, your Bishalin camel shall kneel beneath the Bab Hacklestone gate, allowing you to rest in its shade. The desert dwellers possess neither compass nor clock nor astrolabe. They navigate by the stars and determine time by the length of shadows. Their skills in this regard are remarkably proficient, with seldom a mistake. Now, let us proceed to meet my companions. My water supply is dwindling, my lord. With me, you shall have as much as you require. He followed closely. Soon, we encountered Joseph and Hassan, who understood my signals and maintained the correct course. It truly astonished them to find the one they sought in the heart of the desert. By heavens, 1,000 praises, exclaimed the Stafelstein man. A companion has arrived. Splendid indeed. And who, pray tell, is this dark fellow, sir? This is Abu Bila Ibna, who will guide us to Bab Gaud. At this moment, Hassan's brow furrowed darkly. Who is this Tebu man? Does he possess a better knowledge of the road than the great Hassan, known as Jessa the Slayer among all the children of the desert? Which mother bore him? How many elders have instructed him? My lord, he can traverse wherever he wishes. Without him, I would still lead you to Bab Gaud. Behold his visage and his hair, his cheeks and his lips. Is he indeed a true descendant of Ishmael, who is the legitimate son of our earliest forefather, Abraham? The Tebu man's eyes twinkle with quiet amusement as he gazes upon him. Do you dare to call yourself the great Hassan and Jessa the Slayer? My camel's ears have yet to hear such names. What are the names of your tribe and lineage? I am a Kabashi of the Nulab clan. We have slain leopards and their consorts, as well as the lion known as the herd slayer. Whom have you vanquished? You are but a father without sons, a Tebu man devoid of courage and heroic deeds. I shall guide you to my master, but you must hold fast to the tail of my camel. What is your name? He inquired. It is more numerous than your kin and longer than your memory. I am Hassan ibn Abufada ibn Hawker al-Wadi Yusuf ibn Abu, Fursan ibn Ishaq al-Dali. Very well. Hassan ibn Abufada ibn Hawker al-Wadi Yusuf ibn Abu, Fursan ibn Ishaq al-Dali. Dismount from your camel, for I have matters to discuss with you. At this, the Tebu man leaped down, unsheathed his knife, and seated himself upon the sand. This is an Arab-style duel. This is precisely what I anticipated, and it is for this reason that I silently endured the quarrel. I knew that humiliation awaited the towering Hassan. He then became aware of the threat looming over him and muttered, "Who permitted you to dismount from your camel? Do you not realize that here, apart from the master, no one holds authority to issue commands? The master is in haste to reach Bab Gaud. I allowed you to dismount." Hassan, I nodded to him. You are a valiant Kabashi, and you wield a sharp blade. Uphold your honor. Yet we are pressed for time, master. The shadows are lengthening. Therefore, descend swiftly. With no other recourse, he dismounted the camel and sat opposite the Tebu, drawing his knife in kind. No further words were necessary. The Tebu raised the hem of his trousers and placed the blade against his calf, piercing the flesh until only the hilt remained visible. He then gazed quietly, filled with anticipation, at Hassan. To preserve his honor, the Kabashi too had to inflict a similar wound upon himself. In this manner, the two warriors often tore through the myriad muscles of their own bodies, enduring excruciating pain without so much as a flutter of their eyelashes. The one who could endure longer would emerge victorious. The denizens of the wilderness regarded an inability to withstand pain as a disgrace. Hassan, albeit slowly, bared his calf and pressed the blade to his skin. However, as he attempted to pierce it slightly, Jessup Bey, the assassin, had already sensed the impending torment. He wore a countenance that sent shivers down the spine, poised to plunge the knife once more, when an unforeseen event, utterly unanticipated, transpired. Joseph Konderfeld too dismounted his camel, eager to witness the duel in comfort. A staunch supporter of the Kabashi, he leaned forward as malice surged in the moment, delivering a forceful blow to the hilt of the knife still trembling in the man's leg. The sharp blade pierced through one side of the calf and emerged from the other. With a terrifying scream, Hassan leapt up. In the name of God, boy, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do to my leg? Is this calf mine or yours? You wretched pest, you flea, you hedgehog, you spawn of a hedgehog, you cousin and uncle of the hedgehog. Did I lend you my leg so you could flaunt your bravery with my calf? You infidel. You offspring of a female infidel. You, Yusuf Ku el Darb bin Ku el Darb ibn Ku el Darb bin el Barab Abu Ku el Darb el Ka el Bron. This outburst was a terrifying display of wrath, yet I found myself utterly powerless. I was amused by the half-tragic, half-comic expression of this colossal figure. The knife remained embedded in his calf. He showcased an extraordinary strength on one leg, yet despite his fury, he lacked the courage to retaliate against the Staffelschein man. He initially intended merely to inflict a minor wound, yet due to his robust physique and the force exerted, it resulted in greater harm. Come. The knife must be withdrawn immediately. He restrained the Kabashi man and, amidst the killer's renewed wails, extracted the blade from the wound. As Hassan became aware of the blood trickling slowly, his towering body collapsed into the sand, regaining consciousness only after being bandaged. Naturally, the Staffelstein man faced reproach, which he accepted with a semblance of regret. Subsequently, this unique interruption in our journey resumed. As dusk fell, we paused amidst the dunes, erected our tent, spread our mats, and tended to the livestock. After partaking in a modest meal composed of a handful of flour, several Monahil dates, and a cup of water, we rested. I always prudently arranged for a watch. Hassan, as was his custom, requested to stand the last watch. The imminent prospect of meeting Emerli stirred me to awaken slightly earlier than usual. Rising, I exited the tent, intending to pour some water from the water pouch to wash my face. At that moment, an unusual sight unfolded before me. Seated with his back to me, a tall Kabashi man was holding my small alcohol barrel to his lips, which I had carefully wrapped in a mat woven from initial plant fibers, intended to preserve the diverse array of peculiar small creatures I had collected in the preservative liquid. Within it, alongside a myriad of insects and worms, one could also find a diverse array of amphibians, venomous snakes, scorpions, grassland salamanders, and toads. Presently, Hassan, a true Muslim, sat on the ground, joyfully sipping from the murky water teeming with these creatures, as if he were indulging in ambrosia from Mount Olympus. It was evident that this was not his first encounter with such libations, for he had to exert considerable effort to lift the small bucket and extract a few droplets from the open spout. In that moment, the cause of his recent erratic behavior became crystal clear to me. He was an inebriate. I stealthily approached him and placed my hand upon his shoulder, causing him to drop the bucket in fright and leap to his feet. What are you doing here? And what is it that you are drinking? Mazit. Those Muslims who surreptitiously partake in wine and alcoholic beverages refer to their drinks by various names to soothe their moral conscience. In their reasoning, if one calls wine by another name, it ceases to be wine. Mazit, the divine water? Who informed you that the liquid in this small bucket bears such a name? I know it, my lord. Once, when humanity felt despondent, divinity allowed a drop of joyous water to fall to the earth. It nourished the land, and thus a multitude of plants sprouted, their sap infused with that joyous water. Hence, the beverage that brings happiness to humankind is called mazit, or divine water. I must inform you that this is not mazit, but rather alcohol, which is far more detrimental than wine. You can no longer partake in it. I neither consume wine nor alcohol. I drink Catralat Alzat. These liquids are also prohibited for your enjoyment. You are mistaken, my lord. Muslims are permitted to drink them. Are you not aware of the Prophet's words? All that intoxicates you is forbidden? My lord, you are more astute than I. You even comprehend the lessons of the divine and the principles of devout Sufism. However, I can indulge in mazid, for it does not inebriate me. It has rendered you intoxicated for many days, and now the specter of spirits still holds your soul captive. My soul is free and joyous, akin to my consumption of semsemki. Now, recite the Kaffir prayer to me. The only difference lies in the arrangement of some identical words, making it difficult for an inebriated person to avoid confusion. In German, this prayer translates to, you who do not believe in Allah, I do not revere what you revere, nor do you honor what I honor, and I shall not venerate what you venerate, nor will you ever revere what I hold dear. You have your faith, and I have mine. Accurately reciting it in Arabic is far more challenging than in German. My lord, you have no right to demand the Kaffir prayer from me, for you are not a Muslim. These words come from a Christian. Why then have you become my servant? You do not regard drinking mazid as a transgression, yet this is what you have pilfered from me. You cannot deny it. Can you? The Quran prescribes punishment for thieves, and thus you shall face your retribution. My lord, can you truly punish a devout Muslim? Seek out a judge if you must. I require no such adjudicator. Hassan is merely our guide. And since it is the duty of the Staffelscheinst people to guard the luggage, this kind-hearted Kabashi man is unaware of what else lies within the small barrel aside from alcohol. I took a knife, and after a while, the hoop on top of the barrel was pried open. I turned the barrel over and presented the unsightly and even more repugnant heap of crawling creatures beneath the assassin's nose. Here lies your mazid, Hassan. He spread his legs apart, extending all 10 fingers skyward, his face contorted in horror as he beheld all the creatures within the barrel. O Allah, what have I consumed? May the Almighty destroy this barrel, for it dwells within my throat. I feel as though I have swallowed an entire hell brimming with countless ghosts and demons. This is but a part of your punishment. The other lies within the wound where Joseph stabbed you yesterday. Now, you are even. My lord, the wound is not nearly as dreadful as this mazid. Be aware, it could claim my life in an instant. I harbor no desire to witness any further manifestations of that lamentable assassin. I commanded Joseph, who approached after waking, to place those creatures into the spare small barrel that I fortuitously carried with me. This barrel, thankfully, would no longer be violated by Hassan, who likely would not feel an immediate inclination towards the joyful Cadillac. We set forth on our journey and continued until nearly noon, when we were astonished to encounter a vast number of traces left by a desert caravan. God is great, Hassan remarked, maintaining an exceedingly timid demeanor. He had never known thirst and was well acquainted with every path of the desert. Yet, what purpose did this caravan serve in the dunes? There was scarcely any spring water here, barely sufficient for 2 beasts to drink. Count the footprints. I commanded. We discerned the imprints of men, horses, and camels. The majority of the camel loads were quite heavy, indicating that we faced a caravan. Upon precise assessment, there were approximately 60 heavily laden camels, 11 pack animals, along with 2 pedestrians and 3 mounted riders. This led us to conclude that the caravan must be lost, as there was no water here to sustain a prolonged journey. Not even enough for a single horse. The caravan was traveling from Ale to Jot, as the Teba people deduced. Thus, they had placed their trust in a guide of considerable ignorance, who had misled them so profoundly. What could he possibly mean by that? I have conceived an extraordinary notion. Do you suppose the caravan's guide is leading them astray? Indeed, my lord, while it is conceivable that the guide might err by a few paces, it is improbable he would confuse the path to Baghdad with that leading to God. Should he be uncertain about certain matters, he ought to consult his chief camel driver. Observe these tracks, my lord. The camels are laboriously dragging their feet. Is there not an empty waterskin here? It has become as rigid as wood. The caravan is out of water. That guide is steering them towards the caravan's doom, and if we do not intervene, they shall be annihilated. Gentlemen, let us hasten forth and catch up with them. I was about to depart swiftly when a Tuareg seized the reins of my camel. May God bless you, my lord, for you are venturing into a grave peril without having scrutinized it with your discerning eyes. If the caravan's guide inquires what you are doing in the desert, how shall you respond? I would inform him that I have come from Agadez and lost my way, or, in this instance, I might choose to say nothing at all. As for the danger posed by the guide, I would dismiss it with a laugh. The livestock of Joseph and Hassan are not progressing as swiftly as the Tuaregs and my own. Thus, I commanded them to follow us at a leisurely pace while we pressed forward. The caravan ahead is indeed facing immense difficulties, as we observe remnants abandoned in exhaustion or despair scattered all around. All indications suggest that the livestock are becoming increasingly fatigued, their pace steadily slowing, particularly the horses, which seem on the verge of collapse, often stumbling as they walk. At this moment, we finally discerned a few white turbans amidst the dunes ahead, and we swiftly approached the last rider of the caravan, whose animals appeared the most exhausted, struggling to keep pace with the others. They expressed both delight and astonishment at our energetic presence, regaining their jovial spirits as they greeted us warmly. "Who is the guide of this caravan?" I inquired. I extended a large water pouch towards them, and in an instant, nearly the entire caravan gathered around us, all eager for water. Only 2 individuals remained aloof from the quest for drink. One was a Targway, mounted on a splendid Bactrian camel, while the other was an Arab, walking at the forefront. Both regarded me with a mixture of curiosity and hostility. I endeavored to ensure that everyone could partake of the water from the pouch, then reiterated my question, "Who among you is the guide?" The individual on the Bactrian camel approached. "I am. What is it that you require?" "Greetings. Have you not heard my tongue extend salutations to the entire caravan, nor seen my hand offer water to all in need? Since when have the lips of those who believe in the one true God remained sealed when a traveler wishes them happiness and peace?" The Tebo man gazed at me in astonishment. He was courageous, yet perhaps he had never conversed with a Targway in such a tone. The guide's eyes widened even more than those of the Tebu. "Greetings," he uttered succinctly, akin to a messenger dispatched by a caravan assassin to Algiers. "How many lives do you possess that your tongue dares to utter such words?" He added with pride, "Just as many as you, only one. However, it seems that my life is far more delightful than yours." "Why?" he bellowed. "I must express reconciliation, for you are lost in this desert. And if you cannot find your way back, you shall endure hunger and suffering." "I never lose my way," he replied. Yet he could not conceal a profound sense of unease, as he naturally suspected I would claim the caravan was heading in the wrong direction. "God has granted us dry air, and our water is nearly depleted. Tomorrow he will lead us to a well." "Where is this caravan headed?" "To God." "I am also bound for that destination. May I accompany you?" He inhaled deeply with a sense of relief, although he remained unaware of the implications of my silence regarding the information he had divulged. "What is your name, and which tribe do you belong to?" "I am German." "Your tongue pronounces my name." "You are German, a Christian?" he inquired, turning towards the others and adding, "You have accepted water from a pagan. Do not forget these words. Guide, for you shall pay dearly for them." Ever since I publicly confessed my disbelief in the Almighty, he has felt secure in his position. I can at least suspect that the Muslims comprising this caravan do not place their trust in me. Now he has also revealed to me the reason for his suspicion as he scrutinizes me so intently. "From whom did you acquire this magnificent Bactrian camel?" "A Muslim would never sell such a creature to an infidel. I received it as a gift from a believer, for I rescued him from the jaws of a lion." "You lie. The heathens tremble before the earthquake, and the one who possesses this noble beast could not have escaped the clutches of a lion." I gripped the whip with which I guide my camel. "Listen, guide. Should you dare to repeat that I am lying, I shall strike you across the face with this whip. You know what the Quran states. The 4 archangels, Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Azrael, will not permit a believer struck by a Christian to enter paradise. This is the most grievous insult that could befall him." The weary rider, to whom I first offered water, threateningly edged closer to me, while the guide drew a pistol from his waist. "Dismount, infidel. Otherwise, before you can entrust your soul to your God, the devil shall take you away through the air." He cocked the weapon. The valiant Tebu stood close by, ready to defend me with his spear. Now I can experiment with the power of a llama obtained from the dead lake. The guide is acquainted with my Bisha camel, and thus should also recognize the individual who gifted me this camel. Furthermore, I have discerned that both he and the chief camel driver bear the letters AL, which have disclosed everything to me. I produced the coral fragment and raised it before him. "Put away your weapon, lest the devil claim your soul instead of mine." "Will you heed my words?" I observed his astonishment. "God is great, my lord. You are under the protection of one whose power surpasses that of the devil. You speak the truth. You have rescued a believer from the jaws of a lion, and thus you have earned his riding camel. Let us journey together, as far as we may go." This was the outcome I desired, for this permission granted me membership within the caravan, bestowing upon me the right to negotiate and act for the welfare of the caravan and the guide. "Let us proceed," I declared. "My servant will follow us." "How many servants do you have, my lord?" he inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "In addition to this one, There are two more. They were present when I dealt with Mr. Earthquake. You may observe the pelt of the leopard that fell to my bullet upon their arrival. What brings you to the desert? I intend to confront Assad Bey and wish to discuss matters with other beys. He appeared satisfied and gestured for us to continue our ride. I remained at the rear of the slowly advancing caravan alongside the Tebu, which afforded us the opportunity for conversation. May the Almighty be merciful, my lord, for he protects the faithful. Yet, you, a Christian, dare to risk your life. Despite the absence of divine assistance, the God who dwells in heaven holds all power, and I am among his people. No Muslim would have the audacity to converse with the guide as you do, with the angel of death hovering above you. You possess the strength and valor of an emir, akin to a formidable brigand. A courageous finger is far superior to two hands laden with weapons. You are both valiant and loyal. I shall convey this to the emir. Shall we find water at Babgoud? There are 2 concealed springs there, sufficient to quench the thirst of 10 camels. Thus, this caravan may endure until assistance arrives, provided they are not annihilated by bandits. How shall you save them? I must ponder this carefully. Is the emir at the dune gate? He awaits there. However, as he is unaware of your arrival, he may temporarily depart. Will this caravan reach the dune gate? No, the guide will lead them astray into the dunes, where an ambush awaits. Based on this weighty conjecture, I must contemplate a means to rescue the caravan, while simultaneously devising the safest method to ensnare the brigands. I could easily subdue the guide and the leader. Yet doing so without irrefutably establishing their connection with the assassin of the caravan may endanger other Arabs and ultimately thwart my true objective. I must apprehend this killer to rescue Renaud Latrom, and before taking decisive action, I ought to rendezvous with Amiri. In the meantime, Joseph and Hassan caught up with us. I instructed them to secure a water skin for ourselves and distribute the remaining supplies to the trade caravan. Before long, the towering Hassan had ingratiated himself with the members of the caravan, boasting of his own name while, as I perceived, making every effort to speak of me with the appropriate respect. At that moment, the guide halted his livestock and allowed the caravan to pass ahead until I stood before him. Do you know the name of the man who sent you to ride the camel, my lord? He inquired, having lingered behind with me, away from the others. Christians do not inquire about the names of those they assist. Then you do not know who he is? He is a man of your ilk, my lord. So are you. You possess his alama and must perform the tasks he has commanded for his protection. Do you recognize the path I lead you along? The opinion expressed by this individual was certainly not entirely aligned with my own. Must I become an accomplice for Alama? My interest in that is minimal at best. He mentioned that you possess his Alama, which perhaps implies that the one from whom I obtained the Alama is none other than the very leader of the caravan thieves. Such a revelation suggests that I have indeed let slip an exceptional prize. Now that this possibility has dawned upon me, it becomes evident that a mere subordinate bandit would scarcely have the authority to bestow an Alama. Nor would he possess the means to present a lavish, bicoline-riding camel as a gift. I must inquire further with the guide. I am familiar with him. He is not headed to Got, but rather to Babgud. We shall not reach Bab, but will instead encamp in the sea of sand at sunset, at which point the bey shall arrive. Which bey? Is he not waiting in that distant tent village? Is he not the one who once lay beneath the esteemed gentleman with the large head? My lord, did he not inform you of the existence of 2 brothers? The Hanjong Bey? This would elucidate why the bandits appear with such rapidity in disparate locations. I once had the opportunity to capture one of the brothers. Yet I allowed him to slip away. I must seize the other. He has been awaiting them for many days. When all is arranged, he will approach to converse with me, and I shall disclose the number of caravan members. My lord, the desert bandits are formidable. He shall encounter little resistance. Yet, an adversary may arise, one who poses a greater threat than any other peril. Could you lend us your support against him? A dire enemy? That Pailwan Bey. Have you heard tales of him, my lord? Who is he? No one knows. Riding through the stony desert, traversing the vast dunes and the flat expanse of sand, one may stumble upon the remnants of those who have met their fate by his bullets. He is omnipresent, yet never seen. His camel possesses 8 legs and 4 wings. It moves with the swiftness of lightning, leaving no trace behind. He neither requires sustenance nor drink, and stands as a giant, towering 3 men high. He is the devil, a stubborn angel, refusing to kneel before the throne of Azza, lingering on this earth to ensnare the souls of the faithful. Listening to this Arab as he, steeped in superstition and ill conscience, describes the attributes of the benevolent Boswell is indeed amusing, yet I remain particularly vigilant, refraining from contradicting the guide's assertions. Pailwan Bey, the greatest hero, a title that speaks volumes of the reverence the desert dwellers have for Emerald. Do you think he will come? I inquired. I do not know. He draws near when he forges bullets in hell. He is acquainted with every beast and every man of the desert marauders. He knows all our wells and resting places. The only fortress he has yet to visit is one that houses a pious Muslim saint, impervious to all malevolent spirits. This is most valuable intelligence to me. The influence of the Alam has proven far greater than I had anticipated. Through trust in the Alam, this careless guide inadvertently revealed the circumstances that place its ruler in grave peril. The ancient Romans ventured further into the Sahara Desert than one might imagine. And it was during this period, when the Caliph's army crossed the Suez Canal, that a genuine mass migration through the desert commenced. In antiquity and the medieval era, numerous edifices were erected in serene oases or secluded safe havens, only to be abandoned later, leading to their current state of being buried under drifting sands or reduced to rubble. Nevertheless, these remnants still serve as suitable hideouts for desert bandits. I have encountered many such fortresses, often discovering a well or a river nestled between the walls or in close proximity. Desert brigands have taken refuge in such sanctuaries, not in Babgoud, but certainly within the rocky expanse of the desert, where it is assured that Renaud Latrom was detained. I intended to visit the fortress to meet the bey, thus I inquired of him how long it would take to reach there on camel. My lord, he replied, when you arrive at the stone gate and proceed in the direction of my shadow, continuing until your shadow at sunrise is twice the length of your rifle barrel, you shall arrive at Mount Cyril by the following evening, where the walls of our fortress await you. I wished to inquire further. Yet he had to attend to the caravan, as the towering Hassan had evidently encountered some misfortune. Although I instructed to continue along their path without seeking the truth, he nonetheless engaged in a dispute with the leader during their casual conversation, prompting the calling of the guide to mediate the altercation. Did you not claim to belong to the Kababish tribe? The leader defended that their campsite was in Kurduki. Why would you claim to be more familiar with the road to Got than Atargoy? He has traversed this path countless times. The Kababish are referred to as shepherds. They tend to their flocks, converse with their sheep, consume them, and indeed, they even don the wool and hides of their animals. Consequently, they eventually become akin to sheep, lacking any understanding, only bleating aimlessly like their livestock. Silence yourself, Kababish. Go and hide in your shame. Hassan was poised to deliver a vigorous rebuttal when an event transpired that rendered him mute and captivated everyone's attention. For riders came galloping from behind us, pausing momentarily upon spotting the caravan before hastily continuing on their way. They were mounted on Bickelin camels, and I recognized Velid Sliman, the one who had gifted me his camel, as well as the messenger we had captured in Algiers. He must have been accompanied by his brother in a swift departure to relay news of the failed message. Perhaps they were aware of my purpose for traveling. Regardless of whether that was the case, I now found myself in a perilous predicament, prompting me to signal for Joseph and the Tamashek to approach me. Hello. Velid Sliman called out loudly, failing to notice Joseph and me as we lingered behind others. Who is the guide of this caravan? Where are you headed? To Got. Splendid. I shall also journey to Got and accompany you. There is neither inquiry nor request here. That individual is remarkably efficient, having regarded the caravan as his own possession. At this moment, he glanced at the towering Hassan, who stood a head taller than all others. He promptly rode up to Hassan. Are you the one who was with the German who killed the lion? Indeed. Where is that gentleman? Our eyes met, and then he turned to the messenger. Is that him? Yes, he knocked me to the ground. Now he approached me on his steed, followed by 3 others. The guide and the leader also came forth. Now, 6 well-armed men stood before me, entirely disregarding the members of the caravan. Joseph tightened his grip on the rifle, while the Tebu man clutched his spear fashioned from resilient wood. Meanwhile, I discreetly drew my revolver from my belt under the ample folds of my cloak with my left hand, while my right hand held the camel whip, feigning a lack of preparedness for the present defense. Do you recognize me? He inquired, his sharp gaze threatening as it bore into mine without any greeting. I do. I replied quietly and coolly. Do you have my alama? Yes. Return it to me. Here. I tossed the coral fragment to him. He caught it and concealed it. You rescued me from the jaws of the lion, and in return, I bestowed upon you my finest riding camel. We have settled our accounts. Very well. Your life holds no greater value than that of a camel. You are absolutely correct. Our debts are cleared. His eyes flickered momentarily. Do you recognize this individual? I am acquainted with him. You struck him, robbing him of his very soul. He is a messenger, yet you have captured him. The Quran states that he who strikes a believer shall lose his right hand. You shall face retribution. Furthermore, our Christian scriptures, the Bible. Declare that whoever causes another to bleed shall themselves shed blood. You will endure the punishment you so rightly deserve. Caravan killer Hanjiang Bei. These words struck the caravan members like a bolt from the blue. Weakened and disheartened by tension, thirst, and fatigue, they found themselves unable to resist the desert bandits. And the mere mention of that name nearly sent them tumbling from their saddles. Velid Sliman was equally taken aback. He could not have anticipated what the guide might have divulged. Yet, he witnessed the impact of the name, observed 5 audacious men at his side, and recognized that his brother was near the desert bandits, which emboldened him to acknowledge rather than deny the name I had uttered. By the mercy of God, I am indeed that Hanjiang Bei. If you surrender this German man and his servants to me, this caravan shall reach Gath safely. Dismount from your camel, infidel, and kiss my shoe. You must annihilate this caravan, I replied quietly. This guide is a traitor. He has led the caravan to Bab Gaud, where the desert bandits will launch a surprise attack upon them tonight. You lie, he bellowed. Boy, dare you call me a liar once more, or else? Scorpion, your tongue is venomous, he interrupted me in fury. You are spreading. My camel stood closely beside his, and before he could utter his final word, my whip, crafted from hippo hide, sliced through the air and struck his face with a resounding crack, causing blood to flow from his nose, mouth, and cheek. The escaping messenger beside him aimed his gun at me in that very instant, but I stepped in front of him. I raised my revolver to his forehead and fired. Do you recognize this bullet, caravan killer, merely an inch above your nose? You are the brother of the caravan killer Hanjiang Bei, while I am the brother of the bandit slayer Palavan Bei. Go to hell and report to the devil that the desert bandits are upon you. My second bullet struck Hanjiang Bei's forehead. The third enemy fell to the bullet of Kun Defile, while the spear of the Teba tribe pierced the chest of the fourth man. All this transpired in less than 2 seconds, leaving the remaining 2, the guide and the leader, without a moment to wield their weapons as I aimed my revolver at them. Surrender your weapons, or else the bullets of Palavan Bei shall devour you. A mere hint to the Stafelshine folk suffices. He approached them and disarmed them. Bind them tightly, so they cannot flee. He executed this with precision, and they allowed these events to unfold in silence. This brigand slayer instilled in them a deterrent effect akin to that which the caravan slayer holds over the merchants. Now, I may commence my interrogation. Dismount from your beasts, and heed how a German adjudicates the desert's marauders and traitors. They complied with my command, forming a circle around the 2 defendants and myself. The towering Hassan, hailing from the armory of Methuselah, stood before the captives with an intimidating demeanor, his thunderous bass resonating as he proclaimed, "Listen well, you brigands, you murderers, you scoundrels, you wretches, you ruffians, progeny of ruffians, descendants of the vile. I am Hassan ibn Abufada ibn Hawker al-Wadi Yusuf ibn Abu Fuslan ibn Ishaq al-Dali, a renowned Kababish of the Nuralab tribe. The brave children call me Jessabay, the slayer. Should you dare commit even the slightest act I abhor, I shall strangle you and crush you to dust. Allah has entrusted you into my hands, and I shall summon forth this gentleman from Germany, who has vanquished Mr. Earthquake along with the Black Panther and his wife, to pass judgment upon you. Speak forth the truth, or else you shall be obliterated by my wrath and consumed by my fury, for I am the formidable Hassan. We have not engaged in any unjust acts. The guide asserts, and do not allow the infidels to judge me. You cannot strike the faithful. Who wishes to obstruct me? Did my whip not strike down that merchant bandit? These individuals cannot endure such conduct. They are Muslims. You are a Muslim and understand the tenets, which state, an eye for an eye. You shall lead them to their demise. Your life belongs to them. I am guiding them along the righteous path. Did not Hanjiang Bei confirm that we tread upon the correct road? Was it not you who informed me that when all others slumber, the desert marauders would arrive? I have said nothing amiss. You are an infidel, intent on our destruction. Do not deceive, guide. The hand of death has reached out to you, and your prophet has proclaimed, you have never spoken the truth, so speak now in your dying moments, that Allah may see you unblemished. We are near Babguda, and Get shall not arrive until close to midnight. You have heard it rightly. I am the brother of the formidable bandit slayer Pelwan Bei, who surpasses even the desert marauders. He is accompanied by a specter, as am I. This phantom whispers to us all that we seek to know. Behold, this humble abode serves as his dwelling, and I shall inquire of him, where is God? I produce my compass. The denizens of the desert are particularly superstitious, and I am well aware that the unfamiliar evokes a greater impact than all words of counsel or threats combined. Do you observe how it points to midnight? Watch closely. I can orient this instrument in every direction, yet it consistently indicates the same path. The onlookers gazed at the compass with a mixture of astonishment and reverence. And even the towering Hassan, who had hitherto overlooked this device, could not conceal his wonder. "My lord, you are a master of sorcery. No one can defy you." I pressed on. "Guide, have you ever encountered this specter among the faithful? Should you choose to disobey, I shall extract your spirit from your body and confine it in a space even more constricted than this, for this specter was once a treacherous guide, now eternally imprisoned here to direct travelers." "My lord, ask away, and I shall reveal the truth." The terrified man responded. "Do you admit that you and the leader are subordinates of the caravan slayer Hanjan Bey?" "Indeed," he confessed. "Is the desert bandit set to attack the merchant caravan today?" "Indeed." "Will all the individuals be slain in the process?" "How many members does the desert bandit possess?" "My lord, I cannot ascertain whether everyone will gather in one place. The desert bandits have various members dispersed throughout different locations. This adds further intrigue to the enigma of why the desert bandits move with such swiftness. Hanjiang Bey rides alone from one location to another, and armed individuals prepared for plunder can be found everywhere. Moreover, as they are brothers, this fearsome brigand and his entourage seem to be omnipresent. Do you know the young Frenchman imprisoned by Bey? Yes, he resides within the fortress. How many passages does this fortress have? There is one through the city gate, my lord, and another underground passage leading to the shallow salt lake. Where do the desert bandits lie in wait for the caravan? If you ride at dawn, you could reach that location when your shadow is 1.5 times your length. Bey intends to arrive to converse with you before the assault. Where shall you meet him? He wishes to observe the caravan's arrival and familiarize himself with their encampment. When all are asleep, the howling of hyenas will signal to me his position. Is this the first caravan leading you towards destruction? He fell silent. You are indeed a person of profound transgressions. O guide, however, should you heed my counsel and lead me to the castle, you shall not face execution. God forbid such an outcome. At that moment, the Tebuan cried out, "Do you see the tears in my sons and my eyes, my lord? Do you sense the sorrow within my heart and hear the vows of my soul? I swear by the 8 heavens of the Almighty and the 7 hells of the devil, that every individual who consorts with a murderer must meet their demise. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. Grant me these followers, my lord. Their lives are not mine to give away." "Very well, then they shall belong to me." Before I could intervene, he plunged his spear into the guide's chest, and in the next instant, severed the leader's throat. "Praise be to the Almighty for rendering just judgments both in heaven and on earth," he proclaimed. "My vengeance shall be meted out to the murderers until the desert brigands find their way to hell." I could not contest his words, though I recognized that these 2 men might still prove useful to me. Their swift punishment, however, was undoubtedly deserved, for if one contemplates the lives lost, they were the very ones who provided the assassins with their instruments of death. "Do you not know?" the prophet said. "Your actions are swift. But why is your contemplation so slow? To capture the desert brigands, we require the aid of these 2 traitors. But now their lips are sealed, and their feet can no longer lead us to the lairs of the brigands. All that the deceased possessed has fallen into the hands of the Arabs. Velid Slimane carried a considerable supply of water and provisions, which I instructed to be distributed, while I claimed the deceased Bikalan-ridden camel as my own. I also concealed the piece of coral from Hanjiang Bey, for it may yet serve a more significant purpose for me. The members of the caravan gathered together, whispering amongst themselves, until one among them approached me. "My lord, be our guide. You possess a spirit that will lead us to God. Are you willing to heed the words of this spirit?" "Indeed. Tell us its commands." "If you allow the desert bandits to linger behind you, you shall not reach God. They will pursue you and annihilate you. However, if you possess the courage, we shall slay those marauders, allowing future pilgrims to traverse the desert in peace." "My lord, we have courage. We are not afraid, yet the desert bandits outnumber us and thus will prevail. I must embolden their spirits. My spirit tells me that they shall not overcome us. I await my Palewan Bey's brother at Babgud. He will vanquish the brigands as one would crush withered wheat. Behold, these 2 revolvers possess the capability to annihilate 12 individuals, while this shotgun shall consign 2 of them to the infernal embrace of Satan. As for this short-barreled shotgun, whose name has never graced your ears, it is capable of exacting the lives of 10 robbers, doubled, plus an additional 5. If you wish for me to be your guide, speak swiftly. Otherwise, I shall venture alone with my servants in search of the desert marauders, leaving you stranded in this arid expanse. We are willing to heed your command, my lord. Indeed, we shall follow you, my lord." The towering Hassan fervently concurred. "You are the wisest among the wise, the shrewdest among the clever, and the greatest of all heroes. Look here, comrades. I am the assassin Jezebel. This saber shall eviscerate 10 robbers. This dagger will sever the throats of 20 murderers. And this firearm, this spear, and this pistol will eradicate all remaining foes. Your sole task is to resound the praises of the towering Hassan and the great lord from Germany, that Areta, who vanquished Mr. Earthquake and triumphed over the panther and his wife. Heavens, one could strike 1,000 gongs in celebration of your boastfulness. Staffelstein exclaimed in anger. However, should battle commence, the towering Hassan would suddenly diminish, rendering him utterly invisible. The sun had traversed 3/4 of its arc, and thus I urge everyone to commence our journey. We shall leave the corpse undisturbed. For the desert's grave diggers, the desert hawks and vultures, will spare us the task of burial. I am aware that I can rely only minimally on the Arabs, however. The perils I face do not appear to be greater than those I have previously and fortuitously overcome. The merchant bandit, Hanjian Bey, is no more fearsome to me than any ordinary Arab. In situations where sheer valor is insufficient, I shall, of course, resort to cunning. To dismantle the bandit stronghold is but a mirage. The caravan of pilgrims silently traverses this scorching wasteland. This procession has been on the road for several months, growing increasingly vast as multitudes converge from various directions. Wealthy Muslims ride alongside impoverished walkers, who must depend on the benevolence of the devout. Possessing naught but a solitary Manania tracidal silver coin to pay for passage across the Red Sea, youngsters, just past childhood, walk alongside weary elders, who wish to glimpse the sacred sanctuary of Mecca once more before their days are done. Yellow-skinned Arabs, brown-skinned Tuaregs, dark-skinned Tebu, and the curly-haired Tekrers, known as the Black Pilgrims of Mecca, murmur their devout prayers in melancholic tones or buoy themselves by calling out to the one God, Allah, and Muhammad, the messenger of the Lord. The sky burns with a heat akin to smelting ore, while the earth blazes as if molten iron. The arid winds have parched the waterskins, and the next oasis lies far ahead. A solitary salt lake offers little solace, for the meager brackish water is insufficient to quench the thirst of both parched tongues and the camel's lips. The once closely knit caravan has now disbanded into solitary groups, each weary contingent dragging itself forward in succession. Bread, flour, and dried dates are plentiful at hand. Yet the desperate thirst for a single sip of water or a cup of refreshment compels these suffering souls to pay the ultimate price. Those in dire thirst grasp the empty water skins repeatedly, bringing them to their yearning lips only to set them down again with a resigned sigh of emptiness. The prayers have grown faint, the cries diminished, tongues stick to their mouths like leaden weights. They have already resorted to prayers in the face of death. Suddenly, amidst this despair, a jubilant cheer erupts. Through the thick haze of dust, the long-sought outline of the oasis emerges. Majestic palm trees rise, their lofty crowns forming slender columns, their feathery fronds dancing in the gentle desert breeze. Amidst the lush greenery glimmers a delightful lake, its surface rippling, while the air is imbued with the moisture of evaporating water. The palm fronds cast reflections upon the shimmering waters as camels wade in, stretching their long necks beneath the surface to drink deeply from the life-giving waters. Praise be to the Almighty. This is the oasis. The Lord has delivered us, and He is worthy of all praise and gratitude. The jubilant crowd urges their camels to hasten their pace. However, these creatures cannot be deceived. Their keen sense of smell has long informed them of the presence or absence of water. Help them, O Lord, prayed the experienced leader, for they had lost their sanity due to the relentless thirst and heat, mistaking the perilous mirage for reality. His words struck the deceived with a renewed sense of despair. The increasingly fatigued caravan moved forward with greater despondency and sluggishness, perhaps heading toward a chilling fate, akin to how the water of a parched river succumbs to the unyielding desert under the scorching sun. In such dire circumstances, the pilgrims would perform a rite of passage into a lofty Mecca, built among the stars rather than the sands of Arabia. It is a common belief that mirages are rare. I have only encountered them twice, and during my first encounter, I too was misled. Today, I shall witness how, in certain instances, mirages can be both benign and beneficial. Following the guide's direction, I maintained our eastern course. Our shadows grew longer, eventually surpassing twice our height. At that moment, an exceedingly rare illusion emerged on the horizon. The sunlight danced upon the ground, resembling an ocean several feet high, composed of myriad tiny, searing flashes. Although evening is approaching, the heat remains nearly unbearable, and the weary caravan faces the peril of becoming ensnared in the increasingly oppressive sands. We have ventured closer to the conflict area nestled between the dunes and rocks, while our parched beasts of burden tread upon barren, desolate rocky terrain one moment, and treacherous sandy accumulations the next. At this moment, a colossal mountain slowly materializes from the vast expanse above us. The silhouette of the peaks gradually dissipates into the shimmering air, yet beneath its towering presence, we distinctly observe a vast lake shimmering, fed by numerous rivers. Its shores are stark and desolate, devoid of even the faintest trace of vegetation. Alas, one could only lament the absurdity of this landscape, as the Staffelstein folk would say. How peculiar. This mountain appears in disarray, with its peaks seemingly gazing downwards. Should we press on, the towering Hassan may soon find himself running in midair. Presently, a massive shadow looms overhead, accompanied by a second one to the right. Despite the separation of these outlines, we discern a camel sprawled on the ground, with an Arab standing beside it. It is evident that the source of this tableau lies behind the dunes before us. This Arab appears to be merely a sentinel assigned by the caravan's hired assassins, tasked with observing the approaching group. The mirage foreshadows the presence of desert bandits, while the illusion shields our image from the watchful eyes of the sentries as we are facing the sun. It is a unique and eerie spectacle. The formidable silhouettes of the bandit sentinels cast against the sky, drifting yet motionless. Halt, I commanded, for the desert marauders lay directly before us. Lads, dismount and set up camp here. As we busied ourselves with these tasks, the sun sank ever lower, and the shadows crept upwards, expanding in proportion to their shapes. Ascending from the distant horizon, it felt as though we stood before a camera lens with a focal length of a mile, its glass thickening and magnifying with each passing moment. At this juncture, a new figure emerged behind the specter of a man, rising from the ground beside the apparition. We could observe their every movement. They raised their arms, aiming a slender object at the head of the sentinel. In that singular instant, the entire scene experienced a peculiar tremor and sway, and the guard collapsed. God is merciful and compassionate. Hassan exclaimed, I shall extol the prophet. This vision does not spring from my own being, for there is a man who has shot another. He spoke wisely. Despite our inability to hear the gunshot due to the great distance, who could the perpetrator be? His enlarged silhouette leaned over the deceased, and then he aimed that elongated object, no doubt a weapon, at the camel. The specter trembled and swayed once more, and the enormous form of the beast quivered before collapsing. Did you see that, lads? That is the killer of the bandits. He has dispatched the outpost of the desert bandits to the realm of death. Here, arise. Abu Bilal ibn. Rise, Kindefer. We must hasten to his side. Before long, we mounted our camels and swiftly made our way towards the direction of the image. As we progressed further, his silhouette appeared to condense even more. The visage of Emerald Boswell vanished shortly after the second gunshot. The depth of the sands and the necessity to navigate around numerous dunes impeded our rapid advance, resulting in a sluggish arrival at the scene. When the mirage finally dissipated, we ought to have been able to glimpse the site of the incident. We searched for an extended period before locating that place. It has now become evident that my conjecture was indeed accurate. A man lay upon the sand, his forehead struck an inch above the bridge of his nose, and the camel bore a similarly fatal wound. The cloak, collar, and saddle cover bore the initials AL, confirming that the precisely aimed bullets had originated from the rifle of the notorious bandit, Pahelwan Bey. It took us over half an hour to reach that location, during which time Emerald had already departed. Should I pursue him? The brevity of his footprints suggests to me that he astutely chose this particular ground, where the rocks would leave no trace, or the thick sands would swiftly conceal any marks. Should I attempt to catch up to him near the domain of the desert bandits, I would undoubtedly encounter him amidst the bandits. Thus, I relinquished the notion of tracking him. A second consideration has now intruded upon my thoughts. Surely, someone will come to take his place. In any event, his demise will be discovered. Undoubtedly, there will also be other sentinels dispatched by the merchant killer Han Jiang Bei nearby. Thus, can I depart from this place without any additional security measures? What would be the most prudent precaution I could take? Should I cover the carcasses of the livestock and the men with sand, or leave them as they are? In the latter scenario, I might easily stumble upon unexpected gains. Yet despite my unwavering courage, I could also find myself ensnared in peril, from which even the bravest cannot escape. I resolved to adopt the first course of action. The sand shifts with remarkable ease, and within moments, a dune had enveloped the Targuye and his camel. We then resumed our search for the caravan. The members of the caravan inquired whether we had seen Pahelwan Bey. However, I was aware of my brother's intent. He would not abandon them until the desert marauders had been vanquished. Soon, you shall behold his visage and hear his voice. The sun descended, and the parched earth exuded waves of heat. We tethered the camels to a stake and concluded our exceedingly simple dinner, yet sleep eluded us. The stars ascended into the firmament, and midnight approached. Emily's act of slaying the Targoé thwarted my plans. Should the Targoé discover the caravan, Hanjiang Bey would receive word from him and would come nearby. Yet now, the dogs no longer barked. Should I pursue this brigand, leaving the caravan without a leader? After confiding the necessary code of conduct to Joseph and the trusted Tubbins, I stepped into the tranquil darkness of the night. The stars shone brightly, allowing me to discern my surroundings clearly in the pristine desert. Although the individual dunes bore a deceptive resemblance to one another, I managed to reach the vicinity where Emily had slain the Talgese, now requiring heightened vigilance. I adopted the Indian way of lying low and stealthily crawled forward. There, where the Talgese had once stood guard, two figures stood motionless, listening intently. I inched closer when one of them abruptly called out, "Halt! Who are you?" directing a weapon towards me. "Do you know him? Are you one of his men?" I produced the Alama. "Behold, here is his mark." "Where is he?" The two scrutinized the Alama closely. "You possess this coral piece. That makes you one of ours," the speaker concluded. "Do you know the caravan we are awaiting?" "I do, for I arrived with them." "Where's the guide? Why does he not come? Why does he linger at the place demanded by Hanjiang Bey?" "Until Bey grants permission. You shall not step closer to Gumu. I shall call him and convey your name to him. Indeed, the Almighty has bestowed upon me a voice, and Bey will hear my name from my very lips. Your voice is like a well devoid of water, and your tongue seems reluctant to speak, but it shall move. For I will fetch Bey." He departed, leaving me behind with another individual who did not initiate conversation. The surroundings were enveloped in profound silence, allowing one to distinctly hear the soft rustle of shifting sands in the nocturnal air. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected sound pierced through the stillness, compelling my attention. A gunshot resounded, albeit from a considerable distance, yet its echo was unmistakable to my ears. It emanated from the direction opposite to my caravan, causing the sentry to spring to life in a barely perceptible manner. "Did you hear the sound of death in the desert?" he inquired. "The night may render the eyes mute, but it converses with the ears, and I discern that sound." "Whose voice is it?" "You are a friend of Bey, yet you are unfamiliar with this sound. Inform your soul, pray the prayer of Cassin. He has saved the faithful through death. Who wishes to lead him to his demise?" "Do you not recognize Pahlavan Bey, the infamous killer of Gum? The one who just spoke was his weapon." "How could I know him? I have come from afar." "Then beseech the Almighty for protection. Otherwise, your soul shall become the spoils of death, and your body will serve as sustenance for beasts. The desert fox will drink your blood, the vulture will feast upon your eyes, the hyena will savor your flesh and devour your heart. Pahlavan Bey is the master of destruction, and the specter of death roams in his wake. I do not fear him. If death indeed trails in his footsteps, then death shall catch up with him. Pahlavan Bey is impervious to death. His form is not composed of flesh, thus no bullet nor spear can vanquish him. He stands beside you, yet you remain oblivious to his presence. He rides alongside you, yet you cannot perceive him. He arrives at your side before you even sense his approach, and by the time you contemplate seizing him, he has already vanished. He is not of humanity, but rather a specter of supreme authority, against whom no mortal can withstand. His firearm is forged by demons residing in the netherworld. He directs his bullets across the vast expanse of the Sahara Desert, and they will strike you, even if you hide at the Earth's core. Has the desert not revealed to you the wounds borne by the deceased, marked upon their foreheads? I have witnessed many such souls. They were slain by him. He possesses omniscience, knowing all of Gum's subordinates while never harming another. Were this individual to grasp that such all-knowing stems from the catastrophic Mark A.L., his remarks regarding the valiant exploits of Imre would undoubtedly take on a different hue. What has Gum done to him? I do not know, and no one could possibly enlighten you. Inquire of him yourself. Should I encounter him, I would indeed do so. Restrain your tongue from uttering such words. Do you not realize that when you summon a specter, he shall arrive? Listen, he draws near. Can you hear him? The second gunshot has sounded, and it is alarmingly close. Now I am aware that the archer is Emerly Boswell. A trained ear can quite accurately distinguish one gunshot from another. And having heard the sound of that Kentucky rifle far too often, I can immediately identify it. Clearly, my friend is stealthily maneuvering around Gum, searching for a target for his bullets, and it is certain that the two he has struck are the sentinels placed by Hanjiang Bey. Should he continue along this seemingly chosen path, He will inevitably arrive at our location, and thus I must remain vigilant. Much like the bandit who undoubtedly considers me one of his accomplices. At this moment, two figures emerge from the distance, large cloaked forms appearing between the sand dunes. The sentinel approaches, greeting me with, "May you find happiness in the night. Do you wish to see Hanjiang Bei?" "Yes." "Are you he?" "No." "Bei will not depart from Gum until the assassin has left." The assassin is quietly encircling Gum. "Do you have any information to convey to him?" It appears that the bandit leader fears Pei Helwan Bei, thus using the pretext of safeguarding his men to remain within their encampment. I wish to meet him now. But knowing that Immerly is nearby, I would prefer to rendezvous with Immerly first. I wish to speak solely with him, not with you. Why must he hide? Has fear of the assassin rendered him paralyzed? Silence your tongue. Han Jiang knows not the meaning of fear. He commands all the desert free men. And I am the leader of this Gum. Show me a llama. Then you shall be the first to descend into hell. I yearn to pull the trigger. Yet upon witnessing the sheer terror and helplessness of the three men standing before me, I lowered my weapon. Alas, are you mad? The leader paused for a moment. His voice laced with astonishment, asking, "You possess a llama yet threaten me with death, demanding that I shatter your heart with bullets? Did my gun not previously find its mark? You brigand? Were you not rendered paralyzed by fear? You see, before you raised your weapon, all three of you would have already been children of death. The brigand fears the assassin. So listen, I am the brother of Pailwan Bei, the bandit who seeks to annihilate Gum until the very last soul." He gazed at me as if he truly perceived me as deranged. God is great. He bestows and withdraws sanity at will. Yet the prophet enjoined us to care for the deranged. Come, follow us. We do not tread the same path. My road leads to the castle, while yours leads to oblivion. Your spirit is as dark as a starless night. What purpose do you have in the castle? My spirit shines bright like the illuminating day. I am not a Muslim but a Christian. I come to the castle to rescue the Frenchman you have imprisoned. You are a heathen yet possess a llama? Damn you, traitor. He raised his gun, but my shotgun had already fired, and he fell. With the second shot, I struck a sentry. And the bullet from my revolver claimed the life of a third, all before they had the chance to wield their weapons. I approached this matter with utmost sincerity, ensuring that none fell before they recognized me as their adversary. Just as the echoes of gunfire began to dissipate, a voice nearby boomed, "Hello." This was a call I often exchanged with Emery during our leisurely strolls through forests or across plains. As we drew closer, the call resonated once more, until we finally met in the heart of the Sahara Desert, a place we had promised to reunite in after our time in America. He grasped my shoulder, gazing into my face. "Welcome to the Sahara," he exclaimed joyfully, greeting me with a hearty handshake. Our excitement at this reunion was palpable, and not a single question regarding our past was uttered. The present consumed us entirely. "Reload," he reminded me succinctly. Indeed. It was the first time I had been so caught up in joy that I had neglected this crucial step, and I promptly rectified my oversight. 3 shots for 3 bandits? He inquired. "Yes, but I only killed 2. Where did you delay?" "With the caravan, 10 shots away." "How many were there?" 18. Including 2 trustworthy servants, a Tuareg and a German. "Was the guide a man from Hanjiang Bei?" "Yes, he and the leader are both dead." "Why did you ask me to meet at Babgut?" "I am aware of that hidden place. It is a castle, and we shall encounter Reynard there." This composed Englishman suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "You know this while I remain in ignorance, though you have only just arrived, and I have been wandering here for quite some time." This I elicited from the guide, who trusts me because I possess the emblem of Bei. "Do you have his insignia? Who bestowed it upon you?" "It was he himself. I dispatched a lion, and he was lying beneath that very beast at the time." "You felled a lion?" Now he grew animated. "A lion and a pair of black leopards. You shall see their pelts. Alas, it is regrettable that they are not mine." "So, where did you encounter Bei?" "On the slopes of the Ors Mountain." "That is impossible. He is in good. They are 2 brothers." "Ah, then where is the other now?" "Deceased." I briefly recounted the tale worth telling to him. "My friend, you possess a fortune that others cannot claim." Once I concluded my narrative, he expressed rational envy, saying, "Onward, I must first eliminate the 3rd man, and then we shall see what course to take next." "How many men are in this group?" "This morning, there were 43. Now, with 5 reported out, only 38 remain." "Where are your companions?" "They are nearby. I will circle around the group and then blend in among them. Every sentry I encounter must perish." "Why merely the sentry? If you so desire, we could resolve the entirety of Gum today." "Excellent. That is precisely what I hope for. Forward." I am not mistaken, for the same call echoed from just ahead of us. "Stay here." After signaling to Emerly, I continued onward, as an Arab approached me slowly. "Where's Hanjiang Bey?" I inquired. "Yes." I nodded. "Beware of Pehelavan Bey. Did you not hear the sound of his gun?" I did, and I witnessed it firsthand. "He has slain 3 men of Gum, and I stood among them. Inform Ko. I must speak with him. Why did you allow the caravan to linger in the wrong location?" Now he probes further. "Can I lead them to where Pehelavan Bey resides?" "You make a valid point. Wait here. Describe the route to the caravan. Once the sound of the assassin's gunfire ceases, Gum will reveal itself." I gestured to indicate the direction. "We remain over there, at a distance 20-fold that of your musket shot." "How many individuals are in the caravan?" 17, utterly exhausted from thirst and anxiety. "Have you spoken with the leader?" "Yes." The assassin's bullet claimed him and 2 others who stood beside me. At that moment, you can hear it. Over there, traversing through the dunes, is his Mihali camel, guarded by his servants and guides. I led them to the encampment of the caravan, where the sound of gunfire had stirred concern among the people for my safety. "Hanjiang Bey has slain you 5 times. Lord Emil, Pahelwan Bey." The Tebus cried out upon seeing the British. With this exclamation, all members of the caravan regarded the imposing figure of my companion with reverence. "Indeed, my friends, this esteemed gentleman is the notorious bandit slayer Pahelwan Bey, whose bullets have nearly obliterated the desert brigands. The marauders are poised to attack us. Be prepared to receive them." I issued the command. This announcement sent waves of shock through the crowd. The behavior of these heavily armed individuals resembled that of sheep awaiting a wolf. And it was only with the aid of a compass that I managed to instill a modicum of courage and confidence within them. No one exhibited indignation as palpable as Hassan. "God is great," he bellowed. "He grants courage to the valiant and strength to the heroes. Yet you tremble like fleas jumping before every finger. Did I not tell you that I am the great Hassan, a slayer? Now what do you fear? Fear me. But do not fear the bandits, for I shall feast upon their flesh and drink their blood as one savors spiced beverages." "Silence," warned the man from Stafelsheim. "You are the true spice, and the desert brigands will consume you, leaving only your colossal mouth, which not even a multitude could budge. Once the shooting commences, I shall be eager to see where you take refuge." "Silence," the injured man shouted at him. "I am a Kabasi, and you are merely Yusef Darb, a name shared by your ancestors. Do you know what it means to be a pilgrim to Mecca? I have journeyed to the prophet city of Mecca twice, visited the renowned Medina, and prayed at the burial site of Eve in Jeddah, where the grave measures 500 feet long and 12 feet wide. But what have you done? Have you set foot in those sacred places? If you wish to behold the land of the prophet, you must venture to the realm of the believers. Remaining in Ka El Bran would be a wiser choice for you. So close your mouth and maintain your silence. By heavens, you foolish boy, guzzling toad and lizard juice. And you are as corpulent as a hippopotamus. Although I have not traveled to Mecca and Medina after your Bavarian-style tirade, I shall address Hassan in an Arabic manner. If you believe yourself superior to a Christian from Kaldenbron, I shall deliver a blow that will render your face 3 times longer and wider than that of the mother of humanity's grave you so boastfully reference." That brave Kabasi man now chose to remain silent. After a brief exchange of thoughts between Amerli and myself, we resolved to implement a crossfire attack on the bandits. Thus, we parted ways. The presence of Pahlavan Bey undoubtedly inspired the members of the caravan, which is why he remained with them, while I, alongside his companions, Tebians and Staffelsteiners, ventured into the dunes, awaiting the desert marauders to launch a surprise attack from behind. Our gunfire likely instilled overwhelming fear in the caravan's assassin, Hanjiang, for it was some time before we observed 2 bandits stealthily scouting ahead, with the remainder trailing at a certain distance. They quietly passed us, oblivious to our proximity. The 2 scouts circled around the caravan's camp, where an eerie silence prevailed, as if all had succumbed to slumber. The brigands huddled together to heed their leader's commands. In any case, this was the opportune moment to strike. They were clustered closely enough that even a mediocre marksman would find them an easy target. Should we allow them to infiltrate the camp? I had no doubt our victory would come at a great cost. Emmerich must have shared this sentiment, for I heard his command resonate from the camp. "Halt! Murderers! The Avengers and Pahlavan Bey await you. Men, fire!" At that moment, all directed their fire at the bandits. 3 double-barreled shotguns discharged their second rounds. And then I raised my short gun. I could only pull the trigger twice, for that area had been cleared. Emery, the Staffelstein and Tebu people charged unexpectedly towards the assailants, yet found themselves at a loss for action. Shortly after the initial panic subsided, the caravan's leader, Hanjiang Bey, realizing the number of his men who lay dead or injured upon the ground, shouted, May the Almighty bring ruin upon them. Flee swiftly, save yourselves. The desert marauders had attacked the travelers solely to plunder their goods. Had they perceived the imminent danger approaching, they would have abandoned their scheme, lacking the audacity typically required to pursue gain. Generally, individuals tremble before desert brigands, as the thieves have never encountered genuine resistance. However, now, a mere few minutes sufficed to drive them away. The frightened horses of Hanjan Bay vanished amidst the dunes, leaving not a single hair on any of us disturbed. We allowed them to escape without pursuit, confident that we would encounter them once more. The caravan's members erupted into a resounding cheer of triumph, while the Tebu, fueled by silent fury, lunged at the wounded brigands to exact their vengeance. Alas, what a spectacle worthy of 1,000 resounding slaps. What a clash this has been. The Staffordshire lamented, cursing. What do they intend? Do they aspire to be bandits? Indeed, that would be disastrous. They are but ineffectual beings, deserving of a good whipping. Just when the people should have been reveling in a proper battle, they stood here, licking their lips like a leopard unable to catch its prey. Yet if I were to encounter these brigands once more, I would wield no weapon. Instead, I would immediately engage them with my fists. My tense curtain was drawn back, revealing a head that cautiously surveyed the unfolding events. Then, a towering figure emerged, charging into the jubilant crowd. It was Hassan, who had slipped away when the enemy approached. Praise be to Allah, for he has bestowed upon us the strength to resist our foes. His roar drowned out the voices of others, and we welcomed him as a hero, while they fled like cowards. Our gaze struck terror into their hearts, and their legs fled before our bravery. They beheld the mighty Hassan, and upon catching sight of the merciless Jezebel, they were overcome with fear and howled in despair. His bullets pierced their hearts, and his blades severed their throats. Now they lie lifeless upon the ground. Praise be to Allah, and glory and honor belong to the Kabasi man Hassan of the Nurab tribe. Do not delay in silencing me, you cowardly Nurab wretch. The enraged Joseph Confell retorted. Who is it that hides within that tent? I saw you sneak inside, you spineless assassin. Which frog croaks here? The Kabasi man proudly inquired. Is this not one who takes the words of the Bible as truth? I am a Muslim who prays according to the Quran. Do you not know that Adam was created on a Friday? His woman, however, was conceived on a Sunday, which also happens to be your birthday. You wretched creature. You cousin of that wretched son and daughter. Have you ever heard of the Kabasi hiding away? Did I not slay 10 brigands while you cowered behind me? Indeed, this is a grievous affront to the valiant Staffelstein, who lunged at the Kabasi in order to avenge these fabrications. The latter, with a swift leap, evaded him and hastened toward a nearby tent, while the enraged cousin of the wretched daughter pursued relentlessly. Perhaps the towering Hassan was captured over there. For one could hear the cry, My lord, you are wise and just. How should a heathen who has struck a believer be dealt with? He struck you a number of times, so you should return the favor. Go and strike him. Then demand that he remain still. Did you remain still? No. I bravely defended myself, as is befitting the dignity of a believer. Then let him defend himself, as befits the dignity of a German. Please command others to strike him. I cannot do such a thing, for I am not the executioner of the law. Are you not called the killer? And do you not proclaim yourself as the chief of executioners, Jezebel? Go forth and give him a blow. He is right over there. You are a stern judge, my lord. Yet I am compassionate and empathetic. I shall forego any punishment upon him, for I cannot bear to strike him down to the point of utter destruction. With the remaining hours of the night devoid of any further action against the robbers, we established the necessary sentries and retired for the night. However, prior to this, Emery and I sat together to exchange our reflections on the events we had thus far encountered and to devise our plan of action for the morrow. He advocated for an immediate pursuit of the bandits, while I proposed a journey to Babgud, followed by a trek to El Castle, for the bandits would undoubtedly head there as well. Ultimately, he acquiesced, for, like me, he bore the responsibility to expedite aid to Reno. The members of the caravan quickly plundered the bodies of the deceased robbers. Through our triumph, they became emboldened and resolute, thus willing to accompany us. The night passed without incident, and at dawn we set forth. The camels of the desert travelers occasionally halted in seemingly unremarkable locations, and one could not coax them forward. Hence, the traveler would dismount to discern the cause, discovering that the sand was damp, and the further he excavated, the greater the moisture became, until he uncovered a source of water several feet beneath the surface. He would guard this secret, covering it with a hide and carefully layering sand atop it, ensuring that it appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. In this manner, he could conceal the water source. We too unearthed a spring of such nature. Our livestock can now enjoy a respite, and due to our successful capture of several camels yesterday, we have alleviated the burdens on some of them. As a result, our journey today has gained a promising pace, and we reached the dune gate shortly after nightfall. The dunes became increasingly chaotic, and the camels had to traverse through the scorching sands that reached nearly to their knees. At the dune gate, we encountered a disarray of rocks and sandy terrain, their forms rendered even more terrifying by the encroaching darkness. The ocean of sand surged forth from the west, crashing against the rocky desert like a formidable torrent. Just as it surged forward with overwhelming might, it was thwarted by the command of a powerful spirit, preventing the quicksand from advancing. Thus, amid the rugged and desolate expanse, the benevolent deity arranged a spring as previously described. It was discovered by the Teba people, who guided us to its location, and we set up camp beside the spring. The following morning, we sought the Hachar Pass, the most fearsome section of the Dune Gate, which rightfully bears the name of the Stone Gate. In this desert, at this very place, did the Titan of Time ever pile the rocks together, allowing Jupiter to assault the heavens? Or was there once a giant who constructed a castle here, its battlements shimmering among the stars, yet after thousands of years, the walls have succumbed to the sands, leaving only the gates intact? We paused beneath this portal, akin to a sage standing beneath the arch of a grand cathedral. Two colossal stone pillars, approximately 50 meters in height, soar skyward, their tops leaning towards each other to form a majestic archway, an architectural feat unattainable by human hands. Although individual stones have succumbed to the relentless erosion of wind and rain, rendering some precariously positioned, the overall structure's integrity is likely to endure for centuries. This is the Stone Gate, through which, as advised by our guide, we must seek the path to the castle. We proceed eastward, as the sandy desert gradually yields to a stony plain, which the Arabs aptly named Wadi due to its chaotic scattering of rocks. No longer hindered by deep layers of sand, our pace today surpasses that of yesterday. The terrain appears to be ascending, and as evening approaches, we behold a towering mountain ahead, its rocky facade shimmering in the waning sunlight. This must be Mount Cyril, as the guide had mentioned, I remarked, and Emery nodded in agreement. Perfect timing, he responded. We pressed on, the mountain drawing nearer. I lifted my binoculars, and Boswell followed suit. The castle, he exclaimed after a moment, pointing with his right hand towards the center of the mountain, which loomed before us in a horseshoe shape. I too recognized the remnants of a long-abandoned structure, its windowless facade standing as a testament to time. This edifice has stood there for ages, a relic of a castle once grand. This presents a new piece of evidence suggesting that many regions of the desert were not as desolate as they are today. Advanced civilizations once thrived in these areas, re-engaging in the arduous struggle against the barrenness of the land that had been interrupted. May I take a glimpse through the telescope, sir? Inquired Stavrelstein. I handed him the telescope. And, sir, do grant me this instrument as well. I too wish to see what lies within, requested Hassan, with a smile. I obliged him, positioning the telescope before his eyes in the correct direction. God is great, sir. You are indeed the wisest among men on this earth. For within your telescope lies a grand castle capable of housing thousands, he exclaimed. The telescope passed from one person to another, each uttering gasps of wonder, thus elevating our prestige among the Arabs. They shall witness our approach to the castle, Amiri remarked. They have yet to discern our intentions. Moreover, we must alter our course. Why? The entrance should be on this side. The guide had spoken of an underground staircase leading to the shallow salt lake, yet from my vantage point, I could see neither the lake nor any body of water. It stands to reason, then, that it must be found on the other side of the mountain. Indeed, let us circumvent this mountain. We turned right. The day was waning, and we needed to reach a conclusion before nightfall. Thus we urged our livestock to hasten their pace. The beasts carried us with doubled vigor around the mountain, which was riddled with numerous crevices and ravines. Upon reaching the heart of the mountain, we stumbled upon a canyon, and we resolved to traverse it regardless. We ventured inward, arriving at a rocky basin nestled within the mountain's embrace. The basin's floor was largely occupied by salt water, which lapped gently at its edges. The scant sunlight that penetrated this secluded spot prevented rapid evaporation, unlike the flat desert expanses. The surrounding rocks rose almost vertically, towering towards the heavens. Directly before us, we beheld a fortress, an imposing sight. Emmerly lamented, we cannot approach without being detected from that vantage point. At most, Only one or two adept at stealth might succeed. We cannot afford to wait until nightfall. I wish to test the waters, I declared. Very well, I shall join you, came the response. Cohen de Fer, concerned for my safety, insisted on accompanying me, but I exerted considerable effort to persuade him to remain behind. However, the valiant and obedient Hassan did not hesitate to stay put. The canyon's rock faces offered ample ledges and recesses where we could conceal ourselves when necessary. We commenced our endeavor, alternating between slow crawls and swift leaps forward, until we unknowingly reached a narrow fissure that delved deeply into the mountain beneath the fortress. This crevice, we surmised, must lead to a concealed ascent, leaving no other possibilities in sight. We squeezed into the mountain crevice, and our suspicions were confirmed. Before we could traverse far, we discovered a low, door-like entrance in the rocks, leading to a staircase above. Up, Emmerly insisted. Not yet, I countered. We must first ascertain where this mountain crevice leads. Very well, then let us proceed. We continued forward, but the opening no longer extended into the rock. However, at its terminus, an unexpected sight unfolded before us. Several feet thick piles of human skeletons and bones intermingled. Clear signs of gnawing by hyenas, wolves, and vultures were evident. Fragments of shredded clothing were scattered among the bones, some hanging precariously from the sharp rock edges above, indicating how these remains came to rest here. We had undoubtedly arrived at the execution site of Hanjiang Bey, who cast his condemned prisoners into the crevice, a not uncommon occurrence, as we counted over 20 skeletons. Such is the fate of his captives, Emmerly murmured. Perhaps even those of his own subordinates who defied his commands, I mused. Such occurrences shall not transpire again. Indeed, unless he can cast us down as well. He could not, for 10 such Hanjiangs could not rival a single chief of the Sioux. Now, let us ascend the staircase. We soon located the entrance to the stairs, which appeared to have once been struck by an earthquake, leaving the rocks in disarray. The fissures we traverse are likely the result of seismic activity. The ascending path we now tread is undoubtedly not man-made, but rather a rift wrought by nature itself, subsequently transformed into a series of steps for practical use. We must remain ever vigilant for marauders seeking water, compelling us to advance with utmost caution, stifling any sound. The climbing path is so narrow that we can only proceed in single file. Should we encounter an adversary, mutual assistance becomes impossible. However, it is to our advantage that they too can only approach one at a time. The heights of the steps vary significantly, and after a prolonged and arduous ascent, we reach the summit of the staircase undetected. The dearth of timber in the desert renders the presence of a door nearly invisible. Yet we discovered that the entrance is sealed. A rock obstructs our way, and a tentative examination reveals that we must rely on some unseen mechanism to gain entry. We exerted every ounce of our strength to shift it, yet to no avail. What shall we do now? Boswell inquired. We must enter. Alternatively, we could storm the fortress from the outside. Such a course of action would only be taken as a last resort. We are unaware of the number of occupants within, and while we ride swiftly, it is conceivable that the bandits have already arrived, making cunning strategy preferable to overt assault. Hence, we may also avail ourselves of Alama's assistance here. By what means? Night has yet to fall, and my steed gallops rapidly. I shall ride to the castle and unbar it from within. My goodness, how perilous! It is not as treacherous as one might imagine. Do you believe I should be afraid? Nonsense. But can you foresee the situations and obstacles that may arise? I possess coral fragments and my exquisite weaponry. Very well. Yet I shall accompany you. That cannot be. Do you wish to leave our people without a leader? Indeed, these Arabs lack experience, rendering them untrustworthy. Kundavel may accompany me. Quite audacious indeed. However, I must assure you, should Bey and his ruffians dare to lay a finger on you, I shall rend them to pieces. I have a premonition that such events shall not transpire. By midnight, I shall have gathered all necessary intelligence, and then you shall ascend with our people, and I shall grant you entry into the castle. Yet what if you fail? Then the ensuing matters shall be entirely at your discretion. I cannot ascertain the outcome in advance. I shall await here for an hour. Should you not open the entrance, we shall arrive at the castle within the hour, and I will signal you with the hoot of an owl. If you have not arrived by then, I shall assume you are in peril and will rush into the castle. Let us go. We descended once more and safely reunited with our comrades. When the Tubans learned of my intention to journey to the castle with Kundavel, he requested permission to accompany me. I had to deny his wish, for he had previously tracked the desert bandits and had been seen by some of them. Therefore, he may be recognized within the castle, jeopardizing the success of our mission. I mounted my back-trained camel, while Joseph acquired a marauding camel from Emery and rode alongside me. As we approached the towering open gates, the sun gracefully dipped beyond the horizon in the west. Despite our vigilant observation of the ancient ruins, we had yet to discern any signs of life. However, I surmised that our arrival had certainly been noted. Just as we were about to cross the threshold, 4 individuals emerged from behind the stone pillar, leveling their long rifles at us. "Halt! What is your intention, strangers?" "We are mere travelers," I replied, "in search of sustenance and water, wishing to spend the night with you and procure the necessities we lack." "How did you arrive here? Who informed you that anyone resides in this place?" "We observed the tracks of your livestock on the plains. Please, grant us entry." They exchanged dubious glances, and one among them, with a somewhat hopeful expression, responded, "Very well. Come forth. Can you provide us with temporary shelter in the name of the Prophet? Come in. We have discerned your stronghold." Leaving the castle alive is now out of the question. Their expressions revealed this unmistakably. I was acutely aware of this, but to further test their resolve, I pressed on. "I have already stated that you may enter. Will the Quran offer us protection while we are in your midst? Do you perceive us as marauding brigands bent on slaying guests?" I turned my camel around, and they promptly aimed their weapons at us. "Halt! This is the domain of the noble sheik. You shall never again behold the Sahara Desert." I regarded him with disdain, gripping my weapon tightly. "Are you not blind to the threat you pose? Do you not see the armaments we bear? Or do you presume we are merely toying with you? Are you unacquainted with the steed upon which I ride? Allah has bestowed upon you sight, yet you fail to see anything." Only then did he recognize my camel. "The Sheik's prized bicoline. Who bestowed it upon you?" "He himself, at a distance from here, at midnight, while awaiting his envoy to the French. I rescued him from the jaws of a lion. Behold, here is his alam." The length of that name, so familiar to them, along with the coral piece, convinced them of my truth. Nevertheless, their expressions remained grim. "To which tribe do you belong?" "I am of German descent." "A heathen? What brings you to the desert?" "I have come to be a guest of the sheik, seeking discourse with him." "Then remain here. You shall not encounter any misfortune before his arrival." I allowed my camel to kneel and descended from its back. Joseph did likewise. A solitary vulture circled above the castle. Did it perhaps sense that it would find us as sustenance amidst the mountain crevices? I seized my rifle and brought it down upon it. The bandits, armed with their muskets, were powerless against it. Their astonishment was exactly what I required. "Your lips do not even extend a greeting towards us. Beware of our gaze and my bullets. You bear this mark yet dare to threaten us? This is stolen. Cursed heathen." The speaker aimed his gun. Yet my revolver was swifter. I merely pulled the trigger twice, for the bullet from Cohenfeld had already struck the third, while the fourth was felled by the butt of his weapon. We promptly reloaded and awaited the emergence of new adversaries, but the courtyard remained eerily silent. Had Han Jiang Bei left only 4 men to guard the fortress? From our isolated and secure position, this was entirely comprehensible. We needed to search further. The interior of the half-collapsed structure was in better condition than the exterior. Before us lay an open hall, supported by columns, with numerous adjoining rooms. Observing the emptiness of the hall, we ventured inside. The adjacent rooms lacked doors and were equally deserted. We then passed through a rear exit into the second courtyard. This edifice was undoubtedly constructed in the 18th century, precisely during the era when the formidable mooses surged into the stony desert. Just as I was about to step into this courtyard, Cohenfeld grasped my arm. "Wait a moment, sir." Behind the pillar stood a scoundrel, his back turned towards us, utterly oblivious to our presence. Good heavens, how carelessly he behaves. It would be so effortless for him to shoot me. With a sudden shout, Staffelstein strode across the courtyard and seized the man by the throat. I swiftly followed, managing to intervene just in time to prevent him from ending that man's life. "Release him. We may yet have use for him." He unclenched his grip from the captive's throat, yet still held him firmly. "Why did you shoot at a guest of Han Jiang Bei?" I inquired of the prisoner. "A guest? Where are those who await you?" "I heard the gunfire." "Who are you?" "Look here, Alama. How many individuals are in the castle?" "You are mistaken. It is but you alone, for 4 men have already fallen to our bullets, having treated us as foes. You wield coral, yet murder the guests of Bei. Who are you?" "I am the brother of the notorious bandit Palavan Bei, come to rescue the Frenchman you have imprisoned." "Where is he?" "You speak falsehoods. Can one be the brother of a ghost? Ask the assassin yourself. At my call, he shall appear." "Where is the Frenchman?" "I shall not divulge that to you. I will find him, and you shall perish, solely to avenge me. He can no longer seek vengeance for you." Pahelwan Bey has slain 16 men, including his brothers and your chief, the guide of the caravan you awaited, all of whom lie dead. Should you refuse to heed my words, the abyss shall consume you. Prove the veracity of your statements. Then I shall acquiesce to your requests. Come forth. I shall reveal the assassin to you. I scaled a breach in the wall to the edge of the valley, directly opposite the canyon where Emerly resides. And the unarmed man hesitated to follow me. Hello, I bellowed, and Emerly immediately stepped forward. Come up. Is everything arranged? The fortress is now mine. The members of the caravan approached, erupting in jubilant cheers. The day was still bright enough for all to witness the unfolding events. To the entrance of the stairs. Do you see? Am I speaking the truth? Will you obey? Yes, my lord. Then remove the stones before the stairs. The brigand entered a cavern, emerged with a torch ignited, and proceeded through a dim doorway. Upon our first sight of him, he stood guard at this very threshold. The staircase descended into a basement, filled to the ceiling with various goods. Hanjiang Bey had stored the plundered treasures here. In the outer corner of the room, 2 pulleys held a stone, secured by ropes to the wall. This is the staircase, the captive explained. Emery and I were unable to move the stone due to the ropes. I unfastened the knot and shifted the boulder aside. A few minutes later, the caravan entered the fortress. After explaining briefly to Boswell, I turned my attention to the captive. Where are the French? Must I disclose this? We had sworn to maintain silence. You must speak. Standing here is the infamous bandit slayer, Pahelwan Bey. If you do not comply, he shall claim your soul. Then let it be. In another corner of the cave, a shallow, deep-set niche had been carved, sealed off with a few bundles of goods serving as a door. Inside, on the bare, hard ground, lay a man tightly bound by ropes. Reynold. The torchlight illuminated the tall figure of the Englishman. Emery, he exclaimed joyfully. Come forth, my child, quickly. A few swift cuts freed him, and then the friends embraced each other. Half an hour later, illuminated by the torches, we had thoroughly searched the entire fortress and dispatched someone to retrieve our livestock. For we had heard from the captive that the bandits would drive their camels to the shallow salt lake and then ascend into the fortress. The joy of rescuing the young man, who had believed himself doomed, was immense, and his gratitude was beyond words. We sat together until deep into the night, recounting the sufferings and joys we had experienced. Then we rested, for the sentry's position would safeguard us from any unforeseen events. The following morning, as I rose and ventured into the courtyard, I was astonished to witness the Tubans engaged in a most dreadful act. During the night, they had slain the brigand, and now stood at the castle parapet, preparing to cast the bloodied corpse into the ravine. An eye for an eye, a life for a life, my lord. I have sworn an oath, and I shall honor it. Our livestock had arrived, and at that moment, the tall Hassan approached me. Thank God, my lord. We are together again. I was quite worried, for without me, you would not. He interrupted himself. Do you see them approaching from over there? Indeed. On the plain below, a group of Arabs was making their way, on foot, indicating that their livestock had been sent to the shallow salt lake. They would encounter an unexpected reception. I dispatched Hassan, who had yet to engage in battle, to the wall's bulwark to survey the situation at the shallow salt lake. The Staffelschein and I concealed ourselves behind a pile of stones adjacent to the main gate. Whoever enters the castle shall not depart again. We did not have to wait long. Although they would certainly harbor suspicions about the absence of the 5 guards, they nonetheless entered the courtyard with ease. As half of them crossed the threshold, Emerly emerged slowly to greet them, leaving them utterly astonished. Hello, I am the brigand slayer. To hell with your gang. Open fire. All weapons discharged simultaneously. I had no intention of engaging in a protracted shootout. Rather, I resorted to my fists. The Staffelschein shouted, discarding their weapons, and immediately charged into the fray alongside Emerly and the Tubans, plunging into the chaos among the enemy. My short-barreled shotgun did not allow a single soul to pass through the door. 10 minutes later, we had become the masters of this place. At that moment, the thunderous voice of Hassan resounded. God is great. My lord, they have come on horseback, and the Bey is among them. I recognized him by his armor. I stepped outside and beheld camels standing in the water, with 3 men beside them, one of whom had cast aside his hooded cloak, his chainmail glimmering like pure gold. He was bathing, then donned the cloak once more and gestured for his entourage to follow him. They proceeded towards the sloped steps. That man belongs to me. I shall capture him alive. Boswell shouted. You all retreat to the hall. Reno Luttrell had requested my revolver yesterday. My gaze was now searching for the young man. Yet I could not find him. Footsteps were now audible. The Bey and his two attendants emerged through the small door into the courtyard. The silence may have startled him, causing him to halt. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the man I had encountered in the Ors Mountains, who was later killed. His sharp eyes swept the surroundings, and upon parting his lips, a cry of astonishment escaped. Reno stepped out from the colonnade, approaching him with a revolver in hand. I sensed impending trouble and raised my double-barreled rifle. "Halt! Surrender him to me," Emmerly implored, swiftly passing in front of me. I was free. "Die, brigand!" Reno shouted, pulling the trigger at the Bey, with the intention of delivering a fatal blow using his right hand. He had not yet succeeded when Emery seized him from behind. However, they could not reach their destination, for my two bullets had already brought them crashing to the ground. Emery, with an iron grip, held tightly onto Bey. "Do you recognize me, bandit? I am the bandit slayer, Palavan Bey. Go follow your victim." A dreadful punch struck Bey on the forehead, rendering him unconscious. The Englishman then secured him and dragged him to the city walls, where he cast the murderer into the abyss, landing amidst the remains of the slain. The desert bandits had been entirely eradicated. 14 days later, we traversed the rocky desert, and before us unfolded a most enchanting sight. Thousands of palm trees stood tall, their fronds swaying atop slender trunks, bathed in golden sunlight. Beneath these trunks lay a garden adorned with pale pink peach blossoms, white apricot flowers, and the tender new leaves of fig trees, accompanied by the melodious songs of nightingales. This was the fortunate place where we delivered the caravan, the oasis of God. After spending a few days with them, the Tebu people too prepared to bid us farewell. "May Allah be with you, my lord," he said upon parting. "You have enriched the caravan's members with the spoils of the castle, yet you have taken nothing for yourself. I have lost my son, but I possess the blessings of Allah." Weeks later, we arrived in Algiers, where we were joyously welcomed by the ecstatic family of Latramone. Hassan accompanies us only as far as here, while the man from Staffelstein is unwilling to part from me. He travels alongside me and Emmerly, who, in a gesture of camaraderie, has altered his original travel plans to join me in Germany, eager to once again savor the fervent libations of his homeland. The separation from Ratlaman and his family weighs heavily upon us, and Hassan, the Kabashi, laments even more intensely. "Master, you depart, and we shall not meet again. Yet you shall fondly and proudly remember Hassan ibn Abufada ibn Hawker al-Wadi Yusuf ibn Abu Furs and ibn Ishaq al-Duli in Germany," he proclaims. He often refers to himself as the great Hassan and the slayer Jessa Bey, the one who aided you and Palwan Bey in vanquishing the beasts Asad Bey and the merchant slayer Hanjang Bey. "I shall not forget you either, Hassan," the man from Staffelstein assures, "but in Germany, tales shall be told of Ma el-Tat Bey, the alcohol slayer. Your tongue is laden with venom. No one shall believe you, for in Germany they shall say, 'Behold, here comes Yusuf Ku el Darb ibn Ku el Darb ibn Ku el Darbabu, in el Darb el Ka el Bron, that slanderer, that wolf.' I forbid you to ever speak of me, now or in the future. However, we, my lord, shall speak of one another, and my name shall be intertwined with the transformations of two. Cherade in Marseille. If the residents of Marseille were afforded the opportunity to extol the virtues and beauty of their birthplace, they would often remark, if Paris possessed a Rue Canabaye, it would be but a miniature Marseille. While such comparisons may be somewhat excessive, they are not entirely devoid of merit. Canabaye is the grandest, and at least once was the most exquisite street in Marseille, stretching across the city to the port. The denizens of this southern French metropolis possess every right to take pride in their homeland. Marseille boasts a temperate and pleasant climate, Egyptian-like clear nights, and an eternally refreshing atmosphere despite its southern locale. Here converge peoples from every corner of the globe, the reserved, reticent English, the exuberant Italians, the astute Americans, the cunning Greeks, the wily Armenians, the solemn Turks, the taciturn Arabs, the slender Indians, the queue-bearing Chinese, and the diverse inhabitants of Africa, ranging from deep brown to ebony hues. Within this vibrant emlang of races, colors, attire, and languages, Eastern characteristics predominate, bestowing upon Marseille a unique Asian and African flair that is unparalleled in other French port cities. Should anyone wish to journey to Algiers or Tunisia across the Mediterranean, here lies the finest opportunity for their eyes and ears to become acquainted with the hues and tones of the dark continent in advance. Not long ago, I could hardly have anticipated my swift arrival at the shores of the Mediterranean. My friend, Captain Frick Tunistic, a skilled mariner and polyglot well known to many of my readers, disrupted my domestic tranquility with a letter sent from Harwich, England. Dear Benissi, I am anchored here and plan to set sail for Antwerp in 15 days from today, where I shall retrieve you from the residence of Grandfather Lydek. My route will take me through Marseille to Tunis. Should you choose to remain at home and decline my invitation as my guest, I shall hold you in disdain. Wishing you well, I eagerly await your company. Your old friend, Frick Tunistic. What am I to do? To remain at home and face scorn? Absolutely not. I long to reunite with this valiant companion and embark on a journey to Tunis, perhaps even further, in hopes of encountering a myriad of adventures. Thus, I resolved to accept the invitation, pack my belongings, and arrive in Antwerp ahead of the appointed time. I spent 2 days there inquiring about Grandfather Lydek, who resided near the castle and was a renowned tavern keeper, frequented primarily by seafaring captains. Tunistic arrived on the 3rd day, genuinely pleased to see me fulfill his hopes. He hastily raised a toast to welcome me, then whisked me away to view his new 3-masted schooner, the Gallant Steed. This vessel was constructed according to his own specifications, boldly claiming to be the swiftest sailing ship among the fleets of merchant vessels from various nations. Its cargo consisted of arms, as well as British textiles and iron goods, which he believed could fetch a handsome price in Tunisia. Additionally, he intended to procure lace fabrics, sewing threads, and gold and silver braided insignia stripes in Antwerp, all of which are items frequently sought after by Moors and Berbers. In Marseille, he planned to acquire silk fabrics, leather goods, buttons, jewelry, soap, and candles. The prearranged cargo was swiftly loaded onto the ship, which then navigated through the Westerschelde River into the North Sea, heading towards the Strait of Calais. Tunistic ought to commend his ship, the Steed, a 3-masted vessel constructed to a scale of 1 to 8, whose elegant lines would elicit admiration from every connoisseur. The craftsmanship displayed in the ship's construction reflects the shipbuilder's remarkable skill, while its facilities and equipment are not only practical but also aesthetically pleasing, allowing the captain to take pride in being the intellectual creator of this magnificent ship. We encountered a continuous favorable wind, experiencing an unusually swift voyage, and arrived at the port of Joliet in Marseille 2 full days ahead of Tunistic's predictions. The captain had his duties to attend to, thus I wandered through the city, taking in the splendid sights, the grand new cathedral, the Gothic-style St. Michael's Church, the majestic Grand Hotel, and particularly the richly stocked bookstores within the stunning edifice of the Academy of Arts. Later, when time permitted, we visited the zoo, a place he frequently spoke of, situated behind the magnificent structures of the Palais de Congrès or the Palais de Festivals in Marseille. After traversing the entire zoo both longitudinally and laterally, and having explored all its sections, we grew weary and settled upon a long bench for respite. The bench was nestled beneath a plane tree, adjacent to a narrow strip of land densely populated with elongated shrubs. On the opposite side, a wooden cross stood among the low brush, its inscription informing passers-by of the tragic demise of a zookeeper who had been fatally attacked by an escaped leopard, beseeching prayers for the unfortunate soul. As we visited on a weekday, the area was rather desolate, with few souls traversing this secluded spot. Tunistic recounted his recent experiences while we indulged in a cigar. At that moment, we distinctly heard the footsteps of 2 individuals approaching from the thicket, halting at the cross. "May God annihilate this nation," one of them exclaimed in Arabic, expressing disdain for the idols that stood everywhere, deeming it an abominable act for true believers, while these Christians dared to profane the dignity of their leader. It is likely that he resides here to serve the French. Muhammad's teachings are indeed correct. He forbids all forms of sculpture. Can you tell me what is inscribed on this cross? Yes, a leopard escaped from its cage and fatally attacked an employee in the garden. A cross has been erected here for passers-by to pray for the deceased. Another individual laughed and provided an explanation, to which the Muslim contemptuously remarked, "Ah, Almighty, can your Christ save this man? No. Yet a cross stands here after he has been torn apart. What use is prayer when it comes too late? This is for the salvation of his soul. Do not let yourself be ridiculed. If I were in the place of the deceased, I would call upon the name of the Prophet Muhammad, and the leopard would flee in terror. I shall demonstrate to you how powerless your Jesus and your cross truly are." At that moment, I heard a crackling sound. It seemed he intended to dismantle the cross. I wanted to leap up and stop him, but Tunistic, not understanding their conversation, blocked me and urged me to explain softly to him. After I briefly and swiftly conveyed the situation, I stood up, but already retreated. The portion of the post embedded in the ground was broken, and the cross was hurled towards us, striking the captain on the head. Tunistic sprang up and quickly followed me as I turned around the corner of the bushes toward the place where the two individuals stood. Among them, one I immediately recognized as Armenian from his visage. He wore a sheepskin cap, donned a short overcoat, loose trousers, and high boots, with a knife sheathed at his belt. The other was an Arab, whom I estimated to be around 50 years of age. His tall, robust frame was draped in a white hooded cloak. Upon his head rested a red fez, encircled by a scarf of the same hue. His gaunt visage betrayed his devoutness as a Muslim. He exhibited no sign of fear at our presence, instead meeting us with a piercing, almost mocking gaze. "What is the matter with you?" the irate captain called out in his American English. "How dare you dismantle the cross and throw it at my head? What does this man intend to do?" The Muslim inquired, turning to his companion, who was likely his translator. "You have committed an act that would incur severe penalties here. You have defaced the image affixed to the cross, and should we report you to the authorities, the populace would see you imprisoned." He regarded me with a disdainful look and asked, "Who are you to speak to me in such a manner?" "I am a Christian, and thus have the duty to report you," I replied. "You are a Christian? Yet you speak the language of the faithful like a true Muslim. Therefore, you may be likened to a two-tongued serpent, venomous in nature. You do not know me, nor will you receive the grace of hearing my name whispered in your ear. However, I must inform you that I am a person accustomed to disdainfully regarding Christians and spitting at them. Moreover, he truly spat 3 times before me, with the third instance landing upon my attire. I am a tranquil individual, one who typically refrains from being swept away by anger. Yet, at that moment, I did not wish to employ eloquent language for defense. The instant his saliva touched my garment, my fist had already struck his face, sending him crashing to the ground. He swiftly attempted to rise and seize me, but Tunistic promptly grasped the back of his neck, pressing him down once more, and instructed me, "Benissi, call the police." During this interval, I maintained a watchful gaze upon the miscreant, ensuring that he could not move forward even half a foot within the next hour, utterly immobilized with fear. I hesitated regarding whether to heed the captain's counsel. Based on the lessons learned thus far, perhaps I should allow the Muslim to escape. Yet, just then, as if summoned, a local individual approached. Upon witnessing this peculiar gathering, he hastened over and inquired about the unfolding events. While Tunistic held the wrongdoer firmly on the ground with his seafaring hands, I recounted the incident. The translation attempted to obscure the transgression, but found itself powerless against the fallen cross. Consequently, we were obliged to accompany the local man to the manager's office. The manager received the accounts from both the captain and me, and after expressing his gratitude, permitted our departure. The other 2 individuals were detained, with the manager stating that they would face severe punishment. We discovered a modest eatery near the park's exit, where we settled at an open table to enjoy a drink. After approximately 15 minutes, we were astonished to see the 2 misguided individuals approach us, their faces adorned with a sense of satisfaction. They fixated their gaze upon us. One of the Arabs stepped forward, standing before me while maintaining a cautious distance, and vehemently condemned. I was fined 20 francs, which I gladly contributed to France. Yet, you offer nothing. You have struck a Muslim, and thus, the cross of Christ shall not shield you when I seek my revenge. I chose to ignore him, prompting him to exit with an air of arrogance, striding away as though he were the victor of this altercation. Upon relaying his menacing words to Tunistic, he remarked, "Had he spoken to me, I would have made him lower his sails right then and there. Instead, he departs, steaming with pride, akin to an armored vessel. As if we should fear him. I felt no fear. However, we needed to exercise caution. Though we were not ensconced in an Arab encampment, one must acknowledge the potential for such an enraged Arab to act unpredictably. In his perspective, a face bruised by a fist could only be avenged with blood. After a while, we rose to make our way to the port's vessel. Along the route, we encountered our 2 adversaries in an alley. They allowed us to pass before following closely behind. Despite our efforts to navigate various paths, we could not elude their pursuit. Finally, Tunistic suggested rowing to the CH-TODF. Having read Dumas' The Count of Monte Cristo, he yearned to visit the hero's subterranean prison depicted in the novel. This very site resides within the CH-TODF, where anyone can gain access for a modest fee. Although I am not particularly fond of Dumas' works, the presence of the room where Mirabeau was imprisoned in 1774 compelled my agreement. Thus, we embarked on a small boat to heed the captain's suggestion and to shake off the 2 followers trailing us. Tunistic harbored such sympathy for his disheveled count that it was difficult for him to depart from that so-called prison. The individual who guided us to the cave had so many tales to share, and by the time we left the island of If, twilight had nearly descended. The captain steered the helm while the boatman and I rowed. It is worth noting that If Island is situated 2 kilometers from the shore. Yet the distance to our vessel anchored at the port of Toulon was nearly doubled. The streetlights in the town had already illuminated, revealing an expanse of shimmering light before us. The sea was tranquil, caught in the ebb and flow of the tides. However, the captain soon began to murmur. Why does this fellow not steer away from us? He grumbled, as he was directly in our path, yet made no attempt to move aside. He was seated facing forward and noticed a small boat ahead of us. The 2 of us sat with our backs turned. He adjusted the helm slightly to pass alongside. But after only a short distance, someone from the other boat shouted angrily, "What is the meaning of this? Are you blind? Move left a bit, or we shall collide." As I surveyed my surroundings, I spotted a small boat with a solitary figure clad in black. We passed so closely that I could nearly grasp the vessel with my outstretched hand. When he leaned forward, I was convinced I recognized the visage of this Arab. Yet, had he not been adorned in a white cloak? Suddenly, he pivoted swiftly and endeavored to row after us. It raised my suspicions. Why had he seemingly lingered in our path only to turn so attentively towards us? Was he attempting to ascertain my position? As he drew near, I lay sprawled on the deck when a gunshot rang out, swiftly followed by a second. Alas, Tanastic exclaimed, "We are under fire." Well, to ensure he ceases shooting thereafter, put all your strength into the oars. As I lay on the boat, our speed diminished, yet our small craft pursued the fleeing adversary with the swiftness of an arrow. With our backs turned, we could not see our opponent. However, I sensed that Tanastic was not steering in a straight line, but rather in a curve. "Is he rowing in circles?" I inquired, "or are you veering for some reason?" "The cause shall soon be apparent," he muttered. "Just keep doing that. Do not glance around. And do not tumble from your seat." "From my seat? Does that imply a collision? Do you intend to cast him into the sea? Do you wish for him to drown? This I cannot abide." I found myself at a loss for words, for the captain interrupted me, firmly grasping the helm and executing a sharp turn of the vessel. "Hold steady, just row," he commanded. "We are on the verge of capturing him. Onward, onward. God is merciful." A voice echoed from behind us, the pursuer. He attempted to call upon the name of God a second time, but at that very instant, our small boat lurched forward, nearly unseating us. My companion achieved his aim. Our vessel collided with the Arab's small craft, overturning it. It now floated upside down beside us. We anxiously awaited the emergence of the man who had fallen overboard, but to no avail. At one point, I thought I discerned a rounded object, resembling a human head, breaking the surface of the distant sea, yet it could have merely been an illusion. To be so far from the scene of the incident. Only an extraordinary swimmer could manage to traverse such a distance underwater without taking a breath. Perhaps he was hiding beneath his capsized boat, Tunistic suggested. "Let us right the boat," he urged. This task was not insurmountable for us, yet the missing individual was not found beneath the craft. However, his discarded cloak remained entangled in the oarlock. Upon inspection, we discovered it to be a white mantle. It was now beyond doubt that the one who had been pursuing us was indeed that Muslim. He had followed us and taken note of our journey to the fortress of Eve. This inspired him with a notion to lie in wait on our return journey and shoot me, to ensure there were no witnesses present. He did not even bring a translator. However, his plan faltered, leading one to surmise that he was not only audacious, but also an exceptionally skilled swimmer. Perhaps the circular object we observed truly was his head. Where had his scarf gone? Surely, he was cloaked and seated in the boat, sinking into the depths. I was profoundly dissatisfied with the outcome of this escapade, unable to suppress my reproach towards Tunistic. Why did you choose to collide with him from the side? Was there truly no more effective means to apprehend him? There were. Yet, the man with the pistol might have a knife at his disposal as well. If we were to seize him, he could very well stab us. But by knocking him into the water, he would feel elated that we had rescued him from its depths. We need not fear his blade. Should we drive him towards the shore, there would be police or other assistance to apprehend him. Gentlemen, it is time to consider the shipowner's opinion. It would be best for us to disembark and remain silent regarding this matter. This is my counsel to you, as well as to myself. He was correct, and we acquiesced to his suggestion. Upon our arrival at the port of Joliet, as we navigated past the vessels moored in close proximity to one another, we noticed a 2-masted sailboat with its gangway hanging at the side. There, a tall, bald man ascended, his black trousers and shirt clinging to his physique, drenched from the elements. "Is this the individual we seek?" inquired Tunistic. I spotted this two-masted schooner yesterday. It bears two names, one in French, vent, and another in a foreign tongue that escapes my pronunciation. We shall ascertain the details come morning. However, by dawn, the two-masted vessel had already sailed into the distant sea. Upon inquiry, we learned it was a Tunisian ship, its foreign name in Arabic being Al-Hawa, which translates to the wind. The Mediterranean, Golden Sea. No other ocean in the world can boast such honor unless tempestuous storms stir tumultuous waves crashing upon the nearby shores. The sun hung high in the sky, while the tides, as clear as the azure heavens, floated around the vessel in all directions, so transparent that one could catch a glimpse of the glistening new copper hull as a ship passed by. When the sun descended, the waters increasingly revealed a radiant golden hue, until at sunset, they cast a powerful glow, tinged with violet light, far across the gently undulating waves. Moreover, the air was imbued with a gentle freshness, prompting all to inhale deeply, relishing in a rare sense of comfort. I had previously perceived this, and now I found myself observing it anew. I find myself seated beneath the canopy of the deck, relinquishing the indulgence of a cigar that could have graced my hours elsewhere, merely to savor the invigorating and pristine essence of the sea air. The captain's demeanor, however, is far from pleasant. He appears indifferent to the comfort of a landlubber such as myself, his face etched with a sullen frown, while the sailors languidly recline on the deck, shifting their chewing tobacco from one side of their mouths to the other, exchanging glances of tedium or even skepticism. "What troubles you, Captain?" I inquire of Tunistic, sensing that he is mulling over something distasteful. "What is amiss?" He echoes, stepping into the shade, yet alas, there is nothing amiss. However, troubles may easily arise. What could it be? Perhaps a storm brewing? Yet, everything seems to be in order. Indeed, it appears so. But that is all. A perpetually smiling face is often a mask for hypocrisy and malice. The ocean mirrors this sentiment. If an old man is forever grinning, one can wager that he will soon unleash a torrent of reprimands. As we have left France in our wake, a northwesterly breeze fills the sails. It is a splendid wind, carrying us forth from Marseille into the sea. Yet, the northwesterly wind, ever capricious, poses challenges in these shifting waters. Nevertheless, it is precisely the wind our course requires. What are your thoughts? When shall we reach Tunis? Perhaps by tomorrow evening, if the wind remains steadfast. Let us hope it does not deceive us. He suddenly raised his head, shading his eyes with his hand, and keenly gazed towards the west. Then he informed me, indeed, as anticipated, I have discerned correctly. Something is gathering behind that horizon, and we must not take this lightly. I stepped outside as well, directing my gaze towards the direction he indicated. In the usually clear sky, a small patch of pale clouds had formed. Though I am not a sailor, I am aware that such minute cloud formations possess the potential to envelop the entire sky in darkness within a remarkably short span of time. Yes, indeed it is that, Tunistic affirmed, nodding. It shall commence within an hour. We must be prepared. I hope my steed can withstand the trial. The sailors moved the tents below deck and secured all movable items. Tunistic still commanded the ship to sail with full canvas. However, a mere quarter of an hour later, as the once small cloud had expanded like a black veil across the entire western horizon, he ordered the sails to be lowered. The storm did not arrive as swiftly as anticipated. An hour later, the cloud mass dominated the sky. Now, the mainsail had been furled, leaving only as much canvas as the helmsman required. Evening approached, a time fraught with anxiety. In such a confined sea, a nighttime tempest is far more perilous than during the day. This I know all too well. Yet, I remained untroubled, for this vessel was splendid, and Tunistic was a sailor in whom one could place unwavering trust. As night descends with increasing swiftness, the little maidens of the sea, as the sailors affectionately refer to the small waves that arise before a storm, leap forth. Following closely behind these playful figures are the towering crests of waves. As the wind intensifies and the gentle swells transform into tumultuous billows, the tempest has arrived. The storm sweeps across the deck, and to avoid being swept away, one must grasp firmly. The sailing vessel, with its small sails, races ahead in defiance of the storm, soaring atop the crests at one moment, only to plunge into the depths of the troughs the next. The sky grows increasingly dark, rendering it difficult to see even a few paces away. Benissi, go below deck. The captain advises me during a brief lull, a moment when the storm seems to draw breath. I wish to remain above, I replied defiantly. You will be swept away. I secure myself tightly to the mast. Nonsense. I command you. You must obey. Quickly descend. At that moment, two sailors, one on either side, grasped me firmly. Their hands as large as my own when doubled. They dragged me toward the ship's ladder, thrust me below, and sealed the hatch above my head. Resistance would be folly. Now I sit alone in the dimness below, as all the men have been ordered to remain on deck. I hear the fury of nature violently battering the thin walls of the ship, a cacophony of growls and hisses, howls and whispers. A tumult only those who have encountered a storm at sea can truly comprehend. Every joint of the vessel creaks and groans in protest. The thunder roared incessantly, while the lightning danced around the ship as if engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Minutes felt like hours in this confined space, and the solitude was unbearable. Yet I had no choice but to endure it. After approximately 3 or 4 hours, the tumult seemed to subside slightly, at which point Tunistic descended. He was drenched to the skin, yet his face radiated satisfaction. "Everything is splendid," he said with a smile. "My steed has earned its name honorably, galloping through the waves like a true stallion." "Is there nothing to worry about?" I inquired. "Nothing at all. We encountered some rough seas, and that is the extent of it. Merely a brief tempest. Of course, we must remain vigilant. Otherwise, we risk veering off course. We are situated to the south of Cape Talata at the southern tip of Sardinia, and it would be easy to be swept into the shallows off the coast of the island of Gelida in Tunisia. The wind is swirling, blowing from the southwest. So I shall make adjustments to maintain our heading as best as possible. The storm will not last long. It is merely a momentary disturbance for me to prepare this drink for you and me." He returned to the deck. A minor squall, such understatement from him. Yet he was indeed correct. After the time he had mentioned, the ferocity of nature's howl ceased, the thunder fell silent, and the wind continued to blow steadily. What I now behold is, of course, entirely different from what I witnessed last night. The sky remains shrouded in dark clouds, and the waves crashing against the ship's side are equally black, splashing phosphorescent seawater upon those on deck. Indeed, the tempest and fierce winds have subsided, yet the ocean continues to howl intermittently. Half of the crew may retreat below deck, while the other half remains on the deck, as a reward for their diligent efforts. All sailors are granted double rations of rum. The steadfast Tunistic remains above, and finding myself of little utility up there, I eventually descended again to rest. Upon awakening, I presumed I had slumbered for scarcely an hour, yet it was already broad daylight. As I ascended to the deck, I beheld a fresh, cloudless morning sky, surrounded by a nearly tranquil sea. "Having endured the trial, we are fortunate to resume our precise full-speed navigation," Tunistic remarked. "However, it remains uncertain whether all vessels have shared our good fortune." Thus, I steered closer to Gelida and Flatley Island to ascertain if any ships had run aground on the reefs. The spirit of altruism revealed its joyfulness less than 2 hours later, as the lookout reported sighting a derelict vessel. We trained our telescope upon it, and the captain promptly commanded us to approach and cast a lead line. The measurement indicated 9 fathoms, suggesting that any closer approach to the wreck would be perilous. The dark triangular hull of the ship loomed above the water, devoid of a visible mast. Due to the considerable distance, even with a telescope, it was difficult to ascertain whether anyone was aboard the ship. Nevertheless, Tunistic commanded the launch of a small boat, equipped with the necessary oars and crew, under the guidance of a helmsman, and I was permitted to accompany them. As we rowed closer to the wreck, we discovered that it was merely the bow of a vessel, with its stern entirely submerged. The mast along with the rigging had collapsed onto the deck, and the foresail was torn. "What kind of ship could this be?" I inquired. However, we would soon find out, for I noticed movement above. Yes, there were indeed individuals atop the vessel. Through my telescope, I could count only 3. They gazed at us, waving their hands incessantly. The bow protruded so far above the water that I could clearly read the ship's name, wind along with the Arabic characters Ha and Wa. This was the Tunisian 2-masted sailing ship that had departed from Marseille before us. My astonishment quickly transformed into a sense of delightful relief as I recognized one of the figures perched on the bow's slanting mast. It was the very person we had presumed dead, the one who had fired upon us. Fortunately, the waves were not turbulent, allowing our small boat to approach the wreck with relative ease. The seawater did not reach the boat's gunwales, making it impossible to enter the hold and retrieve anything from within. Thus, we were limited to rescuing those 3 individuals. The Muslim feigned ignorance of me. However, as he now sat before me in his drenched trousers and shirt, he bore an uncanny resemblance to the person who had climbed aboard from the 2-masted ship's ladder. He exchanged a few words softly with the other 2, while they discreetly observed me. Along the way, the helmsman posed several inquiries. And one can only imagine the astonishment of Tunishtik upon discovering our passengers. Benissi, he remarked with a slight smile, everything is now as it should be. We owe our gratitude to the misfortune of his ship's wreck. Unfamiliar with the circumstances, he was compelled to delegate the investigation to me. The two sailors identified themselves as Tunisians, yet their command of Arabic was so poor that I mistook them for Greek rascals, who had ample reason to remain reticent about the truth. They divulged the name of the ship's owner in Tunisia, who was the rightful proprietor of the vessel, and recounted the tale of how it ran aground. According to their account, the captain seemed to be quite incompetent, though I harbored an entirely different perspective. The incident might pertain to a deliberate act of scuttling the ship for substantial insurance claims, but the sudden tempest exacerbated the situation, resulting in the demise of the entire crew, save for the 3 we rescued. Who is the person you have yet to mention? I inquired, gesturing towards the Muslim. The response was, we do not know. You ought to be aware, for he was sailing with you. No, we do not recognize him, as he is a passenger and only interacted with the captain. But surely you must have heard how the captain addressed him? He always referred to him simply as sir. I now turn directly to the individual and inquire about his name. His attire consists solely of a shirt, trousers, and a jacket. All else was lost in the tempest when the ship sank. He is barefoot, and his shaved head is uncovered, a condition deemed unacceptable for a Muslim. Nevertheless, he sits beside us, holding an air of impatience. Is it customary for Germans to inquire so bluntly about one's name? How rude you are. My question is posed in a courteous tone, as the law mandates such decorum. Everything that transpires aboard the vessel must be recorded in the ship's logbook. Immediately? Indeed. Including my name? Certainly. Then write down Ibrahim. And what else? Nothing more. Your identity and your place of origin? I live off my possessions. I reside in Tunisia. That suffices. Now, please do not disturb me. He uttered these words in the most impatient manner. Nonetheless, I calmly continued. May I inquire if you have ever been to Marseille? I have. Did you visit the zoo while there? No. Wasn't he your small boat wrecked between the Isle of If and the port of Joliet? I know nothing of that. Do you not recall having seen me there? I do not know you, nor am I interested in befriending a Christian. Had you mentioned this earlier, we would have ensured your stay upon the derelict vessel. May the Almighty forgive my interactions with infidels. He is indeed great, and Muhammad is his prophet. When you escort me to Tunisia, I shall pay homage in the sacred city of Kairouan to restore my purity. Kairouan, a city in Tunisia, forbids the entrance of non-Muslims. Within its bounds lies the grave of Al-Oab, a companion of Muhammad. The Mosque of Aqba stands as the most revered sanctuary among the Berber nations. I have expressed my desire to depart from this Muslim, yet he insisted, place me in the cabin and provide me with meat, flour, dates, and water, ensuring they remain untouched by infidels. I wish to dwell in solitude to evade your gaze, for the sight of Christians taints the flesh of the faithful. Should I mock him or strike him once more? Both options bear no significance. Mockery would ignite my ire, while striking him would be beneath my dignity. Thus, I reiterated, if you wish to avoid being cast into the sea, you must content yourself with your current position, one of your own choosing. As for sustenance and drink, you shall partake alongside the sailors. Your survival is owed to their efforts, and the rescued should not presume superiority over their saviors. His eyes blazed with fury as he shouted at me, who saved me? Pray tell. In my moment of peril, I had cried out, save me, O Prophet Muhammad. Thus, he has sent you to extend your hand towards me for forgiveness. Why did he not send a Muslim instead? Because there are no Muslims nearby. Very well. Let us conclude our dealings here and hope for no further entanglements. Yet, it is not finished. You shall go to Tunisia, while I will remain here. We shall meet again. Now, grant me something to cover my exposed head and bare feet. It is truly audacious to demand my assistance whilst he insults and threatens me. And in what tone? I conveyed my decision to him. I cannot comply, for you assert that anything touched by a Christian will taint you. Shall I disembark in Tunisia with an uncovered head? No. I am compassionate and respect your faith, which forbids you from being seen bareheaded. You ought to have a covering. Take one from here. It rightfully belongs to you. I noticed that Tunisian had sent a white cloak, which I then offered to the Muslim. He accepted it without a hint of embarrassment, declaring, this is the attire of a believer. I am entitled to it. As for shoes, I shall borrow from one who is in the water. However, your captain shares my sentiments. After I translated everything spoken to him, he too was uncertain whether to cast this man onto the deck or merely to dismiss him with a smile. He entirely concurred with my decision. That fellow must abandon any notion of entering the cabin. However, He no longer demanded food and water. He tore the cloak into shreds, wrapping half of it around his head. He inserted his feet into a pair of borrowed, tattered shoes that were hardly better than slippers. Thus, he sat upright and motionless in his seat, gazing into the distance, seemingly indifferent to everything happening around him. After we rescued these individuals onto the ship, we resumed our voyage at full speed. Just past noon, we arrived at Jeddah Ali, and shortly before dusk, we rounded Cape Mersa Kbir, reaching the port of Glida in the suburbs of Tunis. We then docked at the commercial port, with the military harbor situated to the south. The Muslim man finally stirred. Approaching Tunistik and me, pointing to his two sailors and commanding, "You must immediately accompany them to your consulate and confirm that the brigantine has sunk. The consul will sign." "And what will you do in the meantime?" I inquired. "I will go ashore." "Do you think we will permit you?" "Permit? There is nothing that requires your permission. Here, you are the outsiders, and I am the master. On the contrary, you are on this vessel, thus you are the outsider, and we are the masters. We have the right to detain you here until our consul makes a decision due to your treacherous attempt to murder us. Or do you still cowardly deny that you shot at me?" "Cowardly? You pitiful creatures. Yes, I shot at you. And I shall do so again if you dare to confront me once more. Now, detain me if you will. I assure you, the moment I raise my voice, hundreds will flock here to greet me. You are yet unaware of my identity, but once you become acquainted with me, you shall find yourself in misfortune." "Huh. Even before you disclose your true name and identity, I have disowned who you are. Regardless of your persona, we shall not cower before you. Should we decide to apprehend you, not even a multitude of your followers could thwart us. We have encountered many individuals entirely dissimilar to you. They initially opposed us but ultimately came to respect us. We are Christians, and our faith compels us to treat our adversaries with kindness. Therefore, we shall forgive your murderous conspiracies and permit you to depart in peace. You may leave. Indeed, you claim to be Christians," he scoffed derisively. "I hold you in contempt. Should you dare to appear before me again, I shall crush you." With a gesture reminiscent of an oath, he raised his right arm and, with that menacing motion, disembarked. Unexpected encounters. Times are changing, and humanity and nations evolve with the epochs. When one sets foot upon the soil of North Africa, this truth becomes immediately apparent. Not long ago, the seafaring nations of Europe trembled before the pirate ships of the Berbers. They were mercilessly plundered, either slain or dragged off into slavery. Only through the might of sovereigns and kings, who gathered armies to wage war, could they hope to resist. How drastically different today is. In such a relatively brief span of time, Morocco finds itself ensnared in internal strife, depleting its national strength, not to mention the situation in Tripoli, while Algeria has been suffocated. Meanwhile, France extends its reach towards Tunisia, where its civilization strides forth. The clattering of iron tracks has commenced, as the shrill whistle of a locomotive interrupts the call of the muezzin echoing from the lofty minarets, summoning the faithful to prayer. Yet, Tunisia retains a more eastern essence than Algiers, or even Cairo. This sentiment is palpable upon entering the Medina. Travelers at the docks are first greeted by customs officials, who are not overly stringent, and the sight of a few francs often dissuades them from unnecessary complications. Europeans ought to be wary of porters who seize their luggage and flee, and should hasten to be escorted to Eastern or French hotels. Although the culinary offerings and cleanliness of the linens may be lacking, a knowledge of the significance of tips in the East will lead one to individuals eager to provide guidance. As for the city itself, little can be remarked. It possesses no particular virtues akin to other Eastern cities. Muslims, of course, hold it in high esteem, referring to it as the city of happiness. Europeans, upon gazing from the olive tree-clad hill known as the Belvedere at the slender minarets glowing in the twilight, alongside the rooftops shimmering with golden light, may initially concur. However, as they venture into the Medina, their perspectives are sure to shift. The narrow, winding alleyways are cluttered with rubble and foul-smelling refuse. Rows of houses stand in such close proximity that one can easily leap from the rooftop of one to that of another across the street. The dilapidated structures, neglected and left to crumble, are accompanied by the construction of new homes nearby, as land is plentiful. Thus, the remnants of old buildings, newly adorned edifices, hastily erected tents, and a small church without a cemetery coexist, collectively narrating the history and evolution of the city from its ancient origins to its most contemporary phase. After his victory at the Battle of Clavijo, Emperor Charles V commissioned the construction of a castle, necessitating the dismantling and transportation of stones from the aqueduct of Carthage. as well as the burning of Carthaginian marble columns to produce lime. Today, these castles have also succumbed to ruin. The only notable structure remaining is the governor's palace situated at Casbah Square, though it is seldom utilized. In former times, the inhabitants were rigidly segregated by ethnicity and faith. However, the current situation has evolved. Nevertheless, the lower part of the city and its suburbs are predominantly inhabited by Christians and Jews, while the upper section is occupied by the descendants of Turks known as Kaluris, and the central area is home to Moors, most of whom are descended from the Moriscos expelled from Spain. It is also noteworthy that as night falls, every individual bears the responsibility of carrying a lantern. The governor resides in the Palace of Badu, situated half an hour's journey from the city center. To reach that place, one must traverse a magnificent aqueduct, once a vital source of water for Carthage. This splendid palace is a confluence of various architectural marvels, housing not only the governor's residence but also numerous esteemed nobles, officials, and servants. As for the ruins of Carthage, they primarily stem from the later period when many edifices collapsed. The authentic remnants of early Carthage that can be observed today consist solely of an impressive water supply system comprising 18 remarkable underground reservoirs. These historical sites can be swiftly explored by visitors. However, my preference lies with the present state of the city. The bustling atmosphere of its inhabitants captivates me far more than the prohibition against searching for and excavating ancient artifacts. Consequently, I parted ways with the industrious Tunistic and rented a dwelling in the city center. The residence, owned by a barber, comprises 2 exquisite guest rooms, elegantly separated by a striking curtain that matches the dimensions of the building. The entire palace measures 8 paces in length and 6 paces in width, with a roof made solely of wheat straw, while the walls are constructed from a mixture of straw and clay. To economize on door materials, one wall has been entirely removed. The curtain is artfully crafted from various types, sizes, and colors of paper pieces. The floor is composed of friendly earth. I then settled into a corner on a long sofa chair, which is merely my travel bag, the entirety of the room's furnishings. Through the many small holes in the curtain, I can observe the activities of the elderly barber in the adjacent room. However, he is not alone. He is accompanied by a woman resembling a 70-year-old Medusa, whose sole task appears to be frying onions. His establishment is perpetually bustling with patrons. Yet I have noticed that none of them seem to pay for their services. It is indeed a pleasure to witness the way he showcases his craft. What particularly moves me is his loyalty. He collects the lather scraped from faces and heads to reapply it to others. My accommodation costs 4 francs a month, which translates to 80 fini per week, a sum I must pay in advance. When I offered the old man 2 francs, while stating that I could only stay for a week, he regarded me as if I were a prince from the tales of 1001 Nights. Even volunteering to shave my face for free, a generous offer I wisely declined. Of course, my purpose in residing here is merely to spend 1 to 2 hours each day observing the workings of a Tunisian barber shop. In the first 5 days, I had not encountered the hostile Muslim. Should he wish to seek me out, he would invariably find me in the French Quarter. However, on the 6th day, I unexpectedly crossed paths with him. The night before, upon boarding the ship, Tunisic joyfully informed me, "Benissi, today I am fortunate. A great stroke of luck awaits, as I shall see an Islamic woman." I could see one all day long. But where exactly? At my barber's. Let's refrain from idle chatter. I harbor no envy for your great aunt who indulges in soap bubbles. Speaking of soap, I have successfully sold my stock. Other goods have also found their market. While those that remain unsold here I shall take to Sfax, where I anticipate a promising demand. To ascertain the situation accurately, I plan to make a trip there. Would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Shall we utilize the shipping line of Rubitino Company? Yes, there is a vessel departing from here the day after tomorrow evening. Before that, ensure everything is prepared. I can depart at any moment. But do you not wish to converse with a lady? Not merely one lady, but an entire family. The business associates I engage with are arranged in the French manner. Presently, one of these proprietors has an accountant who is a Moor, residing with his brother-in-law. The brother-in-law possesses a beautiful house, designed in an Eastern style, which the accountant wishes to show me tomorrow morning. What is the name of his brother-in-law? Abdel Fidel, which translates to servant of wealth in German, a lovely name that suggests there will be some splendid sights. Has he agreed to allow us to visit his home? There is certainly no issue with that. What is this man's profession? I cannot say for certain. As you know, inquiring about familial relationships here may offend others. The accountant will come aboard to fetch us. And what of the ladies? This is precisely what I wish to witness. Naturally, We could only be shown the rooms, as women are prohibited from interaction. What significance lies in visiting a residence without the presence of its mistress? Likewise, what insight is gleaned from observing the patrons of a barber? I shall enrich my knowledge, just as you have done. Shall you accompany me? Indeed, but solely for your sake. Why? It could potentially be a trap, and I must rescue you from it. Nonsense. That young accountant is a man of integrity. A trap is utterly implausible, and Captain Flicktunistic is not one to be easily ensnared. Thus, it was settled. I had grown weary of Eastern-style homes, and my sole motivation to accompany him was my concern for a friend's safety. The following morning, the accountant arrived at the ship, a young Moor, whose presence naturally inspired a sense of trustworthiness. He conducted himself with utmost politeness and humility, explaining that although his brother-in-law was unaware of this visit, being away on a journey, he would undoubtedly have given his consent had he been home. With such convincing assurances, I felt at ease. We proceeded. Though I took along a revolver for precaution, the accountant guided us through an alley leading to Casbah Square, where a house stood majestically. The house, facing the street, is flanked by a tall wall, the only opening being a door. Upon the accountant's knock on the doorbell, an African gentleman welcomed us inside. While waiting, I observed that the interior of the house bore resemblance to the finer examples of Eastern architecture one might encounter. Such buildings typically feature an open courtyard, with a well at its center, encircled by rooms and additional quarters. The distinctions among these rooms lay solely in the opulence of their furnishings and the extent of their disrepair, yet their overall appearance remained consistent. This place was no exception. All doors opened towards the courtyard. The well contained water, a rarity, as most plumbing systems had ceased to function for various reasons. The furnishings consisted of carpets and soft cushions, which fulfilled the modest expectations of Eastern inhabitants. The layout facilitated easy access from one room to another, allowing us to enter the women's quarters with little effort. To explore these living spaces, one merely had to open the nearest door. Ascending to the next floor revealed several small rooms designated for the servants. Thus, we traversed from one room to another, ultimately stepping into the inner sanctum. Here too, aside from carpets, a long sofa, and a few cushions, there was nothing of particular note. It was akin to the other rooms, and after a brief tour, Tunistic expressed a desire to see more. He requested and was granted permission to ascend further, which our guide also approved. I possessed no interest in visiting the houses once inhabited by black individuals, and thus I hesitated momentarily, opting not to accompany them. At that moment, I heard a door open behind me, followed by a child's voice exclaiming, "Nasrani, Nasrani," which translates to a Christian, a Christian. I turned around to see a delightful boy of approximately 6 years, his dark eyes gazing at me, cheeks flushed, and a charming, mischievous smile gracing his lips. What a stark contrast he presented to the typically indifferent and lethargic children one often encounters in the East. "Come closer, come here," he urged, speaking softly with an expressive countenance, as if he were imparting the most significant news in the world. In the meantime, he curled his index finger, frequently gesturing with his little hand. "Come to me," I implored him, for he was still situated in the innermost room. "Is that all right?" He eagerly nodded in response. "Of course, you may." Thus, he bounded over, his little arms wrapping around my knees as he called out once more, "A Christian, a Christian." I expressed my fondness towards him and inquired, "So, you know I am a Christian?" "Yes," he affirmed. "Who informed you?" "Karada," he replied. "Who is he?" "Mother. She saw you." "Did she send you here?" "No, I came on my own. She has already departed." "Come, sit beside me. I have much to share with you." He drew me toward the sofa against the wall. Why can't I assist such a charming little fellow? I am no longer in the inner quarters. Here, it feels as if I am waiting in the courtyard for Tunishtak and his companion. So, I took a seat. The little one perched on my lap, displaying a commendable bravery as he toyed with my beard. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Asmar," I replied. This name, meaning brown, suits this boy remarkably well. His distinctly Eastern features and slightly darker complexion evoke the biblical words later penned by King David, "A boy, brown, and beautiful." "You must call me that," he insisted. "Say it." I addressed him by name, lifting his face toward mine, at which point his lips brushed against my small beard, a gesture that could, in some sense, be interpreted as a kiss. Regrettably, I could not fully relish this sensation, for I heard a woman's cry. Upon turning my gaze, I beheld a young and beautiful woman standing at the threshold leading to the adjacent room, her eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and delight as she regarded us. Her face was unveiled, and her veil hung down the nape of her neck. At that moment, she exhibited the demeanor of a woman unsure whether to flee or to approach. She did not engage in either of those actions. Instead, she drew the thick veil forward, rendering her features unrecognizable to others. Then, she raised her index finger in a gesture of indication and declared, "Asmar, pray." The boy freed himself from my grasp, stood up, and with hands raised, offered a prayer. "Our Father in heaven, hallowed be thy name." How peculiar. This is the Lord's Prayer of Christianity. Is this woman a Christian? I too stood up from the platform. She discerned my inquiry from my expression, for when the little one concluded his prayer, she spoke as if I had posed the question directly to her. "I am not a Nasrani. I would gladly embrace Christianity, but I am not permitted to do so." "Who forbids you from this?" "My ruler." "Is he a Muslim?" "The strictest of Muslims." "Where did you learn the prayer you taught that child?" "On the rooftop." Our roofs are adjacent to that of a neighboring house where a French woman resides. I converse with her daily, and she imparts to me all that she knows from the Bible. Subsequently, I relayed these biblical tales to my ruler. But thereafter he forbade me from meeting my friend on the rooftop, and her husband had to leave Tunisia. Who compelled him to do so? My master. Does he possess such authority? Indeed, whatever my master desires is acquiesced to by the rulers of Tunisia. According to these words, her husband, Abad Fidel, must be a minister or some high-ranking advisor to the governor. I am truly curious about this. However, I hesitate to inquire further. What a striking contrast. She refers to her man as her master and ruler, while she speaks of her friend's man as her husband. Yet, despite the stringent regulations governing women in Islam, how could this woman dare to linger beside me and engage in conversation? It seems she has anticipated my thoughts, for she once again correctly articulated, "Sir, forgive me for not departing. When I saw the boy seated upon your lap, I could not bring myself to leave. Furthermore, there is another reason for my stay. I once heard a sermon from a Christian woman, and I found myself believing her words. Yet, a woman is neither a scholar nor a teacher. It is a man who is better equipped to discern right from wrong. My master has grown accustomed to the suffering of others, for he is the executioner of our governor. His soul belongs to me, yet mine should solely belong to him and not to Jesus Christ. Now, I must take my leave. Farewell, sir, and thank you." Swiftly, she seized the boy and vanished into the inner quarters as footsteps echoed from outside. Now everything is clear to me. The executioner is indeed the one who carries out the decrees of the court, the executor of the monarch's commands. The position of an executioner in the East is one of honor, and those who hold this role often wield greater power than ministers. At this moment, Tunistic and that accountant have come to escort me. Once again, the accountant led us to the courtyard, where servants, eager for gratuities, had gathered. We distributed some coins to them, and just as we were about to depart, a knock resonated at the door of the front passage. A man of African descent hastily approached to open the door, and as we lingered at the corner of the courtyard, we encountered a newcomer. It was the Muslim, the very one who had aimed a gun at me. As he beheld us, he stood momentarily frozen in shock, before erupting in fury. With a sudden roar, he seized my throat with his left hand, while brandishing a pistol in his right, pointing it directly at my chest and pulling the trigger. Fortunately, he missed, for at the last moment, I managed to knock the weapon from his grasp and swiftly darted aside. Tunistic attempted to come to my aid, but the servant, who had just received his tip, struck him fiercely, rendering the robust sailor unable to defend himself. My adversary drew a knife, intent on launching another assault against me, when a door leading from the inner quarters to the courtyard swung open, and a woman emerged, having heard the gunfire. Upon witnessing her husband brandishing the knife towards me, she cried out in terror, "Oh, Holy Mother of God! Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, Messiah, cease, cease!" she implored, extending her hands in supplication. The knife clattered to the ground. The woman stood before us outsiders, veiled, uttering names that were typically forbidden for her to speak. He glanced at her absently for a moment before commanding, "Go inside. Go inside at once." "No, no," she retorted. "Let these people leave first. Murder must not occur." He shifted, as if to strike her, prompting me to seize his arms firmly, pressing against his chest, and inquired, "So, you are the executioner of the governor? If you possess the courage, then end our lives." Upon uttering this, I released him and drew my revolver, declaring that we would settle this once and for all. From his expression, one could discern the tumultuous battle raging within him. He pointed towards the door and shouted, "Begone, begone, you wretched dogs. I must first ascertain your purpose here before I deal with you. Perhaps it would have been better for you had you never been born." We departed. In our original intent, we embarked on the ship of the Lubitino Company from Tunis to Sfax. Tick discovered that Sfax was a land of bountiful harvests, capable of selling the surplus cargo left by the helmsman and accommodating new shipping tasks. His commercial acumen and prudence rivaled his maritime skills, and buoyed by his successes, he engaged in constant visits and contract signings, while I could only converse with him in the evenings. I resolved to seek other diversions. Thus, I visited the nearby alluring island of Karkna. The Maltese merchant Mandy was the most esteemed trader in the city, and we were most eager to associate with him. He offered me his sailboat and repaired my somewhat damaged upper garment, then proceeded to thank Mandy. By this time, daylight had faded, and a new moon hung in the sky. When I inquired about his master from a servant, I was informed that he had recently gone to the garden, and so I followed the servant there. It is worth mentioning that in Sfax, there exists a remarkably beautiful garden, an orchard, and a southern fruit grove. This place is inhabited by many Europeans, particularly the French, Italians, and Maltese, and social life predominantly mirrors that of France. The garden stands in solitude, flanked by a house on one side and encircled by high walls on the other three sides. I searched for Mandy, but found her elusive now. I had only the outermost corner left to explore. To reach that area, I had to traverse a small square illuminated by moonlight. Just before the moonlight fell upon me, I heard a cheerful child's voice exclaim, "Christian, Christian, could this be the executioner's son, little Asmar?" My doubts were fleeting, for the little fellow had dashed over and grasped my hand, quite earnestly. "Where is your father?" I inquired. "And where is your mother, Kaleda? Come, I will take you to her." "Who is with her?" "No one, just her alone." Now, I felt no hesitation in visiting that pitiable woman. She sat on a stone, shrouded in the deep shadows of jasmine. I greeted her, yet she offered no response. The terror stemming from my discovery rendered her speechless. "Please forgive me. I have followed the sound of your child's voice. I implore her to speak. Is our unexpected encounter here, devoid of witnesses, merely a coincidence? I shall remain until I uncover the truths I must know. What consequences has our visit wrought upon you?" He returned home in a fit of rage, deeply angered with me, for in my moment of fear, I cried out the names of Jesus and the Virgin Mary. Consequently, he now intends to take me and the child to Kerwa, where I may seek absolution through prayer. Since the child has recited the Lord's Prayer, it is my duty to escort him to Kerwa and leave him there to become a devout Islamic monk. Why does your husband not proceed directly to Kerwa? Why does he take a detour by boat to Sfax? It is because he must deliver a governor's order to the local military commander. My ruler resides in the Mandy household, thus we find ourselves here today. When do you depart? Tomorrow morning, riding camels and accompanied by 3 servants. Does your husband know of my presence here with my friend? No, he is unaware. I have gleaned the knowledge I sought. Thank you. Trust in the Lord who orchestrates the happiness of you and your child, as if commanding the stars. Farewell. Perhaps we shall meet again. The servant who led me to the garden still stands by the door. I informed him that I had not located his master, as well as the shared dwelling of Nastic. Moments ago, he was absent, yet now he sat before me. Upon seeing me, he leapt up and greeted me with the following words: 20 hours. Shall we embark together? To where? To magnificent ruins, to a colossal amphitheater where lions, tigers, and elephants once battled during the Roman era. Are you referring to Jem? What? You are aware of these matters? Quite so. Next, we shall venture to a grand cave, regrettably now buried, yet still worth a visit. Are you alluding to the Thunder Cave? You know of this too? Indeed. Moreover, I am aware of why this immense cavern suddenly collapsed. There once existed a concealed waterfall, whose sound the Arabs mistook for thunder, hence the cave's name. Remarkable. You possess such profound knowledge. Thus, we shall require no guide. Just the 2 of us, well armed, traversing the Arab region for 20 hours. Shall we? I wholeheartedly agree. I have an inkling that I can assist Kaladala. I must invoke God's benevolence upon her. Now, the captain has proposed that we visit the cave and the renowned antiquities, thereby traveling along the same path that the tyrant intends to take. Is this mere coincidence? Tunistic was exceedingly pleased with my promise, and he promptly set about preparing 2 fine horses and provisions. The following morning, we were well prepared for our journey, yet we did not immediately mount our steeds. I intended to allow that tyrant to proceed a short distance ahead. We heard that he had set off at dawn, thus we embarked 3 hours later. The kind captain had envisioned this horseback expedition to be far more arduous than it truly was. As we departed from Sfax, the terrain transformed into a flat expanse, characterized by sand and barrenness, with only the occasional sighting of a meandering brook which would vanish into the sands after a brief course. In this desolate region, grass managed to thrive, attracting Arab herders to graze their livestock. The elevated land stretching between the Khadr and Meleh mountains belonged to the Medalit tribe of Arabs. We lingered there for a while, learning that the tyrant and his companions had just passed through. Soon, we caught sight of him, as he had prepared dromedaries for himself and his wife, who was burdened with a child, while the servants walked alongside. We galloped around a wide bend to overtake them. During our ride, we encountered several impoverished Arab tribesmen who lamented their plight, stating that they were compelled to relocate due to a formidable leopard that had been decimating their herds. After a time, I sensed a peculiar heaviness in the air, and I knew the cause of my unease. The southwestern sky had changed color, revealing a layer of atmosphere that shimmered in a yellowish hue above, while below glimmered with silver. It was a salt storm, I exclaimed, for we had but a quarter of an hour to reach the cave. Tunistic had never before heard of such a phenomenon as a salt storm. A desert wind sweeps across the salt flats and the saline-laden lake surface. Should the salt crust shatter for any reason and be carried away by the parched, scorching breeze, an exceedingly perilous salt storm would ensue. Salt particles would infiltrate the eyes and ears, permeating every orifice of the body, piercing the skin like the prick of a needle, inducing a burning and stinging sensation, potentially driving even lions and leopards to madness. The air, shimmering with a silvery hue, is laden with salt, while the upper layer consists of fine desert dust of a grayish-yellow tint. Before we could reach the cave, the weather took a sudden turn. It was not a hurricane that howled and roared, but a relentless wind that whistled through the desert. In an instant, our mouths and noses were filled with salt, forcing us to sneeze and cough. The horses, too, were agitated, yearning to break free and flee. Visibility was severely limited to mere paces ahead. Yet I was acutely aware of the cave's location, allowing us to arrive within 5 minutes. The entrance to the cave was narrow, but it swiftly opened into a space of approximately 50 square feet, only to constrict again, leading one to believe that further progress was impossible. Yet, a fissure existed, wide enough for a horse to squeeze through. Upon passing through, we found ourselves enveloped in a grand, cathedral-like vault. We entered, seeking refuge from the salt storm, feeling a sense of safety. Hardly had we relaxed when other creatures, seeking shelter, also entered, a few wolves, and even 2 hyenas, their fear rendering them docile, able to coexist with other beasts. Peering through the fissure, we beheld the salt storm sweeping past the cave entrance like a dense, billowing cloud. How unfortunate are those compelled to await the conclusion of the tempest in the desolate wilderness. At that moment, during a lull in the storm, I fancied I heard the cry of a child. Indeed, they had arrived. Outside, 2 camels were brought to a halt by 3 men. The first to descend was the tyrant, followed by his wife and a weeping child. They, along with the camels, sought refuge within, while wolves and hyenas fled in terror into the raging storm. The group settled at the cave's entrance, seemingly unaware that others were present within. We remained silent, wishing to observe. The child continued to wail, while the mother endeavored to soothe him, only for the man to mockingly retort, "Now, pray to your Jesus Christ, that he may halt the salt storm. Can he truly aid you? Your faith is..." His words faltered, and at that instant, my heart raced as another beast approached the entrance, seeking shelter. It was a massive black panther, its lengthy tongue lolling, as if it had been pursued. Perhaps this was the creature spoken of by the Arabs. The panther, unperturbed, roared as it entered, and before it could clear the salt from its eyes, it lunged at one of the camels, breaking its neck with its forepaws and tearing its throat. Then, disregarding the onlookers, one among us whispered, "Shall we shoot?" The 5 individuals in front remained silent and motionless, paralyzed by fear. The mother clutched her child tightly to her chest. Her tyrant attempted to rise from his seat. Yet the beast immediately lifted its head and roared in fury, compelling Abad Fidel to remain seated. These people were akin to captives, unable to resist. The 3 servants were unarmed, and the tyrant's weapon lay at a distance. I propped myself up with my left elbow, striving to aim. This task proved exceedingly challenging as the cave had grown dark, and to slay the beast, I would need to strike its eye. Suddenly, a hyena darted in like an arrow, nearly colliding with the leopard before promptly fleeing. Provoked, the powerful creature let out a roar that reverberated through the cave walls. Karada's nerves were set aflame. She instinctively released her grip, attempting to cover her ears, causing her child to tumble from her lap and roll toward the panther, igniting a cacophony of cries. The subsequent astonishing scene defies description. The boy, overwhelmed by terror, fainted. "Oh God, dear God, save him. Save him." The father cried out. It appeared this voice did not disturb the leopard. The mother covered her face with her hands. The father's countenance turned as pale as death, sitting there in a daze. As his anguish cries echoed, "Oh God, dear God, save him. Oh, glorious and exalted Muhammad, deliver us. Oh, you sacred Caliph, grant me solace." The servants remained silent, solely preoccupied with their own lives. The child, however, is threatened by the roaring leopard, which pulls the boy closer with its forepaws, as if it has claimed him as its possession. This escalates the parent's terror to its zenith. "Oh, Muhammad, oh, prophet of prophets, save us, assist us, have mercy upon us." The tyrant cries out, "Jesus Christ, Savior, have mercy on us." Karada prays fervently, "Holy Mother Mary of Christ, I beseech you for the child." "Oh, Muhammad, oh, Muhammad." The father repeats, "Oh, Abu Bakr, oh, you great caliphs. Oh, Muhammad, if you are able, rescue us." "He cannot," exclaims the trembling woman. "Perhaps your Jesus Christ can save us?" She asks, half in mockery, half in hope. "Yes, he can. Then let us witness. I shall place my faith in the one who rescues us. Aside from the resolution dictated by my bullets, no other course of action can be conceived. The only question remaining is at which moment to execute this monstrous beast, for only then will my bullets be most assured. I have previously shot lions and leopards at night, and I am confident in my weaponry. Muhammad, Lord of the Prophet, heed my plea." The tyrant prays with a quivering voice. He truly loves his child. I can almost hear the chattering of his trembling teeth. He waited for a while, and when nothing transpired, he turned to his wife with a request, "Recite the Lord's Prayer for me." She obliged, reciting the prayer aloud. At that moment, the boy emerged from his stupor, stirred by the sound of his mother reciting the prayer. Usually, she would teach him to recite it, and now he joined her, chanting fervently. The leopard, preoccupied with its meal, remained undisturbed by the surrounding noises. However, upon hearing the voice of the young boy nearby, it lifted its head and began to roar with its eyes closed. I positioned the gun close to my cheek, taking aim. The instant I beheld the malevolent yellow-green glint in its open eyes, I pulled the trigger. The mother rushed over immediately, snatching the unscathed boy away. The leopard struggled briefly before spreading its limbs and succumbing to death. The joy among the people was palpable. No one had anticipated such a gunshot, a sound that could only emanate from a firearm possessed by someone. Karada was the first to voice this realization. The tyrant examined the beast and discovered the bullet had penetrated its right eye. "But who fired this shot?" he inquired. I know. I can guess," she exclaimed. "It was that foreign gentleman who fired the shot, for he sought to assist me." "Which gentleman?" "I will point him out to you. The bullet could only have been shot from that direction, thus he must be over there. I shall go find him." At that moment, Frick Tunistic had risen, making it easier for them to locate us. How astonished the tyrant was. He was at a loss for words. I grasped his arm and inquired, "Do you still wish to take my life?" "No, I swear by God, no." He stammered, "I wish to end your life, yet you have saved my child. How can I ever express my gratitude?" "Do not thank me. Rather, express your gratitude to God. I must ask you, are you now permitted to allow your wife to pray according to her will?" "Yes, she may do so, and I pray alongside her. For our prophet does not heed my voice." This once detestable man embraced me, and his wife extended her hand in camaraderie. The act of saving his child seemed to have left an indelible impression on the tyrant, for he declared his renunciation of the belief that God granted prophets and caliphs power, asserting that those who prayed to them were not heard. I had experienced this firsthand, a result of the terror endured within the cave, a fear that would continue to reverberate in his heart for a long time. His wife and I appeared as two different individuals compared to his former self. Tunisia had embraced a new cargo of hope. During the loading process, we resided in Fidel's home, where he permitted us to interact with his wife as one would with a European woman. I gifted him a book inscribed with my explanations in Arabic. On the day of our departure, while bidding farewell to Karada and Asmar, Fidel accompanied us to the ship, handing me his notebook and requesting, "Sir, please inscribe your name and address here. Perhaps in the future, I shall share with you some delightful news." He kept his promise and penned a letter to me. Before me lies his correspondence, which I shall transcribe verbatim below, of course translated into German. "I greet you and wish you well. My beloved wife, Karada, and my son, Asmar, also send their regards. To compose this letter, I sit upon a leopard skin. The governor has relieved me of my duties, for I have embraced Christianity. A devout clergyman instructed me, and I underwent the minister's inquiries. Within 3 days, I was baptized and bestowed the name Joseph. My wife is named Marian, and my son is called Kara, in honor of you. For we hold you in the highest esteem. My former friends scorn me for having become a heretic, yet my soul rejoices for having found the true path. The harvest here is bountiful. The citrus trees shall soon blossom. Come to visit me. I eagerly await your arrival. I love you and miss you. Blessings upon you. Once more, I wish you well. The convert Abad Fidel, June 12th, in Tunisia. 3. Pursuit of the Khmer bandits. The bandit leader, Sudis Chabil, at merely 9 a.m. The scorching African sun already blazed mercilessly upon the valley before us. However, we both managed quite well to stave off the oppressive heat. Above us stretches the expansive branches of a colossal frankincense tree, its feathery leaves rustling gently in the cool northern breeze, while the roots of the majestic tree are immersed in the refreshing waters of a small river, which endeavors to flow swiftly into the larger river. We have journeyed from the province of Constantinople, having crossed the Tunisian border yesterday between Mount Frima and Mount Malaga, and subsequently traversed the Meliscan River. On the steep western slope of Mount Gababa, we established our campsite beneath the fig and pomegranate trees. Today, we shall ride eastward over the peaks. And now we take a brief respite for midday. We aspire to reach Saribint by evening, necessitating our passage across the dry riverbed of the Malergan, which entails navigating through the cedar, carob, and almond groves. How far is it to Kaf? I inquired of my servant Ahmed, who, having resided in Algeria for quite some time, is well versed in the French system of measurement. And what of Saribint? He replied, it is a mere 8 kilometers in a straight line, yet I have heard that the Sidi La tribe grazes their livestock on the meadows beyond. Master, I long to see my kin, my father, my mother, and he suddenly halted his words. And who else? I asked. Sir, you have never inquired whether I have a wife. I understand why you refrain from asking. Yet I shall reveal to you that Arabs consider discussing their wives and revealing their faces to strangers as a transgression. The wives and daughters of the Sidi La possess the hearts of doves, yet their eyes do not betray the essence of a dancer. They need not conceal their faces. In other words, when the eyes of 2 doves gaze upon you, they illuminate your very soul. I am yet unmarried, but Chief Al-Nurabai has a daughter named Mohara, which means fragrant. Her feet resemble those of an antelope. Her hair is akin to the curls of Sarikade. Her eyes sparkle like stars in the firmament. Her voice is as enchanting as the song of the midnight desert, and her gait is reminiscent of a queen gliding through the ranks of her handmaidens. There is but one God, and there is but one Mohara. Sir, you shall behold her, and you will extol my happiness. This joy surpasses the heavens, delves deeper than the seas, and stretches wider than the Sahara Desert and all the nations upon this earth. He became animated, his eyes shimmering with light. His brown cheeks flushed, and his hands gestured gracefully as he spoke. So, does Mohara, the fragrant maiden, wish to become your wife? I inquired of him. She desires to be my wife. She is the sun of my days, the dream of my nights, the reward for my actions, and the purpose of all my thoughts. Sir, I may be poor, yet to win her, I emerged from the tents of the Saydila people. Praise be to God, who has blessed my hands and feet. I have earned many francs and piastres, but your kindness towards me is the most generous. Sir, I am now capable of meeting the chief's demands for his daughter. I am Ahmed Sulla, and I shall be the happiest of mortals, if it pleases God. God is merciful, yet the destiny of humanity is inscribed within the sacred texts. May the tree of your life blossom with fragrant flowers akin to those of Maharana, which have entranced your soul. My tree of life shall flourish like the celestial tree, perpetually adorned with blossoms and fruits, from its roots gushing forth countless cool springs. Rising before us is the lofty peak of Mount Wergla. At its base lies the pasture where my brethren graze. Let us embark on our journey, so that not a single drop of water from the ocean of happiness slips away from me. I can already hear the sound of its waves crashing. Today we can reach Kaf, despite the mountains and rivers that lie between here and there. Come, mount your steed. He speaks the truth. As for my horse, I would not trade it for any beast in the world, and his steed is among the finest I have ever encountered. He himself is a likable gentleman. Though of moderate stature, he possesses a robust and harmonious physique. Clad in a white cloak and adorned with a flowing headscarf, he resembles a figure from the era of Saladin. Furthermore, he is loyal, honest, and forthright, honed by hardships and toil, and remains undaunted in the face of danger. Not only is he well versed in all common dialects, but he has also spent time in Istanbul, apart from Algiers, allowing him ample opportunity to master the Turkish language. For these reasons, He has remained an exceptionally rare companion to me, and I have come to regard him more as a friend than a servant. Soon he would depart from me, and indeed, a sense of regret enveloped my heart. We rode along a gentle slope beside a brook, making our way towards the river nestled in the valley. The surface of the Gone River was not particularly broad, and we effortlessly reached the opposite bank, entering a modest, entirely flat clearing within the forest surrounded by wild olive trees. "Good heavens, what is that, sir?" Ahmed suddenly inquired, pointing to the left. I noticed, in the direction he indicated, a herd of antelopes bursting forth from the thicket above us, igniting an immediate desire within me to hunt. "They are rushing towards us, Ahmed. They are fleeing." "Indeed, sir. Do you see that cheetah? It is swiftly pursuing them from the jungle. What shall we do? We shall hunt together, cutting off the antelope's escape route. My horse can outrun those antelopes. You remain by the riverbank while I circle around from the right." "But sir, can we truly do this? That cheetah surely belongs to a chieftain, perhaps even to Bolsamir. Nevertheless, we shall proceed. Let us go." Like an arrow loosed from a bow, my steed galloped swiftly across the plain to the other side. The herd of antelopes, likely engulfed in sheer terror, remained oblivious to our presence, despite our proximity. They bore two elegantly curved black horns, their upper bodies a light brown, transitioning to white below, with deep brown tails and flanks. I counted 14 of them. I slung the double-barreled shotgun over my shoulder, only drawing forth the short shotgun, capable of firing bullets without the need to reload after each shot. This firearm had proven invaluable to me in both the Americas and Asia, and it was poised to reveal wonders to my honorable companion, Ahmed. At that moment, the cheetah had overtaken the last antelope, leaping gracefully to seize it and rend it apart. I reined in my horse, allowing it to observe the weapon, and the astute creature stood utterly still. As the report of my first shot echoed, I also perceived the flash from Ahmed's firearm, and both animals collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, the thicket parted once more, revealing 6 mounted figures, 5 clad in traditional Arab attire, while the 6th donned an elaborate uniform adorned with gold thread. Reminiscent of a high-ranking Tunisian official, a falcon perched upon his left arm. Upon spotting us, he paused momentarily, then removed the falcon's hood, casting it forward. The bird took flight, but alas, it was too late, for I had already squeezed the trigger, and both the antelope and the falcon tumbled to the earth. I paid them no mind, turning instead to the swiftly approaching antelope and firing 2 more shots. However, I soon heard the sound of hooves behind me, followed by a hand gripping my arm. "You drunken lout, how dare you hunt here and slay my falcon?" he bellowed at me. I turned to face the official, whose eyes blazed with fury, his mustache quivering with indignation. "Do not disturb me," I too shouted at him with great fury. "Utter another word, and witness how I shall strike you with my fist immediately. Have you lost your mind? Do you know who I am? You are merely the owner of a clumsy eagle. Nothing else you say bears significance. You, wretched man, have slain my eagle." The man exclaimed, "May God forgive you. Are you not hastening to dismount and apologize to me? May the Almighty be merciful, and may He enlighten your mind so that you refrain from committing such ridiculous acts. Are you His Excellency, the Governor of Tunisia, Mohammed Sadik, or perhaps the Sultan of Istanbul, that I should offer you an apology? I am neither Sultan nor Governor of Tunisia, may God bless them, but I am a colonel in his guard. If you wish to avoid the taste of punishment, then dismount this instant. God is great. Are you truly the commander of the Tunisian governor's guard? What a remarkable coincidence. This man is none other than His Excellency Colonel K.R. Gur, the leader of the Tunisian guard. I have often heard him spoken of. He is not African at all, but rather the son of a brewer from the Holy Roman Empire of Germanic descent. Fate cast him adrift in Tunisia in the early 1930s, where he converted to Islam, thereby receiving the blessings of the Prophet and all the holy caliphs, which propelled him to prominence, ultimately bestowing upon him the glorious task of safeguarding the precious life of Mohammed Sadik Pasha as the head of the governor's mercenaries. However, the homeland that deemed him disloyal vowed to take vengeance upon him, not only dispatching 3 furies akin to those of ancient Greece, but also unleashing 5 deities of retribution against him, known as the first case, the second case, the third case, the fourth case, and syntax. As he was only capable of speaking the Brandenburg dialect and gradually lost his native tongue during his time in Africa, whenever he now attempted to use it, those 5 avengers would immediately close in on him, ensnaring him and subjecting him to the infernal flames of linguistic torment. I have now received confirmation regarding this matter. Previously, we conversed in Arabic, but now I must express my astonishment in German. Good heavens, Colonel, had I known this beforehand, our conversation would have been far more courteous. His eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape. I sensed that the first case, the third case, and his inner companion were about to engage in a quarrel. Oh dear, could it be that you are? Ah, I should have foreseen this. Are you truly German? Indeed I am. Holy misfortune, this is utterly inconceivable. Why? Simply because. Ahem, God is great. He often sends both his and your family out for leisure. Pray tell, what brings you to Tunisia? To relive the past, while further familiarizing myself with this land and its people, as I once did, without any other purpose. The past, land, and people? Have you been here before? I inquired. Indeed, he replied. Where to? I pressed further. As far west as Algiers, traversing the Ors mountains across the Sahara until I reached Bab el Oued. Algiers, Ors. Bab el Oued. What an extraordinary undertaking. That is certainly a greater distance than strolling from Berlin to Cape Hennick. From where did you arrive today? I asked. I crossed. My words faltered. My gaze fell upon a figure who had just dismounted, attending to the face of a deceased eagle. Now he turned to us and approached. And I pondered where I had encountered this remarkably tall man, so gaunt that he seemed fragile. Could it truly be Lord Percy? He too stood frozen, gazing at me with an expression of profound astonishment. What a stroke of luck. Are you the old sharpshooter? He queried. Lord Percy, it truly is you. I exclaimed. Good heavens. He nodded, extending a warm welcome in this rather tedious corner of the world. He spoke in English, reaching out his hand, which I grasped firmly. Tedious? Why is that? I asked. Humph. Coming here to hunt lions, tigers, rhinos, elephants, and hippos. Yet, aside from desert fleas, lizards, and those antelopes, there is nothing to be seen. A dreary continent, I say. I find it anything but dull, I countered. There must be thrilling escapades to be had. However, I seem to lack that fortune. Well, I wish to accompany you once more, just as we did in the days of the old East India. I have no objections. Sir, but might you introduce me to that gentleman? I have yet to disclose my surname to him. Indeed, it should be so. He made a vigorous gesture, effectively introducing me to the commander of the mercenaries, and he added, You shoot remarkably well, sir. Hitting that bird is not your fault. Though it is an eagle, it resembles a goldfinch or a goose. With inadequate training and lacking skill, one cannot expect to strike an antelope by aiming for its eyes from above. Rather, one ought to target its throat, and naturally, your bullet would find its mark. Well then, have you two known each other for some time? Colonel K.R. Gur inquired. Heavens, how astonishing. You met in India, only to encounter each other again here in Tunisia? I am a devout Muslim, yet this feels to me not merely as fate, but rather as a serendipitous opportunity for contemplation. Regrettably, your friend cannot converse in German and can only manage a few words in Arabic, rendering conversation between you impossible. Where did you first meet him? Someone introduced him to me in Tunisia, and we subsequently ventured to a small castle not far from here. I need to accompany the stable master to procure horses. We intend to hunt today, to indulge in the exhilaration of victory. Now we must ride to Sidi Ali Ben Tiba, a place sometimes referred to as Mosul. To Sidi Ali Ben Tiba? I inquired with delight. Indeed, Chief Ali Nurabi has encamped there, and he has some fine horses for me to view. What a coincidence, for I too am bound for Mosul. Splendid. Let us ride forth together. But what shall we do about these antelopes? They are undoubtedly yours, yet please do not harbor resentment towards my falcon. It has been inadequately trained and encountered an unfortunate moment. Had it seized the prey at the appropriate instant, this regrettable incident could have been avoided. There is no cause for lamentation. In Egypt, one can capture many. Our governor often receives falcons from the governor of Egypt. Nevertheless, the antelope you have killed rightfully belongs to you, and I cannot act as you suggest. Behold, two of my horsemen approach, each bearing a falcon and an antelope. These are my spoils. I have sufficient meat already. Very well, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Let this antelope serve as a gift for Chief Ali Nurabi. I said, Borgi, proceed. The accompanying personnel of the mercenary colonel took charge of my trophies, and we rode towards the gently rising eastern slope. The incline was not steep, making it easy to ascend, and a path led to the summit. Upon reaching a small clearing devoid of trees, we noticed that the land rose again behind it, adorned with bushes and woodlands. The sun now hung directly overhead, prompting us to decide on a brief respite. The conversation, which had slightly waned since our departure, became animated once more. Lord Percy remained taciturn, while Colonel K.R. Gur was eager to inquire about everything. I found myself compelled to recount to him the circumstances of my hometown, my travels, and all conceivable matters. When we paused once more, he patted my shoulder and remarked, "I seldom feel as comfortable as I do now. I swear to God. I must tell you, I do not wish for you to depart from me immediately. The Germans, as ever, remain true to their nature. Prophets in the Quran do not count among them. Please do not take offense, but I must convey that should you choose to remain in Tunisia, it would be greatly advantageous for you. Of course, attaining a position as esteemed as mine is not within everyone's reach. However, an individual of your caliber will find it rather uncomplicated to secure a commendable role. Let us shake hands. With but a single word from me, I could bestow upon you conditions unattainable in Germany. Thank you immensely, Colonel. I shall duly contemplate the kind suggestion you have put forth." Precisely so. One should not trample upon their own happiness. It is my honor to consider you a citizen of Tunisia. In due course, we shall find the time to arrange a discourse with Muhammad and his caliphs. Nevertheless, I shall not persuade you to convert to Islam. Yet, a Christian may still achieve certain objectives, provided he believes that there are indeed prophets and caliphs in this world. But now, I seek to ascertain our direction. Shall we proceed to the right or to the left? My servant is quite familiar with this region. Has he ever traversed this path? He belongs to the Sidira tribe, to which we are headed. Please summon him. Is he a brave young man? I would prefer to regard him as a friend rather than a servant. Therefore, please introduce him to me. I beckoned Ahmed to come over. Colonel Kjarger observed him with an eager, benevolent demeanor and inquired, of course in Arabic, "Is your name Ahmed?" Mohammed Rahman bin Safi Farabi Abu Mwajid al-Qurani. This free Arab took pride in his ancestry, and thus he would never miss the opportunity to recount the lineage back to his grandfather, for the longer the name, the greater the honor. A short name would almost be deemed a disgrace. Very well. The mercenary commander nodded. Your name is commendable. Your master has praised you. I wish to. My master? Ahmed interjected, wide-eyed. Perhaps you have a ruler of your own. However, I am a free man of the Beni Rakba of the Sidira tribe. I have no master. Yet I admire this gentleman, for he is not only wiser and braver than anyone I have known, but also kinder. Sir, what would you have me do for you? How do we reach the Sidira tribe? Do we go right or left from here? Ride right. Soon, you will gaze upon the valley, and there you shall see their tents. The little reproach was evident. Proud young man, these Arabs. He remarked, no other sovereign possesses such subjects. Subjects? I chuckled. Do they truly heed Muhammad Sadak? The respondent donned a sly expression. It was evident that they naturally regarded him as their sovereign. Were there others who delighted in and were accustomed to his rule? Certainly, I am aware there are none. Very well. Governor Muhammad Es Sadak did not govern with the whip or the scorpion, as mentioned in the Quran concerning the Israelites Rehoboam or Jeroboam. Is this not recorded in the Bible? He was astute, ensuring his Arabs felt entirely at ease, proud to be his subjects. Yet, when they faced punishment or even bondage during the weekly judgments at Balder, did they still feel that pride? It is of little consequence. Punishments and gallows are also chronicled in the Book of Life, and they are well aware that none can evade these fates. Those who refuse to obey shall undoubtedly suffer. This is a time-honored truth. Do you comprehend? What of the punishments I should have endured earlier? That is in the past, now rendered void. God is merciful, and I too cherish mercy. We are friends, thus there is no need for us to inflict pain upon one another. Ahead lies the tent. I perceive that we are nearing our destination. The silent Englishman riding beside us also beheld the white tents on the plain. Is this the Sidira tribe, sir? He inquired of me. At least a portion of them belongs to the Lakba tribe, potentially able to muster over 10,000 warriors. Are they courageous? Indeed. It is said so. Are they brigands? The governor inquired. Humph. Arabs can sometimes resemble what one might refer to as brigands, to a greater or lesser extent. Excellent. It seems an adventure is about to unfold. We shall await the outcome. I desire adventure. Do you understand, sir? The experiences I seek are entirely distinct from those of this colonel of the Imperial Guard, with whom I have not exchanged a single word. I shall not stray from your side again. Which path do you intend to take, sir? I shall traverse through Kaf to the renowned Ayr Plain. From thence to the great encampment of Fariana, and then onward to Gafsa, Sidi Daud, Dows, and Nefta beside the salt flats of Jarrett. Look, they have already spotted us and are approaching. Among the tents, numerous sheep, horses, and camels graze, with each white summer dwelling marked by a long spear planted in the ground, adorned with the owner's favorite steed. As we appeared, the spears were brandished, and the owners mounted their horses. Thus, a contingent of approximately 80 warriors was formed, charging towards us. They issued loud, provocative cries, brandishing their spears and firing their long rifles. Lord David Percy seized his rifle and touched his pistol. Good heavens! They have expressed hostility. A battle, an adventurous encounter, is surely imminent. Do not rejoice too soon. They have long perceived that we are merely 7 in number, thus harboring no ill intentions. They intend to greet us with a martial fantasia in accordance with Arab customs, devoid of any actual combat. Foolish, exceedingly foolish. He articulated in English. I turned to Colonel Kjaer and inquired, surely, adorned in your uniform, you will receive a warm welcome here? Indeed, he replied. The Lakbans are our allies. They are tasked with safeguarding the caravan routes from Tunisia through Testour, Nabur, and Kaf to Constantine, and thus receive their due tributes. We need not fear them. Furthermore, I am particularly well acquainted with the chieftain Ali Narabi, as he once visited me in Tunisia. He will be delighted to see me in good health. Of that you can be assured. When I introduce you as a compatriot, he will undoubtedly be pleased. Look, he is already approaching, riding at the forefront of his cavalry. He has recognized me, and we must hasten towards him, for it is customary among Arabs to do so. We galloped towards each other in succession, amidst gunfire and shouts, generating a tremendous clamor. It appeared as though a collision was imminent, yet at the very last moment, each individual turned their steed away. The scene, though visually striking, posed a risk of injury to the horse's shins, and several would inevitably fall to the ground. We swiftly traversed the encampment inhabited by women, the elderly, and children, feigning a battle, and ultimately dismounted before a tent that, by its size and adornments, appeared to belong to the chieftain. The people gathered around us in a semicircle, offering not a single word of welcome. Yet, at that moment, Ali Nurabi approached the commander of the mercenaries and extended his hand to me. The desert rejoices at the arrival of rain, just as Ibn Sahar is elated by the presence of his friend. Welcome. Please enter your brother's tent and witness the warmth of his hospitality. The chieftain was a quintessentially slender Arab man, with a wrapped Quran hanging from his neck, a testament to his pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina. Colonel Kjaer solemnly declared, the moon derives its light from the sun, and without my dear friend, I find no joy. Your name resonates through the lofty mountains, and your mare is renowned in the valleys. Your father is the bravest among warriors, and your grandfather is the wisest among sages. May your sons be as strong as Salad, and may your grandsons possess the courage of stallions, as they shall defend their women and children. Here, I present to you 2 gentlemen from Europe, renowned emirs in their homeland, who have come to pay homage to your power and friendship in the land where the sun sets. Colonel Kjaer's command of German, unfortunately, lacked the fluency of his Arabic, rendering it somewhat awkward. How unfortunate indeed. You are my companion, and he is my friend. The chieftain declared that he first extended his hand to the British, and then to me, assuring us that within his tent, we would be as secure as if shielded by the Prophet's sword. Come in and share bread with me, he invited. We entered the tent, while Colonel Kjaer's attendants remained outside, accompanied by my servant, Ahmed. Strangely, he received no words of welcome from the chieftain. At the back of the tent stood a wooden platform, approximately 15 centimeters high and adorned with mats, known as the Cyril, upon which we took our seats. It appeared that there was no designated area for women within the tent. The chieftain's female relatives were likely accommodated in a smaller tent adjacent to the main one. Suspended from the tent ceiling was a green silk-threaded strap, from which hung a glass container. The chieftain removed it and handed it to us. Inside the vessel was salt, sourced from the salt lakes of southern lands, accompanied by a small porcelain spoon. In this context, both the glass dish and the spoon were considered luxuries, which the chieftain seemed to take great pride in. Each of us sampled a few grains, including Ali Nalabi. He then gravely proclaimed, we have all tasted salt together. We are brothers, no hatred can sever us. He retrieved 3 pipes from the tent wall, filled them himself, and offered them to us and to the woman who had entered with him. She approached, balancing a small tray adorned with copper plates, and took a seat before us. The maiden is an exquisite beauty, her deep ebony hair intricately woven into long, thick braids adorned with silver threads. A coral necklace encircles her light brown neck, from which dangles a decorative coin. She is clad in a pristine white blouse, its neckline plunging to reveal a glimpse of red silk undergarments. The blouse features wide, open sleeves, and she gracefully holds a large platter woven from palm fibers, laden with an assortment of appetizers. Among these delicacies are sweet confections, square pastries, candied grapes, cucumbers, pomegranates, watermelons, and an array of honey dates. Notably, a particular variety known as sharabi stands out, renowned for its small pit and delightful sweetness. Treasured for its origin from Megiddo, one can surmise that the chieftain is a man of considerable wealth. The women remain silent. After their departure, the chieftain gestures towards the appetizers and invites, "Please, partake freely. Begin with a modest portion, and then we shall serve lamb. Praise be to the Almighty." As everyone dines, they voice their agreement in unison. I add, "Chieftain, your generosity towards your guests is commendable. Please also accept the small gifts we have prepared for you. During our hunt for antelopes, we brought down a few. The antelopes are outside the tent, now yours to claim. The scripture in the Quran states that the Almighty rewards any offering tenfold. I accept the antelopes, and you should join us in enjoying them." Colonel Kruger inquires, "I have encountered the most beautiful maiden of your tribe, Bint Saidira, yet I have not had the pleasure of meeting your two brave sons. Why do they not come forth for us to see?" "They have gone to Hamza," is the reply. "My detective has learned that the people of the Hamima tribe are preparing to ambush a caravan expected from Tester. Consequently, I have dispatched several young warriors to ascertain the current whereabouts of the enemy." "The Hamima tribe? Have these brigands journeyed so far north?" "They are drawn to any place where there is profit. Their chieftain is a spawn of the devil, his hands stained with blood, showing no mercy even to women and children. What a disgrace. Mohammed Sadiq Pasha will capture him." "Do you truly believe that?" "No one can catch him. His tribe is armed to the teeth. The most ruthless bandits are his allies." "Who do you refer to? Have you not heard of Sudis Chabil? Are you speaking of Sudis from the Khmer tribe? His infamy is known throughout the nation. He was forced to flee his homeland due to a multitude of blood debts. As others seek vengeance upon him, he is the foremost leader among tribal chiefs, well acquainted with every mountain, river, and spring across the land. If the Hamima tribe places their trust in him, he becomes even more formidable. They have elected him as their leader. Someone spotted him yesterday in Halua. This portends ill for the caravan. May Allah protect them." Though I did not partake in this conversation, I found it intriguing, for I too have heard of Sudis Chabil. In every tent and among every caravan, people speak his name. Storytellers and mothers striving to discipline their children invariably mention him. Colonel K. Arger now shifted the discourse towards the purpose of his visit. Consequently, the chief invited us outside to behold his horses. We departed the tent and mounted our steeds, accompanied by the entire assembly of Arab warriors to the grazing grounds of the horses. Upon encountering the horses, the Englishman was filled with excitement, being an aficionado and connoisseur of fine breeds. "Look," he exclaimed, "what splendid horses! Observe that alabaster mare. I would gladly procure her for £1,000, if feasible." Yet, the price did not reflect such value. "Which one?" he inquired, pointing to a swift camel nearby. Its gray coat shimmered as beautifully as a woman's hair. "And gaze upon its head, its eyes, its chest, and its 4 legs. This is indeed an exceptional camel. Undoubtedly swift." "Oh, spare me from your camel talk. Sir, have you ever ridden such a creature?" "Naturally, I have often ridden it. You see, I once traversed the ancient Sahara Desert." "Indeed. How did it feel to mount such a wretched camel?" "Quite comfortable, I assure you." "Really comfortable? Oh, you are always like this. I know your nerves are made of hippopotamus hide. When I first mounted such a beast, I was unceremoniously thrown off, first from the front, then from the back. Just imagine, a seasoned equestrian, the son of my father, enduring such an experience. Eventually, I managed to secure my grip while riding the camel. Yet I shall never forget that ordeal. This is more intense than seasickness. I feel as if I am under some enchantment, entirely at the mercy of the camel. I shall never again mount such a wretched beast." He extended his hands in a gesture of refusal and spread his long legs apart. As if the camel he spoke of still lingered beneath him, people paraded the finest horses before us. Colonel K. Arger was also captivated by a creamy white mare, his face radiating joy. "Have you ever seen such a magnificent steed?" he inquired. "I assure you, this is a thoroughbred. Even His Highness, Prince Ali, has no horse to rival it in the stables of Marsa." Marsa is often referred to as Tunisia's coastal retreat. "I have heard that he spends a substantial fortune on horses. He expends an astonishing amount on fine horses, splendid carriages, and beautiful women. He possesses 300 wives. Yet he has never owned a horse as exquisite as this white mare. Do you truly believe this horse is unparalleled?" "Certainly. To me, this white mare is far more precious than the 300 women of His Excellency, Mr. Ali. Then behold my black stallion. Its gait has captured my attention. It appears spirited and full of vitality. It surely rivals the chief's white horse. Enough talk, to pay attention. The chief mounts the white horse to train it. The white horse performs remarkably. Were I not a guest here, I would eagerly keep the white horse alongside my black stallion. For an Arab, nothing is more sorrowful than being compelled to part with his beloved steed. As the white horse galloped, the chieftain commanded it to halt before us and, with exuberance, inquired of Colonel K.R. "This mare is named Fian. Do you fancy her? She is worthy to bear Muhammad in paradise. Will you sell her?" "Do you wish to insult me, Colonel?" he retorted. "Are you not aware that a child of the desert would rather take his own life or slay his wife and children than sacrifice his horse?" His words were abruptly interrupted by the cry of another Arab, who pointed northward. There, numerous dark figures emerged, gradually expanding in number. They were the warriors of his tribe. Upon sighting them, the chieftain gestured for everyone to follow, and then he spurred his horse into a swift gallop. We trailed behind at a slower pace, encountering approximately 20 men. Among them, one was bound to a horse with palm fronds. 2 riders sped ahead, halting before the chieftain, his 2 sons. "Praise be to God," one son exclaimed, "for it is he who has delivered the greatest brigand and murderer into our hands." "Who is this captive?" the chieftain inquired. "He is Suddies of the Kurumal tribe. May God punish this vile dog and his entire gang. He has slain our valiant warrior Abu Ramza and wounded several others. His name must vanish, and his blood shall pay the price for his heinous crimes." This captive was none other than the notorious Kurumal we had just spoken of. His hands were bound behind him to the saddle, and his feet were tethered with rope to the belly of the horse. Nonetheless, he sat upon the steed with an air of pride and composure, his dark eyes fixed upon the chieftain. His forehead, not particularly high, was adorned with sparse eyebrows akin to a brush, while prominent cheekbones, a hawkish nose, thick lips, and a strong chin lent his visage an expression of cold cruelty. "Is Abu Ramba dead? Where is he?" inquired the chieftain. "He was killed over there," replied the speaker, gesturing behind, where 2 horsemen appeared. Among them, a horse bore the lifeless body of the deceased. "Who was injured?" the chieftain asked. The 2 riders silently pointed to the bloodstains on his white cloak. "Tell me, how did you come to see him?" Ali Narabi queried. His son reported, "We were riding along the Miller River Valley and halted at the mountain pass. At that moment, this mangy dog approached from behind. He sat atop his horse, surveying the surroundings like a detective, his demeanor reminiscent of a traitor. Upon spotting us, he turned and fled. But we soon gave chase. However, before I could capture him, he killed one of our companions and wounded 2 others. Blood for blood, life for life." Enraged cries of vengeance erupted among the crowd. The chieftain called for silence. "We shall convene a council to deliberate on this matter," he declared. "Did he inform you of the whereabouts of his men?" "He did not tell us. He remained utterly silent. Our spears and blades shall compel him to utter the words we demand. Take him to the camp." During this brief exchange, the Krumir observed with an unflinching demeanor, his gaze openly admiring my steed and the chief's horse. His countenance remained impassive as we passed by, subtly nudging his mount with his thigh to scrutinize the gray camel with the eye of a connoisseur. It appeared that his predicament caused him no distress whatsoever. A few Arabs hastened into the camp, announcing to all that their most formidable foe had been captured. Thus, we expressed our disdain for the captive through scornful glances and spitting. He remained expressionless, even as the crowd prepared to drag him down from his horse before the chief's tent. The final knot was undone, and he suddenly leaped from his mount, dashing towards the entrance of a nearby tent where the chief's daughter stood. Swiftly, he seized her and thrust her before him as a shield. "I am protected," he cried. Some attempted to seize him, but were compelled to halt. All transpired with such rapidity that none could impede him. Anger etched on every face. Yet no one dared to act against this most nefarious villain. "Give me water, flower of maidens," he implored the terrified Mohara. She looked up, her eyes seeking her father's guidance. A murmuring arose among the onlookers. However, the chief remained unfazed by the incident, commanding her, "Provide him with water, but withhold bread and salt. The elders will determine his fate." She vanished into the women's tent, only to emerge moments later, holding a bowl brimming with water, which she presented to the Krumir. "Take this to drink, our tribe's adversary," she proclaimed. "Let it be the saving water of Suddies Chabil, son of Damarka." "May the Almighty curse Damarka," someone shouted in fury. This utterance was from my servant, Ahmed Salah. The chief furrowed his brow and addressed him in a menacing tone. "May the Almighty burn you and consume your tongue. Have you not witnessed this man drinking the gracious water brought by a maiden of your tribe? I am aware that you have ventured abroad, forsaking the customs and laws of your people, neglecting that an Arab must heed the chief's command. The curse of Muhammad is reserved for those who insult a guest. I must declare, Anyone who dares to lay a finger on this Demarcan before the elders convene to discuss his fate shall face execution. Heavens! From these words, it was evident that the chief held little affection for the unfortunate Ahmed. What then of the love between these two young souls? Ahmed's eyes sparkled, and it was undoubtedly jealousy that prompted his earlier words. He had yet to find the fortune to speak with his beloved, while this brigand and murderer could freely approach her and accept a drink from her hand. In frustration, he retreated to a corner. The chief commanded 2 warriors to escort the Khmer to his tent. Colonel K.R. Gel placed his hand upon my shoulder. "Hello, a meeting is about to commence, and we find ourselves surplus to requirements," he said. "I invite you to accompany me. Where shall we go?" "Just for a leisurely stroll to stretch our legs." This was a courteous gesture from the chieftain, considering his current circumstances. "Shall we take the Englishman with us?" "That is entirely his decision. Apart from walking with us, who else could he possibly accompany?" I gestured to Lord David Percy to have Ahmed tend to our horses. Then we proceeded towards a nearby grove of palm trees, where the foliage would provide us with shade. "What manner of individual is this captive of the Sidira tribe?" Percy inquired. "I am not entirely certain," I replied. "He is a Khmer from the Demika tribe, an exceedingly perilous brigand specializing in the plundering of caravans, with his hands stained in blood." What is his name?" "Sudis Chabil." "Does this name bear any significance?" "Sudis is one of the names of the Almighty, signifying the 6th. Chabil means guide. This individual wanders freely, well acquainted with every mountain and river valley of Algeria and Tunisia. He can traverse the region unimpeded, having allies and nefarious accomplices from the Mediterranean coast to the Shot Shergoué salt flats, akin to how thieves in London have their cohorts. In the southern salt flats, he would feel as secure as if mounted on a steed, which is why the Arab bandit tribes often select him as their leader." I have heard this name, but I was unaware that this Sudis was the same nefarious character. Page 64. "So, you have indeed seen him?" I inquired promptly. "Yes, I have." "Where did you encounter him?" "In Tunisia or its vicinity." "When was this?" 3 weeks ago. I chanced upon him on the streets of Manuba. He was mounted on a horse with deep gray stripes, heading towards the Seguin mountain. Upon my arrival in Baldu, I learned that the king's 6-year-old striped gray horse had been stolen. I reported what I had witnessed and participated in the pursuit of the horse thief. By the time we reached Manuba, he had vanished. "You surely recognized him again?" "Indeed, it was he. I could never forget that face." "Does Colonel Kruger know about this theft?" "Of course. He was in Baldu at the same time." "You have yet to inform him that this Sudis is the very thief you encountered?" "Not yet. He ought to know immediately." I relayed the news to the colonel. "What?" he exclaimed. "This Sudis Chabil is the leader of the bandits?" "Surely, Lord, you must be mistaken." "He is not mistaken." "My heavens! This is splendid. His Excellency Pasha Sadak had informed me that if this thief were captured, I would be richly rewarded. But where is that striped gray horse now?" "It has surely been sold, as the Cremillions did not ride it today. May the devil take this scoundrel. He should be subjected to the most severe punishment until he confesses where the stolen horse is. He appears quite elated." I paused in my stride while they continued onward. "Sir," he called out, "the son of your friend and companion has risen, and God has bestowed happiness upon him. May I inquire who has brought you this joy from the Almighty? You may know, but it must remain a secret between us, for you would not betray us. The most beautiful maiden, Mohala, has come here to see the chief's favorite camel. She is cautious, yet she revealed to me that she awaits me in the palm grove at midnight. The chief is vexed by my transition from a free man in the grand city to a servant of the pagan. We must deliberate on how to quell his ire. Is he angry with you because of me? That is an affront to my honor, and I seek retribution. Sir, do not heed him. Your strength is unparalleled, and your swordsmanship is exquisite. Yet the chief is the father of my beloved Mohala. You would not wish to see me in sorrow, would you? Very well. I do not desire to take his life. You know my faith forbids me from shedding blood without a threat to my own existence. So what do you intend to do, sir? I wish to act as your advocate in the guise of a pagan to seek vengeance upon him. I shall request that he betroth the fragrant maiden to you as your wife. Ah, sir, do you truly wish to pursue this course? Indeed. I am curious to see if you will bring me shame and blush upon my face. You know, Muhammad forbids causing guests to feel shame. Sir, if you can achieve this, I implore you to perform another kindness for me. Please fulfill my request, and I shall forever extol your benevolence, as will my son and grandson. Ah, kind Ahmed, even before receiving the consent of his future grandson's grandmother, speaks of his third generation. Love is a curious phenomenon. Whether in Lapland or Tunisia, in Mississippi or Papua, it is best to allow love to unfold naturally. Therefore, I inquired, what wish shall I fulfill for you? Might my rendezvous with Mohala be disrupted? It is indeed a possibility. Sir, I have no kin. Please ensure that none shall interfere with us. Oh, it is not his fault. It appears my honest Ahmed is aware that Germans possess kind hearts and are willing to assist in reaching the palm groves. I shall thwart any informers. Sir, your generosity is akin to the towering trees that uphold the earth, and your kindness knows no bounds. If you require, I would gladly sacrifice my life for you. Save your life for the fragrant maiden Mohala. Tell her that I am your friend, and shall plead on your behalf to her father. I continued towards the chief's tent, where Percy and Colonel Kjarger awaited me. As I arrived, the tent door swung open, and the chief emerged alongside the Krumir and the elders. What decision have you reached regarding this man? Colonel Pasha inquired. Water, but no bread or salt to signify hospitality. He shall remain in our tent and on the pasture for 3 days, during which time he is secure. Once the 3-day deadline has lapsed, or should he have crossed our borders prior to that, he shall face retribution. He will attempt to flee. His steed is under the watchful eyes of our men, nevertheless. He will still make an effort to escape. Chief, do you realize that he is not only in your grasp but also in mine? You shall understand this momentarily. During this interval, the Krumir has seemingly heard nothing. His gaze shifts to the mare tethered nearby, then to the tent where the women reside. For it is there that Mohara grinds grain. His eyes glisten with avarice and mockery. From the expression on his face, it is evident that fine horses and beautiful maidens are the treasures he covets. As Colonel Kjarger uttered his final words, the man turned towards him with an air of arrogance. You visited Tunisia 3 weeks ago? The colonel inquired. This is of great significance. Do you wish to deny your presence there? You are but a servant of the Pasha. Speak to me only when I am inclined to converse. You must bear some indignities, you free Demokar, now a captive of this valiant Sadila tribe. This gentleman from England has seen you in Tunisia. What of it? You ride a horse with deep gray stripes. Did this English gentleman come here merely for a horse with dark stripes? This steed was stolen from the Pasha. You rode this horse from Bardo, passing through Manuba to Mount Zagoin. We were unable to pursue you. The Krumir people erupted into cruel laughter. So, you claim this horse is a steed, do you? He inquired, suggesting that the thief was perhaps more adept at riding than those in pursuit. Nonetheless, he managed to catch up, as you have witnessed. Suddies Chabil, where have you concealed the stolen horse? Me. Has the foul wind of the desert dried your brain? Prompting such an inquiry, the esteemed Turkish mercenary colonel placed his hand on the hilt of his dagger and exclaimed loudly, You wretched dog, do you still recognize me? I know you, for I have seen you on Marsa Street and before the Pasha's palace, leading a band of slaves. You hail from a land inhabited by northern pagans who even curse the Almighty. You are a stranger to the land of those who believe in him, and thus dare to address a chief of the Demokar tribe as a dog. Are you not aware that only those who mount a horse immediately after stealing it and are subsequently captured can be deemed thieves? Even if you were to find a horse with deep gray stripes by my side today, it would not be one I have stolen, but rather a gift bestowed upon me, or one exchanged or purchased. Were you not a guest of the man whose water I have drunk, I would deliver you a fatal blow. Yet, should you utter another insult, your soul shall swiftly reunite with your ancestors. A chief does not tolerate insult a second time. Remember this. This threat did not intimidate the valiant Colonel Kluge, who stepped closer to his adversary and inquired, Do you dare deny your theft of the horse? I neither need to deny nor affirm anything. You may discuss this matter with anyone you wish, but I implore you not to broach it with me. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your desire. However, I harbor doubts that you will elude my grasp. Colonel Kjarger turned to Chief Ali Nurabi, inquiring if the Suddies Chaber truly enjoys your protection. Within 3 days, he may roam freely among us, unimpeded. Yet on the 4th day, during the morning prayer, he will bleed. We have reached such a decision. He will escape before then. He has sworn not to flee. To whom did he swear? He made his oath to Allah, to Muhammad, and to all the caliphs. Does this imply he will uphold his promise? I was not privy to the decision you made, nor did I pledge to him that he could escape at dawn. I shall await him at the boundary of your pasture, prepared to seize him and escort him to Tunis. We may permit you to do so, the chief conceded, but before you can deliver him to Tunis, our bullets will have already brought him down. Now, let us enter the tent. I can scent the aroma of the lamb you have slaughtered and roasted for us. Chaber strode forth, and we entered the tent, where Mohara and her mother graciously attended to us. The chief and his warriors were absent, as it is their custom not to partake in meals prior to burying their fallen comrades. What did Colonel Pasha's guard discuss with the chief? Lord Percy inquired during the feast. I recounted the events to him. Humph. He lamented, the wretched thief, that scoundrel. We cannot allow him to escape. I shall take him to Tunis. I presume you will accompany me, correct? Indeed. You are headed south, and I shall join you. But before that, can we assist in capturing him? Let us see. I harbor neither trust for him nor confidence in his oaths. Perhaps something will transpire before the 3 days have elapsed. We had scarcely finished our meal when we were startled by loud cries from outside. The townspeople were preparing to inter the deceased. As guests, we felt obliged to partake in the funeral rites. Thus, we exited the tent and approached the front of the camp, where the entire community had gathered around the body. The deceased lay shrouded in white cloth, positioned before a shallow grave. Beside him stood his relatives, with others encircling them. The lamentations of the women were heart-wrenching, while the men stood silently, their expressions dark and vengeful. Chabil, however, did not make an appearance. He was astute enough to conceal himself. In the absence of a priest, the chieftain assumed the priest's role. He raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Facing the direction of Mecca, he proclaimed, in the name of the merciful God, to the wise prophet, you are a messenger sent by God, guiding humanity towards the righteous path. This is the revelation of the Almighty and compassionate Lord, warning those ancestors who lived heedlessly, thus rendering judgment upon them, allowing them to remain faithless. It is customary to recite this at the hour of death and during the funeral. Upon reading that rain brings the dead back to life, a symbol of resurrection, the corpse was placed in the grave pit, facing Mecca. As the sound of the trumpet echoed, behold, they had risen from their graves. This was indeed a prophecy foretold by the Almighty. With but a single blast of the trumpet, they shall appear before us. There is no deity but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. This declaration of faith concluded the funeral rites. At that moment, wails and cries erupted. Women circled the grave, while warriors stepped forward in an orderly fashion, plunging their swords and daggers into the earth, signifying their intent to avenge their fallen comrades. Had the Krumr been present, I believe he would have found it difficult to maintain his proud and confident demeanor. As we re-entered the chief's tent, the Krumr Suddi's Chabil lay sprawled upon a large rock, convinced that this place was the safest. Despite his precarious situation, he displayed no caution towards us. He remained there, seemingly oblivious to our presence. Colonel Krugler and I were indifferent as we squatted in the Eastern manner, requiring little space. However, David Percy was quite unaccustomed to this. Thief, would you mind moving your legs? He remarked. Although he spoke in English, he gestured in a way that Chabil would certainly comprehend. Nevertheless, Chabil remained unmoved, refusing to yield his seat to the Englishman. Very well. If you refuse to budge, then you shall take a ride on the sled. He grasped Chabil's feet and forcefully dragged him off the stone, hurling him towards the entrance of the tent. However, Chabil rose immediately and charged at the Englishman. Lord Percy, a skilled pugilist, delivered a powerful blow to the face of his assailant, leaving the attacker dazed, after which Chabil stumbled out of the tent. In that fleeting moment, I was unable to intervene. Percy seated himself upon a stone, and I drew my knife, prepared to retaliate against this grave affront, an insult that could only be avenged with blood. How could you act thus, sir? I inquired. This could endanger your life. The Englishman produced a pistol, chambering around, and replied calmly, endanger my life? Very well, I shall kill him before he strikes me. I could not abide such insolence from a horse thief. You must not fire. Chabil is under the protection of the tribe. To kill him would incite bloody retribution. Pa, do you think that would intimidate me? This man has insulted me according to the customs of our nation, and I have returned the insult in accordance with their customs. Therefore, we are even. If he feels unsatisfied, that is his concern. Shaking my head, I remarked, this criminal lacks a sense of honor. Otherwise, he would risk his life to avenge such an insult. There is no greater affront than this. Will the Englishman strike him down? I fear such a possibility. We must prevent this from happening. Should this fellow dare to re-enter this tent, we shall seize him immediately, rendering him immobile. Then we shall summon the chief and present the captive to him, ensuring he can no longer perpetrate his misdeeds. Fortunately, the plan articulated in beautiful German was never executed, as Chabil did not reappear. It was only after the chief's arrival that we learned of Chabil's accusations against us and his threats of vengeance. He was taken to another tent to rest. At that moment, the chief expressed his desire to inspect the safety of the livestock. I accompanied him, eager to discuss my servant, Ahmed Sulla, in private. I called out to him, insisting that he should not part with my horse for even a moment, and that he should tether it to himself while sleeping at night. I wish to rest my head upon it during slumber. Why the need for such caution? The chief inquired as we continued onward. You are my guest, and as long as you are with me, your belongings are secure. If my stallion is missing by dawn, will you return it to me? Who would dare steal it? Chabil Suddi, you are mistaken. He would not pilfer our possessions. Moreover, during his 3-day stay with us, he will honor his vows. You trust him, yet I do not believe a word he says. Are you aware that he ventured to the southern Malag Valley? Even if he has accomplices, they would not dare assault the camp of Ali Nurabi. They know of my reputation. Tomorrow, we shall journey to the Malag Valley to ascertain their presence. Will you accompany us? I shall not go. Why not? Your horse has had ample rest. Neither my horse nor I require any respite. Even if you offered me a steed, I would decline. My desire to remain here tomorrow stems from my reluctance to witness you commit a grievous error. What error do you refer to? Are you not the one who deemed it a significant mistake to associate Ahmed Sulla with me? Yet now, you wish for me to accompany you. O chieftain, since when has the Sadi tribe adopted the practice of insulting its guests? I have traversed the Sahara Desert, journeyed from the Atlas Mountains to the daunting Timbuktu, visited numerous nations, and encountered diverse peoples, many of whose names you may never have heard. Yet, I have never encountered a chieftain who would cause his guests to blush in embarrassment. I am bound for the lands of the Kremisa, Sagrima, Mesh, and Nisama tribes. To visit Melisai, I must even cross the vast salt flats. If they inquire about you, Chief Ali Nurabi, what shall I tell them? I would have to inform them that you insulted your guest, branding me a heathen for praying to Jesus Christ. What did Muhammad say about him? Do not the saints and scholars of Islam declare that Jesus recently descended to earth? Answer me, Chief Ali Nurabi. It is evident that my words have rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. Who informed you that I called you a heathen? After a moment of silence, he cautiously inquired, why do you feign ignorance? You see, I wear the Quran around my neck. I am one who can recite the Quran. Tell me, can you truly label me a heathen? You cannot. You are not a heathen. Why did you lose your temper at Ahmed Sulla because of me? My anger does not stem from you, but rather from his departure from the pasture to the bustling city. It was you who drove him away. His departure was to earn for Mohara. Do you consider leaving one's homeland a transgression? Did not Muhammad himself say, you see the wanderer crossing lands, God is with him. You also see the ships cleaving the waves, granting you the wealth of the gatekeeper, and thus you should express gratitude to God? Is Ahmed's departure from the pasture a violation of Muhammad's will? No. Then why are you upset with him? I hold no resentment towards him. Why do you refuse to allow his beloved, Mohara, to marry him? May God forbid such thoughts in you. Does Ahmed wish to take you as his wife? He desires to wed your daughter, Mohara, who is not a chieftain. God can elevate or diminish. Ahmed is brave, loyal, upright, devout, and intelligent. I do not wish to discuss this further today. Chief, please reflect, and you will realize he deserves the flower of the Saidira tribe. A bonfire was lit in the center of the camp, where men gathered, smoking and listening to tales of old, or songs accompanied by a monotonous single-stringed instrument. An hour before midnight, people drifted into slumber. Inside the chief's tent, he spread out blankets for us to shield us from the night's chill. Sleep well, for you are safe in my tent. Ali Nurabi said, God is with you. Good night. After a while, he began to snore, producing a symphony of sounds. Subsequently, Colonel Carragher also succumbed to slumber, and soon the elongated, audible breaths of the Englishman informed me that he too had fallen asleep. I took up my revolver and stealthily exited the tent. The camp was enveloped in profound silence. In the distance, I heard the low, mournful howls of hyenas, followed by the resounding call of a wolf. He lay between my horse and his, tethering the reins of my steed to himself. Praise be to God, you have arrived. He greeted me. I awaited your presence as the night longs for dew. Why the haste? It is not yet midnight. Indeed, it is not midnight. Yet the maiden flower, Mohara, has already arrived. She awaits beneath the palm tree. You are a full minute late. A whole minute? How dreadful. Your anticipation for my arrival is not surprising. Sir, have you conversed with the chief? I have. What did he say? Nothing of consequence. We shall discuss this matter later. You must go now. Do not keep the maiden flower waiting impatiently. Sir, I must inform you of one more thing. What is it? As night fell, I heard the nightingales calling amidst the locust and apricot trees below. Being fond of their melodies, I approached the thicket with my horse, and there I glimpsed a figure fleeting by, none other than Suddi's chaper. Did he see you? No, he did not see me. Do you think he has fled? No, for he has sworn to remain here. He stepped outside, unnoticed by those in the camp. Perhaps he ventured out due to a sense of loneliness. Sir, I cannot believe it. This man is a treacherous serpent of the desert, capable of delivering a fatal bite. You must go quickly. If I hear any unusual sounds, I shall emit a soft noise akin to what one hears in nightmares. Sir, how long can you wait? Until Mohara receives your final kiss. God is merciful, but not to me, for he has not granted me Mohara. Sir, you shall capture the hearts of many maidens, for I shall spread your illustrious name across the lands. Believe me, he has gone to the fragrant maiden, and as his master, I must remain by the horses. Fate, is this fair? I draped myself in a cloak, leaning against the warm body of my steed. Above me stretched the deep blue night sky of the south, where constellations such as the serpent, centaur, scorpion, and wolf twinkled. The twin stars among the myriad of celestial bodies were as enchanting as my servant, now enraptured in the glow of love. I waited for half an hour. Then an hour, and again half an hour passed. Mohara, when will you grant my servant his final kiss? Just as I was about to signal the conclusion of my watch, a faint sound emerged from my right. I pressed my ear closely to the ground, trusting in my auditory senses. On the North American plains, I had often experienced the distinct sound of footsteps emanating from the palm groves, cautiously approaching the tent. Could it be Mohara? I expressed my doubt. Swiftly, I removed my white cloak and matching headscarf, revealing my deep blue Turkish trousers and top. Blending seamlessly with the earth beneath me, I crawled towards the source of the sound. A shadow stealthily navigated between the tents. It was a man. I followed in his wake, utilizing every object for cover, ensuring that a tent always stood between him and me. The chief's beloved mare and a gray camel were tethered in front of the tent, while behind the women's tent, a palanquin mingled among the saddles of the men, where the individual was examining these items. At that moment, I caught sight of his face. It was Suddy's Chabil. What reconnaissance was he conducting? Why had he stealthily departed from the camp? I sought to understand his intentions, cautiously trailing behind him. He headed towards the locust trees and apricot grove previously mentioned by Ahmed. As soon as I discerned his destination, I veered aside, eager to reach it before him. I took a detour, striving to maintain distance so as not to be seen. With purposeful strides, yet striving for silence, I hastened towards the woods. Upon reaching the forest's edge, he remained 30 meters away. I crouched down. He paused at the forest's edge, now less than 3 meters from me. He gently clapped his hands. Following this signal, I heard a rustling sound approaching from this direction. I find myself trapped in a perilous predicament, unable to retreat or advance. At that moment, several individuals emerged from the thicket, and one approached me. Clutching 2 pistols, I rose swiftly, intent on acting before they could. However, fortune, which often graces me, had abandoned me this time. These Arabs were astute. Before I could utter a sound, a formidable blow struck my head, causing my weapons to slip from my grasp, and I collapsed, losing consciousness. Having endured such assaults before, my instinctive reactions had fortified my skull, providing some measure of protection. I have always been able to recover swiftly from such attacks, and this instance was no different. Soon, I regained consciousness, although not as swiftly as I had hoped. Upon awakening, I found 4 or 5 individuals pressing down upon me, stuffing a piece of cloth into my mouth as they bound my hands and feet tightly, rendering me immobile. Standing nearby, Suddy's Chabil oversaw this abhorrent process. Why had these men not killed me outright? I resolved it would be prudent to feign unconsciousness, perhaps to overhear words that might offer insight. My ruse proved beneficial, as I soon heard the leader whispering, "Is he moving? He will die. But it may be better to stab his heart once more." "Do not do that," another cautioned. Through their conversation, I discerned that this man was a wealthy European gentleman. Once he awakens, we shall take him away, and he will pay us a substantial ransom. During this period, he remains in our grasp, posing no threat to us. What is his purpose for being here? I am uncertain. Perhaps he is a poet, seeking to converse with the moon. Many sons of foreign nobility aspire to be poets. Let him lie there. We shall return to him shortly. Now, what do you command us to do? Shall we bring forth that white steed? Not merely the white horse. What more is required? Also, the black stallion, which is even more precious than the white horse, belonging to this foreigner. We shall evoke envy among our brethren. And that is not all. We have a maiden from the Sadi tribe, more beautiful than any girl I have encountered before. I spotted her beneath the palm trees over there. Is she alone? A young man accompanies her. Shall we eliminate him? One individual is restraining her. As for the rest of us, we shall fetch the white horse and the prized camel, both tethered before the chief's tent. A palanquin stands beside the livestock. We must be cautious. The chief possesses well-trained dogs. They have come to recognize me, as I have often lain beside them in the tent. One person restrains the girl, another leads the white horse, another guides the camel, and one carries the palanquin. The rest of us will proceed to the front of the camp to retrieve that stallion. Although we must eliminate the horsekeeper. Where shall we rendezvous? At the southern edge of the camp, at the entrance to the first gorge leading to the river. But what if someone discovers us? You, my friend, are you not ashamed to speak such words? When have we ever been caught? Do our eyes resemble those of a wild boar? Do our feet mimic those of a fox or a cat? Do we not possess ample steeds? Before the Sadaira people even raise their weapons against us, we shall have fled. Perhaps you believe our actions should be executed with greater caution? Very well. Let us first capture the chieftain's daughter, Mohala, and take her to a secure location. Then 3 of us shall approach the chieftain's tent while the others head towards the stallions. I shall issue a signal for our sons of Hamama, and each of you shall bring along the livestock you have acquired. I will not go. I have already spoken to those lying in wait for the caravan. We shall immediately head south, crossing the Abida Mountains, traversing the Ramada's desert, and racing towards the Taus Mountains, beyond which lies the pastoral lands and encampments of the Miser Arabs. Should the Sadaira tribe pursue us, they will offer us refuge. Now, let us act swiftly. We must not allow Mohala to escape. They then moved silently. I lay alone among the thickets, bound hand and foot, my mouth gagged, akin to an abandoned child, and in an even graver predicament, for I could not even cry out. I found myself in a truly dreadful situation. I became aware of their shameless plans, yet I was powerless to thwart them. It is evident that my judgment regarding this leader was indeed accurate. He is violating his oath, seeking to flee with the 3 finest beasts of the camp, the chief's daughter, and myself. To achieve this, he intends to slay my loyal companion, Ahmed. I harbor no doubts about the success of their endeavor. For my experience has taught me how cunning and cautious this son of the desert can be when undertaking such actions. The deceivers of Europe pale in comparison to him. With every ounce of strength, I struggled against the ropes that bound me, yet they sank into my flesh, refusing to yield. I attempted to expel the cloth stuffed into my mouth, but it was futile, as it was intertwined with the bindings around my mouth and neck. Soon, I relinquished this endeavor, for I risked suffocation. My only course of action was to conceal myself, ensuring they could not locate me. If I succeeded, I would later be able to provide the Sadila tribe with information regarding this matter. Thus, I exerted myself to roll away from my original position. After several minutes, I had managed to distance myself significantly, convinced that I had reached a relatively secure location. Crucially, during my rolling, I stumbled upon 2 pistols that had fallen to the ground. As only my wrists were bound, I strained my fingers to grasp one of the pistols and eventually succeeded. Had it not been for a few brigands, I might have been able to fire upon him. Fire? Must I wait until someone discovers me before I can discharge my weapon? Could I thwart the entire assault? Just as this thought crossed my mind, I acted. I placed the pistol in a position that posed no danger to me and discharged all 6 bullets with precision. The sound of gunfire erupted, shattering the tranquility of the night, awakening even the deepest of sleepers. As the last shot faded, I heard the call of a vulture. Is this the signal referred to by the bandit leader as the son of Hamama? After a half-minute of silence, the crack of a pistol pierced the air, followed by another shot, and then a chorus of shouts erupted from the camp. People were rising, and I listened intently as the clamor grew ever louder. Who had fired the shots? Was it the bandit leader? I dared to wager that the 2 consecutive shots belonged to Ahmed's pistol. The shouts quickly morphed into roars, and I could distinctly discern the voice of the chieftain calling for Mohala, his white horse, and camel. Then I heard Ahmed loudly inquire if anyone had seen me. At that moment, I fired my second pistol for the first time. After a brief silence, Ahmed exclaimed, "Sir, this is my master. The enemy does not possess a pistol like his." Sir. I discharged a second shot. "He has spoken. He is in danger. Please help watch over his horse, for I must seek him out." Thank God, both he and my horse were unharmed. Now, I could hear footsteps approaching the thicket, prompting me to fire a third shot. "He is here," Ahmed declared. "Hurry to rescue him." They charged into the underbrush, armed and ready. They presumed I was engaged in combat with the enemy, yet failed to discern any foe's presence. Wary of a trap, they halted after a few steps. Only the brave Ahmed pressed onward. I discharged the 4th shot, once again providing him with direction, and shortly thereafter, he appeared before me. "My heavens," he exclaimed, crouching down to touch me. "Sir, is it truly you? Did you fire the shot?" Oh dear, his mouth was gagged. He promptly untied the cloth binding his mouth, and upon recognizing my voice, he erupted in joy, swiftly cutting the ropes that bound me with his knife. It is he indeed. Praise be to God, it is truly him. Hey, Chief, come here. He will enlighten us about the situation. I did not linger any longer, stepping forth from the thicket, as Ali Nurabi approached and grasped my arm. Sir, he inquired urgently. Where is Mohara? She is my heart's delight. Where is my white steed? Where is my camel? Please, first tell me, where is Sadi's Chabil? I replied to him. I do not know. He has vanished. In defiance of his oath? He exclaimed. He has betrayed his vow. May God condemn him. Chief, I was right. This man possesses the eyes of a traitor. A pagan honors his word, yet this Muslim swore to Muhammad and the Holy Caliph, only to immediately break his promise. He is utterly shameless. Not only has he reneged on his word, but he has also abducted your daughter and your two most cherished beasts. Are you speaking the truth? Sir? Indeed. Let the heavens collapse and crush him. Let the earth split open and swallow him whole, along with his father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and all his ancestors. Sir, I beseech you, only you possess the knowledge of where he has taken my daughter and livestock. We must deliberate carefully. I believe. He immediately interrupted my words. Deliberate? Sir, while we are still in contemplation, the brigand has made his escape. Warriors, heroes, arise, pursue him. Have you lost your senses? You are my guest, and while I seek my daughter, my steed, and my camels, you wish to indulge in slumber? Are you unaware that all the Arab heroes would scorn you? They shall not hold me in contempt, for although I may rest, I shall ultimately retrieve your daughter and your livestock. Meanwhile, you shall only turn the world upside down without recovering what you have lost. Tell me, what should I do? I shall heed your counsel. Most of your warriors are not present. They remain in the camp. Let us send forth scouts to ascertain if any individuals, livestock, or possessions are missing. Then, let all the men arm themselves and assemble for orders. In the meantime, the elders convene before your tent, accompanied by 4 gentlemen, His Excellency Colonel of the Pasha Guard, Sir David Lindsay from England, myself, and Ahmed Sulla. Ahmed Sulla? Why should he be included? Ali Nurabi. I must convey to you that only by bestowing upon Ahmed the same honor as the finest warrior will you reclaim your daughter and your livestock. Consider your course of action wisely. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Everyone, follow my lead. He dashed ahead, and we all followed closely behind. Along the way, my loyal servant approached my side. He had listened intently to every word I spoke, sensing that my intended course of action would be advantageous to him. Ahmed, has anything befallen my black stallion? I inquired. I heard you entrusted the horse to some man. Indeed, sir. You may rest assured. Behold, your black stallion is right there between the tents. Thank you. As I approached the horse, I noticed the bandit leader Jabir emerging from the palm grove, where he had been eavesdropping on our conversation. I approached him, but his accomplices ambushed me, overpowering and binding me. They overpowered and bound you, sir? This is your first defeat. Yes, I was attacked. Pray, recount the events. But you vanished, which greatly concerns me. I sensed your distrust towards Sadi's Jabir. I knew you had no pressing matters that would take you far from the horse. Thus, I seized my pistol and strained to observe the surroundings in the darkness. At that moment, I heard 6 gunshots from your direction, followed by the cry of a vulture. This could be a signal, for vultures do not cry out in the dead of night. Just then, a figure emerged from the camp, running towards me. I surmised that these individuals were bandits, resulting in the death of one and the injury of another. As I raised my other pistol, I discovered that the second and third men had vanished. Was the first man truly dead? Indeed. Did you observe closely? I did, and the bullet pierced his malevolent heart. Was the deceased the leader? No. He was merely a member of the Hamima gang. Remember, the cry of the vulture serves as the battle signal for the sons of Hamima. This knowledge may prove beneficial in the future. Now let us convene. Sir, the greatest favor you have bestowed upon me is compelling the chieftain to allow my participation in the Council of Elders. Is this genuine? If you exhibit loyalty and bravery, I hope to achieve this. Sir, should I reclaim Mohara, I would cleave the Atlas Mountains and the Ors Mountains asunder. I commanded the Arab tasked with tending my steed to keep a vigilant eye on the horses and remain at my side. I then approached the chieftain's tent. The people were preparing to kindle a bonfire and lay out mats for the elders to sit upon. This event weighed heavily on the chieftain, who struggled to maintain a semblance of composure to present a tranquil facade. Before the first man spoke, he even ignited a pipe in accordance with the ancient and reverent customs. I took my place of honor beside the chieftain, flanked by Lord Percy and Colonel Karajar. Ahmed Sulla occupied a seat at the rear. Yet, at this moment, Ali Nalabi remained restless. In the name of the merciful Lord, praise be to the Almighty. the master of the worlds, who governs on the day of judgment. We seek to serve you and implore your guidance, leading us upon the righteous path. The path of those who have received your mercy, and steering clear of the ways that displease you, avoiding the crooked paths. After reciting, he settled down and said to me, "Now, speak, sir. I shall listen attentively, for my heart yearns to absorb every word you utter. Pray tell, where did you encounter the leader of the bandits?" "By the banks of the Halua River. The band of the son of Hamama lay in ambush there, poised to attack the caravan." "And how do you intend to safeguard the caravan?" "Sir, our current focus is not on the caravan, but rather on pursuing the leader of the bandits." "What concern is the caravan to me at this moment?" At that juncture, Colonel Kruger raised his hand. "What relevance does the caravan hold for you?" "It is of great significance, Ali Nurabi. I sit here representing the Pasha, His Excellency Muhammad Sadak, the governor of Tunisia, who has entrusted the warriors of the Saydila tribe with the protection of the caravan. Do you wish to incur his displeasure toward you and your kin?" "I am not the chief of all the Saydila people. Yet it is said that the attack on the caravan will occur within your domain. Or is it that Halua falls under the jurisdiction of another chief?" "It lies within my territory. However, the Almighty shall reveal unto you that today I intend to send my warriors to pursue the leader, Chabil." "All the warriors?" "Indeed, all of them. The leader is accompanied by but 5 men. I interjected, "Nevertheless, I still require all the warriors to depart. If we wish to catch up with him, we must act independently, sealing off every possible escape route. I must also leave some individuals behind to tend to the livestock. Report to us any information you uncover." I had surmised correctly. Several warriors approached to inform me that, aside from Mohara and 2 beasts of burden, only a few old carpets that had been hung out at night were missing. "What of the palanquin?" I inquired of the chief. "Which palanquin?" "The one you placed behind the tent. What has become of it? Is it still there?" "Chief Chabil took it away," I replied, as he required a blanket to secure the palanquin to the camel, but he utilized a carpet instead. "Now, allow me to recount what I discovered while you slumbered." "Speak. Speak," the crowd urged. "I harbor no fondness for Sadish Chabil. I do not trust his oaths, for I have witnessed the covetous glances he cast upon my steed. Although my loyal Ahmed vigilantly guards my horse, I still arose to survey the camp before you fell into slumber. At that moment, I observed the chief traversing the camp toward the thicket, the very thicket you later discovered me in. I followed him, scrutinizing his movements. However, unbeknownst to me, he summoned 6 members of the Hamama tribe to ambush me from behind, overwhelming me. Upon regaining consciousness, they presumed I was still unconscious. Thus I overheard their entire scheme being discussed. What was their plan of action? The chief inquired. They sought to abduct Mohala, your white steed and camel, as well as my black horse. Aware that Ahmed was guarding my mount, they plotted to slay him. However, their intentions were thwarted, for Ahmed proved to be both loyal and valiant, successfully driving them away. Have you heard any further news? The chieftain inquired. I must ponder. The Hamama tribe bound my hands and feet and silenced me, leaving me there. But I managed to retrieve my 2 pistols that fell to the ground when they struck me upon the head. I discharged 6 shots to rouse you from your slumber. You are now apprised of the current situation. Do you know which direction the leader has taken? I must reflect. Chieftain, we owe our gratitude to Ahmed for his steadfast presence. His 2 shots were far more effective than mine. Did he safeguard my horse, my camel, and my daughter? Sir, please affirm this. You are unaware whether the leader fled north, south, east, or west. Hence we must await tomorrow to examine the tracks. Is there anyone in your tribe who has never erred in tracking? These Arabs ought to observe a bit more, and then they would be able to navigate without guidance. However, I shall refrain from elaborating, merely stating, there is no need for concern, chieftain. We may rest soundly, for by tomorrow your warriors, unaware of the tracks, will find it difficult to discern them accurately after an hour. I know of a person who could still recognize the tracks a week hence. If he were to track a person, even traversing the entirety of the Sahara Desert, he would not be able to escape his grasp. Sir, who might this individual be? This person must possess eyes as keen as those of a celestial angel, capable of penetrating rock. He is seated here, my friend and companion, Ahmed Salah. Everyone cast astonished glances at the benevolent Ahmed, while he looked at me, his expression quite comical. For his skill in following tracks is no greater than that of any other Arab. Is this true, sir? The chieftain was taken aback. Do you not believe it? I have recounted to you how, in desolate places, I often pursue a trail for weeks on end until my adversary falls into my clutches. I have tracked him across deserts and marshes, through forests and pastures, over towering mountains, through canyons and ravines, along streams and great rivers, in cities and villages. At times only a few hours behind him. I have paid heed to the leaves beneath my feet, the blades of grass, the creatures of the forest, the scent of smoke, the moss in the caves, the gravel on the slopes, and the land itself. Ahmed Sulla has run alongside me for many weeks. Do you think he has not learned anything from me? Ahmed, you tell them. Are you confident in locating the bandit leader? This question posed a challenge for him. Yet he replied with unwavering assurance. I swear by Muhammad, no matter where the leader flees, I shall find him. At that moment, the chieftain swiftly turned to him and inquired, will you also locate my horse, my camel, and my daughter? The benevolent Ahmed began to comprehend my intentions upon perceiving the encouraging gaze I cast upon him. Here, 2 horses, 3 camels, and 5 sheep were obtained. And the chief assured, is this not sufficient? You, descendant of Haggai and Jeremiah, are you not satisfied? Just wait and see. I shall thwart your plans. I feigned astonishment and inquired, Ali Nalabi, what is the worth of the blood of an adult warrior? I have heard that among the 4 tribes of the Krumir, which also includes members of Sudish Chabil, and the 9 tribes of the Labka, a single life commands a price of 50 camels and 300 sheep. Is that not so? Very well. The bandit Sudish Chabil has slain one of your own, establishing a blood feud. Capturing him is worth 50 camels or 300 sheep. Chief, pray tell, how much do you value your daughter, your horses, and your gray camels? No number of livestock could repay their worth. Yet, you only promise him 2 horses, 3 camels, and 5 sheep. How does the prophet speak in the Quran? He said, whoever gives to his brother in this world less than what he ought to, in the resurrection, his possessions shall be stripped away 100-fold. For Allah is just and treats all equally. All that you possess is provided by him. The prophet spoke thus. Are you an infidel for not adhering to his tenets? Did you not previously recite the preface of the Quran? Do not lead us down the path of those with whom you are displeased. Do not guide us astray. Do you not wish to walk a crooked path despite your prayers? He gazed ahead with a stern expression. Yet he could not help but notice the impression my words left on others. Thus, he inquired, do you wish to treat harshly one who has opened their doors to you? Can Ahmed Sulla not speak for himself? Ahmed is a man, a warrior. He certainly can articulate his own thoughts. However, I now speak on his behalf and also allow another to voice his words. I refer to Colonel Pasha, who is seated amongst us. Kruger quickly turned to me and asked, Goodness, what is the matter with you? You are delivering a rather moving discourse here, but unfortunately, I have not understood it. If you allow me to speak, what shall I say? The daughter. I am aware of that. If love does not reveal its essence, I too would love her. As I have aged, I find myself no longer favored by others. Thus I cannot love anyone else. Do you comprehend? I nearly burst into laughter. Nevertheless, this Colonel Pasha indeed articulated the essence of love with piercing clarity. I endeavored to maintain a serious demeanor as I continued. The chieftain initially instilled hope in him and proposed the price he must pay to win the maiden. Can he afford this price? Alas, for he has fled abroad and has become my servant. Your servant? Why can he not be your servant? Ali Nalabi has labeled me a heretic. Goodness, what a predicament. Only those devoid of true faith or lacking personal beliefs, who neither attend church nor visit the mosque, but merely read the Bible in school and quote the prophets and the sayings of the caliphs, may be regarded as heathens. Quite right, Colonel. Now, in place of the faithful Ahmed, I implore you to convey my sentiments to the chief, and do so forthwith. I am acutely aware of the weight your words carry and their capacity to touch hearts. The impact of your heartfelt discourse is paramount. Thus, I am exceedingly pleased to accept this commission. Given the urgency of this matter, I kindly request permission to commence my address immediately. Observe how gravely the people will regard my words. It is time to act. He rose, for the chief had grown impatient. Now, Arger stood proudly and erect before us, gesturing in a manner beyond description to command attention. I believe he will achieve a far greater effect than when he spoke in German previously. He began, Elders of the Sadira tribe, lend me your ears, and you too. Chief Ali Narabi, heed my words. I stand here as a loyal servant of the Prophet, as the protector of my master, Pasha Muhammad Sadek. Who among you dares to raise a hand against me or voice opposition? Chief, you are seated here, commanding the loyalty of hundreds of warriors, governing thousands of souls. Your words resonate like oaths, and your beard bears no unfulfilled promises. Here stands a valiant young warrior of your esteemed tribe, whose name I have come to learn today. Ahmed Sulla ibn Muhammad Rahman bin Safi Farabi Abu Mawajid Kalani. His dagger is as sharp as the sun's rays, and his bullets strike with the precision of the day of judgment. He has amassed considerable wealth from abroad and commands the respect of his friend, the renowned German, Benissi. Today, he has slain an enemy attempting to rob you. Ali Nalabi, a courageous warrior of your tribe, has bestowed his heart upon Mohara, your fairest daughter. He is willing to offer the price you demand and will ensure your comfort in your twilight years. I have heard that you have declined his proposal. However, I am reluctant to believe this, for the words of a Siderian carry immense weight. As sturdy as the 8,000 pillars that uphold God's throne and the 300,000 stone steps leading to it. I stand in solidarity with him, advocating for your daughter's consent. His honor is my honor. His shame is my shame. Though your heart may be heavy today, Ahmed Salah is a devoted husband, destined to fight for her. Reflect upon this, Chief. Remember that every word you speak regarding him also pertains to me. You are my friend, and I am yours. May God bless our enduring friendship. Having spoken, he took his seat once more. His eloquence was compelling, rendering a refusal nearly impossible. The chief pondered. Realizing the truth, can Ahmed truly pursue the bandits alone? That is indeed you, for he has just learned from you. You speak the truth. Yet I must convey to you, Chief, that I too have a condition. Should I be tasked with identifying the footprints for you? I shall do so at the cost of Mohara, not for myself, but for Ahmed. Make your decision swiftly, for I must insist that time cannot be squandered any longer. At last, he rose, placing his hands beside his beard, and declared, I solemnly swear by the sacred Quran, by the Prophet, by all the caliphs, and upon my beard, that if he fails to fulfill this condition, he shall not attain her. Did you all hear my words? What I have spoken is binding. Now that the prohibition is lifted, we all extended our hands towards the chief, and the colonel, brimming with excitement, turned to me and said, Well, I have spoken. And it was not in vain, was it? My words have profoundly moved everyone, and one could assert that without my intercession, this matter would not have succeeded. Colonel, you have facilitated what seemed an impossible task. I am sincerely grateful to you. Your speech has also had a gratifying effect, which is evident in the aftermath. Thus, we can take solace in the fact that we have deliberately created conditions for a couple to experience inner happiness and a lasting, harmonious relationship. At that moment, the previously silent Englishman finally spoke. Sir, please elucidate why we must shake hands. I sit here like a mere block of wood. Engage me in conversation. I then recounted the entire sequence of events to him. He laughed joyfully, stretching his long legs before saying, I am delighted to hear this news. Engagement, marriage, the arrangement of a wedding. If that kind-hearted Ahmed truly manages to capture Sadish Chaber, I would reward him 50 pounds, but there is one condition. What condition? I must also participate. Do you genuinely wish to join? Of course. However, there are numerous dangers. How shameful, sir. Would you care to engage in a fist bump with me? Perhaps another time, but not now. Please forgive me. I wish to speak with others. I then addressed the chief. I estimate that the thieves will cross the Abida Mountains towards the Ramada Desert, and then traverse the Tiyus Mountains to reach the Mizar tribe, with whom they maintain friendly relations. What led you to such an estimation? I overheard a few of their words. Although their robbery attempt was not entirely successful, they might alter their plans. Nonetheless, it is prudent to temporarily consider their actions in this light and make our decisions accordingly. Are you familiar with those areas? I have only traversed the main road. That is precisely the route they are likely to avoid. We must rely on tracking their footprints. You have amicable relations with the Mizar tribe, correct? We bear no intertribal blood feud with them, though occasionally livestock pastured on one side of the border goes missing. Thus, we must proceed with caution. We cannot mobilize a large group, as we are merely pursuing the bandit leader and his 5 accomplices. If the Hamama people outnumber us, we cannot allow them to see us, for Ahmed has slain one of their own. We can achieve our objective through various means. The first approach is this. I possess an unparalleled steed, upon which I could pursue the bandit leader, meaning I would venture alone to unseat him from his mount. Sir, they will surely kill you. The chieftain exclaimed. Shall we wager? I replied with a smile. If they do indeed take my life, I shall have lost it. Yet, should I vanquish them, you will lose your white horse, which would then belong to me. I extended my hand to him, but as he pondered the proposition, he remarked, You are my guest, and your life is entwined with mine. We cannot permit you to go alone. The others concurred with his sentiment, and I had no choice but to acquiesce. I continued, we could traverse the Zafran, Saifara, and Sheecher mountains, arriving at the Misaler people a day ahead of schedule, in hopes of securing their friendship. When the enemy arrives, we could ensnare them. Yet, all shook their heads, one stating, Sir, the risks you propose are beyond our imagination. Who could trust the friendship of the miserly people? Thus, we were left with no option but to track the bandits, attacking them wherever we might discover them. Will we be able to catch up to them? The chieftain asked anxiously. But they surely possess an additional 5 horses. Perhaps they had another accomplice. For it is certain that one must keep watch over their horses during the robbery. Moreover, Mohara would likely wish for us to pursue them. Thus she shall endeavor to impede their pace. Sir, the chief said, your words are imbued with wisdom, bringing solace to my heart. If we can match the horses, we may have additional riders to scout the movements of the bandit leader. Chief, how many do you wish to take? All the warriors shall accompany us. My goodness! Do you intend to send an eagle to chase a mosquito? We are pursuing at most 7 individuals. Is Sadie's son so lacking in courage that he would pursue a single foe with 100 men? Sir, how many warriors do you deem necessary? No more than 20. Sir, that is far too few. Not at all. Consider that you will join, along with Ahmed Sulla and this valiant gentleman from England. I also wish to include myself. With our small band, we could subdue the bandit leader. To launch a night assault on 6 or 7 adversaries, 3 seasoned hunters would suffice. Additionally, you must contemplate that a greater number of warriors are required to protect the caravan. Colonel Kruger immediately expressed his enthusiastic support for this point. The discussion became increasingly animated, as each elder sought to voice their opinion. By the conclusion of the discourse, I could hardly deem the outcome satisfactory. One of the chief's sons would lead 150 warriors to meet the caravan, while our contingent would consist of merely 60 individuals. On page 75 of Others, the chieftain's other son leads the defense of the tent village. When I relayed this situation to Lord Percy, he scoffed derisively. "Pa," he said, "these Arabs are cowards. They are rich in imagination, indulging in idle talk. When it comes to action, they are filled with trepidation. This cannot be said, sir. Arabs do not pursue their enemies alone as the Indians do, scalping daily as trophies of war. They relish battle, yet this combat should not be conducted in secrecy. It must be as vibrant and visible as possible. I believe that bringing 10 men is more advantageous in capturing the bandit leader than bringing 60. Indeed. Sir, follow me. We shall advance together and handle this matter ourselves. I wish to proceed in this manner, yet I had already indicated my intention to act with the group. Very well. We shall move with the party then. However, I must tell you, had I been fluent in Arabic, I would have taken the lead myself. Preparations were swiftly made. Provisions and ammunition were gathered, along with several leather water skins to be filled before crossing the Ramada Desert. Just as these arrangements concluded, the time for morning prayers arrived. The eastern sky brightened, and the Arabs knelt beside their horses, facing Mecca for their first prayer. Now, it was time to ascertain whether the bandit leader was truly heading in the direction we had estimated. How can you accurately discern the footprints and confirm the direction they are moving? Colonel K. Arger inquired of me. There are 2 distinct areas. One is prepared for the chieftain's beloved horse, while the other caters to his cherished camel. As a noble steed would never drink from a trough that a camel has used. The ground is now damp from the splashes of water, and the hoof prints of the livestock are imprinted upon it. You see it, don't you? I am eager to examine it closely. From my pocket, I retrieved a pair of scissors and some necessary paper, then said, "Now I shall cut the paper according to the tracks and sketch the internal design of the hoof prints with a pencil." Excellent. Now, please mount your horse and accompany me. Let Ahmed join us. The 3 of us mounted our horses and departed from the encampment. I rode ahead, swiftly making my way towards the southern valley mentioned by the bandit leader. Although the valley was a half-hour's journey from the tent village, we arrived in merely 5 minutes. Dismounting, I surveyed the terrain, and within 2 minutes, I discovered what I sought. "Colonel, please dismount and come closer." I urged him. "Take a good look at this place." I observed that the grass appeared to have been trampled. Indeed, it had been trampled, forming a rectangular shape. Inexperienced, I could easily discern the edges of the rectangle. Now, observe the other side of this rectangle. It seems someone had disturbed the grass in search of something. Now, look here. A rectangular blanket had once been placed, and a person rested upon it. His feet extended beyond the blanket. Thus, with the slightest movement, his shoes would press upon the grass. Do you comprehend now? Thanks to your information, I am now enlightened. It can be surmised that this individual's task is to guard the horses of the bandit leader and his accomplices. Where might these horses be? Such a notion would not even cross my mind in slumber. The one tending to the horses would assuredly be facing them. Thus, the horses must be positioned in the direction of the feet, namely within the thicket composed of numerous acacia trees. Come hither. Do you observe the ground here? Trampled, and some branches twisted into loops? These loops are fashioned for securing the reins. There are a total of 7 loops, indicating the presence of 7 horses. Have you also discerned this? Allow me to express my heartfelt admiration for your keen observation. However, how do you intend to locate the stolen camels, the white horse, and the girl? I may yet succeed. The robbers undoubtedly traversed the canyon, yet they left no trace upon the hardened rocky terrain. It can be inferred that they would allow the horses, particularly the camels, to drink their fill before fastening the burden upon their backs. The livestock cannot quench their thirst here, as the banks of the stream are too steep. Let us proceed further along. Once we reach a section where the riverbank is not excessively elevated, I am confident we shall uncover some tracks. Soon, my estimation was validated. The river here meanders, forming a small peninsula in the water, where the spring floods have deposited an abundance of sand and gravel, with a sparse growth of fine grass. Even a gentle step upon this ground would leave an imprint that lingers for a considerable time. On the pathway beyond the small peninsula, numerous footprints are evident. Colonel, observe that 7 horses paused here after their departure, and the palanquin was secured upon the back of a camel at this very spot. Do you see the hoofprints of the camels and horses along the riverbank? I have taken out my paper marked with these imprints. They correspond perfectly, indicating that the white horse and the camel have indeed traversed this area. Pray, what does this red line signify? None can decipher it, save for you and your unique insight. This line bears traces of blood. It seems a piece of fabric was torn from some textile to bind the wounded, belonging to a person struck by Ahmed's bullet, and this line has become ensnared by a branch. To the right, someone once collapsed beneath the young pine tree. Oh, this is where Mohara lingered. Good heavens! How could you deduce this with such precision? Did you not notice how most of the leaves on the branch were pulled off by hand? She resisted their attempts to take her away, clinging to the branch with all her might. Indeed, the people dragged her away, consequently stripping the leaves from it. Allah is great, yet your discernment is equally remarkable. Good heavens! Although Ahmed is oblivious to our conversation in German, he scrutinizes our every movement. Sir, look here. What is this? He handed me a stone slab he discovered beside the pine tree. On one side of the slab, inscribed with an unsteady hand, yet distinctly, is the Arabic letter M, the initial of Mohara. Do you know that Mohara carried a sharp object on her person? I inquired of Ahmed Salah. Yes. She wore a petite knife around her neck. She was aware that we would pursue the bandits. Thus, she wished to leave us a mark. May she do so frequently? Sir, she shall indeed do so. I intend to preserve this slate until I locate her. It is imperative to ascertain that they have indeed departed from this area along the river, I remarked, for the sake of the village where the people await us eagerly. Sir, let us set forth. Perhaps today we shall catch up with the marauders, the chief stated. I harbor doubts, Ali Nurabi, chief. They may proceed directly ahead, while we must invest considerable time searching for their tracks. What steed do you ride? This chestnut horse is admirable, though it does not match the gallop of the white stallion. Ahmed and the English gentleman also ride splendid horses, enabling us to outpace the others. Outpace? He inquired. Why? Do you not comprehend that any army must possess an advanced contingent to survey the terrain and ensure safe passage for the others? We shall undertake this task, for we possess the finest steeds. Your warriors will surely keep pace with us, and we shall continuously signal them regarding our direction. After coordinating the signals with them, we shall embark, thus commencing the day's endeavor. He swiftly grasped my suggestion and accepted it without hesitation. Now, it is your turn, he said to me after bidding farewell to the others. Please believe me, farewells are the most disheartening of affairs. Shall we have the opportunity to meet again? Let it be arranged by God. The path of life is already inscribed in the scriptures, I said with a smile. I know you will maintain our friendship, will you? One day, return to visit me? I would be more than willing, if it is within the realm of possibility. Furthermore, should you capture the leader of the bandits, I implore you not to take his life but to transport him to Tunisia. For we must show him the connection between his plunder here and the incident involving the theft of the horse with deep gray stripes. Should you find yourself in Tunisia, do not forget to come see me. However, it is time to bid farewell. I wish you a safe journey. May God and the Prophet bless you. Be wary of the Hamama tribe, and remember, I am your faithful friend. I shall never forget you. I expressed my gratitude for his heartfelt words, and then we set forth. They headed north, while we ventured south. Soon, we arrived at the river valley, where I briefly explained to the chief the significance of the existing tracks before continuing onward. Identifying footprints on the rocky terrain is no simple task. However, knowing the direction taken by the bandit leader proved to be quite advantageous. I had previously stated that he would traverse Mount Abida. This mountain lies approximately 30 kilometers in a straight line from our point of departure. Due to the necessity of circumventing several peaks and crossing various rivers, we would need to cover at least 45 kilometers. Moreover, we must account for the time spent tracking the footprints. Thus, I estimated that crossing Mount Abida would require a full 15 hours. We traversed the formidable Hermotivigra mountain, waded through the Iniga River, and subsequently crossed the renowned Miller Mountain, taking respite in a valley of Tarf Mountain at noon. It was precisely at this location that the bandits had also paused, leaving behind clear traces of their presence. This valley, approximately 5 hours in length, extends from west to east, with a small river originating from Abida Mountain coursing through its center. Abida Mountain looms directly before us, flanked on its left by the lands of the Siren and Clamisa tribes. Given our unfamiliarity with their mindset, it is prudent to exercise caution henceforth. The bandit leader, Chabil, evidently shared this sentiment, as we later discovered he had not lingered in the valley, where encounters with locals were inevitable, but had ascended to the plateau. Aiming to traverse towards Abida Mountain, we followed this route, which features a plateau several kilometers wide, connecting on the right to the Sirit River Valley. Directly in front of us, a few hours distant, stood Abida Mountain. The footprints here were distinctly visible as the bandits had rushed past, undoubtedly eager to cross this expansive area swiftly. From the nature of the tracks they left, it became apparent they had traversed ahead of us by less than 3 hours. A situation I promptly relayed to the chief. "Thank God," he exclaimed, "we shall catch up to them today." But how could this advantage dissipate in such a brief span? We pursued them through the night. Can one discern the footprints in the darkness? You are correct. May God curse this night. Let us hasten forth. We galloped as if pursued by unseen foes. My black steed whinnied with excitement. One could discern from its graceful, almost playful movements that it could effortlessly double its current speed. Should I yield to its instincts, I would vanish from sight within mere minutes. Curiously, Suddy's Chauber had not considered obscuring his trail or rendering it ambiguous. His tracks were so apparent, so distinct that even the most inexperienced observer could not err. However, my perspective shifted soon after, for the ground transitioned to stone, revealing only sporadic displacements of small pebbles and nearly imperceptible markings. I scrutinized the terrain with great effort. Yet progress was slow. After a full half-hour, we finally returned to earth and ground, and I halted instantly, for I discerned the footprints of only 2 horses. "Stop," I commanded. "Do not disturb these tracks." I dismounted to measure, for the bandit leader had indeed sought to mislead us. "What have you discovered?" inquired Ali Nurabi. "We have followed false trails. Alas, you too have been deceived." I insisted on this, as I had led them to believe that the Honorable Ahmed possessed a keen ability to accurately identify tracks. I pivoted to the right from my original path. Yet despite my diligent scrutiny, I found no signs. Thus, I turned left in my search. My task was not an easy one, for the bandits' horses bore no iron shoes. Had they been shod, they would have left discernible imprints. After a prolonged period of observation, I have finally discerned what I have been seeking. "Ahmed, come here. I wish to ascertain whether you are able to detect the footprints." "Take a look." He searched but found nothing. "Sir, I have discovered nothing. The stones are so hard and so smooth that the hooves leave no trace. Yet, there is evidence left behind. Observe here. What do you see?" He crouched down to examine closely. A small amount of powder had fallen from the stone. "Absolutely correct. This is indeed a fragment of crushed stone. Examine it more closely to determine how it was shattered. Was it smashed or broken by some other means? It appears that someone has crushed the stone with their heel." "Precisely. Someone stood atop the stone, grinding it down with their heel. But how could this situation have arisen?" "Sir, how can I know? I was not present." If an individual were to dismount slowly and carefully from their horse, they would naturally place their right foot down first. When they withdraw their left foot from the stirrup, their right foot would pivot slightly, exerting significant pressure, as the entirety of their weight is concentrated upon it. Should this right foot inadvertently tread upon a small stone, that stone would be crushed. Thus, it is evident that a cautious rider dismounted here. But why such caution, Ahmed? To ensure that no hoofprints are left behind. "Sir, am I correct?" "Indeed. The rider dismounts for the same reason. They seek to alleviate the horse's weight, thus avoiding any imprint of hooves. Now we ought to ascertain whether others have dismounted as well. How might we uncover this? I shall endeavor to investigate." Upon meticulous observation, I made a second discovery. "Ahmed, behold this. A serpentine mark, etched into the stone with a blade. Not merely with a knife, but rather with the pointed tip of an iron spear or perhaps a spur. Here, someone must have slipped while dismounting, their spur possibly having pierced the ground. Or as they dismounted, the spear's tip may have grazed the earth, resulting in this serpentine trace. It is evident that two individuals dismounted at this location, and likely, others did so as well. Let us inform our companions to proceed at a measured pace. I continued along the direction now confirmed, and after 5 minutes, where the stony path transitioned to a softer terrain, I discovered the tracks of 2 horses. At this juncture, I surmised the intentions of the bandit leader and summoned my companions. "What have you disowned?" inquired Ali Nurabi. The bandit leader was not, as I had initially presumed, lacking in caution. He was intent on confounding us. "Do you not see the tracks?" "No. Examine the terrain here. The stony surface has yielded to a softer ground, and the demarcation between stone and soil is distinctly apparent, veering leftward, thus forming a broad semicircular area. To divert our attention, Sadiq Chabil and his men dismounted here. In order to ensure that the horses trod lightly, leaving minimal traces, he carefully traversed the hard ground along the boundary line, occasionally directing his 2 companions to veer off. This resulted in 4 distinct tracks, each varying in direction. They might either converge later or, alternatively, Sadiq Chabil might attempt to elude us entirely with Mohara. Separating from the rest, I had already identified 2 of the tracks, and it was only a matter of time before we uncovered the other 2. Provided we continued our journey along the border between the rocky and softer terrain, we must not allow him to mislead us. "Follow me." I led the way and soon discovered the 3rd track. Upon placing the paper over it, I realized it belonged to 2 other Haymen. Now, only 1 track remained, which undoubtedly belonged to the bandit leader, Sadiq Chabil. After a considerable duration, I finally stumbled upon the sought-after hoof print. The paper I produced corresponded perfectly. It was the print of a white horse, and I also easily recognized the camel's hoof print. With renewed urgency, we advanced along the newly discovered path marked by these tracks, for we had already squandered a significant amount of time. We galloped swiftly across the flat terrain. However, it was not long before the other horses began to pant and froth, each one lagging behind in succession, leaving only my servant Ahmed's steed seemingly unfazed. We were compelled to reduce our pace, yet we still covered a considerable distance in a short span of time. The chieftain was exceedingly vexed by the poor endurance of his chestnut steed. "Have you ever encountered a horse so unworthy of its reputation?" he inquired. "It is one of my finest horses, yet today it seems possessed by a devil. It will gallop until it collapses. Then you must carry the saddle yourself, and see if your own legs can run faster." "O chieftain, the most impatient athletes do not always outrun the rest." "Sir, are you mocking me?" "No, for the disobedience of your horse causes me discomfort as well. You ought to lead the way on your mount. Yet now only 3 of us can do so, besides myself. There is Ahmed and possibly the Englishman. Sir, do not abandon us. If you race ahead, we may encounter unforeseen circumstances, and we risk losing your trail." However, I paused as 2 riders emerged to our right. Upon sighting us, they halted, then swiftly vanished. "Who were they?" I inquired. "They were either from the Siren tribe or the Clemessa tribe. This bodes ill, but perhaps they were merely 2 individuals. And we have encountered no trouble. Let us hasten." Easier said than done. Within 10 minutes, a cloud of dust appeared to our right, indicating the presence of numerous riders behind it. They initially matched our pace before accelerating, attempting to obstruct our path. "Sir, are these our enemies?" the Englishman asked me. "Perhaps." "Splendid. At last, we are presented with thrilling action. Did I not mention that traveling with you is solely for the purpose of experiencing certain events? Today promises visual delight." He joyfully raised his elongated arms, reminiscent of the ancient knight Don Quixote preparing to battle windmills. "Do not rejoice too soon, sir," I cautioned. "For our mission is to apprehend the leader of the bandits. Thus, we must avoid wasting time in any skirmishes. Now, a mounted contingent has galloped ahead of us, obstructing our path. Their numbers are considerable, perhaps exceeding 100. The leader has divided his men into an advance party and a reserve force, standing a few meters in front of his troops, awaiting our approach. Chief Ali Nurabi commanded his men to halt, and he himself advanced towards the opposition, with me trailing closely behind. "Do you recognize this individual?" I inquired. "He is our adversary, the chief of the Clemessa tribe, valiant Amran, whom I encountered in Ain Sekti and Sigrid. Anyone traversing his territory is obliged to pay a toll. Those who refuse face combat, and he has slain many impoverished souls unable to afford the fee. He will demand a plethora of gifts from us." "What determines the quantity of gifts?" "It is contingent upon the wealth of the passerby and the number of individuals present. Should you arrive not with 60 men, but rather with 20, We could negotiate a lesser toll. I shall not part with a single coin. Please consider. We cannot afford to delay, and these Clemessa tribesmen outnumber us twofold. Now we stand before the chieftain Amran, known as the Brave One. Greetings, Ali Nurulbile. The chieftain of the Sidira tribe inquires, "Do you not recognize me? I am Ali Nurulbile, the chief of the Sidira tribe. My full name is Hamran Zagal bin Haji Abbas Rumir ibn Shahab Abi Alasala Abu Tabari Faraj. I am the leader of the Clemessa tribe and these valiant warriors. I wish to ask you, what brings you to our land? We are in pursuit of a bandit who has stolen my beloved white horse, my finest camel, and my daughter. I implore you to allow us passage through your territory. Those who steal horses, camels, and daughters must be held accountable. Do the people of the Sidira tribe lack sight and hearing? Anyone wishing to traverse my land must pay a toll. And how much do you require? Who is the bandit you seek? His name is Sudis Chabil, the chieftain of the Demika tribe. He is accompanied by several members of the Hamama tribe. Sudis Chabil has been here. We spoke with him, and he bore no stolen goods. My friend, should you wish to pass through here, you must pay a considerable sum. That is undoubtedly a falsehood. If he truly met Sudis Chabil, I would discern it from the tracks. He gives off an air of audacity and ruggedness. With broad shoulders and a robust physique, towering over others, an authentic giant. He was equipped with 2 muskets, a dagger, a pistol, a wooden club, and several darts, instilling fear even in the bravest of souls. How much do you demand? Inquired Chief Ali. Who accompanies you? A gentleman from Germany. A heathen? May the Almighty smite him. And the one standing before your tribesmen? A gentleman from England. Another heathen? May the Almighty smite him. Listen. I shall tell you. Each of your men must present a sheep. You shall offer 20 sheep, and each heathen shall provide 50 sheep. In total, that amounts to nearly 200 sheep. Even if I were to bring such a multitude, I would not surrender them to you. Do you think I would allow you to depart unscathed? Please lower your demands. Not a single sheep shall be less, declared the valiant Amran. Or do you wish to fight me? The crux of the matter was to abbreviate this negotiation. It was clear that Ali Nurabi stood no chance against this giant. Thus, I took a step forward and proclaimed, "Do you wish to combat one among us? Has the Almighty struck your name from the list of the living, emboldening you to utter such words? What do your 100 Clemessa warriors amount to against our valiant Sidira warriors? What are you? In comparison to a gentleman from a heroic land?" I deliberately spoke in the exaggerated manner of a child of the desert, having fought against various foes and knowing I held the advantage. Therefore, I sought to divert the giantess' attention from Ali Nurabi to myself. I have succeeded, and he stood up in astonishment from his saddle, gazing at me. Yet, I remained composed and continued to speak in the same haughty tone. How dare you demand 50 sheep from me? Behold, I have 60 warriors behind me. However, even if they were absent and I stood alone, you would receive not a single strand of wool from my sheep. It seems you are as strong as an ox, yet as timid as a mouse. His eyes sparkled, his lips trembled, and he emitted a hoarse roar of anger. You fool, have you lost your mind? He shouted frantically. How dare you speak such words to the valiant Amran? Very well, you wish to duel with me. Not only over the tribute, but also to the death. I am more than willing. But be cautious. My horse surpasses yours, and my weapons are of superior quality. I see you possess German arms, he chuckled with malicious glee, but you need not these weapons. The vanquished's horse and arms rightfully belong to the victor. Place your weapons before you and dismount. I shall do the same. We will fight solely with our hands, each grasping the other. You should possess your own will. We shall duel honorably, yet others must also act with integrity towards one another. What does this mean? I demand adherence to the laws of free men. If you triumph over me, all that I possess will belong to you, and the Sidira tribe will duly pay the tribute. However, should I prevail, your horse and arms will become mine, and we may traverse your lands without paying tribute. His gaze greedily fixated on my horse. It was imperative to act according to your demands, he declared. If one among us were to fall, could the others maintain peace? I acquiesced to this request, then dismount. I instructed Ahmed and the Englishman to approach, entrusting them with my horse and weaponry. I reported the situation to Lord Langsey. Splendid, he remarked. Were I to duel him on your behalf, I would offer you 10,000 pounds. Look at that fellow, sir. Such an endeavor is not without peril. Indeed, he has stripped off his shirt, revealing a physique of formidable muscle. His arms resemble the thighs of an elephant. Sir, you must exercise caution. This venture is fraught with danger. A powerful strike to his abdomen will leave him disoriented. That is the optimal strategy. No, you are aware of my prowess in delivering decisive blows. Such a strike would suffice. You risk shattering your own fists, sir. I do not believe that this Clemessa man's head is any tougher than those of the Indians I have struck. If I meet with misfortune, please remain composed. I have made a promise. I too removed my shirt. The others fell back. Now it was just the two of us in confrontation. The giant seemingly possessed a significant advantage, convinced that he could launch an attack without preparation. He lunged toward me, attempting to seize me, which presented the perfect opportunity. I swiftly sidestepped, and as his hands reached for the sky, my fist struck his right temple with force, causing him to collapse instantly. A cacophony of shouts erupted. Yet none from the opposing side moved. I pressed my leg down upon the vanquished foe, my hand firmly clasping his throat. A mere strike more could extinguish his life. Yet such an outcome was not my intention. Soon, he regained consciousness, attempting to spring to his feet. I held him tightly. As he summoned every ounce of strength to break free, yet with a mere tightening of my fingers around his neck, he found himself utterly powerless. Do you admit defeat? I inquired. Kill me, you dog. He retorted vehemently. I released my grip and rose to my feet. Stand up, brave Amran. I do not seek your life. Kill me, for I wish to live no longer. Rise, I assure you, being bested by a gentleman from Germany is not a disgrace. However, losing your horse and weapons is indeed shameful. Keep those, consider them a gift from me. He remained prostrate for a moment, but suddenly sprang to his feet. What did you say? All of these are for me? Indeed, all for you. You have insulted me, calling me a dog. Yet the prophet has said, whoever boasts of the good deeds done for his friend should remain tranquil, but he who shows kindness to his friend. God extends his hand to him. Here, take this and eat. We shall become friends. I approached my horse, retrieving a dried date from the saddlebag, splitting it in two, offering half to him while consuming the other half myself. This gesture indeed took him by surprise, and he accepted the date, placing it into his mouth. Now we had triumphed. He retrieved his weapon and mounted his horse once more. I shared a date with you, and you became my friend, he said. Come to our camp. I shall host you. This displeased me, sir. However, may I inquire whether you harbor any blood feud? Indeed. The bandit leader killed a member of the Sidira tribe. Then hasten your pursuit. Absolve yourselves of the toll on your journey. There should be peace between the Sidira and the Clemessa tribes. May God bless you. What appeared to be a perilous encounter was resolved smoothly, and I noticed my stature among my companions had significantly elevated. I once again suggested to the chief that I should precede Ahmed, yet in light of the recent events, he was even more reluctant to let us part. We raced across the plateau, with Mount Abida drawing ever closer, becoming increasingly distinct. Shortly after the afternoon prayers, we reached Mount Abida, following a well-trodden path that effortlessly led us up its gentle western slope, arriving at the summit just as the sun dipped below the horizon. To the east, the plateau plummeted sharply. In the northeastern expanse, we beheld the peak of Mount Zafran glowing with a crimson hue in the sunset's embrace, while the lofty Mount Makat to the east mirrored its brilliance. Below us lay the desolate Ramada's desert, stretching into the encroaching darkness. Shall we camp here? The chief inquired. I can still discern the tracks, and it is too chilly on the mountain at night. Let us continue, I decided. We arrived at a small river, cascading down from the mountain, carving a valley that extended to the foot of the mountain. It can be surmised that the bandits have not departed from this valley. Thus, despite the darkness obscuring our footsteps, we continue our advance within the valley. Is the Lamar Desert located below us? I inquired of the chief. Why do you ask this? If the desert lies beneath, we shall soon encounter our adversaries, for I do not believe they would camp upon the plains. The desert is situated at a considerable distance. Before it lies the flat expanse of the swollen grasslands. How far is it from Mount Abida to Mount Tumultuous? It takes 12 hours to traverse the swollen grasslands and the Lamada Desert on horseback. Then, we must journey between the mountains of Rokata and Saikana until we reach the borders of the Maasai tribe. I pondered. The territory of the Maasai is beyond Mount Tumultuous and Mount Harrowing, is it not? Should the pastures be lush? The Maasai would also come to this side of the mountains to graze. Have you ever been there? I have not. Are you unfamiliar with the Maasai? I am acquainted with many of them. I have encountered them in the regions of Serus and Ion. I am uncertain whether they would receive us cordially. To host 60 guests at once is excessive for a friend. We must hasten to catch up with Suddy's Chabil before Mount Rokata. Let us proceed. After 2 arduous hours of galloping solely guided by starlight, we finally reached a flat area and came to a halt. We quenched our horses' thirst, fed them dried dates, partook of a few dates ourselves, and then succumbed to rest. We are in dire need of respite. No one wishes to engage in conversation. During the night, I awoke once, hearing the distant roar of a wild beast. I recalled that the surrounding areas of the Lamarck Desert were renowned for the presence of lions. Yet I soon drifted back into slumber. In the enchanting Jumeirah, we prepared to set forth before dawn. I circled the plains and swiftly discovered the tracks, prompting us to follow them. Adopting the methods of the indigenous peoples, I reclined almost horizontally upon my steed, vigilant not to miss any sign, and surged ahead. Several small streams converged nearby to form a river, where fertile pastures bore clear signs of galloping hoofprints. Here, we discerned the tracks of Suddy's Chabal's companions, which diagonally entered from the right, intertwining with Chabal's own traces. Our horses, having rested, now galloped swiftly. After approximately an hour and a half, we arrived beside a small river, presumably flowing towards the Seraph Mountains to the right. The ground bore the marks of those who had camped here, the grass trampled, revealing where the horses had been tethered. "Sir," the chief inquired, "can you locate the place where Mohala rested?" I set out to search. "Here." She had slept within her palanquin. "How do you know?" I asked. "Did you not observe that the palanquin had been here?" "Indeed, I did. Yet Mohala might have slept elsewhere. Look here." While everyone else slumbered, she emerged from the palanquin and inscribed the letter mu upon the grass. "Good heavens, it is indeed so. Sir, she remains unharmed and has sent us a message. She is aware of our impending arrival. Let us hasten. The stream is shallow, and we can easily traverse it." Upon reaching the opposite bank, I meticulously scrutinized the fresh footprints. "What are you still examining, sir?" Ahmed Sulla inquired. "I seek to ascertain their departure time from the encampment. The distance to them is akin to our journey from Abida Mountain to this point. Judging by the grass, they left before us, likely under the cover of night. The grass has since resumed its upright position, indicating that the fleeing individuals have a 2-hour lead on us. Let us proceed with urgency." We galloped forth, as long as our steeds could endure. Regrettably, the bandits' horses are superior to ours. For 3 hours later, we dismounted to inspect the tracks, now imprinted in the sandy soil. I must admit, we have not gained on them. Pursuing them in this manner will not yield success, I informed the chieftain. Allow Ahmed and me to take the lead. In 4 hours, we shall overtake them, and then the most critical juncture will arrive, as they are nearing the Safara Mountains. "I shall follow you," he declared. "Your horse cannot endure. If it cannot, we shall retreat." The British are also eager to join the pursuit. We instructed the Sadi to trail behind, while we advanced at double the pace. After another hour, the sun blazed fiercely upon the ground, compelling us to take a brief respite. Both man and beast quenched their thirst with water drawn from the river early that morning. Now, we press onward. Dunes and rocks alternated, devoid of trees, shrubs, or grass, with shimmering heat waves visibly undulating above the ground. The chief's horse and the Englishman's steed began to tremble, while Ahmed's mount also faltered. At that moment, a glimmering white wall appeared on the horizon directly before me, reminiscent of the ruins of an ancient English monastery. It was not a wall, but rather a cliff, marred by centuries of wind and rain, its surface riddled with cracks. At the foot of the cliff, in its shadow, I discerned several white and multicolored specks in motion. I raised my binoculars and joyously exclaimed, "Sir, what is that?" inquired the chief. "It is a camel bearing a palanquin and several mounted figures, one of whom rides your white horse. Praise be to God. We have them." "Not yet," I replied. "I fear we cannot harm the precious white horse or the camel." "You are right, sir. What shall we do?" "I propose we take a detour and position ourselves ahead of them. Then you shall attack, while I block their escape." "No, you cannot do that, sir. Do not leave us. We must pursue them together, and then I will speak with them. We shall resolve this matter swiftly." "As you wish." "It matters not, for they possess nothing of mine." We surged forward once more. Suddy's Chabar was preparing to depart, and we recognized him at his location alongside his accomplices. At that moment, we observed the bandits galloping across the plain. "Quickly, quickly, do not fear falling," the chief shouted. "We shall catch up with him." He paused momentarily. The camel knelt down, and the sedan chair was obscured by the bandits. Then the camel rose again, and they parted ways. The bandit leader continued forward. The camel veered to the right, while the others moved to the left. "Sir," the chieftain remarked, "they intend to flee. You pursue the camel carrying Mohara, and I shall chase my white horse. I need not catch up to it. I merely need to draw near and let it hear my voice. It possesses a secret signal. I must convey this signal to myself. No one must know this signal." He spurred his chestnut horse, urging it to an unimaginable speed. I obeyed his command and ran to the right, with Ahmed still following me. I did not glance at the Englishman. I merely clicked my tongue softly, and my black horse instantly doubled its strength, its hooves flying like the wind. Within 5 minutes, I reached the galloping camel. Halt, halt, I cried, upon hearing my shout. The camel came to a stop, just as a gunshot erupted from the sedan chair, the bullet whizzing past my ear. Ah, the bandit leader is truly cunning. He has taken Mohara onto his own horse, leaving an accomplice seated in the sedan chair. This fellow possesses only a single-barreled gun, posing no threat to me. Hey. I seized the camel's reins, commanding it to kneel. The camel complied, but the bandit leapt from the opposite side of the sedan. At that moment, Ahmed arrived as well. Where is Mohara? He asked, astonished. Not far away stood the bandit leader, with Mr. Percy running alongside the chieftain. It is now time to earnestly test the strength of my steed, as I urge it to reach its utmost efficiency. The speed at which it leaves everything behind is indeed astonishing. Atop the horse, I feel as though I am suspended in motion. Like an arrow, it soars through the air, and before long, I find myself catching up to the chieftain. God is great, he exclaims, yet by this moment, I have already surged ahead of him. It seems that with but a flick of my hand, the desert recedes from my side. Nevertheless, the white horse exerts itself to the fullest, though it cannot escape my pursuit. 5 minutes pass, then 10, and a quarter of an hour elapses at this point. I am but 5 horse lengths away from the bandit leader. Halt! I shout at him. He turns to glance at me. Infidel. He hisses through gritted teeth. Then, I see his blade glinting in the light. I raise my pistol, intending to dismount him, for I presume that the knife is meant for the girl, Mohara. Yet, I lower my weapon, realizing that the knife is for the horse. He lightly prods his steed with the blade, urging it to summon greater power. He succeeds. The white horse gallops desperately, outpacing my black steed. However, I am certain that my black horse will eventually catch up, of that there is no doubt. Should I shoot him? I hesitate. He is at a disadvantage, having to support the girl, and I have yet to see him grasp any weapon. Furthermore, Mohara may also fall from her mount. Suddenly, he lets out a fierce roar and veers sharply to the left. As we race onward, the sandy terrain vanishes, first becoming sparse, then gradually yielding to increasingly lush pastures, a detail I failed to notice in the heat of the chase. There, I unexpectedly encountered a herd of livestock, with tents behind them. Should the bandit leader arrive at the camp, he might find salvation. I noticed a rider approaching. Halt, or I shall bring you down, I shouted, raising my pistol. At that moment, he seized Mohara, pressing a knife against her chest. I dared not fire. We maneuvered through the livestock and the horseback riders, swiftly approaching the tents. Now beside him, I grasped his arm, yet he reared his horse, and as I continued forward, we became separated. A wave of malicious laughter erupted. Suddy's Chabel, I heard the crowd exclaim. I tightened my grip as I was pulled towards them. Like a hawk pursuing a dove, I dashed into the shelter of the tents. Take him down, the bandit leader commanded. He is a dog, a heretic, a traitor. He seeks to kill me. A glance revealed the futility of resistance. Here were acquaintances of Suddy's Chabel. Among them was a woman, accompanied by a girl of approximately 17 years. The girl donned white trousers and a short-sleeved top, adorned with bracelets on her hands, anklets on her feet, a silver necklace and lilacs around her neck. Her long braid was embellished with pearls and coins. In her right hand, she held a long cloak, while her left clutched a fringed scarf. She appeared to be changing when drawn out of the tent by the commotion. Without hesitation, I dismounted, pushing through the crowd towards the 2 women. I have gained the protection of these 2 women, I proclaimed, rushing into the tent. Angry shouts echoed from outside. 2 Arab women entered the tent, gazing at me in bewilderment. Are you a married woman? I inquired of the younger one. No, she replied. Are you the fiancée of a young man? No. Then you shall be my sister, and I shall be your brother, I said, pulling her close and kissing her forehead. This was audacious indeed. If this endeavor were to fail, I would be doomed. I untied the scarf that served as my belt, which held a few small items and occasionally functioned as gifts. Among them were various trinkets, inexpensive yet possessing considerable value in these regions, obtainable for merely 1 mark. Swiftly, I retrieved a string of faux coral necklaces and 2 hairpins adorned with mother-of-pearl butterflies, draping the necklace around her lovely neck and pinning the hairpieces into her dark hair. Would you accept this gift and become my sister? I asked. Say yes, the most beautiful flower of this land. Does this truly belong to me? She gently inquired. Yes, it is yours. May I be your brother? Yes, she whispered. Take your cloak and walk with me. Now I felt assured. I kissed her forehead once more. She had accepted my gift. May I ask your name? I requested. I am Jamela. Come, Jamela. Does the chief of this tribe reside nearby? Right here. Here? Is he your father? No, he is my father's brother, the chief of the Mesal tribe. So, you are also a guest in this camp? Yes. This is more advantageous for me, for a guest's friend is valued more than one's own companions. I draped a cloak over the maiden and pulled her out of the tent. My horse stood outside, its belongings thoroughly pillaged. A considerable crowd gathered around, offering their judgments on the creature. At that moment, Chief Ali Nalabi and an Englishman had just entered the village of tents, both having become captives. Since when has the valiant son of the Mesal tribe taken to robbing their guests? I exclaimed, where are the chief and leaders of this tribe? An elderly Arab emerged. I am the chief. What do you seek? He inquired. Behold, Jamira, the Rose of Kamda. She calls me her brother and adorns herself with my gift. She has invited me into your tent, yet you permit your people to pillage my horse's belongings. Chief, observe the shadow of your tent. If that shadow advances a mere palm's breadth to where I have plunged my dagger into the ground, whoever possesses my belongings without restitution shall meet their end by my blade. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, some urging, Chief, do not trust him. He is a deceiver, an infidel, possessed by demons. The speaker was the bandit leader, Sadish Chabil. I paid him no heed. The chief turned to the maiden, Niece. Have you accepted his gift? Indeed, he is a guest sent by Allah. Under your protection, she replied. You leave me utterly helpless, yet your words echo my own sentiments. Your brother is akin to mine. Upon uttering this, he stepped closer, extending his hand toward me. Welcome. You may come and go freely here. Your friends shall be my friends, and your enemies shall be my enemies. This is the custom of hospitality. I trust in this, and I place my faith in you. Chief, however, I must inquire why you have detained my friends. I gestured towards Ali Narabi and the Englishman. Are they your friends? Indeed. I remained perplexed as to how they entered our tent village. Moments ago, I was tending to the livestock at the ranch when I heard a terrified cry emanating from the entrance of the tent village. I turned to see Ahmed Sulla galloping towards me on a camel, his presence sending the villagers into a panic. He brandished a pistol and shouted, Sir, where's my master? I am Ahmed Sulla. I rushed out to greet him, and he swiftly reined in his camel, causing it to kneel. Upon dismounting, he embraced me, his loyalty genuinely moving. Have you been captured, sir? No. What of the others? They are merely detained for the time being. Where is the abducted Mohara? She is safe, for the bandits are present. I pointed towards the bandit leader, who was engaged in a serious discussion with several Myser. Ahmed's eyes gleamed with determination. I shall crush him. He vowed. Stop. I commanded as I seized him. Like me, he was a friend of the Myselers, and the council would soon render its verdict upon him. Make your decision swiftly, or I shall have to devour him. 2 captives were ushered into the tent, scrutinized by the onlookers, while Ahmed remained untouched. Groups of Myselers gathered, some with grave and threatening expressions, others displaying curiosity. The camels lay at ease upon the ground, and I noticed the items that had been taken from me resting upon my horse. I drew a short dagger from the earth. Jamila entered the tent. Yet I observed her watching us through the fabric seams. My thoughts were now solely occupied with the members of the Saidira tribe trailing behind. Where is your horse? I inquired of Ahmed. On the plain, he replied. I know. I can hand over Mohara to you. Thus, I tethered my weary steed to a stone and pursued the bandits fleeing towards the tent village. Did you kill anyone? No. I considered them friends of the locals. They fled into the desert, and I exerted myself to catch up with them. There is indeed a small devil within Ahmed. Where shall we take him, sir? I am still uncertain about what circumstances may arise here. Go to our comrades and guide them until they can see the tent village. Let them await there. Prepared for battle, he mounted his camel once more. As the camel rose, Sadish Chabil stepped forward and declared, Halt. This man is a captive. He cannot be allowed to leave. I dismounted, drew my rifle, aimed it at him, and commanded, Ahmed, let us proceed. He rode away on a camel until he vanished from sight, at which point I lowered my weapon. However, I noticed that my demeanor only intensified Mysel's ire. A few men mounted their horses to pursue my servant. I tethered my horse at the entrance of the tent village and re-entered, wishing you all peace and prosperity. I had not had the opportunity to greet you upon my arrival. I beg your pardon. I am parched. Once seated, I spoke candidly. Jamila promptly brought me water. Drink. She urged, would you care for something to eat? Not at the moment. I shall dine after the elders have made their decision. Which tribe do you belong to? The first captive was the chieftain of the Saidila tribe, and the other was a gentleman from England. I hail from Germany. Germany is quite distant, isn't it? Indeed. Germany lies far to the north of the Mediterranean. It would take 80 days to journey from here to Germany. She clasped her hands in astonishment. You have come from so far. What is your purpose here? To rescue a girl, for a rogue has abducted her from her mother. This revelation stirred the sympathy of the elder women. I offered her 5 piastres and then recounted the brief circumstances surrounding Mohara's abduction. Thus, I completely won their hearts. Jamila immediately rose to visit Mohara, and the elder woman consented to her departure. Just as Jamila exited, the chieftain entered and invited me to join the elders' council. The elders were seated in an open area. The notorious bandit leader Sudis Chabil was present, alongside the British and Chief Ali Nalabi. During the course of the meeting, Chabil's accomplices also arrived. Judging the situation locally proved to be quite challenging. Chabil was a friend and guest of the Mycelar people, as was I. Now Ali Nalabi and the British were also declared free guests, thus creating a balance of power. However, when Chief Ali demanded the return of his daughter and the white horse, he faced vehement opposition. They argued that the abduction of a maiden was a chivalrous act, asserting that once a hero crossed the borders of the maiden's tribe, she belonged to him. Chabil unabashedly admitted that he had taken the white horse, claiming he could not immediately find his own in the chaos of the abduction, and furthermore, his steed was indeed comparable to the white horse. The elders expressed their inability to take responsibility for the matter, stating that they could only arrange for their guests to depart on the same mounts they had arrived with. Chabil adamantly denied having made any oaths or having broken them. The discussion grew increasingly heated, with the chief leaning toward our side, while the other elders sided with Chabil. They wished to declare that Sudis Chabil could depart unhindered with his captives and possessions, while we would have to remain until he reached a safe distance. At that moment, I rose to my feet. I requested silence, yet I did not speak. Instead, I picked up the rifle I had brought for this purpose, aiming it at a spear planted some distance from the tent. If this could instill fear in the Apaches and Comanches, why should it not have the same effect here? Put down the gun and silently gesture towards the spear. Everyone stood up and rushed to behold the spectacle. Sudis Chabil also joined. They were all in awe. And during this moment, I reloaded my weapon. The spear bore several evenly spaced holes. The people pulled the spear from the ground, each taking turns to inspect it. The entire tent village had gathered to witness. The elders cast fearful glances in my direction before sitting back down. Sir, what is this gun? The chief inquired. Was it crafted by a sorcerer? I knew that discussing sorcerers was taboo among them, and I stammered. With this gun, I can fell swallows, eagles, wild boars, leopards, tigers, and even the king of beasts, the lion. As soon as I raise this weapon, every beast and anyone who dares to oppose me shall meet their demise. I have already fired a few shots. Do I need to discharge another 10, 15, or even 20 rounds? Sir, this gun is more precious than any I have ever seen. May I attempt to use it? No. No one besides myself may touch it. What do your rifles, spears, and swords amount to against this magical weapon? Step into the tent and take a look. Do you see the heads of our warriors? Yet you still wish to protect this brigand. Will you allow him to keep the white horse and maiden that rightfully belong to Chief Saidira? By the mercy of God, we have come as your friends. Can we truly turn against each other for the sake of a thief? I am reluctant to hear the mournful cries reverberating through this valley, unwilling to listen to the echoes of the miser people's funeral resonating across Mount Sifara. I implore you to heed my words and reflect deeply upon the warnings I have presented. I took my seat, and my discourse left a profound impact on them. Particularly, those who had previously accompanied Ahmed from the camp could observe the heads of the warriors and the tips of their spears from our square. The discussions persisted, yet regrettably, they did not yield the results I had anticipated. They resolved to send emissaries to Ayun, Jamda, Addis, and Gannon, requesting the elders of the other miser tribes to convene and assist in addressing this challenging situation. Until their arrival, the status quo must be maintained. Nevertheless, we achieved certain objectives. The bandit leader Sudis Chabil was forbidden to leave the tent village. Chief Ali Nurabi and Ahmed Salah were permitted to visit Mohara. 60 warriors from the Saydila tribe could enter the village, albeit at their own expense for provisions and lodging. The white horse remained the property of Chabil, who continued to guard Mohara, ensuring she did not depart from her tent. I, as a guest of the chief, found that the British preferred to camp outside with the Saydila tribe. The camels reverted to the ownership of Ali Nurabi. The meeting extended for a considerable duration. As the Saydila warriors entered the village and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the sun had already set. I observed that people had gathered an abundance of slender-stemmed needle grass and sensitive plants, preparing to ignite a bonfire as nightfall approached. The chief, whose name was Muhammad Rahman, stood before his tent, surrounded by numerous young men. He held a stalk of grass in his hand, allowing the young man to draw lots. I stepped forward and inquired, "What wager are you placing?" "Concerning a dire matter, sir. If only your rifle could assist us." He replied, "Pray tell, assist you against whom?" I pressed. He leaned closer to my ear and, with his hand pressed against his mouth, whispered, "Against the lion." It appeared this Arab was quite superstitious. He could only utter the word lion in hushed tones, for he believed that speaking it aloud would summon the beast to arrive at nightfall. "Has the lion come here?" I asked. "Where does it roam?" "Heavens! Sir, please lower your voice, lest it come to devour us," he said in terror. "The lion has graced us with its presence, and it is fearsome indeed." While we were grazing in Tius, this formidable creature approached and devoured our cattle and sheep. We fled to the Mount of Samada, but it followed us, even consuming our children. Later, we sought refuge in the Mount of Rakeda, yet it pursued us, fiercer than before. "Why do you not slay it?" I queried. We assembled 120 men to confront it. Although we managed to wound it, it claimed the lives of 4 of our warriors. The rest fled in terror. "Sir, it is far too fearsome. Now we have taken refuge in the Mount of Safara. We believed it would not favor this place, as water is scarce here, and lions require ample hydration. Nevertheless, it has followed us. Now it has taken a mate and has offspring, thus requiring a great deal of meat, which compels it to hunt every night. May Allah grant us deliverance from this plight. If we do not venture deeper into the desert, our fate is sealed. Yet, if we proceed into the arid expanse, our livestock shall perish." I believe every word he utters. These Arabs would never dare confront a lion alone, unlike the northern men armed with rifles. It is only after the king of beasts has slain a significant portion of their livestock that they summon their companions to hunt the lion. Then, a multitude of Arabs gather to confront the lion in its lair. They shout wildly, cursing the lion. The arrows may inflict a few superficial wounds. Yet the lion has never been struck by a calmly aimed bullet. In most instances, it costs several lives to bring down a single lion. Let us remain here to slay it. I assert calmly. We have attempted that, sir, but the lion proves unyielding. The situation here is more perilous than before. Besides this king of beasts, we face an even more formidable foe. What enemy? Do you know of an animal more fearsome than the long-haired gentleman? The cheetah. The black leopard. It is the most terrifying of creatures. You speak the truth. The black panther, whom we refer to as the father of demons, is more dreadful than the king of beasts. The lion hunts solely for blood. Once it has tasted human flesh, it loses interest in other meats. Is this father of demons nearby? Indeed, both it and the king of beasts reside in this vicinity. Do they dwell together? That is quite rare. No, sir, they do not inhabit the same lair. The palace of the king of beasts stands atop the hills of the plains, while the cheetah approaches from afar, descending from the Bebra mountains. It first slays 4 sheep and a cow, subsequently claiming a horse. Should these not satisfy its hunger, it resorts to the killing of a human, quenching its thirst solely on human blood. No one is willing to guard the livestock. We ventured to the Serengeti to consult a renowned Islamic sage, who advised that we should draw lots to determine who would oversee the animals. Each night, 7 men take turns, 2 guard the sheep, 2 the cattle, and 3 the horses. He bestowed upon each of us a talisman. Nonetheless, the father of devils claimed yet another young man, while the long-haired gentleman absconded with a camel. Are camels kept with sheep? Indeed, it is customary here. Are you now drawing lots to decide who will keep watch tonight? Yes, the first selected is my son. Who is your son? I wish to take the watch. Sir, do you truly intend to stand guard? Yes, both I and the English gentleman will keep vigil. Will you bring your magic gun? I possess another rifle capable of bringing down the king of beasts and the father of devils. The night is fast approaching. Lead us to inspect the livestock's resting place. Please wait for me to conclude the drawing of lots. I immediately sought out Lord Percy, who was engaged in a halting conversation in Arabic with Ahmed Sulla. Hey, sir, there is an adventurous endeavor at hand. I called out to him. Oh, what endeavor? We shall hunt the Mr. Earthquake. Who is he? Astonished, inquired. And the father of the devil. Take your jest and go meet the devil yourself, sir. This is no jest. Here, people refer to lions as Mr. Earthquake and black panthers as the father of the devil. Shoot wild beasts? Wonderful. When and where? He leapt up in excitement, shaking his extraordinarily long thighs, waving his equally elongated arms, causing the Arabs to gaze at him in astonishment. I have now conveyed to him all that the chief has said. He laughed joyfully, revealing his large yellowed teeth. Despite his peculiar traits, he is, after all, a capable and courageous hunter. Together, we have hunted elephants in Ceylon and tigers in India. Lord Percy has proven himself a brave man and a reliable marksman even in the most perilous situations. Today, he shall have his opportunity. The chief visited us and led me to the village front, where the people were preparing to corral the livestock. A considerable amount of fuel was also arranged to ignite a bonfire to scare off ferocious beasts. The terrain here is flat, devoid of rocky hills. Do you always divide the livestock into 3 herds? I asked the chief. Yes, if we are to hunt Mr. Earthquake and the father of the devil. You must comply with my directives. I shall do so. First, arrange the horses in a long line along the camp, followed by the cattle, then the camels, and lastly, the sheep. The area where the livestock is located should form a triangular shape. One side of this triangle should be positioned close to the camp, while the other 2 sides form a point that directly faces the camp. These 2 sides consist solely of sheep, as other livestock are kept within due to their greater value. In the center of the triangle, a large fire is to be ignited, illuminating the entire area. Where are the sentinels on duty? They are situated amidst the livestock, arranged in such a manner that Mr. Earthquake cannot reach them. The English gentleman and I will stand outside the livestock, each positioned on a side of the triangle. Please inform the sentinels that they must never fire their weapons unless directly attacked. Sir, your strategy is commendable, and your wisdom resembles that of a commander. This arrangement is undoubtedly advantageous for him and his tribe. Their livestock are shielded by tents on one side, while Percy and I provide cover on the other. The Arabs are quite pleased to shoulder all risks for the 2 of us. The concept of a Black Panther contest is beyond their comprehension. As we passed by the bandit leader Jabal, I noticed a glance of schadenfreude directed our way. He may hope to be liberated from his 2 mortal enemies through the intervention of Mr. Earthquake and the father of devils. The chief intends to lead me to his tent, which is adjacent to the aforementioned women's tent. Ahmed Salara halted me. Sir, do you truly intend to kill a lion and a cheetah? He inquired anxiously. Indeed, sir, while I am aware that you have slain such beasts in Algeria, the creatures here are fiercer than anywhere else. I implore you to remain here. Do not venture out. The promises I have made to myself must be honored. Then take me with you, sir. Your assistance avails me nothing, only serves as a hindrance. Therefore, I beseech the Almighty and the Prophet to render the eyes of lions and leopards bewildered, so they do not approach this place. He departed from me, disheartened. As I passed by the women's tent, I heard a gentle voice calling, Sir. I entered, finding only Jamila within. Sir, will you confront Mr. Earthquake? She asked, trembling with fear. Yes, and the father of demons as well? Indeed. Oh God, please do not undertake this. Why? You shall perish. Her quivering voice revealed her deep-seated concern for my safety. I grasped her delicate brown hand. Do you fret for me, Jamila? Very much. I gently drew her closer. There is no need for worry. I fear not the leopard, but I do fear it. Did you not claim to be my brother? I am your brother. Then why would you bring sorrow upon me with your demise? Would my death cause you distress? Indeed, this girl is the only one from the Mizil tribe who treats me with genuine sincerity. I cupped her face in my hands and kissed her warm, unresisting lips. God bless you, beautiful Rose. I am grateful for your kind words. Yet, do you not realize that a person's fate is inscribed within the scriptures? I often engaged in combat with leopards, and I emerged victorious each time. Today, it shall also meet its defeat. I shall weep for you for an eternity. I have taken my leave. This naive child possesses a kind heart and acts purely on her emotions. She remains unaware that her demeanor might be perceived as improper. Were I an Arab, she would effortlessly become my mower. Upon entering the chief's tent, I observed his wife busily preparing a meal. It was under these circumstances that I had the opportunity for a private meeting with Jamila. The main dish here was also roasted lamb, though other offerings were scarce. Ultimately, Jamila presented dried raisins and mulberries drizzled with sweet cream, and as they were prepared by her own hands, they tasted particularly delightful. After our meal, we ventured outside, settling by a bonfire on the outskirts of the village. The atmosphere was vibrant, as Ahmed regaled us with tales of our adventures. We were provided with the finest seats, and several Arabs donned women's attire to perform a masked dance for us. They shared various hunting exploits, inciting great merriment among us. Around 10:30 in the evening, when I stood up alongside the Englishmen, assurances were made that no one would succumb to sleep. I believed them, for they had yet to experience what was to come. Besides my rifle and long, curved hunting knife, I entrusted all my weapons to Ahmed, who also tended to my horse and other belongings. Lord David Lindsay carried an ivory hunting rifle and adorned himself with a venomous Malay dagger. "Sir, to which side do you lean?" he inquired. "Shall we draw lots?" "Very well." He nodded in agreement. "You turn around." I hold a knife in my hand, the hilt positioned to my right and the blade to my left. Or perhaps the other way around. "Which do you choose?" "The blade." "You see, the blade is now on the right, thus you venture to the right. However, before proceeding, we must assess the situation. We shoulder our rifles and traverse the tent to the area where the livestock congregate. They are arranged meticulously according to my directives. At the center, a large bonfire blazes, illuminating the nearby animals, while others remain concealed in the safety of shadows. 7 vigilant sentinels are stationed near the fire, acutely aware that this is the safest location. They are accompanied by dogs, as the protection of such a vast herd rests upon us. It is estimated that at this hour, lions and leopards are unlikely to approach. Consequently, I observe with tranquility the sheep at the triangular center, quietly ruminating, while the most vulnerable ones at the perimeter seem to have sensed the presence of their perilous foes, huddling closely together. The menacing beasts, a crescent moon hanging in the night sky, cast their glow upon the earth, though its radiance is disrupted by the fierce bonfire. As I reach the apex of my designated area, I can distinctly see the Englishman, who is likewise patrolling his sector. We have set aside our white headscarves and cloaks in the village, to avoid drawing the attention of dangerous predators from afar. I deem it wise to maintain a distance from the livestock, positioning myself farther away to ensure that my line of sight remains unobstructed by the flames, thereby allowing me to survey the entirety of the area under my watch. Like lions and leopards, they first quench their thirst before seeking their prey. The plains where the palace of Mr. Earthquake is situated lie on the side overseen by the British. He can receive alerts and news through the roar of the lion. The cheetah, perhaps having ventured to drink from the Beber Mountain, is inaudible to the people. It surely approaches in silence, rendering me easily startled. Fortunately, my extensive wandering has sharpened my vision and hearing, and I possess the acutely keen sense of smell characteristic of those from the American West. At last, an indescribable premonition enveloped me. Danger was approaching, even though our senses had yet to perceive it. In most instances, humans are in a better condition than animals. Thus, time passed quietly. Suddenly, a deep rolling sound echoed from afar, which the Arabs refer to as rolling thunder, bestowing upon the lion the title of Mr. Earthquake. It was drinking, and with solemnity and sincerity, it proclaimed its hunger to the livestock. The lion let out a roar or two, then fell silent. After about a quarter of an hour, I was startled to find the king of beasts had moved to the other side, near the livestock, less than 1,000 meters away. Were it to appear on my side, I would remain calm and ready. Yet now, I was tense, uncertain of what might transpire. The flock huddled as closely together as possible. No livestock made a sound, not even the dogs, who stood quietly, their fear of this colossal creature reigning over all the animals. I strained to listen. At that moment, a sudden roar echoed, seemingly shaking the very earth, followed by a resounding thud, akin to a person leaping from a great height, their bones cracking and snapping. A gunshot rang out, succeeded by another, and then silence enveloped the scene. I could no longer contain myself, despite the recklessness of my actions. I had to ascertain the circumstances. "My lord," I called out loudly. "Are you unharmed?" "No," came the reply. "Is the lion still present?" "Only one lion remains." "What has it consumed?" "A young camel." "Did your bullet strike it?" "I hope so." "Stay there. The lioness may be approaching." It appeared that old David Lindsay had missed his mark. How could this be? His aim had always been true. If I too were to falter, our reputations as hunters would be irrevocably tarnished among the Arabs. Would I remain unscathed on this side? But what was that sound? I pressed my ear to the ground. Indeed, I discerned a sound akin to a person gliding a cane across closed shutters. I had heard this sound before. It was the call of a cheetah attempting to vocalize from a distance, its sound transformed when in proximity. Was this the leopard descending from Beber Mountain? I stepped back a few paces, retreating completely into the shadows. Minutes passed, and yet more minutes. To remain vigilant and attentive for such a prolonged duration proved to be an arduous task. Had I misheard? Or had the leopard shifted its direction? Oh my! What is moving beside the first tent in the village? I widen my eyes and focus intently. It is a figure, a woman crouched in the shadows of the tent. Who could she be? What is her purpose there? I have no time to ponder these questions, for I am suddenly aware of a peculiar scent in the air. One that any large, ferocious beast might emit. I swiftly turn my face to the side. Goodness! I immediately spot two animals silently crawling close to the ground. One of them is making its way toward the tip of the triangle, while the other has noticed me and is approaching. The cheetahs, too, have a mate. Both leopards are now advancing towards me. They creep forward with cunning stealth, as if they were the very embodiment of the devil himself. The leopards are about 20 meters away. I lie flat on the ground, swiftly placing my hunting knife between my teeth, propping myself up with my left elbow, and raising my gun to aim. The cheetah has noticed my movement and has come to a halt. Its hind legs lift, its front body remains low. Its eyes wide open, glowing with a yellow-green flame, narrowing into slits. I know that when its gaze aligns into a line, it will pounce. I slowly position the gun before my right eye, squeeze the trigger, and instantly leap up. In my fervor, I sprint several paces before coming to a stop. The sound of my gunshot is followed by a chilling roar, causing the dogs by the campfire to bark frantically in terror. I can see at a glance that my bullet has fulfilled its purpose. The cheetah lies dead. But what of the other leopard? I gazed toward the apex of the triangle. It stood there, gazing towards the direction from which it heard its companion's desperate struggles. It appeared to be awaiting the second roar that would echo through the air. This provided me with a fleeting moment, allowing my gaze to focus on the second adversary, although I inadvertently cast a glance towards the first tent. My heart sank. There stood a woman, illuminated by the firelight, staring back at me. What could she possibly intend? If the second leopard caught sight of her, she would be doomed. It truly was fixated upon her, beginning to creep in her direction. Should I shout to warn her? Suddenly, the leopard halted, having caught the scent of blood. In mere strides, it reached the lifeless body of its companion. It lingered there for only a brief moment before letting out a furious roar and charging towards the woman. I sprinted towards her, never having run with such fervor before. 100 meters ahead, the leopard reached her side, bringing her down. But, thank the heavens, my shot rang out just in time. The leopard collapsed. That shot was perilous, as I risked striking the woman instead. My daring act proved successful. The cheetah, catching sight of my silhouette in the flash of the bullet, recognized me as its assailant, and thus diverted its focus from its prey to rush towards me. I had only one bullet remaining. If I missed, it would spell my end. If the leopard did not pause in front of me, I might not be able to aim true. This transpired in an instant, yet it was a moment fraught with danger. Perhaps it was not as dire as it seemed. The cheetah halted 8 or 9 paces away from me, preparing to launch itself at me. Just a second passed, but that fleeting moment was more than sufficient. The furious eyes of the cheetah gleamed in the darkness, providing me with a target. It was an unparalleled opportunity. The gun fired, and I swiftly dodged aside. Feeling a slight scratch on my upper arm, I laid down the weapon and seized my hunting knife. Merely 2 meters ahead of me, the cheetah collapsed, emitting its final, dying rasp, its limbs convulsing before it succumbed to death. In those 5 minutes, the entire ordeal was both grim and perilous. Yet I had triumphed over far more daunting moments in the past. First, I reloaded my double-barreled gun and then rushed towards the woman. It was Jamila. She lay unconscious on the ground, yet there were no traces of blood or injuries upon her. The cheetah had merely knocked her down. I lifted her head, and at that moment, she opened her eyes. She was fully alert, having only closed her eyes out of sheer terror, believing she could be torn apart by the fearsome beast at any moment. "Sir," she exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around my neck. "Jamila, what are you doing here? I was worried about you." How reckless. Yet could I truly be angry and reproach her? What if the hunting dog had killed you? May Allah protect both you and me, sir. She suddenly stood up, grasping my arm. "There's blood. Are you injured, sir?" I had not even realized I was hurt. The cheetah had grazed my upper arm with its claw during its final lunge. "It's nothing serious, just a minor wound." "Jamila," I reassured her. "Is it truly not severe? Does it not hurt?" "Not at all. But do you wish to be seen by others here? People will arrive shortly." "Does your aunt know you have left the tent?" "No. She is sleeping behind the slow tent because she fears the father of devils and Mr. Earthquake." "The father of devils will no longer harm you, for I have vanquished it along with its mate." "Both have been slain?" she asked in astonishment. "Sir, you are an extraordinary warrior, a hero unmatched in this land. Jamila will forever remember you." She departed quietly. Why am I not an Arab? Or why is she not a girl from another country? To this day, I have yet to forget her. I first examined the 2 beasts. The last to fall was the male leopard. Both leopards were remarkably large, comparable to mature Bengal tigers. The 2 shots I fired, followed by an unsettling silence, seemed to greatly concern the Englishman, for he, like I had done earlier, called out, "Hello, sir. Is the cheetah here?" "Yes." "Did you hit it?" "No, I missed." "Unfortunate." "Indeed. Will you come to my side, or shall I?" "You come over here." "In 2 minutes." I saw him turning at the apex of the triangular pen, and by the 3rd minute, he stood before me. "Damn the cheetah!" he exclaimed. "How vexing. The lion on my side will not return. Did it kill the young camel?" Perhaps 2 years old. The lion and its entire family feasted upon it." "But old hunter, why did you not shoot that little creature?" "Small creatures? What a surprise. This fellow is as enormous as an 80-year-old elephant." "Goodness. It truly is that large. I never believed a lion could attain such size. I always envisioned the cats one sees in zoos and pet shops." The lion charged from the left towards the livestock, the blaze in the center of the herd dazzling my senses. Yet, I struck it true, of that I am certain. "Did you witness it bleed?" "No. I hardly moved from my spot." "Did you perhaps choose the wrong target? You ought to select a more manageable quarry, like the one I chose, and you would surely reap rewards." "Reap rewards? Nonsense, you gain nothing." "Well, come here. What do you see?" "Dead. A beast." He squatted down to examine it. "Indeed, it is a black panther. Please take a few steps forward. There. What do you see?" "Good heavens. Another beast. Yet another black panther, a male and a female, as the Maasai people would say. But you claimed you did not hit anything. I merely wished to ascertain your perspective. Given that your bullet did not find its mark, I must fulfill my duty. Otherwise, we shall become the subject of ridicule." "Humph. This may well infuriate me. What bad luck." "Do not be disheartened, sir. Tomorrow, we shall visit Mr. Earthquake and his family. Would you care to join?" "I would love to go." "Splendid." He nodded enthusiastically, promising to conduct himself better. "You struck the leopard. Where did you hit it?" "Such a beast must surely be more formidable than a lion." "I hit it in the eye." "I pay you my respects. Do tell me how you accomplished this." I recounted the details of my adventure, omitting any mention of Jamira. "Good heavens," upon finishing, he remarked, "that was indeed quite tense." "Just tense?" I sensed there was something more profound at play. "Indeed. You must have felt the claws of those devils' parents tearing at you. Yet, people ought to grow accustomed to such experiences." "Accustomed?" "I believe one can learn from their first encounter with a wild beast. Shall we summon the townsfolk now?" "As you wish." He was irked by his own misfortune. Trailing behind me into the village, his spirits dampened. The village was now eerily quiet. Livestock grazed outside while we entered. I stepped into the chief's tent, where he reclined on a carpet beside a small oil lamp. "Sir," he exclaimed, rising to his feet, "call your people. Have you vanquished the Mr. Earthquake? He is merely wounded and shall perish by tomorrow. However, both the devil's father and his wife have been slain. Praise and gratitude be to the Almighty. The omnipotent Lord has bestowed upon you strength and blessings. The miracle of your slaying the devil's father and his wife surpasses that of bringing down several lions. Allow me to sound the drums at once." He procured a copper drum wrapped in animal hide and made his way to the front of the tent. As he struck the drum a few times, all the tent flaps swung open, and the villagers, men, women, and children, rushed forth. It is now evident that no one has retired to slumber on this evening of the 90th page. They have all heard the 4 resounding gunshots and are anxiously awaiting the outcome of this event. With bated breath, they await the chief's proclamation. "In the name of the merciful Lord. Indeed, we have achieved a remarkable victory for you." He began to recite the assured path and granted you formidable support. As inscribed in the scriptures, this has now come to fruition among us, an endeavor accomplished by foreigners from Europe. Believers, children of Mazar, listen. The father of demons has been slain alongside his wife, the mother of demons. Go fetch the torches and palm ropes, that these 2 heroes may lead us to the site where the ferocious beasts were vanquished, to bear them into the village and then strip their hides. All is subordinate to the Almighty, except for Allah, Muhammad, the messenger of the Lord. This oration incited a tempest of jubilant cheers, a scene truly beyond description. People embraced one another, offering congratulations, exalting the Lord, Muhammad, the Caliph, and myself along with the British, reveling in exuberance. Many wooden staffs were raised and ignited. The ropes were procured, and then we proceeded beyond the village, with Percy and myself at the forefront, while Ahmed Sulla joined my side, overwhelmed with joy at my survival. The jubilant clamor stirred the livestock. Horses neighed, camels cried out, cattle bellowed, sheep bleated, and dogs barked. At this moment, we arrived at the location of the 2 leopards, positioned not far apart from one another. At first, the crowd hesitated to approach. It was only after I had spun the cheetah around a few times, Convincing them that it was indeed lifeless, that they gathered closer. They began to strike the cheetah with their fists and feet, spitting upon its face and hurling a myriad of crude curses at it. I had to exert every ounce of strength to protect the cheetah's beautiful pelt from being damaged. Eventually, silence fell over the crowd, and the chief requested that I recount the events that had transpired. I briefly outlined the situation, and as they became convinced that I had indeed struck each cheetah in the eye, they expressed their admiration. The cheetah was carried into the village, and alongside Lord Percy, Ali Nurabi, Ahmed, the chief, and several torchbearers, I proceeded toward the opposite side of the tent village to investigate the lion's trail. Indeed, the lion had been hit by a bullet and was gravely injured, as evidenced by the considerable amount of blood it had lost. The chief concurred with my proposal to track this colossal beast at dawn. Its enormous size was apparent from the tracks it left behind. The camel that had been dragged away, having met its demise, belonged to the chief. With a gluttonous gaze fixed upon the leopard skins laid before me, I seized the opportunity. "Chief Muhammad Rahman, might I impose upon you for a request?" I inquired. "Would you kindly select your favorite among these 2 leopard skins to keep? After my departure, whenever you see the pelt, it will remind you of me." "Sir, is this truly so? Do you genuinely wish to bestow this precious hide of the father of devils upon me? I shall gift you both pelts." "Sir, to whom shall the other be given?" "To Jamila." "To Jamila? Why?" he asked, astonished. "When I found myself in peril, was it not she who sheltered me? The Almighty rewards both beauty and malevolence. Why do people fail to express gratitude? Please send another leopard skin to your niece. The Rose of Kamda may rest upon it." Reminiscing about the foreigner who has become her friend and brother, the white steed and daughter of Chief Saidira were stolen. Before I retired, the chief tended to the small wound on my arm. He even requested I remove my shirt so that his wife could mend the gashes made by the leopard. The village remained lively throughout the night, and thus I slept only briefly. Conversation swirled around the impending lion hunt and the heroic deeds soon to be realized. The Maisali, aware of our presence, have transformed into bold hunters eager for battle. Just as the morning prayers roused me from slumber, the chief entered to inform me that all preparations were in order for our departure. "Will the bandit leader Sudis Chabil accompany us?" I inquired. "He will not. You see, sir, he is not permitted to leave the tent. Yet it would be wise to bring him along." "Why, sir? Can you assure me that he will not act out of line in our absence?" "He has sworn an oath. He will not honor his vow. He has broken his promises within the Saidira tribe. His heart is hypocritical, his words draped in falsehood. I assure you, I have left someone to guard him. The safety of Ali Nurabi's daughter and her white steed is not in question." "I hope so. Let us proceed. Will you ride your stallion?" "Indeed. Allow me to share my observations regarding Mr. Magwang's habits. He tends to first ensnare the horse before turning to its rider. Your stallion is exceedingly precious. Please do not inflict harm upon it. I am not accustomed to pursuing lions from atop a horse, nor do I wish to run ahead of the beast. I prefer to dismount and await its approach. I appreciate your kind intentions, but I shall ride my own steed." "How many warriors will you bring?" "Half of them. On page 91, I shall also divide the Sadirans, taking half of them with us while leaving 30 behind in the village to guard against any malicious intents from Sudis Chabil." "Sir, I believe your arrangements are commendable. You are my brother and friend. You have vanquished the father of devils and his wife, thus saving us. I hope you depart from us in love and peace." After leaving the tent, I conferred with Chief Ali Nurabi regarding the aforementioned arrangements, and then we set forth with approximately 200 Arabs. It did not take long to discern the lion's trail, which was evident due to the substantial amount of blood shed. Nevertheless, the lion managed to drag the camel about 500 meters before pausing momentarily, at which point we discovered a large pool of blood. This was a most gratifying discovery. "You fired your shot quite well," I remarked to the Englishman. "The copious blood indicates that the lion is significantly wounded. Has it fled to its den?" "I find that hard to believe. Should the lion possess a family, it is inclined to hunt collectively." The lioness, accompanied by her walking cubs, ambled along until they paused at an opportune spot to await the spoils of the male lion, thereby alleviating him from the burden of dragging his catch through the underbrush and past the vultures. "Let us hasten." Footprints guided us toward a darker thicket, which upon closer inspection revealed sparse clusters of fig and tamarind trees. The Maasai wished to venture into the thicket, but I intervened, urging, "Halt. We are unaware of what lurks within the foliage. You and I shall circumvent the thicket. He will proceed to the right, while I will navigate to the left." We reconvened behind the thicket, where we discerned the tracks of the lioness and her 2 cubs. There were dual sets of prints, one set leading into the thicket and the other indicating their retreat after having bitten the wounded male lion. They complied with the directive. The hounds, having remained restrained until now, surged forward, and soon we heard the cacophony of barking emanating from a nearby tamarind grove. "Sir, allow me to handle the lion," requested Pax. The lion had yet to manifest, and our pursuit had yielded no progress. "Is the lion deceased?" I queried. "Let us investigate," the Englishman declared, preparing to penetrate the thicket. "Sir, do not become complacent," I cautioned. "Such an endeavor is perilous." "Nonsense," he retorted, diving into the thicket. Reluctantly, I followed suit. He parted the tamarind branches, and I closely trailed behind. We arrived at the location where the male lion lingered, yet dared not advance further. "What now?" Percy inquired. "Shall we fire a shot into the thicket?" I lay down in a place devoid of branches obstructing my view, and I beheld the dreadful creature lying there on its side, its eyes bulging and limbs rigid. "Sir, your shot was remarkably precise. It is indeed lifeless." As I spoke, I brushed aside the branches and approached. This was an exceptionally large beast, its dense black fur cloaking its massive head, with its tightly shut mouth frothing with blood. Its great claws curled inward in a final, desperate struggle. Surrounding its body was a large pool of blood, and beside it lay the carcass of a camel, devoured by the lioness and her cubs. "Good heavens!" exclaimed the Englishman. "This mighty lion has finally fallen." Where, I wondered, had I struck it? "Look, just behind the foreleg. Between the ribs, it appears the bullet struck while it was in flight. I must have hit a vital spot. How fortuitous. I shall not be ridiculed." At this moment, the hunting dogs also dared to approach, and we exerted considerable effort to prevent them from nearing the lion, lest they tear its hide to shreds. We summoned the Arabs, who arrived and cheered, much like they had beside the corpses of the two leopards the previous night. After the king of beasts had been sufficiently reviled, the hounds were tethered, and we commenced our search for the lioness. A few warriors remained by the side of the male lion, crafting a sled-like conveyance from branches, while the lioness had not strayed far from her deceased mate, as evidenced by her fresh tracks. Had it not been for the cubs, she might have lingered by her husband's side. The lioness must traverse a considerable distance, for it took us a quarter of an hour on horseback to reach the valley where Mr. Earthquake's palace is situated. Upon our arrival at the valley, Chief Muhammad Rahman halted the horses and pointed to the mountain, saying, "This is Mount Hazal, the abode of the king of beasts and his kin. Do you believe the lioness possesses the same courage?" "Certainly. If a lioness must defend her cubs, she becomes even more perilous. Who shall confront her, you or us?" "Ah." The Myceler hesitated again amidst this heightened danger. "We shall first survey the surroundings meticulously." I dismounted alongside the Englishman, entrusted the horses to Ahmed, and shouldered our firearms. Proceeding along the trail, the valley resembled a long cavern with but a single exit. It appeared to have been formed by a sudden subsidence of the earth's crust. The steep, towering sides of the valley loomed above us, while the floor was strewn with scattered rocks, among which resilient wild grasses flourished. At the rear of the valley, slender ferns and thickets of thorns grew, making traversal arduous. "Is it possible that lions dwell within this place, sir?" Percy inquired. "It is highly likely, as the tracks we have observed lead us here. Here, we need not rely on hunting dogs. Stones will suffice to lure the animals out. May I take aim at the lioness, sir?" "No, allow me to do so." "As you wish. There is little peril in targeting the lioness. You may stand upon the slope to the left, and as soon as she emerges from the thicket, you can bring her down. I obstruct its escape route below. Should your shot miss, I shall take my turn to strike." The young lion poses no threat to us, as the tracks suggest, for its movements remain rather sluggish. In the face of peril, they would flee. However, they fail to consider that the lioness can sprint with remarkable speed, capable of outpacing even the swiftest horse. They encircled the valley from various angles, closely hugging its edges. Only a few men, tasked with guarding the heights, dismounted to hurl stones downwards, aiming to drive the creatures from their lair. On the left wall of the valley lies a high, narrow protrusion resembling an observation platform, nearly inaccessible from below and requiring careful ascent from above. Percy ascended this rocky outcrop, from which he could target every corner of the valley with his rifle. I positioned myself behind a massive boulder at the valley's entrance, while several individuals tethered the hunting dogs at a suitable distance. The nearby valley wall was not overly steep, forming a gentle slope where Chief Muhammad Rahman stood guard. His choice of this location was evidently for the dual purpose of ensuring safety and preserving the dignity of the brave. Once this arrangement was complete, Percy signaled. and promptly commenced to hurl large stones from the heights into the thicket below. Though not as powerful as the roar of a mighty lion, it bore a significant air of intimidation, causing the onlookers to pale and the horses to tremble. He then cast another stone. Percy lay poised upon the jutting rock, ready to deliver a fatal shot. At that moment, rustling emerged from the underbrush below, and a young lion emerged, with the lioness yet to reveal herself. Shortly thereafter, another young lion crawled forth. "Strike the young lion, warriors!" the chief shouted. The men above obeyed. A stone struck the young lion, causing it to cry out in agony. The lioness immediately appeared, but unlike the imposing stride of the male lion, she approached with a gentle and cautious demeanor, her head lowered, resembling a leopard. From my vantage point in the low ground, I could see the lioness, while the Englishman's view was obstructed by the ferns in front of her. The lioness cast an angry glare at the horse-mounted warriors blocking the valley's mouth, as if contemplating whether to ascend the steep valley wall. Muhammad Rahman could not see the lioness either. He rode to the edge of the valley and shouted, "Warriors, strike the young lion again. If you—" Before he could finish, he ventured too far forward. The loose sand gave way beneath him, and his horse lost its balance on the jagged rocks, sliding down. As the horse collapsed, it threw him from the saddle, and he failed to grasp anything as both he and the horse tumbled toward the valley floor. At that moment, the others gasped in unison, for the lioness had just spotted the tumbling Arab and surged forth from the ferns. Due to her remarkable speed, it was difficult for the Englishman to aim. Although he fired, the lioness dashed away like a bullet, untouched by the shot. With an indescribable velocity, the lioness charged toward the chief, just as he was attempting to regain his footing after the fall. "Allah, Allah!" he cried in terror, only to collapse once more onto the ground. At that moment, the lioness approached him, her lethal claws grazing the ground for the final time. I immediately fired my weapon. The lioness, in mid-leap, met my bullet, collapsing sideways. I discharged a second shot. The chief emitted a cry of anguish as the lioness fell beside him, her claw brushing against his thigh, prompting him to instinctively roll away. The lioness clawed at the earth, releasing a final, dying roar before extending her powerful limbs. I rushed over, mere meters from the fallen beast, prepared to confront it with my knife. However, it proved unnecessary. The lioness was dead. "Chief, rise," I urged. "The lioness has perished." "Is it truly dead?" he inquired, standing from the ground. "Indeed, sir, it sought to devour me, without a doubt. But now, the lioness has met her demise due to her manifold sins. She shall descend into hell, condemned to reside there eternally." Following his last anxious exclamation, a profound silence enveloped us, only to be shattered by exuberant cheers that erupted from all directions, as they rushed towards the valley where Chief Miser had nearly lost his life. Fortunately, the chief's injuries were minor, consisting merely of a ragged tear on his right thigh, which had lost a small piece of flesh. His horse remained unharmed. In stark contrast, the deceased lioness would suffer, her honor tarnished by a plethora of curses and contemptuous gestures. The cubs were captured and bound, augmenting the triumph of our expedition. Each of us felt a sense of satisfaction from the hunt, save for the British man, who appeared distinctly displeased. He too had come, standing beside me. "How detestable! Utterly abominable!" he lamented, saying that the unfortunate cat had escaped from the muzzle of my gun. "It was struck, yet not by my bullet. If it is still alive, I would have delivered a fatal blow with my fist. I sincerely assure you, had I been in your position, I would have failed to hit the lioness as well. It darted swiftly through the thicket, leaping past before you could even squeeze the trigger. Please believe, no one would doubt your prowess as a skilled hunter because of this. May it be so. Should anyone dare to mock me, I would strike them down with a single punch. Indeed, this great cat is formidable. Whoever falls into its clutches meets their end." With no means of transportation available, the lion's hide was stripped on the spot, while the meat lay neglected. "Sir," he said, "thank you for saving my life. May the Almighty bless you for it. Tell me, what must I do to express my gratitude towards you?" "If you truly wish to show your appreciation, then arrange for Chief Ali Nurabi to regain his daughter and white horse. I have made this promise to you, and I shall uphold it. I shall contemplate how best to express my gratitude. Without your bullets, what would become of me now? You have liberated us from the threats posed by Mr. Earthquake and his wife. Our livestock can now graze peacefully, and the Maasai are no longer devoured. Today, we shall hold a grand feast in your honor, welcoming you and the gentleman from England. We are now comrades in adversity, and I shall regard your happiness with the same care as I would my own eyes." The king's assertion is rather inaccurate, for in a true desert, One cannot encounter lions. They find neither sustenance nor water in such arid landscapes. As carnivorous creatures, lions necessitate a substantial amount of meat daily, existing solely in savannas and lush grasslands. The miraculous feat of vanquishing a male lion and a cheetah, along with their mates, in such a confined area and short span of time, is indeed astounding. Had the Maasai taken the initiative themselves, this situation would not have arisen. Upon our arrival in the village, we were met with a warm welcome. I rode swiftly towards the chief's tent, and as I dismounted, the tent flap opened, revealing an individual rushing towards the chief standing beside me. "God is great. He performs miracles," exclaimed Muhammad Rahman, my brother. "Has the person I sent to you arrived, your envoy?" "I have not seen your man. I come here to fetch my daughter Jamila." This individual is Ayun, the chief of the Kamada Maasai tribe, the father of Jamila and the brother of Muhammad Rahman. They bear a striking resemblance to each other. I had never encountered brothers from two distinct tribes as chiefs. It is evident that one among them has earned this honor not by lineage, but through personal merit. They embraced each other, and then Muhammad Rahman inquired, "Have you seen Jamila?" "I have, praise be to God. She is still alive." "Alive? Did you think she might perish?" "Ah, her life came perilously close to ending. She did not inform you, yet as soon as I arrived, she confided in me." "What did she reveal?" "Last night, she stood before the tent, claiming that the father of demons sought to consume her." "Oh, Almighty God! I was utterly unaware of this." However, a foreign gentleman came to her rescue. "Please tell me who he is, so that I may express my gratitude." "This gentleman hails from Germany." The chieftain pointed at me and declared me to be the hero who vanquished Mr. Earthquake and the father of demons. His brother immediately grasped my hands. "Sir," he said, "I am Omar Adentawi, the chieftain of the Ayun and Kamdamazel tribes. You have saved my daughter's life. Even if you demand my own, I would gladly surrender it." "Is he speaking the truth?" Muhammad inquired of me. "And today you have once again saved my life. Praise be to God, it is he who has brought you to my tent. Yet you have concealed this matter from me. Come inside the tent and enlighten me about the situation. Permit me first to ascertain whether the bandit leader has acted against his oath during our absence." "Are you referring to that bandit leader?" Omar Adentawi asked. "Sudis Chabil of the Demika tribe. If I were to convey some unfortunate news, I hope you will not take offense." "Unfortunate news? Please, do tell." "The bandit leader has fled." "Fled? That is impossible. He was under guard. He swore to remain here." I exclaimed in astonishment. "He has indeed escaped." I dispatched someone to inform me of his whereabouts. The villagers were filled with joy and came out from afar to welcome me, leaving not a soul behind in the village. Even the 30 members of the Saidia tribe joined in the reception. Their thoughts were solely of me, with nary a consideration for the bandit leader. By the time we entered the village, he had already fled, taking with him the abducted Mohara. I felt an urgent desire to mount my horse and pursue him, yet I knew I must first ascertain the circumstances. What kind of horse was he riding? Alas, I must impart a second piece of distressing news. Your people, gripped by fear, recounted the events to me and implored me to relay their message. The bandit chief rode a white horse, while Mohara was mounted on a light yellow steed, as the women had observed her bound upon it. "The light yellow horse?" inquired Muhammad Rahman. "That very one." The chieftain was left speechless, for the light yellow horse was his treasured possession, its worth rivaling that of Ali Nurabi's white horse. It was then that he regained his composure. He dashed into the tent and swiftly retrieved a copper drum. Within 2 minutes, all the men of the village had gathered. A brief inquiry into the relevant matters illuminated the changing situation. Shortly after our departure, a man from Ayun arrived, announcing Omar Adentawi's visit to the village. This chief, well regarded by the people, invigorated the spirits of all the men in the village. No one wished to remain behind, and the bandit leader followed suit. Along the way, he claimed to seek Chief Muhammad to inform him of his brother's arrival. No one anticipated the necessity of informing the chief about this matter, thus allowing him to depart unchallenged. His accomplice from the Hammama mingled with the group, raising no suspicion regarding his solitary errand. However, once out of sight, he made a beeline for the tent village to prepare a saddle for the chief's yellow steed, unseen by any of the women left in the village. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and upon recognizing the source, the onlookers beheld the bandit hastily retreating with the bound Mohara towards the horses. The women attempted to intervene, but their courage faltered in the face of his armed threats. At that moment, he forcibly gagged the girl, secured her upon the horse, and took with him a bag of dried dates. He then galloped away, heading towards the southern Tius Mountains. Meanwhile, the Myser and Saydila tribes encountered Chief Omar Adantawi, heralding the commencement of a grand horse racing event. Amidst the revelry of this competitive spectacle, several Hamama spotted a wild hare, seizing the opportunity to excuse themselves under the pretext of hunting. In pursuit of the rabbit, they gradually distanced themselves from the others, ultimately vanishing entirely. Upon escorting their guests into the village, the remaining individuals learned of the bandits' escape and immediately recognized the Hamama's disappearance as a ruse. This scheme was undoubtedly orchestrated by the bandit, with the appearance of the rabbit providing a rare opportunity to cloak his intentions. A palpable sense of panic gripped the warriors. Some urged an immediate pursuit of the bandit, while others suggested notifying our people first, and a few believed it prudent to feign ignorance. Amidst fervent debates and impassioned discussions, as the precious moments slipped away, the recollection of the bandit leader resurfaced. A decision was made to report the situation to Chief Omar Adantawi, urging him to meet with us at the earliest opportunity. Muhammad, consumed by rage akin to that of a wounded beast, cursed the treacherous bandit who had betrayed his oath and vehemently berated the unsuspecting Mysler people. Chief Ali Nurabi, too, vowed to slay the warriors of the Saydira tribe. My unfortunate servant Ahmed sought solace and assistance from me, yet I found no complete solace within myself. The most composed among us was the Englishman, who reclined comfortably upon a worn carpet, propping his exceedingly long legs up, gleefully exclaiming, "Excellent! Splendid! The adventure is about to commence." It seemed that the escapade, which ought to have concluded, was far from over. That scoundrel, the damned fellow. Yet, I find myself rather fond of him, this rogue. The salt marsh spirits of the Ors Mountains, situated to the south and east of its foothills, reveal a gently undulating plain, where low-lying areas are cloaked in a veneer of salt. This terrain marks the remnants of an ancient vast inland lake, known as the Salt Lake by the Algerians and the Salt Marsh by the Tunisians. Stretching from west to east, three prominent salt marshes dominate the landscape: Melagil, Rarsa, and Jared. The dune region lies in close proximity, with the southern winds frequently sweeping fine sand skyward towards the north, consequently enveloping the low-lying areas of the salt marshes in a thick layer of fine sand, leaving only the central parts of the marshes with a considerable amount of water still preserved. The surface of the water is cloaked by a layer of salt crust, beneath which lies a pale green expanse of water, less than 1 meter deep. Below this shallow layer, there exists a depth of over 50 meters of flour-like quicksand. Anything that falls beneath the salt crust vanishes silently, as if seized by a malevolent force. This salt crust does not possess the smoothness of ice, but undulates like waves, creating a rugged terrain. Its average thickness is approximately 20 centimeters, though it often measures merely 10 centimeters or less, glimmering like a lead mirror reflecting blue light. The sound produced by a person walking upon it resembles that of footsteps on volcanic rock near the shores of the Bolivian highlands. The ever-shifting sands drape the salt crust in a dark cloak. As time progresses, the salt crust becomes increasingly heavy, ultimately fracturing and sinking, only to re-emerge in the form of a new white salt layer. When desert storms arise, the salt crust crackles, and under the onslaught of heat, it bubbles, forming small pores that alter the entire structure of the crust. The situation becomes even more critical during the rainy season. Rainfall dissolves the lower salt crust, causing it to submerge, yet it remains obstructed by the flowing fine sand. Alternatively, the fine sand may be so minuscule and light that it floats to the surface, providing the salt crust with a seemingly solid exterior. Consequently, individuals can traverse the salt flats only at select locations, often facing peril. Nevertheless, it is astonishing that several paths traverse this treacherous salt crust, as the regions of South and Jared, renowned for their date production, maintain considerable interaction. However, I must assert that these pathways are perilous, akin to the treacherous trails lurking within the boundless marshes of Lapland. The width of the path barely spans half a meter, frequently presenting unforeseen and indiscernible alterations. Travelers upon these routes may feel as if they are traversing the icy ridges of towering edifices, struggling to maintain their equilibrium. These narrow paths often submerge beneath the water's surface, leaving horses to flounder with only their heads above the water. At times, they may be lured by mirages toward their demise. Such trails are typically marked by small stone piles, yet these markers are often devoured by the water, or maliciously relocated by vengeful hands. An unsuspecting wanderer who missteps may find themselves ensnared by the salt marsh, with quicksand extending its damp arms to embrace them. While the hardened salt crust above closes in, awaiting another victim. Anyone daring to traverse such routes must seek out a reliable and astute guide, otherwise, they risk vanishing without a trace. The Benissi people residing in the southern expanse of the salt marsh excel in this craft. Should a group or caravan intend to cross the marsh, they must first besiege the Almighty for protection. The guide leads the way, carefully testing each step, followed closely by camels and their masters. The guide proceeds with utmost caution, while the camels and horses tremble with trepidation, yet they must continue onward. If the guide wishes to avoid sinking, his feet cannot linger on the fragile, undulating ground for even a moment. This arduous journey unfolds amidst graves and the abyss of hell. Upon reaching the distant shore, the people face the east, exclaiming praises to the Almighty and kneeling in gratitude for sparing them from the gaping maw of the sacred beast. At the dawn of this century, a caravan boasting over 1,000 camels and numerous individuals traversed the Jared salt marsh. However, the leading camel strayed from the path and plummeted into the abyss, followed by others and their livestock, all succumbing to the treacherous salt marsh. The salt layer sealed above the caravan, and after half an hour, it resumed its original form. Countless souls fell victim, claiming that the spirits of the salt marsh led them astray, guiding them into the garden of quicksand below. May the Almighty save them. 4. As believed by the inhabitants surrounding the salt marsh, the spirits dwell beneath the waters. Should anyone pass by without turning eastward in prayer, they open the gates of death. If a pagan or a person steeped in sin traverses this chasm, the spirits rise, conjuring a shimmering city or a blooming oasis atop the salt layer. Those ensnared by the illusion, drawn towards the mirage, tumble into the embrace of death. As we paused atop Mount Seja to allow our horses a respite, I could not help but reflect upon these tales. Our party now consists of only 10 individuals, for upon departing from the tent village of the Mazar, I finally managed to bring Ali Nalabi Levin along. Thanks to Muhammad Rahman and Omar Adantawi, who could serve as our guides, we were granted ample replenishment. Another advantage lies in the fact that our small band of 10 rides upon excellent steeds. Ali Narabi's original steed had become excessively fatigued, prompting the acquisition of a new mount. Likewise, I procured a horse for Ahmed Salah, the steeds of the 2 chieftains from the Mysal tribe, along with those of 4 accompanying Mysal warriors, were the finest in the entire tribe. Nevertheless, on the first day, we failed to catch up with the bandit. Although he was unable to travel at full speed due to the presence of Mohara, the time we spent deciphering the tracks compensated for this advantage. Moreover, we required rest during the night, while the outlaw could exploit the darkness to further increase the distance between us. As dawn allowed us to identify the bandit's trail, we set forth. We approached regions that remain contentious between Algeria and Tunisia to this day. The Arabs on either side of the border frequently engage in conflict, and the number of lives sacrificed annually in the name of blood vengeance is staggering. We needed to exercise utmost caution. The outlaw Sudis Chabil was equally prudent, being exceedingly familiar with the local terrain. Indeed, his nickname, the Guide, was well-deserved. To avoid detection, he utilized the least conspicuous lowlands, numerous hills, and thickets. His adept navigation through all obstacles was truly commendable, demonstrating that this was not his first venture into the area. Of course, we had to account for the challenges posed by Mohara, who was securely bound to his saddle, entirely under his command. By midday, we reached Mount Seja, from where we could traverse the Delaha Mountains to arrive at the perilous salt marshes of Tunisia. From the direction of the robber's footprints, we deduced that he initially intended to head south, crossing the Delaha Mountain and Tafawai Mountain towards Sadada. However, for reasons unknown, he altered his course, as the tracks veered southwest before heading straight westward. We pursued the footprints between the mountains of Seja and Delaha and arrived at a location by evening where the tracks again shifted towards the southwest. Our horses and we exerted every effort. Upon meticulous examination of the footprints, we concluded that the fugitive was still several hours ahead of us. As night fell, we were compelled to halt our pursuit. How effortlessly he could conceal himself in the darkness. How swiftly he might discover our presence and flee. We were certain we would catch up with him the following morning. Thus, upon reaching a thicket of bean trees, we dismounted our horses and established a camp near the grove using saddles and blankets. Yet, he outwitted us once more. Muhammad Rahman stated that he did not pass through Sadada and Nefta, but rather traversed the Islaus Gorge to Tugat. Is he familiar with this route? I inquired. He knows all the paths in this area. He is a guide. Even in the salt marsh, he is well acquainted with every stone marker and every abyss. The spirits of the salt marsh cannot deceive him. He has led travelers through the Larsa and Jared salt marshes. I once rode with him across the Larsa salt marsh, and his horse never took a wrong step. Is there indeed a path across the Larsa salt marsh? The villages adjacent to the salt marshes are sparse, resulting in a lack of safe and reliable pathways. Only the dauntless dare to traverse the treacherous expanses of the salt marsh. How far is it from here to the Islaz Gorge, which connects the Majulgil salt marsh and the Larsa salt marsh? One must journey from dawn until dusk. And what of the nearest point to the Larsa salt marsh? You shall arrive there in 3 hours. We must not allow the fugitive to cross the salt marsh. Otherwise, he might recklessly venture out onto its perilous surface, making it impossible for us to pursue him. He would not dare to take that route. Why? He must lead a horse, and the path across the marsh is too narrow for 2 steeds. Are you suggesting that if we drive him to the edge of the marsh, he shall have no means of escape? He certainly would not. He would sacrifice the horse carrying the girl and plunge into the marsh himself, thereafter fleeing on that yellow horse. In that case, we shall shoot him down from the saddle. This sounds quite confident. I find myself persuaded. Sir, Ahmed Sulla inquired, may I request something of you? If it is within my power, certainly. What is it that you desire? Your marksmanship surpasses that of us all. Shoot the bandit leader and leave Mohara to me. Very well, if it is feasible. I shall only fire if absolutely necessary. We must not allow unnecessary bloodshed. It would be best to capture the bandit leader alive. Then wound him. We shall interrogate him. From these conversations and others, it is evident that each of us believes our pursuit will conclude by tomorrow. The Englishmen share this confidence. Upon relaying the intentions of others to him, he remarked, tomorrow it will end? How unfortunate. Why? Where then shall we find opportunities for daring exploits? There will be such opportunities, and one need not always resort to risk. Then what shall we do? Riding is a skill everyone possesses, and so is eating and drinking. Very well. Leave the brigand to me. I shall test my marksmanship upon him. Yet perhaps it is wiser to capture him without inflicting harm. But how can this be achieved? If you attempt to seize him, he will not be foolish enough to surrender willingly. It is indeed challenging to ascertain in advance. We must await the unfolding of events. However, a thought occurs to me. Are you familiar with the old-fashioned leather thong, commonly referred to as a lasso? Could we fashion such a lasso to ensnare this fellow? Sir, that is an excellent idea. Though we lack belts, we possess ample rope made from jujube tree fibers. I shall craft a lasso. Shall we proceed to create one now? Indeed. Within a quarter of an hour, I fashioned a lasso. To ascertain my skill, I disregarded the encroaching darkness and tested the lasso upon the branches of a bean plant. It proved satisfactory. In any case, I now possess a means to capture the outlaw without causing him harm. Today, we also took turns standing guard, and with hopeful hearts, we retired to sleep, anticipating the completion of our task by this time tomorrow. Having retired early to rest, we awoke before the break of dawn. We found no additional tracks beyond those we had already identified, and thus we commenced our journey. After traversing the path for less than a quarter of an hour, we arrived at a valley adorned with locust trees, where the bandit had spent the night with his captive. He felt secure enough to light a campfire. As we observed clearly, Mohara was bound to one of the locust trees. The last traces left by the 2 individuals and their steeds were remarkably distinct, indicating they had departed less than half an hour prior. We hastened forward once more. The terrain of the valley began to rise. Upon reaching the ridge, we instinctively reined in our horses. In the distant horizon, a crystalline light shimmered, revealing the Larsa salt flats. The ethereal spirits of the salt flats beckoned us down from our elevated perch with the brilliance of their palaces. From the salt flats to our current position was a sea of sand, devoid of any flora save for a few wild melons. To our right, 2 horses galloped, one a white steed and the other a chestnut. A woman rode the white horse, while a man, whom we immediately recognized as Chabil, rode the chestnut. Oh God, Ali Nurabi exclaimed, dismounting from his saddle and racing down the slope with his rifle in hand. Such reckless behavior would surely have its consequences. The tempest carried this cry to the ears of the bandit leader, who turned to see me. He undoubtedly recognized us. His astonishment was fleeting, quickly replaced by a frantic urge to spur his horses into a swift escape. Everyone followed Sheikh said down the mountain, except for Ahmed, who remained by my side. Why don't you ride down? I inquired with a smile, fully aware of the answer. You see, the salt marsh veers to the right. They will traverse that arc-shaped area. It would be considerably easier for us to run in a straight line to the tip of that region, thereby diminishing the thief's current advantage. Let us proceed. We sprinted in that direction, initially at a jog, then accelerating to a gallop, and finally reaching full speed. Ahmed's horsemanship was exceptional, and I refrained from urging my black stallion too forcefully, allowing our steeds to maintain a synchronized pace. The sand beneath us grew increasingly thick, yet we did not diminish our speed. The bandit was preoccupied with other pursuers. Despite the greater threat we posed, he had yet to notice us. It was evident that they could not catch him, for his white and yellow horses outclassed theirs, even though they were already fatigued. At that moment, he cast a glance to his right and spotted us. I observed him raise his head with pride, spurring his horse to gallop even faster. He raced along the edge of the salt marsh, where the sand was thicker than in our vicinity, thus we were not compelled to push ourselves to the utmost. He still remained ahead of us. However, as we ran along the ark's cord, overtaking him was merely a matter of time. After approximately half an hour, we drew closer to the shimmering surface of the salt marsh. The apex of the arc rushed towards us, and we had long since left the others behind. Now we find ourselves in the bay-like region of the salt marsh, having ventured further inland. I am at the same elevation as him, yet approximately 1 kilometer apart, with Ahmed still galloping alongside me. At this moment, the terrain before us transformed. The salt marsh abruptly receded, yielding to a broad sandy promontory that jutted into the marsh. The bandit leader rose from his saddle, exclaiming joyfully while disdainfully raising his right arm. Then, without warning, he directed his horse to the left, charging straight towards the salt marsh. "God is great," Ahmed exclaimed. "He intends to enter the marsh. We must find a path into the marsh. If Mahara steps into the salt marsh, she will be lost. Thus, I must overtake the captor before he reaches the marsh's edge." The distance between us diminished. Although the sandy promontory extended significantly into the marsh, it was evidently receding, bringing me ever closer to the fleeing figure. The distance was now merely that of 10 horses. Then 8, 4, 3, and now just 1. I swung my lasso with my right hand, yet I could not ensnare the rider, otherwise my precious white steed would be in peril, as it would continue to gallop into the marsh. I had no choice but to cast the lasso towards the yellow horse. At last, I caught up with the bandit. "Halt!" I shouted. The horse veered to the side, tightening the lasso. This maneuver saved my life as bullets whizzed past me. Since my black horse was untrained in lassoing, I could not bring it to an immediate stop without the risk of it being thrown off balance. I merely managed to control its speed. The lasso struck true, and the yellow horse leaped and fell. The bandit may have never encountered a lasso before, which is why he did not initially strike at me with a knife. Nevertheless, he quickly dismounted from his horse when it fell, landing safely on the ground. Clutching the reins of the white horse, he was dragged a short distance before he leaped behind Mohala, and together they galloped away on the white steed. Time was of the essence. I could not intervene as one end of the lasso was tied to my saddle, now entangled with the fallen yellow horse. Once I steadied my black horse and severed the lasso with my knife, the bandit had already mounted the white horse. Moments later, he raced onto the salt flats, the sound of hooves echoing beneath him, and I pursued him. I did not contemplate the peril spawned by this reckless endeavor. My sole focus was on speeding towards the mirror-like expanse of the salt marsh. The bandit's horse followed closely behind me, and a brief pause beside the fallen yellow horse allowed Ahmed to potentially close the gap. "God is great. Sir, I cannot abandon you." I could no longer concern myself with him, for I was wholly preoccupied with my own predicament. By this time, the salt layer was solid and uniform. Yet I now observed numerous stone markers emerging, clearly indicating that danger had commenced. The previously flat salt surface began to undulate in waves, gleaming with metallic reflections at its peaks, while fine sand accumulated in the troughs. The ground beneath us trembled, emitting a cacophony of rumbling, crackling, and popping sounds. These were not the reassuring sounds of completeness, but rather the eerie cries of anguish that sent shivers down my spine. The salt marsh appeared muddy, as if freshly thawed from snow. Often, the salt layer lay beneath the water, which surged upwards. As our horses traversed this terrain, vast expanses of salt shifted beneath us. Death loomed ahead, alongside, and below us, racing alongside in our frantic journey. I fixated intently on our quarry, Suddy's Chabil, for he was, after all, our guide, the sole guide. Wherever he led the horses, I remained vigilant, mimicking his every movement, as did my companion Ahmed behind me. I felt less awake and more as if I were ensnared in a dream. My heart raced, my face burned, and my entire being felt aflame, akin to pursuing a creature atop floating clouds. The surrounding embankments had long vanished, and we found ourselves in an endless sea of death, each step reinforcing my belief that if our horses merely slowed, we would surely sink. In certain areas, the salt layer offered no support. Even a brief pause of 2 seconds from the pounding hooves above would be unbearable. We continued this frenzied pace for approximately 20 minutes. Yet it felt as though 2 hours had elapsed. At that moment, I observed the white horse, weary and burdened with a double load. The bandit too recognized this fact. He resolved to alleviate its burden, yet his method instilled within me a sense of dread. Until now, his body had concealed Mohara from view. Now, I witnessed him controlling the horse with his left hand while using his right to untie the ropes binding Mohara to the saddle. Suddenly, I heard a cry filled with terror. He yanked Mohara down from the saddle, intending to throw her off the horse, while she clung to him desperately. Her hands grasped his thigh as she was dragged along. At that moment, he swung his fist towards Mohara's head, causing her grip to loosen, and she fell. Her feet found no footing, the unstable salt beneath her gave way, and she sank into the water. Yet, at that precise instant, my horse galloped past her. I bent down and grasped her arm with my right hand. I held on to her tightly. The speed of my horse augmented my strength, and her delicate body arched gracefully through the air before settling across my saddle. This transpired within mere seconds. A loud cheer erupted from behind. It was the voice of Ahmed. The white horse now seemed relieved, while my black steed appeared indifferent to the added weight. The desperate chase continued. But how much longer could it last? There were no signposts, nor any small stones in sight. Only undulating layers of salt, steaming mud, gushing water, and swirling foam. At last, I spotted a dark line ahead. Thank God, the bandit had chosen a path that merely traversed a portion of the salt marsh. Had he attempted to cross the nearly 30-kilometer-wide expanse of salt, we would have been doomed. Minutes passed, each one drawing us closer to the ominous dark expanse ahead. The salt crust beneath our feet trembled, bubbling ominously. Yet the sounds beneath us now seemed to resonate with a sense of safety as we hurriedly traversed the solid salt layer toward more dependable ground. Oh God, cried the bandit. Come on, follow me, Ahmed. I shouted back. My black steed soared like a bird over the broad, muddy edges of the salt marsh, connecting the salt crust to the land. The hind legs of the horse sank into the mire while a few meters ahead, Suddy's Chabil lay motionless on the sandy beach. We dismounted, first extracting the white horse from the bog before turning our attention to the rider. The exhausted white steed had leaped only a short distance, causing its rider to be thrown from the saddle, landing headfirst and breaking his neck. May God have mercy on his soul. I sighed deeply. May God punish this vile wretch, Ahmed added, hastily running to the mare I had placed on the sand. Sir, she is dead, he exclaimed. I examined her closely. She was alive, merely fainted, I explained. He cradled her, kissing her eyes, lips, and cheeks, and she gradually regained consciousness. Meanwhile, I turned my gaze to the horses, who stood alert, nostrils flaring wide. I could not allow them to remain in such a state, so I urged them with a firm voice. Calm her down, Ahmed Salah, I instructed. She has endured enough torment. These last 30 minutes were utterly harrowing, a trial most women would find challenging to withstand. Indeed, sir, it was truly dreadful, he replied. In comparison to this salt marsh, what do Mr. Earthquake and Father of Devils amount to? The salt marsh spirits aided us in our peril because we are not malevolent beings. However, in the end, the spirits of the salt marsh retained the bandit leader, letting his soul dwell in hell alongside the most nefarious of demons. I shall never forget this pursuit. You may trust me, I shall not forget. Sir, I am grateful to you for saving the life of the pearl among maidens, Mohara, whom the brigands intended to cast into the abyss. Let us not dwell on such matters. We are both quite fatigued. It will be a considerable while before we can rest. Bind the robber to your horse. You shall carry Mohara upon your steed. Let us see if we can locate our comrades. Do you know in which direction we should seek them, sir? Ra has chosen the sweetest expressions from his vocabulary to convey to his pearl among maidens how profoundly happy he feels. When we arrived at the sandy point where our perilous chase commenced, the hour had just passed noon. We rounded the final bend along the edge of the salt marsh. Yet they had not yet perceived us, for all were seated on the shore, their gaze fixed intently upon the shimmering salt layers where we had vanished. I raised my rifle and fired a shot, prompting them to rise. Upon sighting us, an indescribable cheer erupted. We were soon enveloped, with everyone eagerly gazing upon his white steed, which belonged to Ali Nurabi. Praise be to God, I have regained my daughter and the white horse, he finally exclaimed. Ahmad Salah, you have fulfilled your promise, and I too shall keep mine. My dearest daughter Mohala now belongs to you. Now, please tell us how the Almighty has guided you, and who has taken the soul of that scoundrel. He bore no wounds. Allow me to speak, sir, Ahmad implored. I have bestowed joy upon this loyal and trustworthy man. At that moment, I sat beside the Englishman and recounted our pursuit in English. He curled his extraordinarily long legs and embraced his knees with his equally long arms, listening intently as I narrated. Upon my conclusion, he inhaled deeply and sincerely acknowledged, "Sir, you know how much I relish adventure, yet this particular escapade is one I wish to avoid. When venturing outdoors, it is preferable to tread upon more solid ground. This Ahmad is a fine young man. He followed you to the salt marsh. Now he has finally secured his engagement and marriage to Mohala. A celebration indeed. Do you remember the promise I made to him? Yes. What was it? 50 pounds. He deserves it, for he is honest and dependable." An hour later, we stood upon the firm salt crust, where we began to carve a hole. "Warriors, bring forth his body," Chief Omar Atan Tawfik solemnly commanded, "and cast him into the depths of the quicksand." He intended to ensnare my niece. "The spirits of the salt marsh shall preserve his body until his resurrection. His soul ought to contemplate whether he can traverse the bridge leading to paradise. For he has betrayed his oath, desecrating the divine and the prophet, which constitutes the gravest of sins. There is no deity but Allah, and Muhammad is his messenger. 4. The sands of destruction in the mountainous caves of the Sahara. The sun is nearing its descent. Thus, after the searing heat has passed, I distanced myself from the well and collapsed in the shadow of the camel I rode, while the other members of the caravan settled by the unpleasant saline waters to listen to my servant camel's vivid narration. I could comprehend every word, feeling a sense of pride as he endeavored to highlight my numerous admirable qualities. "Your name is Abraham ibn Sajjar, a wealthy man, is it not?" he inquired of the merchant Morsuk, seated beside him. "How much do you pay your attendants daily during this journey?" "Not an insignificant sum for your fortune. However, my master possesses even greater wealth. His name is Benissi, and in the oases of his homeland, he raises 1,000 horses, 5,000 camels, 10,000 goats, and 20,000 sheep. He grants me 1 silver coin each week. This merchant, the lord of cattle, is speaking falsehoods, for I do not receive a coin daily, but rather weekly, amounting to approximately 50 pfennig daily by German currency standards." The affluent merchant shrugged. "You are correct," Camel nodded, "for my master is favored by the Almighty, receiving bountiful gifts from him. Perhaps you are aware of how renowned Benissi's name is across the nations? He possesses the remarkable ability to converse in all 4,050 languages spoken by humanity, is familiar with the names of 80,000 species of flora and fauna, has treated every one of the 10,000 known diseases, and has effortlessly slain a lion with a single shot. His mother is renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, while his grandmother is revered as a paragon of virtue. His 36 wives are all gentle and charming, exuding the fragrant essence of paradise, reminiscent of the rare and exquisite ambergris. He has triumphed over every army of heroes, and even the panther trembles at his name. Currently, we are not in a region plagued by bandits. Should they dare to attack us, a mere flick of his small pistol would suffice to send them fleeing. Behold him. Does he not wield 2 firearms, one large and one small? With the larger weapon, he obliterates a fortification, while the smaller one can unleash a staggering 100,000 shots without the need for reloading, thus earning the moniker of the continuous fire gun. I even hope that these villains do come, for then you shall witness. In the name of the Almighty, please cease your words, the caravan leader interjected. Should you wish for the murderers to arrive, the devil shall easily be inclined to grant your wish. If they come, we are doomed. Doomed? My master is here, and I stand with you. Shall I also meet such a fate? He intended to continue in this vein, but at that moment, the leader gestured towards the setting sun and declared, "Look, the sun has dipped below the horizon. It is time for the evening prayer. Praise and bow to the Almighty." They all immediately rose, immersed their hands in water, and knelt, facing the direction of Mecca, following the prescribed gestures and movements, reciting the prayers in unison with the leader. At that moment, I found myself kneeling upon the sands, engaged in my evening Christian prayers. Of course, I did not mimic their gestures, for I did not conceal from them my faith as a non-Muslim. Upon joining the caravan yesterday with my servant, Camel, I candidly shared this fact with them. Nevertheless, they permitted me to accompany them on their journey. Once my prayers concluded, we rose to our feet and beheld an individual approaching from the north, mounted upon a swift camel. He was armed with an Arab spear and 2 daggers, each secured to his wrists. This method of carrying daggers posed a significant threat to adversaries. In the heat of confrontation, should one grapple him, he could swiftly plunge the blades into the foe's back. "May you be blessed," he greeted as he dismounted, Yet he did not command his camel to kneel. Allow me to quench my thirst here, and heed the foes you may soon encounter. He donned a long, flowing white cloak, his thick black hair peeking from beneath a turban. Tall and robust, he possessed a round face, flat cheekbones, a broad nose, and small eyes. If he were to don a veil, revealing only his eyes, I might well perceive him as a brigand. Who? This term is synonymous with the Tuareg, a group often associated with banditry, while those engaged in such nefarious activities refer to themselves as the Imishar. Are you speaking of the Tuareg? Have they returned to this route? They have come in great numbers and are now at the Segden Oasis. By the Almighty, we shall venture there tonight. You cannot proceed. Our caravan comprises 30 individuals and 80 camels. We came from the well of Isaiah, believing ourselves to be safe. However, upon our arrival at Segden, we were ambushed by the Amosar people. Despite our valiant resistance, we were ultimately defeated. I am the sole survivor. Oh, Almighty! The elder lamented that the devil had unleashed his hounds upon our path. They will remain in Segden. What shall we do? Shall we wait here for their retreat? The water at the Iqbal well is undrinkable and insufficient for our livestock for even a single day. He looked around, bewildered. The merchant Abraham ben Sagar displayed a hesitance in his demeanor. Can we circumvent the Segden Oasis? The leader replied that it would be impossible to head east, as the next well lies in the Tib area, 3 days' journey from here. Heading west would lead us past the Magaville Mountains, a territory with which I am unfamiliar. Yet, I am well acquainted with that region, a newcomer interjected. You? The leader exclaimed in surprise. Then you're our guide. Your experience in this area surpasses mine. Though I am twice your age. Indeed, I am the guide. Age bears no weight in this matter. I know this terrain well, having traversed it numerous times. I have also served as a guide for caravans beset by bandits. Had I been unfamiliar with the paths of the desert, I would not have escaped. I am Omar ibn Amala, a warrior of the Raya tribe. However, within the Arab tribe of Raya and Fezan, I found it challenging to regard this guide as a true Arab, particularly as he referred to the Tuareg as Mosar, a term Arabs would not employ. Nevertheless, the leader remained unperturbed, asserting, I am aware that the people of the Raya tribe are well acquainted with the route from Merzuk to Burma. Do you think we can circumvent the Segden Oasis and the Tuareg along this path? Indeed, it is far easier than you might imagine. If we navigate around the oasis, we shall leave the danger to our right and reach the Isaiah well without incident. I wish to guide you, for I believe all your companions share this desire. They all wish for such. Please, sit and be our guests. We shall dine now and depart after the evening prayers. I am eager to serve as your guide and host. However, I must first inquire about the nature of your entourage. Here stands Abraham ben Sagar, a merchant from Merzuk. All the servants and laden camels belong to him. I intend to transport them from Burma to Merzuk. Those two are outsiders who joined our party yesterday. He is Benissi, hailing from Europe, and this is his servant, Camel ben Safaka. The guide cast a sharp glance at us, then indignantly addressed Camel. You are Camel ben Safaka? From whence do you come? I am a warrior of the Isali tribe. How could you, as a Muslim, serve a heathen as a servant? Shameful. May hell consume you. He seized Camille, who remained unperturbed, for his bravery was merely verbal, while his actions revealed a profound timidity. The only audacious act he dared to undertake was to reproachfully inquire of me, Sir, can you, the valiant bearer of twin pistols, tolerate such an affront to your loyal servant? Hero? The guide scoffed derisively. How could a pagan be deemed a hero? Allow me to demonstrate how one ought to address a foul cur. He advanced towards me, halting 3 paces away, fixating me with a fierce gaze. Are you a Christian? Do you truly believe I would escort you to Merzuk? I do not believe it. Not believe it. He queried incredulously. You are correct. A believer of a prophet would never guide a Christian assured of his soul's descent into hell. You are mistaken. I cannot concur with your perspective. I merely intend to assert that your desire to lead one to Merzuk is non-existent. By God, who could prevent me from striking you down for such an indignity? Do not be so ludicrous. A Tuareg such as yourself cannot best me. He raised his fist, intent on striking, yet lowered it in astonishment. What? You take me for a Tuareg? Why? I owe you no explanation. Yet why do you now choose to turn towards Merzuk instead of proceeding to Burma? Because. That hardly constitutes a justification for your day's journey. I do not believe a word you utter. The Tuargus lay in ambush somewhere. Of that I have no doubt, though perhaps not in Sagdan. Conversely, I believe you intend to lead us into their grasp. You are one of their sin agents. A spy, seeking to deliver us into their hands. They may be lurking in the caverns, as you wish to guide us there. I spoke these words with unwavering confidence. and he required a moment to recover from his shock before exclaiming, "By God, you accuse me of being a spy, yet a spy seeks to save you here. You, vile infidel dog, reek to me like a corpse crawling with maggots." "I shall silence," I interrupted, forbidding him to utter such words any further. "As a Christian, I have thus far treated your insults with composure. I shall continue to maintain my equanimity, but should you utter another word of that ilk, I shall ensure your tranquility is disturbed. If you have not previously encountered a Christian, you shall now experience one. No prophet shall deter me from declaring that you are but a child to me. A mere child," he shouted in fury. "You shall be punished for this. Vile dog, behold my blade." With that, he charged at me, arms outstretched, intending to embrace me and stab my back with his knife. However, my fist was swifter. I struck him beneath the chin, and he staggered back, collapsing onto the sandy ground. Yet he rose again, raising the firearm he carried to aim at me. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, I swiftly seized the gun from his grasp, stepping back to point it at him. "A toy more befitting you than this gun." I fired a shot, then struck the stock against the ground, shattering it. Amidst the sound of the stock's fracture, the guide roared and charged at me once more. He failed to notice that I had raised my leg, my foot connected with his abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground. I promptly pressed my leg upon him, delivering a punch to his temple, rendering him compliant, just as I had threatened him moments before. He lay still now. "What are you doing?" The leader accused me. "We accepted you and allowed you to accompany us. Yet you repay our kindness by attempting to kill the very person trying to save us." He did not wish to be your savior, but rather sought to be your destroyer. Moreover, he merely lost consciousness. Check for yourself. He knelt beside the guide, believing my words to be true, yet this did nothing to quell his fury. He continued to reproach me. "Though he is not dead, you have struck him and broken his weapon. According to the laws of the desert, this warrants your bloodshed. We must judge you. You had better judge him." I retorted. "I declare him a bandit, intent on your destruction. Should you doubt my words, the approaching day will vindicate me. I fear not for my fate, nor am I intimidated by your judgment. Who can prevent me from mounting a camel and continuing my journey? There are 12 of you in total. And with these 2 European pistols, each containing 6 bullets, I possess sufficient means to defend myself without resorting to rifles. It appears you are the sole one harboring animosity toward me." Abraham Benissi would not willingly surrender his life and the cargo he bore upon his camel to marauders. His servant shared this sentiment. "Regardless of your perspective, one must bear the consequences." They lifted the guide, bringing him to the well, where they splashed water upon his face to revive him. I remained momentarily idle, seated beside my camel, and, for precaution, I drew my pistol. Out of curiosity, Camille also approached the well, eager to witness the outcome of their efforts on behalf of the guide. A dense circle of people had gathered, obscuring my view of their actions as darkness enveloped the scene. Eventually, I observed the guide regaining consciousness, and they surrounded him, engaged in discussion. 2 individuals stood aside, conversing softly. It was my servant Camille conversing with a merchant. Later, I learned that Camille had informed him of my superior intellect, advising him to heed my counsel rather than that of others. This opinion was accepted, for Abraham Benissi approached me. "Sir, your servant has advised me not to trust the leader, but to place my faith in you. Do you truly believe this man to be a spy?" "Indeed," I replied. "I possess several reasons, though you may find them difficult to comprehend. I wish to convey that this is not my first venture into the Sahara Desert. I have encountered such individuals elsewhere. I have no intention of following the leader into the embrace of bandits. Oh, Almighty God, what am I to do? I promised to act according to the leader's arrangements. Upon my hiring of him, we agreed that my men would heed his words rather than yours. They have overruled me, compelling me to acquiesce to the guide's leadership." Page 102. "Sir, I implore you to grant my request. If I must venture to the cave mountain, please do not abandon me. You need not solicit my assistance. Merely express your unwavering intent to reach Segden, and they will dismiss my authority. These individuals are not my servants, but merely those I have engaged for this journey. As you may know, according to the customs of the desert, obeying the voice of another during perilous times holds equal weight to issuing commands. Therefore, I beseech you, do not forsake me. I wish to ponder this matter." "Very well. Take your time to contemplate, and once you have reached a decision, do inform me. Despite your skepticism regarding the guide, I still wish to place my trust in him, for I believe a devout Muslim could not utter falsehoods. However, I can substantiate that he is not a sincere adherent of Islam." When the sun sank into the sea of sand, we offered our prayers, yet the guide did not partake. As he was still traversing the path during the time of prayer, He arrived only after we had concluded our supplications. Anyone who delays the prescribed prayers cannot be a faithful follower of the prophet, and one who is not a believer in the prophet's teachings cannot be trusted in their deceit. Do you not share this perspective? Sir, your perception of the matter is sharper than mine. Additionally, why did he refrain from joining the resistance when his caravan was assaulted? Why does he now sit idly by the well, uttering words that disparage me, without the courage to take action? In his fury, he once attacked me. But now that his wrath has subsided, he has relinquished his desire for vengeance. He understands that if we accompany him to the cave mountain, he could exact his revenge without peril. There, they would ambush us. Should we be captured, he could slay me without incurring any loss himself. Sir, should people heed your words, they would undoubtedly believe you to be correct. I implore you for the third time to place me under your protection. Should I comply? I would likely find myself in a position where I must defend myself. Thus, your request implies that I bear the risk for you. My speech was interrupted as the voice of the leader, Zamali, resonated. Believers, rise for the evening prayer. For darkness has fallen, and the last light of day has receded into the earth. Everyone knelt, facing Mecca, moistening their hands, chest, and foreheads with water, before reciting the Quran. After the final prayer of the day, leader Zamali stood and commanded everyone to prepare the camels for departure. Where are we headed? Inquired a merchant. Would it not be better to traverse the Segdan oasis? Are you suggesting this because Benissi intends to go there? Indeed. If you prefer to heed the counsel of a pagan over that of a devout Muslim, then you may go alone. No one will assist you. Yet we wish to detour past Cave Mountain, for we deem our lives to be of greater worth than the folly of a pagan. The individuals I have employed must accompany me. Must they? They are free beings. You once promised me that you would heed my command. Let us hold a vote, and you shall witness whether they choose to follow you in this Christian or adhere to their own wisdom. The vote was cast, and the outcome revealed that, apart from the merchant, my servants, and myself, the others were to follow the guide. Abraham approached me, seeking my forgiveness and imploring me for the fourth time not to abandon him. No sooner had he departed than we heard a commotion approaching from the west. It was the sound of camel hooves. Though night had fallen, it was not long before figures began to materialize before us. They noticed us as well. For one man shouted loudly, "Halt! Someone is already by the well. Arm yourselves. This place is peaceful. We are neither warriors nor thieves. Come forth, let your livestock drink. And you may quench your thirst as well. Are you a caravan? Indeed. From whence do you hail, and where are you bound? We come from Burma, and are headed to Mursik. How many are in your company? 14. Clear the way for us. Should you be lying, beware of your head." They cautiously advanced. The speaker took a few steps ahead to assess the surroundings before allowing the others to approach. "Yes, you are indeed 14. We can be at ease now. Come forth." He spoke in Arabic, yet his intonation resembled that of the Tiba people. After they dismounted from their camels, I counted and found exactly 20 individuals, among whom there was one woman or girl, as evidenced by the palanquin reserved for women atop their camels. This was a suspended bamboo chair, supported by long wooden poles, adorned with fluttering ribbons and small flags, which, when viewed at night, evoked a sense of terror. The leader of the newly arrived caravan appeared to be a man of considerable martial experience, having arranged his group in such a manner that, should we harbor any hostility, they would be in a favorable position. His arsenal consisted of a long musket, 2 spears, a short sword, and perhaps a knife and pistol. Our leader greeted him and said, "You see, you need not fear while you are with us. May I inquire about your origin?" "We are warriors of the Rakhid tribe." "En route to ABO? The Rakhid tribe? Then you are the sworn enemies of the Tuareg?" "Indeed, we are their mortal foes. May the Almighty curse them." "Do you hail from the western regions where they dwell?" "Yes, we come from there." "Then you must be valiant warriors. It takes great courage for such a small band to venture into the territory of their adversaries." He was interrupted by a cry emanating from the palanquin, composed of 3 or 4 words that I could not comprehend. It seemed to be in Berber, as I only understood the Mesabi Berber dialect. I surmised it to be the language of the Tuareg. Strangely enough, as the cries faded, the guide, whom I regarded with skepticism, hastily approached the palanquin. In that moment, the Tur leader rushed over, grasping the guide's arm, pulling him away while angrily reprimanding him. "What are you doing here with my daughter's mother? Are you not aware that this is prohibited? Leave this place immediately." The term daughter's mother refers to his wife, for Muslims never use the word wife. The guide stood there, motionless, pondering. Her daughter's mother? I believe the voice emanating from within was that of a boy. "This is not a boy. If it were a boy, do you truly think he is calling for you? Who are you, exactly?" I am Omar Ibn Amara, the caravan guide. When are you departing from here? We are preparing to set off. We shall head to the oasis, as we traverse the same route. We are not going to Segden, for the Tuareg have seized the oasis and the entire region to the east of it. The Rashad appeared taken aback, retreating a few steps. Are these the dogs and bandits you speak of? Is your claim true? Indeed, for I have come from Segden. I am a caravan guide. They were attacked, and I am the sole survivor. We must avoid Segden and take a detour to the western Isaiah well. We cannot circumvent to the east, as that area is also under the control of bandits. The route for the Rashad leads eastward. Why does the guide not permit them to travel in that direction? Did he not mention that this area is also occupied by bandits? Does he wish for the lechered people to accompany us to Cave Mountain? If so, what is the underlying intention? Has he comprehended the calls of the individuals within the sedan? If he has, then he must undoubtedly be the kind of person I suspect, namely a Tuareg. My doubts about the guide are growing. The lechered continued to question him, receiving only the information he had previously relayed to us. Subsequently, the lechered gathered his people together for a hushed discussion, of which we understood not a single word. He then turned to the guide and inquired, "Do you know which tribe the bandits belong to?" "I do not know. I do not understand their language. However, during their assault on us, I heard them shout 2 words. I have heard that they always call out the names of their tribe and their chief when they attack, Krovai and Lagada. God Almighty. Indeed, that is correct. Lagada is the great chief of the eastern Krovai bandits. I know he has led his warriors out to plunder. Thank God for allowing me to know you. Else we would surely have been slain by the bandits despite our bravery. So, you wish to traverse Cave Mountain? The path is treacherous. Do you believe we can reach Isaiah without disturbance? I believe we shall encounter no Tuareg along this route. I can proceed further east from Isaiah, thus avoiding imminent danger. But before I make a decision, I must ascertain your intentions. You are already aware of my purpose. Our caravan belongs to the merchant of Mersik, named Abraham Benissi. Beside him stood the hired camel herder, while nearby was a newcomer who had joined the caravan just yesterday. He was an infidel, a Christian by the name of Benissi. Alas, a Christian amongst you. How can he journey alongside you? Whoever allows such a cur to remain in their midst shall surely provoke the wrath of the Almighty. I must observe this wretch. He appears to possess the stature of a man, yet harbors the soul of a coward. Otherwise, he would not tolerate my disdainful invitation for him to travel with us, albeit trailing behind. Should he refuse, I shall crush him underfoot like the insignificant insect he is. I paid no heed to this affront, for I deemed it unnecessary to prove to him that I am not the creature he perceives me to be. At that moment, Abraham bin Sajal was directing the loading of goods onto the camels. This was when he seized the opportunity to converse with the guide. I observed their exchange, and later he approached me, declaring, "So he is indeed a Tuareg." Yet, I remained unconvinced of his identity as a Tuareg. The leader of the Rakhed tribe would see through him, and the Rakhed people appear to be formidable warriors. Do not be mistaken. If the guide goes undetected, he shall undoubtedly rejoice. What do you imply? Robbers among robbers are sworn enemies, yet they share the same den. I do not comprehend your words. Nor is it necessary to do so. You cannot alter this reality. Even if you can merely follow us, will you journey with us? Who stated such a thing? The Rashad man declared that he could not command me. I am a free person, and I shall walk as I please. He shook his head and turned away. I led the camel to the water's edge, allowing it to drink its fill. The Rashad men present, upon seeing my approach, retreated as if avoiding a leper. As we began to load the pack camels, they emitted unpleasant sounds, and soon everyone mounted their steeds. The caravan set forth, camels departing one after another from the well. The pack camels formed a single file, with each subsequent camel's reins tethered to the tail of the one preceding it. At the forefront marched the guide, followed closely by the leader Zamali and the leader of the Rashad men, who walked near the camel bearing the palanquin. Behind him were his warriors, and slowly, the merchant trailed behind. The starlight shone brightly, allowing me to see the caravan clearly. Now we were compelled to follow closely behind these individuals. My courageous servant lamented, "Sir, why do you heed this command? Am I not a member of the Isali tribe, deserving to walk proudly at the front of this procession? Who prevents you from doing so? If you desire, go ahead. Without you, I cannot charge forth. You know I hold you in my heart. I cannot allow you to be scorned alone. Pray tell, do you truly believe we are to clash with those people? Indeed, and the conflict shall ensue shortly, beginning with the guide. So, you are convinced he is a thief? Yes, he seeks to lead the caravan to ruin. I firmly believe that the bandits are poised to assault our caravan in the cavernous mountains. These individuals march blindly towards their own destruction. Yet there remains a glimmer of hope that they might heed my warnings at the last moment. But what if they choose to ignore my counsel? In that case, I shall endeavor to rescue Abraham Benissi at the very least. The peril I face is considerable, as the guide is eager to exact revenge upon me. Nonetheless, I hold on to the hope that if we fall into the clutches of the bandits, we may find a means of escape through the Rashad people. Do you believe that the Rashad warriors will come to your aid? As you have pointed out, they too will be under threat. Indeed, but they possess something that may prove advantageous for us, the palanquin. Will the palanquin truly benefit us? It is not the palanquin itself, but rather the individual seated within it. Perhaps it is a young boy. Good heavens! Sir, how could you entertain such a notion? A boy in the palanquin? Yes. A Tuareg boy taken captive by the Rashad people. He wished to speak, yet was rendered speechless by astonishment. After a moment, he managed to utter, "A Tuareg boy. Oh, sir, you are truly a poet with a vivid imagination." No, the Rashad and the Tuareg are irreconcilable foes. If 20 of them were to infiltrate enemy territory so clandestinely, bearing such a sealed palanquin, one could easily deduce the implications. Do you truly believe that the Rashad would risk entering hostile territory with their own wives? Certainly not. He sees the son of the Tuareg chieftain, an act that brings unparalleled disgrace upon the enemy. The guide recognized this as well. What a peculiar occurrence. What a grand adventure. Do you wish to rescue the boy? I am not yet certain what I can do. The essence lies in timing. My intention is to escort Abraham Benissi safely to Mersik, and should he find himself in peril, I shall endeavor to extricate him. Let us see what awaits us on this journey. If you are afraid, you may depart to Segden. Afraid? What do you take me for, sir? Even in the absence of the Tuareg and the Rashid, you must acknowledge that I am bold enough to undertake many endeavors for you. For there are regions in the desert that may be more perilous than the cave mountain. In the heart of the desert lies a lake known as the Sand of Destruction, devoid of water yet brimming with fine sand, where anyone who falls in will sink hundreds of feet, drowning or suffocating as if they were in an ocean. Is that true? I asked in astonishment. I believed his words, for the traveler Adolf von Hohenried had discovered a similar sandy lake in the Akaf Desert, where a kilogram tethered to a 60-inch rope vanished into the lake. Camel recounted tales of many individuals and camels that had perished in the sandy lake, claiming that in the cave mountain dwelled mischievous spirits. As the hour approached midnight, I deliberately reduced the distance between us and the caravan. I now wish to express that I do not intend to remain perpetually at the rear of the caravan. We urged our mounts to quicken their pace and soon caught up with the last camel. As we sprinted past the lengthy queue, brushing alongside the Rashad people, they issued us with furious commands, which we chose to disregard. Before their threats could fully materialize, we had already surpassed them, along with our guide and the leader, Somali. Mere seconds later, the crack of gunfire reverberated behind us, and I felt the pressure of a bullet whizzing past my ear. I promptly reined in my camel, and Camel followed suit. We awaited the arrival of the procession. Who shot at me? I inquired. The second bullet, like the first, failed to find its mark. Your aim is poor, I remarked. Allow me to demonstrate the proper way to shoot. Camel, dismount. He leapt from his camel. The Rashad man was now merely a meter away, 2 spears hanging from his saddle. I extended my hand to seize one of the spears. You scoundrel, what do you intend to do with my spear? He shouted. Let me show you how to shoot. Be cautious. I handed one spear to Camel, who proceeded to the distance I indicated and gripped it firmly. I drew my 2 pistols and fired 12 rounds at the spear. Camel then passed the spear back to the Rashad man. Observe, I urged him, 12 shots, 12 holes. He inspected the spear, rendered speechless by astonishment. The procession came to a halt. Camel then placed the second spear into the sand at a distance visible under the starlight. My camel stood still, accustomed to the sound of gunfire, and I need not dismount. Count the bullets. I addressed the Rashad man, brandishing a short shotgun loaded with 25 rounds. With meticulous aim, I discharged the bullets one by one, each shot slightly higher than the last. How many shots did I fire? I inquired. Now, behold the javelin. Camel brought forth the spear. The Rashad man traced the bullet holes with his fingers. God is great. 15 holes. He exclaimed, this Christian is a magician. His gun is enchanted, filled with countless bullets. You speak the truth, I concurred. I am an impeccable marksman, capable of striking from such distance. In comparison to my weapon, what are yours? You sought my life and fired upon me. I shall consider this a pardon, for I am a Christian. However, should you dare to strike at me again, I shall open the gates to death for you and your men. No prophet or caliph shall save you. I am called Benissi, and you ought to remember my name." He remained silent, and the others observed in quietude. I gestured, and Camel mounted the camel once more. We set off at a distance, unchallenged. Naturally, I promptly reloaded both my pistol and shotgun. From this moment onward, wherever we traversed, be it ahead, by my side, or behind, I remained ever vigilant, wary of any covert attack from behind. Before our morning prayers, we traversed the desert, eventually pausing. After a 2-hour respite, as we resumed our journey, the terrain transformed. To our left lay only the expanse of desert, while to our right, peculiar mountains rose abruptly from the earth. Some resembling bays, others jutting like capes. As we had yet to approach them closely, doubts arose within us. Were these formations entirely natural, or had they been partially sculpted by human hands? It appeared as though there were walls, columns, battlements, corners of buildings, windows, and arching doorways. A desire to venture closer stirred within me, yet I hesitated to stray too far from the caravan, for I sensed that we were on the cusp of reaching the destination our guide sought to lead us to. The bizarre mountains continued to accompany our journey, seemingly endless. An hour before noon, the heat was oppressive, and both man and beast yearned for respite. The mountains jutted forward, revealing their farthest extensions. The summit protruded, forming a horseshoe-shaped area that, apart from myself, everyone deemed an ideal resting spot. They dismounted and began to unload their burdens from the camels. Naturally, I harbored distrust towards this location. Should an ambush occur, the assailants would need only to block the opening of the horseshoe, ensnaring all within its confines. However, I remained silent, for my words would fall on deaf ears. I took to observing the surroundings of our encampment. One detail immediately captured my attention. To our north, there appeared to be another camp where the Rishid people were gathering around their guide. "We must depart from here," I asserted. "The Tuareg are not far off and are poised to strike us." "Who informed you of this?" they inquired. "The eagles," I replied, as several soared ominously overhead. "Can eagles speak?" they mocked me. To me, it is so, for I comprehend the language of eagles. Rest assured, I am the guide, responsible for the safety of the caravan, and I will seek out the adversaries you envision. Follow me. He is cunning, for if I accompany him, I shall fall into the hands of the Tuareg before anyone else. I shall turn the tables. This is a matter for the leader. The Rashid may accompany you. He is a renowned desert warrior, and I have achieved my objective here, with the Rashid expressing his willingness to join. It seems that who first falls into the hands of the Tuareg is of little concern to him. They set out together to gather intelligence. I knew in advance the outcome of their observations. The Rashid was captured, and the Tuareg subsequently attacked the camp. Now, I am going to Abraham bin Sajjal to remind and request him to leave this perilous place with me. The outcome was in vain. He laughed at my futile endeavor. I disregarded him and focused solely on myself, Camel, and a third individual seated in the palanquin. If my intuition is correct, then the mother of this child will play a role in rescuing the merchant. The terrifying desert saw the Rashid unload the palanquin from the camel and place it by the mountainside, where there happens to be a deep fissure leading down to the earth beneath the rocks. The animal tracks I observed at a glance indicated that this mountain crevice is passable. They would not allow me to approach the palanquin, for it was under strict guard. Therefore, what I must do must be executed in secrecy. I departed from the camp, turning towards the outer side of the mountain, and descended along its slope until I stumbled upon a crevice, which I then entered. The fissure was remarkably straight and wide, allowing me to traverse it with ease. Before long, I realized that I had not erred. This crevice connected directly to the area where the sedan chairs were stationed in the Horseshoe Valley. No one seemed to have noticed this fact. From a concealed corner, I could clearly see the sedan chairs. The arrival of the Tuareg would go unnoticed by the camels. We bound the front legs of both camels together with a simple knot, allowing for swift release in case of emergency. "What do you intend to do, sir?" Camille inquired. "Listen closely. I estimate that it will not be long before the Tuareg arrive. Until then, I cannot rescue the boy. Do you see that crevice? It leads to the sedan chairs, and I will hide within it. You will proceed to the bend, and, upon spotting the enemy approaching, signal me and return here. The ensuing chaos will provide me the opportunity to extract the boy from the sedan. If I am with him when you do so, you must immediately untie the rope from the camel's legs and stand beside my camel, not yours, as I cannot mount too high a saddle with the potentially resistant boy. I will entrust him to you. Hold him securely until I am seated, at which point you may lift him up to me. Once we are both settled, you will mount your camel, and we shall depart together. Should anyone inquire about my presence, I have already devised a response," he interrupted, assuring me of his vigilance. He then departed. I once again concealed myself in the crevice of the mountain, advancing until I reached a vantage point from which I could observe the sedan. At that moment, Camille entered my line of sight. I beheld him gradually making his way towards the desert, casting his gaze northward at the approaching caravan of camel riders. A multitude of riders appeared, and I urged them to hasten forth. Surely, these are the Tuareg people my master spoke of. The inhabitants of the camp rushed out, leaving the sedan unguarded. Without hesitation, I dashed towards it and drew back the curtain. My suspicions were confirmed. I beheld a young boy, approximately 5 years of age, with dark skin and hair, bound and helpless. Voices echoed, shouting, "Thieves, thieves! Quickly, mount the camels. Do not raise an alarm. Do not be afraid. I shall rescue you." I spoke to the boy in Arabic, for I was unfamiliar with the Tuareg tongue. It was unclear whether he understood my words or was simply paralyzed by fear, for he did not move. I hastily led the boy through the mountain crevice. Camille awaited me outside, holding my camel. I entrusted the boy to him, who lifted him onto the camel before mounting his own. None witnessed our escape. As we fled, the sounds of battle cries resonating behind us. We traversed along the prominent foothills, and after 2 hours, we arrived at a location I deemed suitable for our actions. Here, a natural slope, albeit narrow, ascended gradually, allowing our camels to traverse its path. We reached a pyramidal summit, and I was filled with joy upon discovering that, aside from the aforementioned slope, it was not dominated by other high mountains, nor could one access it via alternative routes. We find ourselves in a place of safety, as our position affords us a significant advantage against the enemy's onslaught. Moreover, the presence of children as hostages allows us to stipulate our demands. I turned my gaze toward the boy, who sat upon a stone, his expression a mix of fear and trust. This boy was strikingly handsome, with dark skin and bright, expressive eyes, though now they reflected a profound hunger, terror, and anguish. "Do you speak Arabic?" I inquired. "What is your name?" I continued to probe. "Karoba," he replied. "Who is your father?" "Ragata," he said. "He is the chief of the Crowy tribe." Clearly, my intuition had not misled me. He was the son of the leader of the Tuareg who had attacked us. I asked him how he had fallen into the hands of the Tibu and Rakhat. He recounted the events. While his father was away leading warriors, a so-called Hausa appeared, seeking shelter for the night. The community welcomed him. But as night fell and everyone succumbed to slumber, he seized the boy and took him to a location where 19 others awaited, with a camel litter prepared for the journey. The kidnapper was the leader of the Tibu, who not only harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the Crowy, but also bore a blood feud against their chief, Ragata, thus embarking on this audacious venture to abduct the enemy's son. The boy inquired whether I wished to escort him to his camp. I contemplated informing the chief tonight that his son was under my control and was willing to exchange him for the merchant Abraham Ben Sager, along with his servant and all his possessions. I was confident he would acquiesce. During this time, Camel kept watch over the boy. I resolved that I would only relinquish the boy once my conditions were met, ensuring that I could trust they would treat Camel and me as allies of their tribe. After a modest meal, I succumbed to slumber. Camel was tasked with guarding the boy and roused me only in the evening. Upon waking, I mounted my camel and set forth. I arrived at my destination without incident. The victors, approximately 80 Tuareg men, were gathered around a fire, near which sat the bound captives, including the unharmed merchant Abraham Ben Sager. Undaunted, I approached the fire, disregarding the astonishment my appearance provoked. One individual rose and shouted, "It is Benissi who has struck me. Seize him and bind him. He is the guide." The shock of my arrival caused the crowd to momentarily forget this demand. At that moment, he attempted to apprehend me himself. I delivered a punch that sent him staggering back and then inquired, "Which of you is the chief of the Tuareg?" "Lagata, do not let your judgment be clouded. A Christian fears not the vengeance of a Muslim." This proclamation incited a chorus of angry shouts. "Silence," I interjected. Addressing the chief, "First, heed what I have to say. Do you have a boy named Karoba? This child has been abducted, and only I, rather than anyone else, can restore him to you. Muhammad cannot return him to you, nor can any of your caliphs locate him. If you are inclined, you may strike me down now." I traversed among the Tuareg and took a seat beside their chieftain. One can only imagine the impression my actions and words left upon them. They were reluctant to believe me, yet I recounted the situation and presented a copper armlet I had taken from the boy as proof. At that moment, I gained their trust, and the Tuareg's ire shifted toward the Tubu, who vehemently denied their involvement in the child's abduction, claiming ignorance of the matter. Thus began a protracted discussion, during which I exerted every effort to achieve my aim. Ultimately, I succeeded. I and the cameo were unharmed. Abraham ben Sagar and his servants were liberated, and their possessions were returned to them. As for the Tubu, I was unable to secure any concessions for them. Now, I could proceed to retrieve the boy, accompanied by several Tuareg. The Tuareg swore to uphold the agreement, and it was difficult to believe they would resort to deceit. Though a sense of suspicion lingered due to the guide, who had previously expressed a desire for vengeance yet had also agreed to the terms. The joy of reuniting with my son bolstered my confidence and diminished my wariness. They vowed to take revenge on the Tubu, while I heard only words of gratitude and witnessed gestures of friendship. I have ceased to pay attention to the Tuareg individuals who occasionally passed by me, yet suddenly, my head was struck by the butt of a gun, and I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself bound alongside Camille, our possessions stripped away, and we were placed among other captives. The guide stood before me, his voice laced with malicious glee, proclaiming, "Now you have brought this upon yourself. You shall not survive in my grasp." Upon hearing this, the chief, with a similarly mocking tone, retorted, "Cry out to your Jesus. Let him come to your rescue." I closed my eyes, disregarding the kicks aimed at me and the threats hurled my way. I lay there for what felt like an eternity until I suddenly sensed a soft touch upon my face. A gentle voice whispered, "You are a good person." I opened my eyes to see a young boy kneeling beside me, tenderly caressing my face. He quickly withdrew, fearful of being seen. The mere utterance of such words from a child brought me immense joy. My brave servant Camille lay beside me, incessantly lamenting my plight. I chose to ignore his grievances, and eventually he fell silent. We both succumbed to sleep, only to be awakened shortly by the sound of morning prayers. At that moment, we observed preparations for departure. They lifted me onto a camel, binding me securely, and then we set off. The pace was slow, for the caravan was laden with cargo. We moved towards the southwest, into the desert. The wind was still, the sky clear, promising what could be a normal day, yet the weather held the potential for sudden change. At noon, people remained oblivious to the dangers lurking behind us, thus pausing to evade the searing heat of the moment. It was then that the chief approached, his gaze imbued with arrogance, pointing to the left front and declaring, "There lies the sand lake. Anyone who falls into it shall never emerge. We resolved to submerge you in the sand lake to see if your Jesus could save his devotee." Did he genuinely wish for me to endure such a dreadful demise? Or was it merely a ploy to instill fear? I remained silent, and he departed in disappointment, his curses trailing behind him. As the sun began its descent in the west, we resumed our journey. In less than half an hour, I noticed that all the camels instinctively quickened their pace. A fact that went unnoticed by everyone except me. Out of habit, I observed everything attentively and discerned that the camels, without exception, yearned to head further south. This signified the presence of a small cluster of spiderweb-like clouds trailing behind us. Instantly, I recognized the impending threat, as I was well acquainted with the signs of desert storms. "Hurry, move forward," I shouted, urging everyone to seek refuge, for a sandstorm was rapidly approaching from behind. Initially, they laughed at me, but after 2 or 3 minutes, their expressions turned grave. The cloud mass grew larger and darker, prompting them to hasten the camel's pace. Soon, the ominous black clouds obscured the entirety of the sky behind us. Heavens! We were bound to the camels. What would become of us if they were to stumble? "Release us, free us," I cried out vehemently. "No, we cannot be unbound." The chieftain declared, "Let you all perish in the sands, descend to the depths of hell." At that moment, fury surged within me, filling my being with an overwhelming strength. I forcefully broke free from one rope, and then another. Perhaps the cords were already frayed. Now liberated, I urged my camel to hasten its pace. Ahead of me was the guide, whom I swiftly overtook, nearly colliding our camels. Grasping him with my left hand, I seized a knife from his belt with my right, and then delivered a punch that sent him tumbling from his mount while the camel continued its forward gallop. Within a minute, I reached Camel's side, swiftly cutting through his bindings amidst our rapid flight, then dashed to Abraham ben Sagar. To my dismay, a towering wall of sand loomed ominously behind us, threatening to entomb us within its grasp. The sky ahead darkened ominously. The storm had now enveloped me. The wind wrapped around me as if attempting to unseat me from my camel. I clung desperately to the saddle. The gusts propelled the camels faster than their own strides. At this juncture, the flying sand had not yet arrived. Only the tempest had struck, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope for salvation. I observed the camels ahead scattering as they approached the edge of Mount Val, where imposing cliffs and boulders provided a refuge for respite. I relinquished control of my camel, which, driven by instinct, sought the shelter of a rock formation, collapsing before I could dismount. I squeezed myself between the camel and the stones, stuffing the hem of my garment into my mouth, and bound my head with my turban. Having just been enveloped by sand, it cascaded upon me like a collapsing wall, rendering me momentarily numb, with only an overwhelming urge to breathe. How long would this endure? I was uncertain. Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped my surroundings, and my camel began to stir. I attempted to rise, yet found it exceedingly arduous. Upon finally standing, I beheld the weight of the sand that had pinned me down. The grains had infiltrated every exposed orifice of my body, invading my nostrils, ears, and even my mouth, as fine as flour. I tightly closed my eyes behind my headscarf, but the fine sand still managed to reach my eyelids. It took considerable time to shake off the sand, at least enough to alleviate my discomfort. Then, I glanced around. Everywhere, there were rocky outcrops, as both men and camels struggled to extricate themselves from the sand. My camel had also risen. The situation for the bound captives was perilous. When their camels collapsed, they remained tethered to them. Now that the camels had regained their footing, their arms dangled precariously, creating an extremely dangerous predicament. I navigated through the sand with great difficulty, severing the ropes binding them one by one, liberating them. The Tuareg people were too preoccupied with their own plight to pay heed to my actions. At that moment, even if someone had wished to thwart me, it would have been in vain, for I was now free and wielding a knife. If only I could retrieve my firearm. Ah, my gun. It lay with the chieftain. Where could he be? I set out to find him, and soon discovered him emerging from behind the rocks, unarmed. Having just extricated himself from the sand, inspecting each of his people one by one, I surmise that he is inquiring about the whereabouts of his son, who has long been lost, and I intend to seize this opportunity. The farther he distances himself from his camel, the more advantageous my position becomes. Fortunately, the sandstorm lasted only a brief moment, and no one was harmed. After a while, we even observed a line approaching from the northeast. It was a caravan of freight camels and their drivers emerging from the tempest. Now, only one individual was engulfed in fear and anxiety, the chieftain, who could not locate his son. He inquired everywhere and lamented incessantly, yet he found no trace of him. The sands would not conceal the palanquin adorned with its long wooden frame, thus it should be visible. I encountered Camel, Abraham Ben Sagir, and their servant, each having endured harrowing experiences, yet we ought to express our gratitude to the sandstorm, for it became our liberator. The tempest had ceased in our vicinity without causing us harm, and I alone emerged as the one who found a weapon. Just as the freight camels arrived, the chieftain appeared. "You have untied the ropes, and now you possess weapons?" he exclaimed in astonishment. "You wretched lot, I shall have you bound again this instant." He turned to summon his men, but I thwarted him, bringing him down, pinning him with my leg, and placing the blade against his chest, threatening, "Silence, you scoundrel. If you utter even a whisper, my knife shall pierce your heart. You ought to recognize the person you have insulted." This sudden assault rendered him immobile and speechless. "If you wish to avoid falling once more into the hands of the Tuareg, then you shall heed my command for the time being. I instruct the servants of the merchants surrounding us to bind his hands and legs with rope. Once the chief is restrained, I inquire, did your scout, who aspired to be our guide, inform you that I possess a magical gun? You ought to understand that if you dare to resist now, your fate is sealed. I seek neither your life nor your possessions. I only demand that you adhere to the promise you made last night. If you acquiesce to this request, I shall release you unharmed. Not a single hair on your head shall be touched. However, should you refuse, my blade will find its way to your heart, and I shall strike down every Tuareg within 500 meters of us. Decide swiftly. I will count to 10, and should that time elapse, I shall act." I loosened the fabric of his chest, placing the knife against his flesh, while my left hand grips his throat, beginning to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. "Stop, stop," he cries out, declaring that I am neither a Christian nor a Muslim, but a demon. Thus, I have no choice but to comply with your demands. Indeed, you shall not make a promise to us now only to forsake it later. Command your men now to at least retreat 1,000 meters. Let 10 individuals bring our camels and retrieve all of our belongings. Act swiftly. I shall continue my count. I press the tip of the knife more heavily against his chest, and he is compelled to plead, "Take away the knife." I shall comply with your request. Until my conditions are met, I shall not lower my blade. The majority of the Tuareg gathered beside the laden camels, and one of them rushed over, calling out from a distance, "Where is the chief?" His words trailed off in astonishment as he halted abruptly, for I gestured for those around me to step aside, revealing the chief bound to the ground, with my blade pressed against his body. "Mercy from the Almighty," he exclaimed, and the people hurried to untie him, realizing that there lay. "You see, it is your chief," I interjected. "If you wish to save his life and your own, come forth and listen to what he has to say." He approached, and it was a sight to behold, a trembling man issuing commands, while another, filled with fury, accepted the orders and departed to execute them. We observed the Tuareg clustering together, engaging in fervent discussion and shouts. They then formed a single file, leading our camels and possessions towards us, while others retreated to the distance I had specified. Once we received all our belongings, the chief addressed me. "You can no longer demand anything from us. I wonder, can you keep your promise and release me?" They moved to strike, declaring that each bullet would find its mark on one of you. "Begone, hasten away from us." Yet, we could not leave, for my son was missing. As I spoke, I began to untie him. He rose to depart, but after taking a few steps, he paused. Turning to me, he raised his right hand and swore, with a tone steeped in hatred and uncompromising resolve, "You are the first heretic to subdue me, and it shall be the only time. Leave this place at once. If I see you again, know that my first glance will herald your death. May the Almighty curse you." With that, he departed. He approached the Tuareg, seemingly facing their reproach. Subsequently, they dispersed in search of the missing boy, and we felt a surge of relief at the fortunate conclusion of our perilous endeavor. We rested amidst the rocky terrain alongside our camels, observing the futile efforts of the Tuareg in their quest for the lost child. I contemplated joining their search, for the boy's kind words, "You are a good man," echoed in my mind. Yet, I could not recklessly align myself with those seeking vengeance against me. It appeared they had finally discovered a clue, as they hastened towards their camels and mounted them, heading southward. We heard their shouts, but the distance rendered their words indistinct. Just as I was about to mount my camel pointed southward and said to me, "Sir, wait. There are riders approaching from the south." Indeed, as he indicated, we beheld 8 or 10 individuals on camels galloping towards us. They were Tuareg, with the chieftain at the forefront. What could their intentions be? Were they seeking to ensnare us? I seized my short rifle, intending to halt their advance. "Do not fire. We seek peace now," the chieftain called out loudly. His companions came to a standstill while he approached us. I set down the short shotgun. He could not harm us. 50 meters ahead, he clutched the camel and implored, "Sir, allow me to approach you. I come not as an adversary, but as a supplicant, for only you can provide assistance. Only you." He advanced on the camel, yet remained seated in the saddle. Anxiously, I pondered his intentions. This could hardly be trivial, for his visage was contorted with dread, his chest heaving with urgency. "Quickly mount the camel and follow me," he urged. "We are at a loss. Only you can save my son, Karoba. What has befallen him? Where is he?" "In the destructive sands. The sandstorm has engulfed him within a pit of sand, and neither God nor prophet can rescue him." I gazed at him, his face suffused with the terror of death. No longer did I waver or hesitate. I swiftly mounted the camel. "You are a good man," he said, dispelling the doubts that lingered in my heart. I galloped forward, soon arriving at the fissured rock. There stood the Tuareg, their camels amidst the sand, their heads turned towards us. In a single glance, the situation became clear. Before me lay the rim of a vast circular stone basin, approximately 2 kilometers in diameter. Its depth was uncertain, likely profound, as the rocky edges were nearly vertical. Within it lay a moist, fine sand that could not bear weight. One could surmise that this immense vessel once held water or another liquid, only to be filled with fine sand by the tempest. On a day such as today, we encountered a sandstorm, its base obstructed by towering mountains. Yet, the almost weightless dust that floated high above settled upon the liquid surface, unable to sink due to its lighter density. I surmise that this is how a salt lake comes into existence, and I am confident in my assertion. Those who fall into it shall find themselves in dire straits. I observed a palanquin ensnared in the devastating sands, approximately 25 meters from the shore. The palanquin was constructed from delicate fabric, adorned with fringed wooden frames on either side, preventing it from submerging. Within sat Karoba, a Tuareg boy. He remained still yet incessantly called for help. Upon seeing me, he exclaimed loudly, "Sir, please come. Rescue me from the clutches of death. Help, help." I responded, dismounting my camel, "Stay calm and do not lose your balance." The Tuareg people gazed silently, their expression serious yet devoid of any trace of animosity. Their leader dismounted his camel as well, and upon hearing my words, he grasped my hands with fervor. "Do you wish to save him? Do you believe you can retrieve him?" he implored. "With God's assistance, I shall bring your son back. If fate decrees otherwise, I shall sink alongside the boy. You shall not sink. You will rescue Karoba. The Almighty is all-powerful, and Muhammad is great. Warriors, let us pray together. The Tuareg people, adhering to this request, faced the east, raised their hands, and proclaimed thrice, God is omnipotent, Muhammad is great. To this, I offered no response. After the prayers, I addressed them. A rope cannot be thrown. I must construct a wooden raft to traverse the waters. A raft? What materials will you use? The chief inquired with astonishment. Have you considered why I previously took down the tent of Abraham ben Sajar? The raft must be light, long, and wide, lest I sink. The tents I have brought, along with yours, can provide me with light linen, and the tent poles can be fashioned into the raft's framework. Before descending, I must ascertain the depth of the sand and its load-bearing capacity. I took a tent pole to the edge of the sandy lake, where the ground was comprised solely of sand, making accurate measurements exceedingly difficult. A mere misstep could spell disaster for me. After a while, I sensed the solid ground beneath me had vanished. I knelt down and inserted a wooden pole into the sand, tying several ropes to it, with a stone affixed to the end. As I lowered the stone, it did not reach the bottom, indicating the lake's depths were considerable. A wave of fear washed over me, for if the raft were to fail and I were to plunge into the viscous sand, my fate would be sealed. This treacherous sand would not permit any swimming motions. Now, I must commence the construction of the raft. I need to design an appropriate form for this human-carrying vessel, and I must also seek a suitable paddle. The conventional shape of a raft may prove perilous. I crafted a paddle that only moved from the rear. Tethered by a rope, one end was secured to the wooden raft, while the other was grasped by the hand of a Tuareg individual. The construction of the raft and paddle consumed a considerable amount of time, during which we repeatedly called out to the boy, urging him to remain patient and courageous. However, the most formidable challenge lay in launching the raft into the water. The raft, fashioned from linen, was soft, an essential quality, yet prone to contracting and swaying perilously. Boarding it posed a significant risk to life, yet I ascended nonetheless. They pushed the raft away from the shore with wooden poles, granting me the opportunity to paddle. The raft was afloat, and what elation filled my heart. A mere 25 meters distant, rowing in the water seemed a trivial task, yet navigating through the viscous, porridge-like sand became an arduous endeavor filled with dread. For half an hour, I had faced various perils in my life, but none compared to the sensation I experienced then. The eerie sounds of crunching and bubbling emanating from the viscous sand heightened the tension, sending shivers down my spine as I paddled. The Tuareg were equally apprehensive. Their shouts indicated their concern whenever my unstable vessel teetered on the brink of losing balance. At last, I drew near to the palanquin, nearly colliding with it. Please save me, sir, the boy implored. Do not be afraid, I reassured him, urging him to remain still and maintain his balance, so I could ferry him to his father. As the palanquin swayed, I instructed him to inform me of its tilting direction. I secured one end of a rope to my raft and fashioned a loop at the other end, which I then tossed towards the crossbeam beneath the palanquin. The first time she approached, she ensnared the crossbeam. Soldiers, pull gently but steadily, I shouted from the shore. Although the palanquin was light, it could not serve as a stable means of transport. It swayed precariously, threatening to capsize. Had I not foreseen this predicament and brought along 2 additional ropes, it undoubtedly would have overturned. I fashioned 2 loops, securing them to either end of the upper frame of the palanquin, allowing me to pull from the left and right, thus maintaining a greater sense of balance. Fortuitously, the boy was exceptionally astute, able to shout directions indicating the tilt, which facilitated my efforts to stabilize the palanquin. On the shore, the father lifted his son, and the Tuareg people erupted in jubilant cheers. I quietly stepped aside, crossing my arms over my chest. The chief approached, embracing and kissing me. Sir, we have committed many transgressions against you. Tell us how we might atone. We wish to make amends. You may have my finest horse, 10 of my best camels. Whatever you desire shall be yours. Bestowing upon me his finest steed was indeed a generous recompense. Everyone anxiously awaited my request, hoping to earn the favor of the Almighty. Speak, what is your desire? Cease the derision of Christians. Love is the true hallmark of genuine faith. Those who embody love and practice it are the reliable children of God. He pondered for a moment before extending his hand towards me. Your words are like pearls I have never encountered. Having now glimpsed them, I shall hold them close to my heart. Once again, you have triumphed over me, first through arms, now through reconciliation. I express my gratitude for this failure. It has not only failed to diminish my courage, but has also bestowed upon me a friend. Can you accept my tribal welcome within our tent and humble abode? Indeed. Let us forge a bond of friendship under the rules of the desert. You have saved my son's life. Your friend shall be my friend, and my adversary will also be yours. Our hearts resonate in unison, for you have brought me love instead of hatred. May the Almighty bless you. 5. The liberation of slaves. Chief Winds. Father, we have accomplished a long and arduous journey. We set forth from Mount Abuma, located 750 kilometers from the Nile, and we have at most half a day's travel remaining to the tributary of the Nile, the Abiyad River. When I refer to we, I mean not only myself, but also my valiant servant and companions, Beniro, and a righteous man named Malaba. Malaba had vowed to undertake the pilgrimage to Mecca alone, imploring us to take him along as he sought our protection from slave traders. I granted his request, as he was familiar with the region leading to the Nile and could serve as our guide. Malaba was impoverished, clad in a single cotton tunic. Riding upon our pack horse, which bore no luggage during this expedition, he possessed an old knife and a somewhat antiquated spear from the appearance of his weaponry. It was evident that he posed no threat to others. For a man who carries 2 weapons from the very first day of our journey signifies not only his goodness, but also an extreme lack of courage. Benilo and I rode on young, robust stallions, creatures that gallop swiftly across the thick sands of the desert and swim through water with the grace of fish. This morning, we caught sight of the arid Nidnal River to our right, and I surmised that we would reach the Abiyad River at either Abunamur or Omslan. The terrain here is flat. During the rainy season, it transforms into lush grasslands, but now it lies barren, devoid of any vegetation, offering no pleasing vistas to behold. The sun blazed down upon us, scorching and relentless, compelling us to halt and allow our horses a moment of respite until the day's most sweltering hours had passed. We sat in quiet companionship, nibbling on a few dates. Suddenly, Benilo pointed toward the east and exclaimed, "Sir, I perceive a white spot on the distant horizon. Could it be a horseman?" As I had my back to the east, I stood and turned to face that direction upon hearing his words. "Do you see it?" He inquired again. "It must be a white cloak," I observed. The white spot moved swiftly. It could only be a rider. "Is he armed?" the black man asked, his voice trembling with fear. "Of course. You know that individuals from this region always venture out armed." "Oh, Allah, protect me from the devil with 9 tails," he cried. "Sir, do you think this horseman will attack us?" His eyes widened in terror, and he extended his 10 fingers as if to ward off impending danger. At that moment, the brave Benilo chastised him, saying, "Silence, you coward. How could a solitary rider dare to assault the 3 of us? Even if 20 men approached, we would not tremble in fear. We have faced elephants and hippopotamuses. My master and I have confronted 100 adversaries alone, unflinching and resolute. I assure you, as long as you are with us, no foe can harm you in the slightest. However, regrettably, what adorns your head is not the magnificent hair of a valiant man, but mere wool. It is quite uncharacteristic for the usually taciturn Beniro to utter such words, yet nothing irks him more than cowardice." As I reproached him, an unfamiliar horseman approached. He halted upon seeing us, evidently deliberating whether to circumvent us or advance. The stranger rode a yellow steed, draped in a white cloak. We could only discern the long Arab musket he gripped, while his other weapons were secured at his belt. As he neared, he reined in his horse, regarding us with a rather unfriendly gaze, and brusquely inquired, "Who are you? What is your purpose?" The Arab demanded with increasing severity. At this moment, Beniro rose from the ground, brandishing his knife, and said, "Please dismount. I shall teach you the meaning of courtesy. One ought to greet others upon meeting, and only after dining and drinking should questions be posed." "I have no time for such matters," the stranger retorted, his dissatisfaction palpable. "I am a warrior of the valiant Baggara tribe, and you tread upon our land. Thus, I am entitled to inquire about your intentions. Since you have divulged your purpose, I too shall reveal who we are. The individual behind me hails from Darfur, yearning to journey to the holy city of Mecca to worship the Almighty and the Prophet. Beside me stands the renowned Mr. Benissi, a figure of global acclaim, of whom I am but a servant and companion. I originate from the banks of the Nile and aspire to venture into the desert to join my compatriots in a quest for antelope. Now that you are apprised of my circumstances, I implore you to share your origins and destinations. We have come from Mount Abuma, seeking the Nile. To which part of the Nile do you intend to go? We are yet uncertain. Are you eager to witness the Christian pastor who has arrived from abroad? Indeed. We wish to meet him. Could you kindly direct us to his whereabouts? Certainly. He resides on Abba Island, deceiving the faithful there. May the Almighty bring his downfall. From which country does he hail? He is from England. If you proceed northeast from here, you shall reach him by tomorrow. Are you also detestable Christians? May the Almighty condemn you to the deepest depths of hell. You have sullied my honor. He spurred his horse and galloped across the plains, heading towards his predetermined destination. Sir, should I pursue him and deliver a beating? Mr. Benissi inquired angrily, loosening his whip made of hippopotamus hide from his belt. There is no need. Such a person is incapable of insulting me. Indeed, you stand in high regard, unwilling to acknowledge a mere incompetent who has not even mastered the art of riding. You may have also noticed that he dropped a horseshoe, did you not? I observed that it had fallen from the right hind hoof. We no longer wish to engage with this individual. The Baggara people are adept horsemen, fierce and valiant hunters, warriors, and brigands. They are regarded as the most formidable Arabs upstream of the Nile, and given their current demeanor, such perceptions are not without merit, as they have consistently played a prominent role in the Sudanese rebellions. The Baggara man who recently approached us rode a horse with only 3 hooves and iron shoes, indicating his lack of care for his steed. This situation would soon become significant to me. At 2 p.m., we set off once more, but not in the northeastern direction suggested by the aforementioned individual. Instead, we proceeded towards the east as originally planned, allowing us to reach the Nile sooner. We traveled downstream along the river, which also afforded us the opportunity to visit Abai Island to see the British missionaries. As before, we traversed the desolate and arid plains, where the ground was hard, yet the horse's hooves stirred up some dust. Consequently, after about an hour, we discerned tracks emerging from the southwest, which was not surprising. The tracks were broad, prompting me to dismount for closer inspection. Upon careful examination, I discovered that these tracks were left by at least 60 horses and camels, heading precisely in the direction of the Nile, which undoubtedly indicated the passage of the Baggara people. Typically, they ride cattle, reserving horseback for hunting and warfare. Thus, it can be inferred that their journey was either for combat or for the pursuit of game. It is quite easy to draw a conclusion regarding this matter, as hunting often implies pillaging, particularly the abduction of slaves. I believe we are witnessing the remnants of an expedition aimed at assaulting the African people, compelling them into servitude. While we had not yet departed from our position, we observed a group of approximately 20 individuals approaching swiftly from the southwest, the direction of the footprints. Sir, those are Africans, Beniro remarked. I could discern their dark faces from afar. Which tribe do they belong to? In this region, aside from the Syriac, there are no other Africans. They cannot be Syriac, as that tribe dwells solely along the banks of the Nile. While these individuals appear to have emerged from the interior of the grasslands, their adherence to the trail leads me to conclude they are pursuing those who have passed through here, engaged in the theft of slaves. We must remain vigilant for any potential hostilities. Certainly. Nevertheless, we ought to stay here and await their arrival. No, let us depart quickly. The Africans cried out. I am heading to Mecca. I wish to live. I do not want to be slain. May the Almighty protect me from the 9-tailed demon. I proceeded. Beniro seized the reins of the horse, halting it and angrily addressing him. If you wish to flee, then do so on foot. Do not ride. This horse is ours. Coward, we shall remain here. But what if they kill us? The African trembled in fear. They would not resort to such actions. They would. Did you not perceive their intent to encircle us? Oh, Allah. It is utterly terrifying, profoundly unfortunate. O Muhammad, the sacred caliph, have mercy on my frail body and protect my life. He tumbled from his steed, seated himself there in tears, awaiting the arrival of the end. He cast aside his spear and knife, lest others regard him as a hostile figure. The situation unfolded precisely as he had articulated. The warriors, clad in black, dispersed and then charged towards us from both flanks, forming a formidable encirclement. We observed with composure, among these horsemen, only one donned a woolen cloak, while the others merely sported aprons about their waists. Their steeds were diminutive and utterly inadequate, undoubtedly hailing from the regions of Saraf, Gassal, and the Zebel marshes, where horses are poorly bred. Their armaments consisted of knives, heavy clubs, and spears, with the cloaked individual wielding a firearm. This man was a veritable giant, his visage marred by smallpox, a shade of dark red that rendered him rather grotesque. Each forehead bore 3 scars, emblematic of decoration and honor. Their bodies were liberally smeared with a concoction of plant ash, flour, and cow urine, applied so thickly that even their hair was entirely concealed, giving the appearance of wearing a cap. This served a dual purpose, to enhance masculine allure and to ward off insect bites. The flower-based helmet and the scars upon their brows indicated to me that these individuals belonged to the newer tribe. We remained discreet as they encircled us. Yet I drew forth my pistol and positioned my short rifle upon my knees, prepared to engage at any moment. The African man shouted wildly, brandishing a spear, and the situation appeared perilous. After they completely encircled us, they fell silent. A man with smallpox scars approached me, demanding in a harsh Arabic dialect, "Who are you? What are you doing here? Speak quickly, or I shall strangle you. You are deceiving me. You are Baghera." He commanded his horse to advance a couple of steps closer. I asserted my truth, declaring that we were not Baghera, and that I was not Arab, but European. "You cur, do you dare to deceive me? The countenance of a European is like the froth of water, yet your complexion is dark. If you lie to me, I shall strangle you." As he spoke, he urged his horse nearer to mine, extending his hand toward my neck. I knew I had to defend myself, ensuring not to harm him fatally, yet to regain control of the situation so that others would think twice before striking me. To free my hands, I swiftly tossed my short rifle to Benairo, stood up in the stirrups, and delivered a powerful blow to the temple of the man who attempted to seize me, sending him staggering back several steps. This adept boxing skill had earned me the moniker of Iron Fist on the plains of America, and it did not lose its efficacy here. The giant with the pockmarked face succumbed to unconsciousness. Just as I struck him, I quickly hoisted him before me, pinning him down with my left hand while brandishing my knife with my right, threatening the others, "Stay silent. Do not move, or I shall stab him. If you maintain peace, I shall not harm him. I am a friend of the newer people, having resided among the tribes of Lao, Eliab, and Agan for several weeks, becoming their brother. However, I do not know you. What is the name of your tribe?" I posed this question to a robust and seemingly the most valiant young man. As he aimed his spear at me, his threatening stance ceased when I brandished my knife towards the man of the Mahdi. "You ought to recognize me, for I once dwelled by the banks of the Zebel River," I continued. "We have traveled to the Gazer River," he explained. "I have heard that Father of the Wind, Abdam, has become your leader, as he always triumphs in battles that match the swiftness of the wind. He is the strongest and bravest warrior among the Nua tribes. Yet, you have surpassed him in speed. Indeed, he is Abdam, and I am his son. You possess strength and swiftness akin to Father of Strength. Our brethren by the Zebel have spoken of you. I am Father of Strength, a title bestowed upon me by the Eliab people." At this, the young man expressed astonishment, saying, "Yes, indeed. Is your companion named Benairo?" "Certainly," I affirmed. "Then you are our friends, and not only will you release my father, but you will assist us in contending with the Baghera. Please allow me to welcome you on behalf of all our warriors. We cannot wipe away the saliva. We must allow it to dry on its own. Although this manner of greeting is repulsive, it has already forged a bond of life and death. Those who wish to befriend barbaric tribes must prepare themselves mentally, for many actions that would be acceptable in their own lands may result in a slap in the face here." Needless to say, we all dismounted, and I gently laid the chief upon the ground. His tribesmen were concerned that I had struck him dead, but soon he regained consciousness. Upon realizing who we were, he immediately pardoned my blow and once again performed the act of spitting as a greeting. No one was more delighted than our black companion Maraba, who was overjoyed by the unexpectedly amicable relationship that had formed. His happiness was palpable, almost causing his eyes to bulge, and his grin rivaled that of the American cheetah. We have now discerned that my conjecture regarding the Baghera people's expedition was indeed correct. The traces we observed were left behind during their raid for slaves along the Gizel River. The number of Buner inhabitants was scant, and the adult males had fortuitously ventured out to hunt. Consequently, when the Baghera attacked the village, they encountered little resistance, as is often witnessed in slave-raiding activities. The elders and children of the village were slain, while the young women, boys, and maidens were abducted and subsequently sold to traders. This, of course, is not a straightforward or risk-free endeavor, for the slave trade is prohibited. However, even in contemporary times, there remain ample opportunities and avenues for the disposal of such commodities. If the band of robbers successfully crosses the Nile River to the eastern bank, it would signify the successful abduction of slaves. There, each African individual commands an average price equivalent to 50 marks in our currency, with the value increasing the further north one transports them. Although the journey prior to reaching the Nile poses challenges, it is not inherently perilous. The true danger emerges upon arrival at the Nile and during the crossing, for there are officials who utilize their military to pursue the abductors and slave traders. However, Those acquainted with the disposition of these officials understand that they are powerless against the allure of gold and silver. The most harrowing aspect of the slave trade is that, on average, 3 lives must be sacrificed for the abduction of a single viable slave, leading to the tragic loss of 2 million lives in Africa each year. Yet, like us, they are beings created by God, endowed with the capacity for joy, sorrow, and rage. Upon returning from their hunt, the Eliabuner people discovered their village had been razed and plundered, the ruins strewn with corpses and charred remnants. Filled with righteous indignation, they vowed to avenge their bloodshed. They hastily prepared provisions and mounted their weary horses to pursue the marauding slave traders. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortuitously, they were unable to catch up with them. I believe they would have faced defeat, for they numbered only 20, while the Baggara outnumbered them significantly. After the tribal leader Abdim had his people sit quietly together, he recounted the aforementioned events. Upon concluding his tale, he rose and proclaimed, "Warriors, mount your horses. We must advance, or it will be too late. Slow, please. Wait a moment. I implore you to consider. You still have time. Wait, sir. Do you truly wish for us to linger? If those taken are ferried across the Nile, we shall lose them forever. No, the tracks we observe here are already a day old. The band of marauders passed through here yesterday at noon and reached the Nile by nightfall. Should they have immediately transported the captives across the river, they would have long since departed, and we would be powerless to intervene. However, if there are other reasons that have compelled them to remain on this side of the Nile, those reasons may still hold sway, suggesting that your kin may not have crossed yet. This is precisely why we must hasten. I am filled with an urgent desire to plunge my blade into the hearts of these brigands and murderers. Do you wish for their blades to pierce your own heart? We are now on the land of the Baggara, where the Sarun tribe undoubtedly harbors 500 warriors, while your number stands at merely 20. I trust you shall assist us, sir? Indeed, I shall aid you, for you are my brethren. That is splendid. I fear not the multitude of enemies, even should they number in the hundreds. If you can lend your support, our fear shall diminish even further. I am aware that you possess a magical firearm that can fire continuously without reloading. What do 500 Baggara mean to us? Of course, we generally do not count our adversaries, for we rely more on our cunning than on sheer force. My firearm affords me an advantage, however, unless absolutely necessary, and if I can achieve my objectives without resorting to bloodshed, I am averse to taking a life. Not take a life? He inquired, astonished. These wretched creatures deserve no less than to perish tenfold. I replied, as a Christian, my faith does not advocate for vengeance. Rather, we entrust punishment to God and the authorities. Moreover, these Baghalas have not wronged me, and thus, I do not wish to see their blood spilled. If you desire my assistance, heed my counsel. If there is a chance to rescue your kin, I shall certainly endeavor to do so. However, should you disregard my advice, we shall not accompany you. I must inform you that tonight you shall find yourselves in the embrace of death. Your small band confronting the multitude of Baghalas is akin to 20 wolves taking on 500 hunting dogs. He gazed solemnly at the ground and among his warriors. No one uttered a word. The Nuris hold polytheistic beliefs. Abdim did not comprehend my gentle Christian perspective. He believed that action necessitates bloodshed, even at the cost of one's own life. To assist him in making a decision, I said, please choose between cunning and force, and between having our assistance or lacking it. Opt for the former, and you may save your people. Choose the latter, and they are doomed, along with you. Sir, allow me to confer with my warriors first, he implored. The leader turned to me and declared, opinions must translate into action. We do not seek to shed blood, but rather wish to negotiate compensation with the Baggara people. However, should they refuse, we must prepare for battle, even in the face of potential defeat. In such a scenario, what course of action would you pursue? I shall assist you, for you are my brethren. Sir, thus you have become our leader. We shall heed your counsel. Therefore, I implore you all to obey my commands. Should you fail to do so, our perilous venture will culminate in our annihilation. We mounted our horses and followed the trail, with me leading the way and Benilo at my side, while the Nuwa trailed behind us, discussing the matter at hand. The false missionary, dear father, should comprehend the impression Benilo and I have made on the Nuer, and the reasons they are now inclined to heed my direction. One must consider that the indigenous Africans often perceive white individuals, particularly Europeans, as possessing superior intellect, if not an elevated status. Furthermore, we have had numerous opportunities to demonstrate our bravery along the banks of the Zebel River, and these tales have spread widely. casting us in an almost mythical light in many regions. Thus, it is hardly surprising that the newer tribe of Eliab has expressed goodwill and a willingness to follow my lead. This also reflects their sagacity, as failing to do so could well lead them, as I candidly warned, toward their own destruction. Approximately an hour after our departure, I noticed fresh hoofprints from a horse appearing on our path to the left. Dismounting, I scrutinized the tracks and quickly discerned that the horse bore no iron shoes on its right hoof. Upon sharing my observations with Benissi, he remarked, "Have they taken such a detour? We must be exceedingly cautious, for they may lie in ambush to attack us." "Attack us?" The terrified black man exclaimed. "Oh God! Protect us from the nine-tailed demon." He continued, "They will shoot at us, stab us with knives, or even kill us." "Do not fear," I reassured him. "The Bagalar believe we are heading directly to visit the English missionaries on Abba Island, thus they will block the road leading northeast. Yet, their efforts will be in vain, for we do not intend to follow that route, but rather proceed eastward, towards the direction of the band of robbers tracking us. Let us move on." We continued our journey, and after approximately half an hour, we encountered a man approaching us on an animal. He was riding a camel, while leading another laden with goods. His demeanor suggested that our presence did not alarm him, as he approached us without hesitation, stopping not for a moment. The bundles atop his camel were covered with mats of reeds. Upon reaching us, he halted, placed his hand upon his chest, and inquired, "Pray tell, who are you, and whence do you come?" It was evident that he was not of Arab descent. His features did not resemble those of an Arab. Hence, I refrained from disclosing the truth and simply stated, "We hail from the Rizkat tribe, having journeyed from the Tungul Mountains, and we wish to visit our friends of the Abraf tribe on the opposite bank of the Nile. Have you seen two horsemen camping on the plains? They are Caucasians, accompanied by an individual of African descent." He refers to me, Benissi, and the African. Having seen them, I nodded affirmatively, yet they no longer reside there. They have departed. To where have they gone? They seek to visit a Christian living on Abo Island. Indeed, you are correct. However, these individuals will not locate him, for he does not dwell on Abo Island, but rather on the banks of the river at Aslan. They must have driven him to the island, for they are vicious dogs, eager to bite. Yet, arrangements have been made to ensure they no longer inflict harm. Are you truly aware that the Christian you speak of resides by the river? I am most assured, for he is a missionary, and I am his servant. I traveled here with him from Khartoum, and today he has dispatched me to Tayson with a parcel. What does the parcel contain? An Arabic Bible. What is the name of this missionary? He is called Gibson, though here he is known as the Father of Love, for his doctrine is one of love. Should you wish to meet him, you shall find him on the riverbank. How far is it to that location? If you proceed in your original direction, you shall arrive by evening. Whose footprints are these? They were left by the Baggara people during their raid on the Nur. They have returned victorious. Where are the captives they took as slaves now? They are on a small island in the river. If you are not among the friends of the Bagalara tribe, I would not divulge these circumstances to you. Now I must take my leave. Farewell. May the Almighty protect you." After his departure, Benalo chuckled and remarked, "Sir, that man is quite the fool. He did not realize that we are the very individuals he questioned, and yet he shared with us the information we sought. It is certain that a group of Bagalara has ventured to Aba Island, intending to undertake hostile actions against us. What course of action do you propose? That will depend on the situation I encounter by the riverbank. However, regardless, we must liberate the captured slaves, correct?" "Indeed. Now, let us proceed." The sun sets in this region at approximately 6 o'clock in the evening. According to European time, it is roughly 4:30. Thus we still have an hour and a half to reach the banks of the Nile. We swiftly approach the vicinity of the Nile, where the climate is conducive to plant growth. Initially, the vegetation was sparse, but it gradually became denser and more lush. We observed several clusters of shrubs, and, on the eastern horizon, discerned a dark line, forest flourishing along the banks of the Nile. We could not make a direct approach to the riverside. We aimed to devise a strategy for the rescue of the slaves. So, with half an hour of travel remaining, we veered off to the south, away from the footprints. In order to approach the Nile upstream, I intended to stealthily enter the relevant village from that vantage point. We must avoid any contact with others. Thus, when we reached the thicket and saw that the trees could provide us with cover, we felt a sense of relief. Subsequently, we ventured into the towering woodland, seeking a concealed spot suitable for the Nuers. Upon discovering a fitting location, we dismounted and tethered our horses. As we proceeded, the riverbank unfolded before us. A vast open expanse adjacent to the river, where some areas were inhabited while others served merely as docking points for goods or watering spots for livestock. The riverbank was indeed populated. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, we beheld the broad expanse of the Nile flowing gracefully to our right, while directly ahead lay the thatched huts and tents of the Baggara people. To our left, livestock grazed along the elevated embankment, now being herded towards the river for a drink. Approximately 100 meters from the riverbank, an island, lush with reeds, emerged, likely a holding place for captives and their guards. Further north, we noticed a sizable wooden raft moored along the shore, constructed from mighty trees and capable of accommodating 50 individuals. We crouched beneath a grand tree, its drooping branches providing an excellent cover. Thus, I whispered to Benairo, "Stay here. I have come secretly to advise you on your course of action. Sir, this is perilous. Would it not be wiser for you to take me along? No, you must remain close to the Newers. I cannot trust them fully. But what if something were to happen to you? Do not fret over my safety. You know me well. I will safeguard myself. I am aware of that. Yet even the bravest and most astute may falter. Let misfortune befall these Baggara. They deserve retribution." Upon returning to our African companions, I exchanged my horse with them, trading my rifle for the chief's long weapon and horse. Naturally, I held no concerns about encountering him along the riverbank, as he would certainly have followed to Abo Island. After instructing Benairo and the Newer on how to act in various potential scenarios, I traversed the thicket towards the riverbank. As I arrived, the sun had just dipped below the horizon. My initial sight was that of a pasture filled with horses, cattle, and sheep, and I particularly focused on the horses ahead, for we needed mounts to rescue the captives. Approximately 200 individuals resided along the riverbank. Upon spotting me, children rushed forward, shouting, while women curiously peered from their windows, and men approached with expectant expressions. "Greetings," I called out to them. "Which of you is the chief here?" "The chief is absent," replied an elderly man with a grizzled beard. "What do you seek from him?" "I am Salim Mefarek, a merchant from Tomat by the Sedet River, wishing to spend the night here." "What business do you engage in?" "Any trade, regardless of skin color." I implied the notion of slavery. "Black as well?" the elder inquired, deliberately winking his right eye. "Yes, preferably black." "Then we welcome you. You should reside with the most esteemed person in the village. Dismount, and I shall lead you to Abu Moida. This is precisely what I have long yearned for, to reside with the missionary, whom I am eager to meet. He inhabits a spacious hut constructed from mud bricks, and he greets me at the entrance. Tall and slender, his visage, though cold and unyielding, radiates an aura of sanctity. Draped in a black cloak, he scrutinizes me with piercing eyes. After the elder divulges my name, profession, and aspirations, he addresses me in a rigid Arabic, welcoming me. "Welcome, Salim Mefarek. Come in. Perhaps your arrival will prove beneficial for both us and yourself." Once we are alone in the room, he lowers the reed mat that serves as a door and lights a sesame oil lamp. In the glow of the lamp, I discern a cross hanging on the wall alongside several clumsily depicted illustrations of biblical tales. We take our seats, and he offers me a pipe, lighting one for himself as well, before commencing a conversation aimed at discerning my intentions. I skillfully deceived him, leading him to believe I was a slave trader, eventually earning his complete trust. He remarked, "For us, your arrival is timely. We happen to have 28 slaves for sale." I was taken aback, exclaiming, "Sir, people refer to you as the father of love and say you are a missionary. I thought Christians were forbidden from plundering and selling slaves." He chuckled dryly before responding, "Slaves are not like us. They possess neither thoughts nor feelings. To make them slaves is an act of benevolence. Yes, I am a Christian, but I am not a missionary. Although I engage in missionary work, it is merely a fade to deceive the officials pursuing slave traders. They are unable to fathom that any slave trade could occur in the vicinity of a missionary's residence. Since my arrival here, the Baggara people have triumphed in every raid, and my situation has remained favorable. Even Benissi has been misled by my ruse. You have heard of him, I presume? He is a high-ranking official under the governor, tasked with the pursuit of those who rob and traffic in slaves. The governor has apprehended numerous individuals, and those who fall into his clutches are doomed to perish. Among his most notorious aides is a German named Benissi, whose companion is called Benilo. Today, these two men appeared unexpectedly. Our chief encountered them and recognized them, as they had revealed their names. Naturally, he concealed his knowledge and led them to a location where he could ensnare them. He has taken a contingent of warriors there. This is truly astonishing. This implies that the Baggara we conversed with along the way was none other than the chief himself. How fortunate it is that he is not present here. One can only imagine the intricate feelings I harbor towards this European, yet I strive to suppress my emotions, which has led him to trust me sufficiently to strike a deal. We mutually agreed that I would pay 30,000 piastres for each of the 28 captives. 10 Baghera would ferry them across the river, contingent upon his approval. Prior to their departure, I was to secretly remit 20 piastres to the missionary for each slave. Once this negotiation concluded, we stepped outside, for night had fallen, and several bonfires had been kindled in the open air. The Baghera people were elated upon hearing of the completed transaction. They slaughtered several sheep and brought forth large containers of potent spirits. They utilized a small wooden raft to deliver food to the captives confined on the island. I accompanied them, for I had purchased these individuals and wished to observe their demeanor. They were bound to wooden posts, guarded by 3 Baghera men, and were provided with hard cornmeal cakes. Upon returning to the riverbank, I discreetly sought out Benissi, who awaited me beneath a grand tree. I instructed him to gather forneurs, while the Baghera indulged in their revelry. It was almost unbelievable how much the Arabs could drink. The father of love and I sat before his thatched hut, sharing a piece of meat and sipping some water. He recounted tales of himself, naturally only highlighting his illustrious past. From his words, I discerned that he had once been a wayward son and a depraved speculator, having arrived on the ship Benissi. The missionary, unaware that I was Benissi, would have been furious and threatened me otherwise. Let this fellow and his servant Benissi suffer misfortune. Tomorrow, they shall be captured and swiftly hanged. As I pondered, I remarked, according to your assertions, these two must indeed be cunning and cautious, thus difficult to apprehend. But what if it were not the chieftain who captured them, but rather they who ensnared the chieftain? What a thought! I must inform you, before the sun sets tomorrow, they shall descend into hell. You and Benissi are both Christians. Do you truly wish for him to meet such a fate? Page 118. Indeed, I fervently hope so, for such a pest must be eradicated. Go to sleep, I said, expressing my desire to rest outdoors. This did not capture his attention, as he presumed I was a local, unconcerned by the toxic mists that lingered over the river. As midnight approached, the village fell silent. The Baghera people retreated into their thatched huts and tents, leaving only those tending to the livestock awake on the riverbank. I waited a moment longer, then stealthily made my way to the great tree where I found Benissi and several newer men. I disclosed my plan to them. In addition to the large wooden raft, there were several small boats typically used in that area, their planks bound together with ropes made from tree bark. I intended to navigate one of these small vessels to the island, with Benissi and the Nua following in another boat, docking at the southern end of the isle. Our task was to eliminate 3 guards. Upon achieving our objective, we would free the captives and transport them to safety on the large raft. The starlight illuminated the ground brilliantly, yet it posed a grave danger, as it could betray our movements. Fortunately, a thin veil of mist soon descended, thickening as it enveloped us, providing a cloak of protection. Once I was assured that I was not under surveillance, I boarded the small boat and paddled towards the island. One of the guards called out to me, but upon recognizing my presence, he relaxed. I was the owner of the slaves, entitled to visit them at night. The other 2 guards approached as well. It was not difficult to silence them. I swiftly knocked them unconscious with the butt of my firearm, leaving them sprawled on the grass. Upon Benissi's arrival, he promptly bound them, stuffing their mouths to stifle any sounds. Subsequently, we severed the ropes that ensnared the slaves, who, having endured considerable suffering, were elated to learn of their impending rescue. It took considerable effort to quiet their exuberance. Now, the 6 of us proceeded to the dock where the raft awaited. Navigating through the mist proved not to be a challenge, and we had ample oars at our disposal. Only after our arrival did I deem the rescue of the slaves a success. The atmosphere erupted in celebration, gratitude, and chaos, prompting me to urge them to maintain silence. Preparations for our retreat required us to secure horses, prompting Benissi and me to stealthily depart in search of opportunities. A fire blazed on the ranch, where only 2 individuals tended to the livestock, seated beside the flames. With the butt of my gun, I struck them down, rendering them unconscious. Benissi had brought along the newer, and within a quarter of an hour, they procured horses, albeit without saddles, as those were stored in the shanties and tents. Inaccessible to us, the newer, including both boys and girls, were adept riders. We had to first vacate the riverbank before pausing to allow the liberated individuals a moment to celebrate. Their jubilant cheers were nearly deafening. As their excitement gradually subsided, we deliberated on the direction we should take. While preparations for this extensive journey were underway, I could not accompany them, as my path lay in the opposite direction toward the north. There exists a village known as Koa, situated a 2-day journey from the banks of the Nile. The government has established the largest outpost along the Nile there, where the Nubians can surely find protection. Hence, they consented to my suggestion to travel northward. As we set forth, dawn had already broken. We endeavored to advance swiftly, for it was anticipated that the Baggara would pursue us. Unfortunately, the absence of saddles significantly hampered our speed, and thus, after 3 hours, we beheld our pursuers behind us, approximately 40 armed men, galloping swiftly in our direction. "Let them come," shouted Abdem, brandishing his musket. "We shall slay them all." "I have my doubts," replied Ben Nile. "You are indeed a valiant warrior. Yet can your blade and spear contend with their rifles? The range of their firearms far exceeds that of your thrown spears. Therefore, my master must assist you with a short shotgun." "And how shall he assist?" I interjected, drawing the reins of my horse to halt. "You shall soon see," I continued, urging the unarmed women, boys, and girls to proceed onward while the warriors remained with us to confront the Baggara. The women and children moved ahead, while 20 armed warriors stayed behind. I dismounted and seized the short gun. As the Baggara entered the range of my weapon, I raised my gun and fired 5 shots in quick succession, bringing down the first 5 horses. I refrained from aiming at the riders, for I was loath to witness bloodshed unless absolutely necessary. I fired another 5 or 6 rounds, bringing down an equal number of horses. At last, they halted, their voices raised in furious exclamations as they began to deliberate. Seizing this opportunity, I reloaded my weapon. I overheard them mention, in their ire, the name I had chosen for myself, Salim Meferek, and soon after, their companion, the father of love, approached us on horseback, gesturing for a parley. We allowed him to draw nearer. "What does this mean?" he demanded angrily, accusing me. "You first purchased slaves without payment, then liberated them and stole our horses. You are indeed Meferek." "No," I replied, "he arrived there yesterday. But I am Benissi, and beside me stands Benilo. You intend to send us to hell before sunset today. Mr. Gibson, do you know where you will be at that time?" He stared at me in astonishment for a moment. Then his expression twisted with rage. With a curse, he exclaimed, "So you are that German dog. You deserve to go to hell." In a flash, he raised his weapon to aim at me. But a gunshot rang out from behind, quicker than his own. His firearm slipped from his grasp as he staggered and fell from his saddle. The bullet from Abu Dim striking true to his heart. The Baggara, witnessing this, surged towards us with wild cries. Yet they could not advance far, for my gun felled their horses, 6, 8, 10, 12, each shot proving effective. The rustic demeanor of the Nur people, who had just fallen from their horse, was evident. They contemplated pursuing, but I dissuaded them. Upon examining the father of love, I discerned that his demise was imminent. I fervently wished he would refrain from visiting the place he had urged me to go the previous night. Considering the next day, we arrived at Koa in the evenings, where the officials graciously received them. Later, I learned that they had successfully returned to the Gazer River, subsequently compelling the Baggala to provide restitution for the lives lost during their plundering of slaves through a victorious campaign. Since that time, the Baggala have refrained from daring to plunder the Nur people again.